Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the air. The dungeon door was forcefully kicked open by a middle-aged man. Upon spotting Jiang Hao lying in the corner, fury surged within him. Even now, do you not acknowledge your wrongdoings? What is it that you desire? Speak freely. Yet why did you resort to pilfering your brother's possessions? Over these years, have you only mastered the art of thievery? How could I, Lin Jinbei, a man of esteemed reputation, have such a scoundrel for a son? The sudden tirade jolted Jiang Hao awake from his slumber. In the dimly lit surroundings, with a foul stench permeating the air and the wrathful figure before him, he was engulfed in confusion. What on earth is this place? As fragmented memories began to coalesce, the truth unfolded before him like a grand tapestry. Jiang Hao finally comprehended everything. He had traversed into another world. This realm was known as Blue Star. Following a cataclysmic disaster, Blue Star had witnessed the mutation of various species, leading to a brutal survival of the fittest. Not only had terrifying beasts emerged, but humanity had also officially embarked on the path of martial artists. All young adults aged 16 and above, aspiring to become martial artists, could opt to enter martial arts academies for training. Currently, Jiang Hao found himself at the Fenglei Martial Arts Academy, one of the two premier martial academies in Yan country, with branches scattered nationwide. His father was Lin Jinbei, the branch leader of the Fenglei Martial Arts Academy in Tianhe City. He had single-handedly slain a beast king amidst a horde of monstrous beasts, saving countless lives. In Tianhe City, Lin Jinbei was a figure of great renown. However, the memories Jiang Hao received painted a different picture of this illustrious father. Not long after his birth, he had been abandoned in the squalid alleys of the Huaiyuan district in Tianhe City. Had it not been for a compassionate couple who took him in, he would have perished long ago. The Huaiyuan district was a slum within Tianhe City. His childhood was fraught with hardship and adversity. He had to drop out of school at an early age to work and support his household. At the age of 16, Jiang Hao passed the entrance examination for the Fenglei Martial Arts Academy, becoming a martial artist. He had hoped to alter his fate and escape the confines of the slum. Alas, his talent was woefully inadequate after 4 years of the Fenglei Academy. He remained merely a second-tier martial artist, becoming a laughingstock among his peers. The caprices of fate did not cease there. Recently, his adoptive parents were grievously injured by a drunken rich heir. Not only did they receive no compensation, but they were also falsely accused and demanded to pay exorbitant sums. Ultimately, due to a lack of funds for medical treatment, both adoptive parents passed away. From that point onward, Jiang Hao was left utterly alone. Yet, shortly thereafter, a lavishly dressed, middle-aged couple unexpectedly approached him. "Yinner, we are your parents." Upon hearing this revelation, Jiang Hao was overwhelmed with exhilaration. From his biological parents, he learned the truth behind his abandonment in the Huaiyuan district. 20 years ago, the Tianhe city was besieged by a terrifying beast tide, placing the entire city in peril. Concurrently, human traders colluded with the monstrous creatures, wreaking havoc from the shadows. In the face of such internal and external threats, Lin Jinbei, a foremost warrior of Tianhe City, found himself the target of both beasts and treacherous humans. In a bid to protect his newly born son, Jiang Hao, Lin Jinbei entrusted the child to a trusted individual, ensuring he would remain in a safe haven. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, and the guardian tragically perished, leaving Jiang Hao lost to the world. Subsequently, Lin Jinbei vanquished the Beast King, quelled the beast tide, and earned monumental accolades for his valor. Under the mistaken belief that Jiang Hao had perished, he became engrossed in the arduous tasks of rebuilding Tianhe City and rooting out traitors, leaving him little time to search for his son. It was not until 5 years later that Lin Jinbei discovered Jiang Hao had been living in the Gray Plains district all along, never having left Tianhe City. Over the years, he had been raised by a destitute family surnamed Jiang. Lin Jinbei intended to retrieve Jiang Hao immediately, but urgent duties compelled him and Wang Riyao to leave Tianhe City for an extended period, prolonging their reunion until now. Upon hearing his parents' explanations, Jiang Hao felt a surge of anger but ultimately came to understand their circumstances. After all, in such a dire situation, they could hardly attend to an infant. Yet, when he joyfully accompanied his biological parents home, he encountered a young man bearing a striking resemblance to himself. Through his parents' revelations, Jiang Hao learned of this individual's identity his younger brother, Lin Zilong, who was merely 2 years his junior. In the wake of the destruction of Tianhe Bay City and the unresolved threat of traitors, they had the capacity to bear another child, but not to search for their missing son. Was this truly the essence of yearning? Jiang Hao, having traversed through time, instinctively felt disdain for the parents of his previous incarnation. Without a doubt, Lin Zilong existed merely as a substitute for Jiang Hao. Even more absurdly, during the brief 2 months that the original Jiang Hao returned to the Lin family, he was subjected to relentless humiliation. Neglected by his father, unloved by his mother, even the most menial servant in the Lin household dared to mock him. Currently, his imprisonment in the dim dungeon stemmed solely from the disappearance of an item belonging to Lin Zilong, coincidentally after Jiang Hao had entered his brother's room. Thus, he was inexplicably accused of theft. For 3 days and nights, he endured without sustenance or water. His parents, oblivious to Jiang Hao's grave condition, turned a blind eye to his suffering. Despair and fury intertwined within him, compounded by his frail state, ultimately leading to the original's untimely demise, granting Jiang Hao the chance to inhabit this new existence. What a truly absurd life. Jiang Hao reflected on the plight of his predecessor, feeling both sympathy and incredulity at the farcical circumstances. Outrageous! Are you deaf to my words? Lin Jinbei bellowed with fury. Answer me. Why did you resort to theft? Why do you refuse to acknowledge your mistakes? In truth, when Lin Jinbei first encountered Jiang Hao 5 years ago, he had already been thoroughly disillusioned. At that time, Jiang Hao spent his days wandering the streets, utterly uneducated. He had even been apprehended multiple times by the enforcement team for engaging in brawls. Lin Jinbei could hardly believe that this could be his own son. Due to the original owner's cowardice, Jiang Hao was already brimming with resentment. Now, faced with such unfounded accusations, who could endure it? Yet at that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Beep. System activation in progress. Activation successful. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Apologize to your parents and younger brother. Earnestly seek their forgiveness and pledge to turn over a new leaf, rewarded with the SS-level indestructible turtle skill. What nonsense is this? Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Option 2. A true man should not be subdued. Sever ties with your parents and bind yourself to the god of murder system, receiving a novice gift pack. Damn it, I was about to curse in the streets. Now this is a worthy choice. I choose option 2. Jiang Hao made his decision without hesitation. His contempt for these so-called parents was profound. Now that he had a system, why should he continue to endure? Filth, stay as far away from me as possible. Beep. Choice completed. Binding to the god of murder system successful. All hidden ailments within the host body are automatically repaired, restoring it to a perfect state and receiving a novice gift pack. Chapter 2. Severing Ties. Betraying the Family. The functions of the god of slaughter system are straightforward. Jiang Hao can replicate any martial artist or beast he observes. The replicated entities will materialize within the void arena. In this unique battleground, Jiang Hao can engage in an unending series of battles with his replicated adversaries. Moreover, possessing an immortal body allows him to resurrect infinitely on the spot. Each successful kill of a replica grants him experience points to enhance his cultivation, with a maximum of 10 experience points obtainable from each opponent. Additionally, there is a chance to acquire the martial techniques understood by his foes. The techniques that drop can be instantly comprehended by Jiang Hao, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of mastery in an instant. The only drawback is that to fully unlock the functions of the void arena, he must first take a life. So, have you remained silent until now out of shame? If you possess such feelings, why then engage in such despicable acts? Lin Jinbei's voice brimmed with anger and disappointment, exclaiming, "You worthless creature, you have truly brought disgrace to the Lin family." Upon hearing Lin Jinbei's reprimand, Jiang Hao was abruptly jolted from the euphoria of acquiring the system. In that moment, his gaze turned icy. "I have never stolen anything. What wrong have I committed?" Jiang Hao retorted mockingly. "As for the reputation of your Lin family, it bears no significance to me. My surname is Jiang, not Lin." How outrageous! Lin Jinbei erupted in fury, scolding, "Who gave you the audacity to utter such blasphemous words? You are my son, Jiang Hao. The reason you bear the surname Jiang is merely a temporary measure, and it shall be reverted in due time." Hearing this, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You are my father? Then may I ask, since I returned home, have you ever publicly acknowledged my existence? Have you allowed me to recognize my ancestry and join the Lin family genealogy? Jiang Hao cast a cold glance at Lin Jinbei. What nonsense about a temporary measure. It is clear you believe I, a waste, would tarnish your illustrious reputation. As for your claims of being busy with tasks and lacking time to bring me back, those are mere lies. If you were truly so occupied, why have you kept Lin alone by your side all this time? Why, over the years, have you showered him with affection, offering him the best of everything, while I have languished in the slums? Furthermore, when my adoptive parents were framed and brutally murdered, where were you? At that time, you already knew my identity. So was it intentional neglect? Or do you believe that the ants of the slums are beneath your assistance? Jiang Hao's relentless questioning left Lin Jinbei speechless. Jiang Hao's sudden transformation took him aback. He had never anticipated that the typically docile Jiang Hao would so defiantly confront him today. As for the matter concerning Jiang Hao's adoptive parents, it was merely an unfortunate accident. However, what infuriated Lin Jinbei the most was Jiang Hao's jealousy towards his younger brother, just because his brother had fared somewhat better in life over the years. Jiang Hao had succumbed to envy and discontent, resorting to theft. Lin Jinbei suddenly comprehended everything, and his anger reignited. Jiang Hao, I never imagined you to be such a narrow-minded individual. Indeed, growing up in the desolate region has forged your character into something utterly disgraceful. Lin Jinbei was profoundly disappointed in Jiang Hao. Do you have any idea that if we had failed to repel the beast tide back then, the Tianhe-based city would have ceased to exist? I bear an immense responsibility. How much can you truly understand? I, Lin Jinbei, have wronged no one in my life, and I am a hero among the world. How could I have sired such a selfish and self-serving wretch as you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao coldly scoffed twice. Yes, you are noble, you are remarkable, you are great. Since you are so disappointed in me, why then acknowledge me? Would it not be better to let me fend for myself, thus preserving your esteemed reputation as a hero? Jiang Hao was already enraged by the actions of his biological parents, and now he found himself being emotionally manipulated, attempting to impose a moral obligation upon him. Seeking to instill guilt, Jiang Hao would never allow such tactics to succeed. The tables have turned. Lin Jinbei could no longer endure Jiang Hao's continuous defiance and raised his hand to strike him. However, at that critical moment, Jiang Hao's mother, Wang Ruoyao, rushed in, blocking Lin Jinbei. Behind her stood a young man with sharp brows and an air of arrogance. He was Jiang Hao's younger brother, Lin Zilong, despite his calm demeanor. His eyes betrayed his disdain for his elder brother. In his eyes, he was Lin Jinbei's only son, a prodigy. How could there be a useless brother who merely resorts to petty theft? Lin Zilong could not accept this. What has happened to you today? Why have you become this way? Wang Ruoyao pulled Lin Jinbei aside, her tone softening as she looked at Jiang Hao. In these past 20 years, your father and I have indeed neglected your upbringing, allowing you to suffer in the desolate region. However, you should not confront your father in such a manner. As she spoke, Wang Ruoyao's gaze was filled with disappointment towards Jiang Hao, despite being the child she bore for 10 months. Why was the disparity between them so vast? Upon learning that Jiang Hao lived in the desolate region, she had rushed to find her long-lost son. Yet, what she encountered was a delinquent, embroiled in street fights. Her younger son was so outstanding, having become an 8th-tier martial artist at the tender age of 18, a renowned prodigy. His character was upright and kind. In contrast, Jiang Hao was uneducated, engaging in petty theft, and possessed a lamentable talent. How could Wang Ruoyao not feel disappointment? Jiang Hao, hearing this, scoffed twice. What qualifications do you have to be my parents, abandoning me? What do you count as my family? If you detest me so much, then let us sever all ties from this day forth. The Lin family is far too exalted. I, a mere scoundrel, am unworthy of such fortune. Upon uttering these words, the room fell into a profound silence. Lin Jinbei's eyes blazed with fury, his breath quickening. Wang Ruoyao was left dumbfounded. Who would have thought Jiang Hao would dare to speak such rebellious words? At that moment, Lin Zilong, unable to contain himself, erupted with anger. Jiang Hao, what are you to say such things? Who allows you to speak to our parents in this manner? Kneel and apologize immediately. He had always looked down on Jiang Hao, and now that Jiang Hao had the audacity to utter such words, Lin Zilong was incensed. If it were not for the faint thread of familial connection, he would have long since eliminated Jiang Hao. Kneel and apologize? Who do you think you are? Jiang Hao retorted, all the resources and affection over the years have been monopolized by you alone, that if you were in my position, could you have attained 8th-tier martial artist status at this age? Truly laughable. What? Do you wish to kill me with that glare? Jiang Hao provocatively touched his neck. Come, strike me down with a single blow, swift and clean. Do you think I would shy away? Lin Zilong, having been the favored child, could no longer tolerate Jiang Hao's words that undermined his efforts of 18 years. In that moment, Lin Zilong lost control and kicked Jiang Hao with all his might. The force of the 8th-tier martial artist sent Jiang Hao flying, crashing against the dungeon wall, blood spurting from his mouth. Zilong, what are you doing? Lin Zilong's sudden attack shocked both Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruiyao. Wang Ruiyao rushed towards Jiang Hao, intending to help him up, but he forcefully pushed her away. Do not feign concern here. He is an 8th-tier martial artist. You are both a war god and a high-ranking warrior. Your powers far surpass mine. How could you possibly stop him? So in your eyes, if he were to kick me to death, it would simply be my just deserts. Abandoning me, severing ties, is only right. This kick today is merely my repayment to you. With that, disregarding Wang Ruiyao's attempts to stop him, Jiang Hao strode towards the dungeon exit. Originally, Lin Jinbei had felt a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Hao. But now, Jiang Hao's words reignited his fury. How could the hot-tempered Lin Jinbei endure this? Get out of the Lin family. From this day forth, I, Lin Jinbei, have no son like you. Chapter 3. Awakening. Spirit Mind Master. At this moment, Jiang Hao slowly emerged from the dungeon. Given his physical condition, being heavily kicked by an 8th-tier martial artist would undoubtedly result in severe injury. However, Jiang Hao found it peculiar that he merely had some bruising on his chest. And nothing too grave to him. This must be the power of the system. After all, when he bound the God of Slaughter system, it had indeed automatically repaired his frail body at this moment. Wang Ruiyao hurriedly chased after him. Howard, come back quickly and bow to your father to apologize. You cannot simply leave like this. We are family. She grasped Jiang Hao's hand tightly, unwilling to let him depart. Family? Do you expect me to bow and admit my mistakes? Get lost. Jiang Hao coldly shook off Wang Ruiyao, completely disregarding the other members of the Lin family present. He walked out of the Lin family's grand entrance, and at that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief and freedom. As if he had broken free from a cage, Wang Ruiyao gazed at Jiang Hao's resolute figure retreating into the distance, her heart aching as if cut by a knife, utterly heartbroken, and no matter what. Jiang Hao was still her biological son, and now he had severed ties with the family. Wang Ruiyao could hardly bear it, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. This scene was clearly observed by Lin Zilong, who felt an increasing hatred towards Jiang Hao in his eyes. Everything was Jiang Hao's fault. If it weren't for this so-called brother suddenly being found, how could the family be in such disarray? Jiang Hao, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Zilong's eyes. I will never let you off the hook. Meanwhile, after leaving the Lin family, Jiang Hao returned to the dilapidated building in Yun district where he resided. This was the only inheritance left to him after the death of his adoptive parents. He promptly sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and began introspecting, exploring the condition of his body. In a world where martial arts reigned supreme, understanding one's own strength was of utmost importance. The original body's martial arts talent was utterly mediocre, having only achieved the rank of a second-tier martial artist. Lin Jinbei's disdain for Jiang Hao largely stemmed from his weakness, believing Jiang Hao was unworthy of being his son. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao seemed to discover something, his brow furrowing in confusion. How strange, shouldn't a martial artist's essence reside in the dantian? Why is my dantian completely empty? Instead, there is a luminous orb in my mind. At this realization, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Could it be that I am a mentalist? To verify this hypothesis, he fixed his gaze on a worn-out kitchen knife in the corner. In an instant, his eyes shone with a brilliant blue light. The kitchen knife seemed to respond to his call. Slowly levitating in the air, with a mere thought, the knife pierced through the wall at an astonishing speed. The entire wall was riddled with cracks. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Hao leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent! Now I understand why the original body, despite being a martial artist for years, has grown increasingly frail. Turns out he wasn't afflicted by any disease, but rather, his body was undergoing a mutation. This is the precursor to becoming a mentalist. Unlike ordinary martial artists, a mentalist's source of power does not reside in the dantian, but is hidden deep within the mind. before reaching the level of a war god. Mentalists possess astonishing advantages. At the same level, a mentalist can easily defeat an ordinary martial artist. Engaging in battles beyond one's rank is also a trivial matter, regardless of how exquisite your martial techniques are or how agile your movements may be. A mentalist can always evade and manipulate flying knives for swift attacks. These flying knives can change direction in an instant, and their speed far exceeds that of sound. However, the talent of a mentalist is not something everyone can possess. Across the entire Yin Kingdom, the number of mentalists is exceedingly rare, not exceeding 2,000. This implies that the probability of becoming a mentalist is a mere fraction of hundreds of thousands. As a war god-level martial artist, Lin Jinbei could not possibly be unaware of the existence of mentalists. The only explanation for his failure to perceive Jiang Hao's physical changes is that Jiang Hao's mutation was not yet complete. Lin Jinbei did not believe that his worthless son could become a mentalist. With the rewards from the system, all of Jiang Hao's hidden ailments were eradicated, restoring his body to a perfect state, catalyzing his transformation. "Oh, I also have a beginner's gift package. Let me open it right away," Jiang Hao exclaimed eagerly. Ding. Host request received. Beginner's gift package is being opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S-rank weapon, Bloodstinger, and an S-rank technique. Furious Galeblade. As the system's voice faded, a blood-red dagger appeared before Jiang Hao's eyes. Simultaneously, a brilliant golden light surged into his mind. The essence and secrets of the S-rank technique Furious Galeblade were fully revealed to Jiang Hao in that moment, and he comprehended it to the pinnacle of mastery. In this world, both weapons and techniques have clear rank distinctions. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Each S-rank technique is a rare treasure, and its power is naturally extraordinary. Moreover, the weapon Jiang Hao excels in is the blade, making Furious Gale Blade tailor-made for him. However, what excites Jiang Hao even more at this moment is the S-rank weapon, Bloodstinger. This is not an ordinary weapon, but a weapon of mental force. Exclusive to mentalists. Additionally, Bloodstinger possesses exceptionally unique effects. Firstly, it can instantly conjure 4 illusory knife shadows, each shadow wielding 30 of the original's power. Secondly, Bloodstinger is imbued with a special toxin. Once a wound is inflicted by the dagger, it becomes increasingly severe and difficult to heal, causing relentless bleeding. Such a precious S-rank mental weapon is not something Jiang Hao can afford to reveal casually. Lest it attract unnecessary trouble, he carefully stowed away Bloodstinger, keeping it as his greatest trump card for now. However, just as Jiang Hao concealed Bloodstinger, the door was suddenly kicked open. A motorcycle rider clad in a studded leather jacket and wearing dark sunglasses swaggered in. Well, you piece of trash, you finally returned." The biker removed his sunglasses, revealing a scar across his eye. His tone dripped with resentment. "That scar was a gift from your father. If it weren't for him suddenly showing up on that broken tricycle, I wouldn't have crashed and gotten hurt." Gui, the biker, gritted his teeth and continued. "Since ancient times, it has been the children who pay for their parents' debts. Now that your parents are gone, you shall repay the 300,000 they owe me. By the way, let me remind you, my father, Guo Yunhai, is the chief instructor of the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School in Tianhe Bay City. If you dare not repay the money, I guarantee you will suffer a fate worse than death." Upon seeing the biker's arrival, the joyful expression on Jiang Hao's face vanished, replaced by an endless murderous intent. This man was the very rich second generation who had previously assaulted his adoptive parents while intoxicated. He had recklessly driven while drunk, losing control and crashing, yet he shifted the blame onto Jiang Hao's adoptive parents, even physically assaulting them, ultimately leading to their tragic deaths. The 300,000 he mentioned was a result of collusion between him and the law enforcement team to unjustly burden the Jiang family with enormous debts. Now this guy had the audacity to come knocking. Jiang Hao would not let him off easily. It was perfect timing to activate the Void Martial Arena feature. He needed to kill someone. This fool in front of him was just the right target. Chapter 4. Activate the Void Martial Arena. Infinite Resurrection. Jiang Hao sized up Gua Yi before him. If he recalled correctly, this guy should be a 4th-tier martial artist. Furthermore, his father was the chief instructor of the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School, making him quite formidable. This meant Gua Yi likely possessed numerous powerful martial techniques. Using him as the first opponent in the Void Martial Arena would be most fitting. Copy. With Jiang Hao silently uttering the command, the system's voice immediately chimed. Ding. Host request received. Gui has been successfully copied. Cooldown time, 72 hours. During this period, the host can reduce the cooldown by defeating martial artists or monsters. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Guo, seeing Jiang Hao silent, was infuriated. He rolled up his sleeves, prepared to beat Jiang Hao to a pulp. In Guo's eyes, Jiang Hao was merely a filthy rat from the slums. Even if he killed him, what would it matter? Moreover, his purpose in coming here was not truly to collect the debt. It was primarily to vent his anger. Guo believed that his once handsome face was now marred by a scar. All thanks to Jiang Hao's parents. Even if he killed them, Guo would still feel unsatisfied, which is why he sought out Jiang Hao, a fourth-tier martial artist. Guo was confident he could toy with Jiang Hao. Wait, Jiang Hao, noticing Guo preparing to strike, hurriedly shouted, Brother Guo, 300,000 is really too much. In the past few days, I have only managed to scrape together 70 to 80,000 by selling my parents' belongings. There is some money in the cabinet over there. I haven't eaten in days and am too weak. You can take the money from the cabinet, consider it interest, and I'll gradually repay you later. As he spoke, Jiang Hao feigned a weak demeanor. He understood that Guo was indeed formidable. If he were to confront Guo head-on, he would stand no chance with his current strength. To easily kill this man, he needed to launch a surprise attack. Now that Jiang Hao was a mentalist, given the right opportunity, he could swiftly eliminate Guo with Blood Stinger. What? You actually managed to gather 70 to 80,000. Guo's eyes lit up at this revelation. Although 70 to 80,000 was nothing to him, free money was still free money. The ever-greedy Guo's lips curled into a smirk. Fine, since you seem honest enough. I want to beat you today. Guo let out a cold smile before turning to stride towards the cabinet. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned, Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with a brilliant blue light. He slowly retrieved the S-grade dagger, Blood Piercer, from his bosom. Under Jiang Hao's command, the dagger floated gently in midair. There isn't even a dime in this cabinet. Guo meticulously searched the cabinet several times. Yielding nothing, that it was only at this moment that he realized he had been played by Jiang Hao. You little rascal, how dare you mock me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Just as Guo's threats hung in the air, a blinding blue light suddenly flashed. The dagger, like a tempest, pierced through Guo's chest. A horrifying blood hole appeared in his torso, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. You! Guo stared at Jiang Hao in astonishment. Before collapsing helplessly into the pool of blood, meeting a tragic end. He could hardly fathom that he would perish at the hands of someone he deemed a waste. Moreover, it was a single strike that granted him no chance to react. Observing Guo's lifeless body, Jiang Hao's face reflected shock as well. The power of an S-grade weapon, combined with the might of a psychic, was overwhelmingly formidable, even against an opponent whose cultivation far surpassed his own. A single strike could still secure victory. In truth, had Guo been prepared, he would not have succumbed so easily. Everything stemmed from his greed and foolishness, with his back turned and completely defenseless. Who else but him would perish? In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, Jiang Hao would show no mercy. The chaotic nature of the Huayan district meant that all sorts of individuals roamed freely. Should Guo's death be discovered here, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. Thus, he immediately began to search Guo's corpse thoroughly, confiscating every valuable possession, including a storage ring he wore. Subsequently, he dragged Guo's body to the backyard and excavated a deep pit to bury it. After all, it wouldn't be long before Jiang Hao departed from the Huayan district. He also quickly washed away the bloodstains within the house. Once all was done, Jiang Hao officially activated the Void Combat Arena. Soon, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his mind became foggy. When Jiang Hao regained his senses, he found himself in an extraordinary space resembling a combat arena. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with everything beyond the arena swallowed by the void. Welcome, host, to the Void Combat Arena. Current selectable opponent, Guo, 4th-tier warrior. Shall we commence battle immediately? According to the system's rules, within the Void Combat Arena, I am invulnerable. If that is the case, what is there to fear? Let the battle begin. With Jiang Hao's command, countless light points swiftly converged. The deceased Guo reappeared before Jiang Hao. Not as a resurrection, but merely a replicated combat puppet, possessing all of Guo's combat capabilities. Jiang Hao coldly gazed at the Guo before him. Previously, he had been able to effortlessly defeat this opponent by relying on the powers of a psychic for a sneak attack. However, if he were to engage Guo in a direct confrontation, the odds of victory were slim given his current strength, if his only aim were to gain combat experience and enhance his cultivation. Jiang Hao could easily annihilate Guo Yi 10 times over using the powers of a psychic. Yet, that approach would fail to fully realize the true value of the void combat arena. While combat experience undoubtedly aids in cultivation, practical combat skills are equally significant. In the void combat arena, Jiang Hao would not face true death. It would be more advantageous to fight with abandon, risking everything against Guo Yi. Such unrestrained combat often yields the greatest rewards. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao focused his thoughts, summoning a black long knife into his hands. This blade, known as the Black Edge, could barely be classified as a B-grade weapon. In this world, weapons for warriors are ranked from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The Black Edge was a birthday gift from Jiang Hao's adoptive parents, purchased with their life savings for his 18th birthday. It held immense significance for Jiang Hao. It was the perfect opportunity to harness the power of the void combat arena to practice his newly learned windstorm blade. Kill! Jiang Hao roared, swinging the knife at Guo Yi. The combat puppet before him perfectly replicated Guo Yi's 4th-tier warrior prowess, easily evading Jiang Hao's attack and delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. The force was tremendous, propelling Jiang Hao several meters away. Several ribs shattered, and he coughed up blood. However, despite the severe injury, Jiang Hao did not lose his ability to act. Ignoring his wounds, he continued to assault Guo Yi. Even if he were to die, Jiang Hao would resurrect on the spot and continue the fight. He intended to use the void combat arena to slay Guo Yi without relying on the powers of a psychic. After approximately half an hour of grueling combat, Jiang Hao finally severed Guo Yi's head from his body, leading to the dissolution of the combat puppet. Immediately, a surge of golden energy flooded into him. Jiang Hao could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his cultivation. At this rate, the combat experience gained from defeating Guo Yi 10 times would be sufficient for him to ascend to a 3rd-tier warrior. This is intriguing. Once fully recovered, a cold smile crept across Jiang Hao's lips as he declared, "Bring it on." Chapter 5. Lin Jinbei, this is all your fault. Meanwhile, in the Lin family estate within the Tianhe city. Unfilial child. Unfilial child. How dare he truly sever ties with us? Very well, since he possesses such capability, let him roll away. The farther, the better. Lin Jinbei's furious roar echoed throughout the estate. All the Lin family's servants trembled in fear, none daring to utter a word in defense of Jiang Hao. Even Wang Ruyao was utterly unable to restrain the enraged Lin Jinbei. Moreover, she was still engulfed in sorrow over Jiang Hao's departure. Unable to find solace, once Lin Jinbei had finished venting his emotions, he gradually calmed down. He simply could not comprehend why Jiang Hao, being his own son, had turned out so despicable. In his eyes, his strictness towards Jiang Hao stemmed from the latter's early associations with street thugs in the Huayuan district, thus necessitating correction of his character. Only through a suppressive form of education could Jiang Hao be guided back to the right path. Yet, he never anticipated that Jiang Hao would be unable to withstand even this minor setback. He even severed ties with his biological parents. Just thinking of Jiang Hao's earlier words reignited Lin Jinbei's fury. He could not contain his emotions, and a terrifying aura akin to that of a war god erupted forth. The surrounding tables and chairs were instantly reduced to dust under this force. Lin Jinbei bellowed, "Someone, throw out everything belonging to this unfilial child, Jiang Hao. From this day forth, I have no such son." As soon as he spoke, the butler, Zhang Ping, revealed a distressed expression. He seemed to have something to say but hesitated. Fearing Lin Jinbei's wrath, noticing Zhang Ping's demeanor, Lin Jinbei said with displeasure, "What? Do you think I am wrong in this? Since this unfilial child dares to claim he has severed ties with us, he must pay the price. I want to see how long he can survive out there without my protection." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. "Old master, you have misunderstood me. How could I dare to question your decision? It's just that the Lin family has no possessions belonging to the young master. Not even a single room." Zhang Ping's words plunged the scene into a dead silence. Wang Ruiyao, who had been lost in sorrow, suddenly turned to Zhang Ping with disbelief. "What did you say? The vast Lin family has no room for Hauer?" At that moment, Wang Ruiyao felt Zhang Ping was speaking nonsense. Jiang Hao had returned to the Lin family for a full 2 months, though he had spent most of his time training at the martial arts academy. It could not be possible that a room had not been prepared for him. Wang Ruyao distinctly remembered instructing the servants to clean a room for Jiang Hao. Lin Jinbei, already in a furious mood, erupted upon hearing Zhang Ping's words. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Zhang Ping, who gave you the right to speak such nonsense? If the Lin family has no room for Jiang Hao, where does he sleep at night?" Why does he come for breakfast every morning without fail? As he spoke, Lin Jinbei's gaze turned sinister. Zhang Ping, did you accept some benefit from Jiang Hao? Is that why you are deliberately speaking up for him? Attempting to garner our sympathy through pity, as the misunderstanding deepened, Zhang Ping was drenched in sweat, trembling all over. He hurriedly defended himself. It's not like that, old master. You have misunderstood. Have you forgotten? Initially, you were dissatisfied with the young master being a street thug. You believed he was tainted by the filth of the Huaiyuan district and needed to be thoroughly cleansed. Furthermore, you wished to temper his character, fearing he would be blinded by a life of luxury. Thus, you instructed me not to prepare a room for the young master for the time being. During this period, the young master has been rushing back from the Huayan district before dawn, then going to the martial arts academy to train. That he has been shuttling between 3 locations, only returning to the Huaiyuan district to rest when night falls. Everything I have done has been in accordance with your instructions. Zhang Ping now feels an overwhelming sense of injustice. It is clearly the fault of their parents, yet the blame has been unjustly placed upon him. He genuinely wishes to vent his frustrations. What? Upon hearing Zhang Ping's words, Lin Jinbei stood frozen in shock. The echoes of Zhang Ping's statements reverberated in his mind, gradually reminding him that he had indeed issued such orders. That a loss for words. He found himself unsure of how to respond. He could hardly fathom that within the vast Lin family estate, Jiang Hao had not a single place to call his own. Can this truly be considered a home? It is even worse than the treatment of a mere servant. Sitting nearby, Wang Ruoyao, already heartbroken over Jiang Hao's departure, was overwhelmed with tears upon learning this truth. As a mother, she suddenly realized why Jiang Hao had grown increasingly distant from them, and why he had uttered such resolute words of severance. The root of it all lay within their own actions. She deeply regretted her past behavior. Jiang Hao and Lin Zilong had been raised in entirely different environments. Why had she always insisted on comparing them? The more she thought about it, the more she felt indebted to Jiang Hao. She turned to Zhang Ping, reproaching him. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? I instructed you to prepare a room for Jiang Hao. Why did you delay? If you had reminded me earlier, I would not be in this position now. As soon as Wang Riao finished speaking, Zhang Ping's expression turned bitter. Madam, how could we, as servants, dare to defy the master's orders? Without the master's command, we cannot take the liberty of preparing a room for the young master. Moreover, I did remind you before. But you simply forgot. Wang Ruiyao, in a fit of anger, rose to her feet. She pointed accusingly at Lin Jinbei, declaring, "This is all your fault. You insist that Jiang Hao is an ungrateful son, disloyal and unfilial. But what of you? As a father, how could you treat your own flesh and blood so harshly? Do you see only Zilong as your son? Furthermore, Jiang Hao does not even have a room. How could he dare to tell us such things? How could he possibly steal from Zilong's room? Lin Jinbei, this is all your fault. You have caused me to lose Jiang Hao, and if you do not bring him back, I will not let this go." With that, Wang Riao stormed out in a rage. Lin Jinbei, aware of his fault, hurried after her. "My dear, I only just learned of this. I merely wished to toughen Jiang Hao's character. Who could have known he would not dare to speak? Those unaware would think we intentionally mistreat him, but I cannot fathom what good a mouth is if he cannot use it." Lin Jinbei embraced Wang Ruiyao, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I will bring Jiang Hao back." Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Wang Riao forcefully pushed him away. "I am very upset right now. Do not speak to me. I only hope that Jiang Hao can return home." With that, she left the Lin family estate without looking back. Watching his beloved wife walk away, Lin Jinbei's heart ached as if pierced by a knife, leaving him weakly slumped to the ground. "Father." This was the first time Lin Zilong had seen his father in such a desolate state, and he hurriedly came forward to support him. "Father, this is not your fault. It is Jiang Hao's own silence that has led to this. You should rest. I will go find mother and bring her back." As he spoke, Lin Zilong's resentment towards Jiang Hao deepened. He believed that all of this was Jiang Hao's doing. Not only had he caused their mother immense grief, but he had also led to strife between their parents. What was once a happy family was now in shambles. Lin Zilong silently vowed that Jiang Hao would pay for this. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Jinbei called out to him, "Wait, you cannot go. Do not forget, the martial arts competition at the Fenglei Martial Arts School is in 3 days. You must focus entirely on the competition. Do not concern yourself with these household matters." Upon hearing Lin Jinbei's words, Lin Zilong's eyes suddenly lit up. The competition? How could I have forgotten about the competition? If Jiang Hao can participate, I will have the chance to teach him a lesson on the arena. Chapter 6. a surge in strength, slaying another. Amidst the turmoil of the Lin family, Jiang Hao, situated in the Void training ground, had successfully killed Guo Yi 10 times. He smoothly ascended to a third-tier warrior. Now, within 3 strikes, he could effortlessly slay Guo Yi. Moreover, during the process of killing him, Jiang Hao acquired 2 martial skills, the B-tier Thunderstep and the A-tier Heavenly Soaring Sword technique. Both of these skills originated from the Fenglai Martial Arts School. Yet not every student could learn them. Point 1. Must either possess a special background, such as Guo Yi's father being the chief instructor who could grant favors, or one must become a core student of the martial arts school. Only by meeting these criteria could one access such advanced martial techniques. For ordinary martial arts students, the skills available to them typically did not exceed C tier. However, in the Void training ground, as long as martial skills dropped from an opponent, Jiang Hao could immediately comprehend them. It was as if he had practiced for decades, mastering the essence and mysteries of these techniques completely. Having gained experience from 10 kills, even if he were to continue battling Guo Yi, there would be no further combat experience to gain. Furthermore, having spent a considerable amount of time in the Void training ground, Jiang Hao grew concerned about potential developments in the outside world. Thus, with a thought, he returned to the real world. However, upon glancing at the time, he was astounded to discover that only a few seconds had passed in reality. This meant that to outsiders, Jiang Hao had merely appeared momentarily dazed. The strength of a third-tier warrior he now possessed, along with the martial techniques he had just comprehended, were entirely genuine. Jiang Hao finally realized just how powerful the system he had acquired was. The only limitation was that each time he copied, there was a cooldown of 72 hours. After killing Guo Yi, the cooldown had reduced by 5 hours. This implied that if Jiang Hao wished to utilize the copying function swiftly, he must continuously slay warriors or beasts. Under the laws of Yin Nation, randomly killing people in the streets was clearly impossible. The only legal and reasonable option was to hunt beasts, if memory served him correctly. Beyond the Tianhe-based city lay a misty forest, a gathering place for beasts. The beasts dwelling on the outskirts of this forest were not particularly strong. This undoubtedly presented an ideal hunting ground. Jiang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as he formulated a clear plan in his mind, as long as he continued to engage in battle within the Void training ground. Both his cultivation level and practical skills would rapidly improve. Even without the Lin family support, what of it? I can soar to great heights on my own. At that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly took out his phone to search. Indeed, the martial arts competition at the Fenglai Martial Arts School was in just 3 days. Although it was termed a competition, it was essentially an internal contest held by the Fenglai Martial Arts School to assess the strength of the younger generation of warriors. Those who ranked in the top 10 would receive generous rewards from the school. Lin Zilong, being Lin Jinbei's son and recognized as a leading figure among the younger generation at the Fenglai Martial Arts School, would undoubtedly participate in this competition. Had Jiang Hao been his former self, he would have never dared to sign up. At that time, his strength was far too weak. Even if he participated, he would merely be cannon fodder. But the current circumstances were different. With the killing god system in his possession, Jiang Hao could rapidly grow stronger in a short period that he not only intended to participate in the competition but aimed to win the championship. More importantly, he sought revenge. During his time in the Lin family, he had been ruthlessly kicked by Lin Zilong. How could he let this grievance go unpunished? This fellow had basked in the love of their parents while repeatedly provoking Jiang Hao. The original Jiang Hao's repeated tolerance had only emboldened this man. Now, Jiang Hao is no longer the oppressed punching bag. Lin Zilong, your time of reckoning has come. Jiang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with boundless killing intent. Subsequently, he changed into a new set of clothes, preparing to venture into the misty forest to hunt beasts. However, unexpectedly, a tall, sharp-featured woman kicked open Jiang Hao's door, upon catching a whiff of the lingering scent of blood in the air. Guo Fang was taken aback. What is this smell of blood? Jiang Hao, what? What have you done? Where is Guo Yi? Guo Fang was Guo Yi's elder sister. Initially, she had not wanted her brother to continue causing trouble in the Gray District. However, due to Guo Yi's insubordination, she had no choice but to accompany him to the Gray District to prevent him from getting into further trouble. The eldest daughter of the Guo family. She found the Gray District to be utterly filthy. Being of high status, she had no desire to step foot in such a wretched place. She had assumed that Guo Yi would return shortly. But to her surprise, he had not returned at all. Reluctantly, she suppressed her discomfort and entered to search for Guo. Little did she expect that upon entering Jiang Hao's shabby room, she would be greeted by the stench of blood. There were even remnants of blood on the floor. This immediately set Guofeng on edge. Jiang Hao, I asked you a question. Did you not hear me? Answer me. Where is Gua Yi? As she spoke, Guofeng unleashed the aura of a fifth-tier warrior in her eyes. Her brother was merely a fourth-tier warrior, while Jiang Hao was nothing more than a filthy rat in the Gray District. Even though he was also a student of the Fenglai martial arts school, it was utterly impossible for him to defeat his own brother. Let alone, how could Jiang Hao dare to kill Gua Yi? After all, their father was the chief instructor of the Fenglai martial arts school. In response to Guofeng's inquiry, Jiang Hao merely smiled disdainfully. Well, since you've uncovered my secret, I'll be frank. Your brother is already dead. And his demise was quite tragic. The gory hole in his chest still sends shivers down my spine. Fortunately, he did not suffer much, as he passed away almost instantaneously. Jiang Hao casually retrieved a black golden longsword and tossed it to the ground. This sword, known as the Wujin Steel Sword, was a B-grade weapon, precisely the one wielded by Gua Yi. Although the Wujin Steel Sword was significantly superior to Jiang Hao's black edge knife, for someone accustomed to using a knife, the sword felt too light. It was entirely inadequate for unleashing the might of the Gale Blade, rendering it practically useless. What? Guofeng's face turned crimson with rage, unable to accept this grim reality. Impossible. My brother is currently a fourth-tier martial artist. How could a filthy rat like you possibly kill him? You must be spouting nonsense. Close siblings, Guofeng and Gua Yi shared a profound bond. And at this moment, she resembled a frenzied tigress, charging towards Jiang Mian. However, just as she prepared to strike, Jiang Hao's mind directed the S-grade dagger, Bloodpiercer, to fly forth instantaneously, despite Guofeng's swift reaction. She was utterly outmatched by the speed of mental energy. Moreover, the force of the Bloodpiercer was formidable. In an instant, it pierced through her abdomen. Accompanied by Guofeng's wretched scream, she crumpled to the ground, clutching her wounded belly. Yet, the gaping wound, as large as a bowl, could not be staunched. Her entrails spilled forth. She could never have imagined that Jiang Mian, once regarded as a worthless individual in the martial arts school, would turn out to be a mental energy master. Chapter 7. Hunting Beasts and Clearing Cooldown Time. Jiang Hao, my father is the chief instructor of the Fenglai martial arts school. If you dare to kill my brother and me, he will never let you off. Guofeng gasped out a few desperate cries before ultimately collapsing into a pool of blood, dying a tragic death. The siblings' demise mirrored each other perfectly. What a nuisance. The ground was now drenched in blood. Jiang Hao paid no heed to Guofeng's threats. Indeed, their father, Wei Yunhai, was quite powerful, being second only to Lin Jinbei within the Fenglai martial arts school. But so what? The area of Huayuan where Jiang Hao resided was rife with chaos. As long as he handled the matter with sufficient discretion, who could possibly link it back to him? Furthermore, the sibling's strength already surpassed Jiang Hao's. Even if he were to spread the word, no one would believe him. Subsequently, Jiang Hao checked the cooldown time for his replication ability and was pleasantly surprised to find it had reduced by 7 hours. This indicated that the stronger the martial artist or beast he defeated, the more time was shaved off the cooldown. There was no time to waste. He would set off immediately to hunt beasts. Jiang Hao also thoroughly looted all valuables from Guofeng's body before burying her corpse in a deep pit in the backyard. Once he had cleaned the bloodstains from inside the house, he hastily departed from Huayan. A moment later, Jiang Hao arrived at a forest shrouded in gray mist. This location was not far from the Tianhe base city. He stood at the periphery of the gray mist forest. The beasts residing here were generally only at the second or third tier of beast soldier rank, lacking formidable strength. Typically, this was a place for novice martial artists to hone their skills. Due to the immense danger lurking in the depths of the gray mist forest, any random beast that emerged from within would at least be at the 8th tier of beast soldier rank or higher, with even beast general level creatures roaming about. Therefore, the boundary between the outskirts and the depths was guarded by the Yin National Army, prohibiting civilians or weak martial artists from entering. Although he could not venture deep into the forest, the beasts living in the outskirts were more than sufficient for Jiang Hao to hunt. As soon as he stepped into the area, Jiang Hao immediately sensed a perilous aura. Turning around, he spotted a black wolf with crimson eyes fixating on him. This creature emanated a faint black mist, indicating it was at least a third-tier beast soldier. To his surprise, he encountered a shadow wolf right upon his arrival. Jiang Hao effortlessly drew forth the Bloodpiercer, which, under the influence of his mental energy mastery, floated beside him. Even against a third-tier beast soldier, he held no fear whatsoever. With a mere thought, the blood piercer shot forth. The shadow wolf had barely begun to react before the dagger pierced through its skull. It fell lifelessly into a pool of blood, meeting a tragic end. Jiang Hao quickly checked the system's cooldown time and discovered that he had successfully reduced it by 2 hours. Excellent. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. With this in mind, why wait any longer? It was time to embark on a frenzied hunt. To ensure he could attract more beasts, Jiang Hao manipulated the blood piercer with his mental energy. Dissecting the corpse of the shadow wolf, he extracted the beast core. He purposefully splattered its blood everywhere. He aimed to utilize the pungent scent of blood to draw in more beasts. Before long, the air was filled with the roars of beasts that a multitude of creatures, lured by the scent of blood, surrounded Jiang Hao. Despite the sheer number, most of them were only second or third-tier beast soldiers. As Jiang Hao wielded the blood piercer, he also employed the thunder step technique. This was a special martial art technique he had seized from Gui Yi, allowing Jiang Hao to effortlessly navigate among the various beasts. Normally, mastering the thunder step required years of relentless practice. Even Gui Yi had only just begun to grasp it. However, Jiang Hao was different. Thanks to the capabilities of the virtual martial arts arena, he had already attained complete mastery. The mere second and third-tier beast soldiers posed little threat to him. Coupled with the terrifying lethality of the blood piercer, any beast struck would suffer severe injuries. If not death. In less than half an hour, a considerable pile of beast corpses surrounded Jiang Hao. The original 72-hour cooldown time of the system had already reset to 0. Jiang Hao was now able to use the replication function once more. Selecting suitable opponents, that should do it. As the sky darkened, remaining in this place would only grow increasingly perilous. It was time to leave. After collecting all the beast cores into his storage ring, he hurriedly departed. He did not rush home, but instead headed to the martial artist shop located on the main street of Huayuan. Boss, do you buy beast cores of second and third tiers? Jiang Hao inquired straightforwardly. The plump middle-aged man, lounging in a recliner, glanced lazily at Jiang Hao before responding nonchalantly. Of course, I buy them. Second-tier beast cores go for 200 each, while third-tier ones are 500. As he spoke, the middle-aged man barely looked at Jiang Hao, seemingly indifferent, as he closed his eyes in relaxation, fiddling with a polished walnut in his hand. In his eyes, the martial artists of Huayuan were generally weak, often hailing from impoverished backgrounds, and many were entangled in drug addiction. Jiang Hao's initial impression was that of a destitute martial artist who had managed to hunt a beast to exchange for some cash, which led him to dismiss Jiang Hao entirely. He even deliberately attempted to lowball the price. In reality, the market buyback price for second-tier beast cores was at least 250. After all, everyone in Huayuan was in dire need of money. Even if he forced a lower price, the locals would still sell. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's remarks, Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. He did not rush to respond, but instead retrieved a full bag of beast cores from his storage ring. Tossing it onto the counter, bang, the bag landed with a thud, and the beast cores spilled out across the counter. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? What the hell? This whole bag is filled with beast cores. I thought you were trying to trick me with stones. He eagerly opened the bag, counting the beast cores one by one. Among them, there were 27 second-tier beast cores and 18 third-tier ones. He could scarcely fathom that this martial artist from Huayuan had managed to hunt so many beasts. This realization struck him with the understanding that Jiang Hao's strength was likely formidable, far beyond that of the usual street ruffians. Consequently, the middle-aged man quickly shed his previous disdainful demeanor and smiled ingratiatingly. My apologies. I misspoke earlier. Second-tier beast cores are actually 250 each, while third-tier ones are 600. Chapter 8. The threat from Lin Zilong. Looking at the sudden change in the shopkeeper's attitude, Jiang Hao let out a cold laugh. This world was indeed one where strength commanded respect. Initially regarded as a lowly individual in Huayuan, it was only natural for him to receive such treatment. But in such circumstances, speaking was a waste of time. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength could he instill fear in others. Boss, the price you offered is in line with the regular market rate. However, if I can consistently provide you with such a quantity of beast cores in the future, could we negotiate a better price? Before Jiang Hao could finish speaking, the shopkeeper eagerly nodded. Yes, of course. If you can regularly supply such quantities of beast cores, I can certainly offer you a higher price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. In this world, the cores within demon beasts possess immense value. Not only can they be utilized for forging various weapons and armor, but one can also extract special substances from them to concoct potions. A demon beast of the second tier, classified as a beast soldier, can be acquired for 250 yuan. Subsequently, in a suitable market, it can be resold for at least around 280. Furthermore, one may even seek individuals to further process these cores. In essence, there is profit to be made regardless of the circumstances. Should the quantity be sufficiently abundant, a price increase would pose no issue. Therefore, I shall make it a point to return periodically. For now, please settle the payment for these cores. No problem, no problem. The proprietor retrieved a calculator and diligently calculated the sum, perhaps out of fear of Jiang Hao's prowess. Or perhaps to express a desire for long-term collaboration. The proprietor intentionally paid an additional 10% upon finalizing the transaction. Thank you kindly. Jiang Hao smiled faintly upon noticing the amount transferred by the proprietor. To thrive in the bustling area of Huayuan, this individual is indeed quite astute. In order to continuously harness the capabilities of the void training arena, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly need to persistently hunt demon beasts. The most advantageous avenue for these cores is to sell them to merchants such as him. Subsequently, Jiang Hao casually picked up the proprietor's business card and turned to leave. As dusk descended, he went directly home to rest, planning to register for the competition at the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy the next morning, seeking suitable targets for replication within the academy. However, upon returning to his residence in Huayuan, Jiang Hao was met by the imposing figure of a dark-faced, muscular man standing outside his door. It's him. The man before him, a core student of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy, named Wang Tao, currently possessed the strength of a 7th-tier warrior, making him exceptionally remarkable among his peers. Moreover, Wang Tao shared a good rapport with Lin Zilong, as they were high school classmates and among the few who knew Jiang Hao's true identity. Now, this fellow's sudden appearance could only spell trouble. Jiang Hao, you've finally returned. Wang Tao approached Jiang Hao, his voice cold. Though I cannot fathom why you have severed ties with your family, you are undoubtedly the most foolish person I have ever encountered. How could you abandon the prominent young master of the Lin family to return to this filthy Huayuan? I truly cannot comprehend your thought process, since learning of Jiang Hao's true identity. Wang Tao had harbored immense envy towards him. Having grown up in an orphanage in the Tianhe Bay city without parents, Wang Tao had worked exceptionally hard since becoming a warrior to secure a brighter future. He had endeavored to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Zilong, hoping to leverage the Lin family's resources for his training. Yet, he was astounded to discover that a lowly individual from Huayuan was, in fact, the Lin family's long-lost young master. Why was he not bestowed with such boundless wealth? A normal person would undoubtedly cling tightly to the Lin family's influence. Yet, Jiang Hao had chosen to relinquish that identity. In Wang Tao's eyes, Jiang Hao is nothing short of an imbecile. What I do is of no concern to you. Jiang Hao gazed coldly at Wang Tao, stepping aside. Do you think I am eager to seek you out? Wang Tao, already consumed by jealousy towards Jiang Hao's status, shouted in anger. If it were not for someone else's bidding, do you think I would come to this wretched place? Jiang Hao, allow me to be frank. I am here on behalf of Lin Zilong to find you. If you are still a man, then participate in the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy's competition. If you dare refuse, do not blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, Wang Tao clenched his hardened fists. Lin Zilong had tasked him with ensuring Jiang Hao's registration for the competition to avoid disappointing Lin Zilong. Wang Tao was willing to resort to extreme measures if necessary. Moreover, with nightfall upon them, Huayuan was already chaotic. Even if he were to give Jiang Hao a sound beating, what repercussions would follow? He chuckled. It was Lin Zilong who sent you. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. Return and inform him that I shall indeed participate in the upcoming competition at the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Let him prepare for his impending defeat at my hands. With that, Jiang Hao pushed past Wang Tao and strode into his home. Meanwhile, he silently invoked, replicate Wang Tao. Ding, request from the host received. Wang Tao has been successfully replicated. Cooldown period, 72 hours. The host can reduce the cooldown time by defeating warriors or demon beasts during this period. Wang Tao's strength among the current students of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy was undeniably formidable. Engaging in continuous battles with a warrior of Wang Tao's caliber within the void training arena would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to Jiang Hao's abilities. What? Wang Tao stood frozen. Watching Jiang Hao's departing figure and hearing his words, he had assumed Jiang Hao to be weak and incapable, never expecting him to agree to participate in the competition. Astonishingly, Jiang Hao not only accepted but also made such bold claims. You, a mere waste, dare to boast of defeating Lin Zilong. If you were truly so exceptional, how could the Lin family possibly look down upon you? It is utterly ridiculous. Wang Tao spat disdainfully in Jiang Hao's direction before hastily departing, but he immediately sought out Lin Zilong to relay the news. Upon hearing this, Lin Zilong was initially taken aback before erupting into wild laughter. Ha ha! Are you certain you didn't miss here? Jiang Hao expects me to prepare for defeat. The more he spoke, the more he found it amusing. He wondered who Jiang Hao thought he was if he were genuinely talented. Perhaps he would earn a modicum of respect from Lin Zilong. Yet, he was merely a waste. At this point, Lin Zilong's eyes flashed with malice. This waste was the reason his mother refused to return home, causing turmoil within the family. I must teach him a lesson, forcing him to kneel before the entire family and apologize. In that moment, he could almost envision Jiang Hao on his knees, repentant. Chapter 9. Rebellion. This waste dares to threaten me. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated dwelling of Huai Yuan, Jiang Hao had already entered the void training arena and engaged in a fierce battle with the replicated Wang Tao. As a fifth-tier warrior and a core student of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy, Wang Tao's strength was undeniably formidable. He wielded a pair of claw-like weapons forged from dark steel. And combined with his own immense physical power, anyone caught within his reach would be struck down with a single punch. Even if Jiang Hao did not perish, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Defeating Wang Tao without relying on the capabilities of a mentalist would be akin to scaling a mountain. However, the more arduous the battle became, the greater the improvement for Jiang Hao. This opportunity to fight without reservations not only granted him experience but also allowed him to grasp various combat techniques, which were crucial for a novice warrior. After approximately 7 or 8 deaths, Jiang Hao had begun to anticipate Wang Tao's every attack, responding with counterattacks in a timely manner, with the ferocity of his wind blade. Whenever Jiang Hao found an opening, he unleashed a barrage of strikes. After successfully defeating Wang Tao for the first time, Jiang Hao received a substantial amount of experience, instantly elevating him to the rank of 4th-tier warrior. Astonished, Jiang Hao marveled at the rapidity of his advancement. Truly, the prowess of a 7th-tier warrior is impressive. Let us continue. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao summoned the replica of Wang Tao once more and plunged into fierce combat. After 10 defeats of Wang Tao, Jiang Hao ascended to the realm of a 5th-tier warrior, despite having fought for an extended duration within the void training arena. Only a few seconds had passed in the real world. This meant that to outsiders, it appeared as though Jiang Hao had merely spaced out momentarily before rapidly advancing from a 3rd-tier warrior to a 5th-tier warrior. This once again attested to the formidable nature of the system. With his current strength, even if he were to engage Wang Tao in battle without relying on the powers of a mentalist, he would easily triumph. For Jiang Hao, the mentalist was his greatest trump card. In this treacherous world, he could not afford to reveal it lightly. The following day, Jiang Hao departed Huayuan early in the morning. That he did not rush to hunt demon beasts, but instead made his way to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy, located in the main urban area of Tianhe City. Today marked the deadline for registration for the martial arts competition, and he needed to sign up immediately. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Hao entered the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy as one of the academy's students. He could freely come and go, since Lin Jinbei had never publicly acknowledged Jiang Hao's identity, and even for the sake of maintaining his own reputation as the academy's head, Lin Jinbei had never spoken to Jiang Hao within the academy. Deliberately keeping his distance, they behaved as if they were strangers, fearful that Jiang Hao's presence would tarnish the head's reputation. Furthermore, given that Jiang Hao hailed from the impoverished area of Huai Yuan and was relatively weak, his presence in the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy was almost negligible. Upon reaching the registration area for the martial arts competition, Jiang Hao saw a young instructor responsible for registrations packing up his belongings. He hurriedly approached, stating, "I wish to register for the competition. I'm sorry, but you've arrived too late. Registration is already closed." The young instructor didn't even bother to glance at Jiang Hao, continuing to pack up his things. Although registration would officially close at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, however, within the Fenglai Martial Arts School, the formidable students had already registered long ago, those who dared to sign up at this late hour. How impressive could they truly be? Furthermore, Jiang Hao was widely recognized as the school's disappointment, having been a mere 2nd-tier martial artist after 4 years of training. In the eyes of the instructors, a student like Jiang Hao, devoid of potential, was hardly worth their attention. That if he failed to pass the assessments next year, he would be expelled without hesitation. At present, he was eager to meet his girlfriend, having nearly packed all his belongings. Why would he waste time on Jiang Hao? After a few brief words, he prepared to leave. "Wait," Jiang Hao called out to him. It was barely past 8 in the morning, and registration didn't close until 2 in the afternoon. What right did he have to deny him the opportunity to sign up? The young instructor, incensed by Jiang Hao's words, retorted, "Just because I am an instructor at the Fenglai Martial Arts School. You, a lowly inhabitant of the slums, possess neither talent nor background. What could a waste like you achieve, even if you participated in the martial arts competition? Jiang Hao, I advise you to abandon such futile hopes. The competition is far more perilous than you can imagine. There have been fatalities in previous years. Instead of wasting your time here, you should devote yourself to training. With such inferior talent, you must toil diligently rather than daydream." To become an instructor at the Fenglai Martial Arts School, one had to be at least a fifth-tier warrior. He didn't regard Jiang Hao, a feeble fighter, as worthy of his consideration. Unfortunately, instructors were prohibited from taking action against students. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to teach Jiang Hao a lesson. Undeterred by the instructor's scorn, Jiang Hao spoke coldly, "I said I want to register. The registration period hasn't ended, and if you leave now, I will report you to the Fenglai Martial Arts School headquarters." "Outrageous. You dare threaten me, you worthless fool." The young instructor was thoroughly infuriated by Jiang Hao's defiance, just as he was about to retaliate. A proud figure emerged from the side. "Jiang Hao is right. The registration period is still open. What gives you the authority to deny him the chance to register? Your actions have tarnished the reputation of the Fenglai Martial Arts School." The speaker was Lin Zilong, that he had hoped for Jiang Hao to register, believing it would provide an opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, he was furious to learn that the instructor had barred Jiang Hao from signing up. Moreover, he could not tolerate an instructor who oppressed students within the school. Lin Zilong's presence intimidated the young instructor, who slumped to the ground. Despite his own strength, he knew Lin Zilong was the son of the school's master. In the hierarchy of the martial arts world, Lin Zilong was untouchable. "Master Zilong, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Lin Zilong ignored the pleas, waving his hand dismissively, instructing the other instructors to throw the man out of the school. He then strode up to Jiang Hao and whispered, "Jiang Hao, don't mistake this for me helping you. I simply cannot abide by this man's actions. I commend your courage to register for the competition. But you are woefully weak. If you are willing to return and kneel before my parents to apologize, I might spare you. Otherwise, I will show no mercy in the arena." Chapter 10. Jiang Hao registers for the competition. Shocking all. Upon observing Lin Zilong's arrogant demeanor, Jiang Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "You want me to kneel and apologize to them? On what grounds? I have no ties to the Lin family now." As he spoke, his expression was devoid of warmth. "Jiang Hao, do not go too far." Lin Zilong struggled to contain his anger, his voice hoarse. "Do you not realize that your actions have thrown the entire Lin family into chaos? My mother has unjustly blamed my father for your departure and ultimately left home in fury. I warn you, it would be best to return and admit your mistakes, or you will face dire consequences." In the face of this so-called brother, Lin Zilong's eyes were devoid of any fraternal affection. Only a chilling malice permeated the air. To him, Jiang Hao is unworthy of being his brother, much less a young master of the Lin family. "Are you threatening me?" Jiang Hao scoffed. "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, stop your incessant prattling. A good dog should not block the way. Get lost." With that, Jiang Hao shoved Lin Zilong aside and walked out of the Fenglai Martial Arts School. He had long since grown weary of this prestigious martial arts school that everyone in Tianhe Bay City admired. After this martial arts competition, he intended to leave Fenglai Martial Arts School for good. Lin Zilong glared at Jiang Hao's resolute back, gritting his teeth in fury. "Jiang Hao, you forced my hand. Don't blame me for showing no mercy." Meanwhile, news of Jiang Hao's registration for the martial arts competition quickly reached the ears of the schoolmaster. "Lin Jinbei, what did you say?" "Jiang Hao registered for the competition." Lin Jinbei exclaimed in disbelief. What gives him the audacity? He is merely a second-tier martial artist. Where does he find the confidence to compete? Does he not realize that fatalities have occurred in previous competitions? What if something happens to him? Lin Jinbei was incensed by this news. The Lin family had already been in turmoil due to Jiang Hao's actions over the past few days. Even his wife had returned to her family in distress. Lin Jinbei planned to confront Jiang Hao in a few days, determined to use whatever means necessary to bring him back home. As long as Jiang Hao returned, his wife would naturally follow suit. But he never anticipated that Jiang Hao would choose to register for the competition. Currently, on Blue Star, the monster beasts were growing increasingly powerful and rampant. Human martial artists needed to advance rapidly. Although the martial arts competition was ostensibly a friendly sparring session among students, it often spiraled out of control during actual combat, even with instructors present. It was sometimes difficult to intervene in time. Therefore, Every student registering for the competition implicitly signed a waiver absolving the martial arts school of any responsibility for injuries or fatalities that might occur during the event. Lin Jinbei believed Jiang Hao was far too weak. 20 years old. He was still merely a second-tier martial artist. If he encountered a formidable opponent, it could easily result in his demise. Why did you not stop Jiang Hao from registering? Lin Jinbei demanded of a middle-aged man before him. This man was Guo Yunhai, the chief instructor of the Fenglai martial arts school. He was not only powerful, but also Lin Jinbei's confidant, and one of the few individuals aware of Jiang Hao's true identity. However, due to Lin Jinbei's orders, Guo Yunhai was forbidden from disclosing Jiang Hao's true identity to anyone, not even his own family. At this moment, Guo Yunhai hastily replied, "Master, you misunderstand. Jiang Hao was initially blocked from registering. But then the second young master suddenly appeared and permitted him to register, even dismissing the instructor who opposed him that I had no authority to intervene in the second young master's command." Guo Yunhai understood that this was a family matter for the Lin family, and as an outsider, he could not interfere. What? Zilong allowed this. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Jinbei quickly grasped the situation. This was undoubtedly Lin Zilong's attempt to retaliate against Jiang Hao. He intended to teach Jiang Hao a lesson on the competition stage. Damn it. Lin Jinbei clenched his fist in rage. He was all too familiar with Lin Zilong's character. He was righteous and kind-hearted, never using his status to oppress others, often aiding impoverished students. Yet now, he was poised to take action against Jiang Hao. Evidently pushed to the brink by Jiang Hao's severance of ties and his mother's departure from home. "Master, should I forcibly revoke Jiang Hao's qualification to compete? This way, they won't come to blows," Guo Yunhai suggested. But Lin Jinbei immediately countered, "No. If that brat wants to compete, then let him. A disobedient child like him truly requires a good lesson that we will simply be cautious during the competition." Initially, Lin Jinbei had considered revoking Jiang Hao's qualification, but upon reflection, he found it unnecessary. Jiang Hao was so weak that he would likely be eliminated in the first round and would probably not encounter Lin Zilong. Even if they did cross paths in the first round, Lin Jinbei was confident that Lin Zilong would merely teach Jiang Hao a lesson and would not resort to lethal measures. Jiang Hao had already caused enough unrest within the family. Even if Lin Zilong did not act, Lin Jinbei planned to discipline him personally. Such a rebellious child required strict guidance. Very well. Guo Yunhai nodded in agreement and turned to leave. He then attempted to call his daughter, Guo Feng, but received no answer. "What is going on?" No response from Guo Yi either, and now my daughter is not answering her phone. It is undoubtedly that scoundrel Guo Yi who has stirred up yet another calamity. Once the martial arts competition concludes, I shall ensure he receives a proper reprimand. Guo Yunhai is exasperated with his wayward son, lamenting the fact that he does not dedicate himself to training at the martial arts school and frequently ventures out to cause trouble. Not long ago, Jiang Hao's adoptive parents met a tragic end at the hands of Guo Yi. This incident was suppressed through Guo Yunhai's connections, preventing it from becoming public knowledge. If the Lin family were to discover this, Guo Yi's life would be in grave jeopardy. Without further contemplation, Guo Yunhai hurried to the Fenglai martial arts school to prepare for the upcoming competition. Just as he exited the Lin residence, Wang Ruiyao returned, storming into the hall. "Lin Jinbei, why did you not stop Hao? He is merely a second-tier martial artist. His participation in the competition would be nothing short of a farce. I have even heard that it was Zilong who deliberately encouraged Jiang Hao to sign up. As their father, how can you turn a blind eye to this? Do you truly wish to see the brothers turn against each other and engage in a fierce conflict?" Wang Ruiyao had initially intended to stay away from Lin Jinbei, still harboring resentment. But upon learning of this situation, she could no longer remain passive as a mother. The thought of either son being harmed was unbearable. Moreover, this martial arts competition was specifically arranged to elevate Lin Zilong's reputation. If Lin Zilong were to clash with his elder brother in such a setting, once Jiang Hao's true identity is revealed, it would surely tarnish Zilong's reputation. "My dear wife, you have finally returned," Lin Jinbei exclaimed as he rushed to embrace Wang Ruiyao. "I have just learned about Hao's situation as well. However, I see it not as a misfortune. Since Hao's identity remains undisclosed, it will not affect Zilong in the slightest. Besides, Hao has been quite disobedient. If he is not taught a lesson now, what will become of him in the future? Furthermore, being defeated by his own younger brother is far preferable to being humiliated by others later on. I want Jiang Hao to comprehend the vast chasm that exists between him and his brother." Chapter 11. The Martial Arts Competition, A Child of Destiny. Wang Ruiyao initially felt that Jiang Hao's participation in the competition was exceedingly perilous. Yet, After hearing Lin Junbei's reasoning, she began to find merit in his perspective. As a mother, she was at a loss as to how to make amends with Jiang Hao, who had been absent for so long. If he were to be bested by Lin Zilong, perhaps he would come to realize the significance of strength. In that case, Jiang Hao would likely choose to return to the Lin family in his pursuit of improvement. Lin Junbei, heed my words. I have not forgiven you yet. If you allow Howard to be harmed in this competition, I shall not let you off lightly. Zilong must also remain unharmed. Lin Junbei smiled faintly. My dear, rest assured, Howard will be just fine. As for Zilong, there is even less to worry about. His prowess already surpasses that of any student in the martial arts school. He is destined to claim victory in the competition. To ensure Zilong's rise to fame, I have invited numerous distinguished guests to witness the event. This competition will undoubtedly elevate his status. Let this matter rest for now. Once Howard returns, I will surely make it up to him. Wang Ruoye huffed before retreating to her chamber. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the gray mist forest, Jiang Hao, wielding his remarkable abilities, commanded blood spikes to slay numerous demonic beasts. After clearing the system's cooldown period, he returned to the Fenglai Martial Arts School in search of a suitable opponent to replicate. With only 2 days remaining until the competition, Jiang Hao knew that to secure victory, he needed to attain at least the strength of a 7th-tier martial artist. Only then would he possess the confidence to defeat Lin Zilong. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Hao was either hunting demonic beasts or engaged in relentless battles within the void martial arts arena. The night before the competition, he enjoyed a restful sleep, restoring his body to peak condition. The following morning, the triannual martial arts competition at Fenglai Martial Arts School officially commenced. This grand event served not only to assess the current students but also to showcase the strength of Fenglai Martial Arts School to the outside world. At this moment, the school was abuzz with excitement, with Lin Junbei, Wang Ruoye, and other high-ranking officials in attendance, alongside members of renowned families from across Yan country. These distinguished guests had come to witness none other than Lin Junbei's son, Lin Zilong. They were eager to gauge the formidable prowess of this illustrious prodigy. Just then, a black and gold airship appeared above the Tianhe base city. Moments later, a burly man clad in golden armor descended from the ship, landing gracefully on the ground. Upon seeing this individual, even masters of Lin Junbei's caliber were compelled to greet him with smiles. He quickly approached, cupping his fists in respect, only to realize that Prosecutor Liu had graced them with his presence. The Fenglai Martial Arts School in Tianhe base city had truly been illuminated by his arrival. The burly figure before them was none other than Lu Jinshan, one of the inspectors of Fenglai Martial Arts School. His strength and authority surpassed that of the branch leaders across the land. Typically, inspectors traveled to various branches to oversee operations and management, with Lu Jinshan personally attending the martial arts competition. It undoubtedly reflected favorably on Lin Junbei. Ha ha ha. There is no need for such formality. My brother Lin.as an inspector of Fenglai Martial Arts School. It is my duty to assess the capabilities of this year's students. As he spoke, Lu Jinshan's gaze fell upon Lin Zilong, who stood beside Lin Junbei. Impressive. To achieve 8th-tier status at such a young age is remarkable. My brother Lin, your son has a boundless future ahead of him. Being an inspector, Lu Jinshan had no need to curry favor with Lin Junbei. His admiration for Lin Zilong was genuine. Even at the headquarters of Fenglai Martial Arts School, tales of Lin Zilong's prowess circulated widely, marking him as a standout among the younger generation. Hearing Lu Jinshan's praise for his son filled both Lin Junbei and Wang Ruoye with immense pride. Oh, not at all. My son Zilong still has considerable room for growth. In the future, I hope Inspector Liu will continue to guide him. After Lin Junbei's words, Lin Zilong stepped forward to Lu Jinshan. Uncle Liu, should I falter in any way during the competition, please offer your guidance. Rest assured, the school will spare no effort in nurturing a talent like you, Lu Jinshan replied before being ushered to the guest seating area. All of this was witnessed clearly by Jiang Hao, who stood among the crowd. Though he harbored no feelings for Lin Junbei or Wang Ruoye, he could not help but sympathize with his own circumstances. In such a setting, where he was indeed their son, why was Lin Zilong afforded the privilege of standing beside them while he remained in the shadows? Throughout the entire event, Lin Junbei never mentioned Jiang Hao, continually boasting about his younger son, as if Jiang Hao did not even exist. Such actions only deepened Jiang Hao's disdain for him. Just then, a sudden outburst rang out behind Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, what are you doing here? As a 2nd-tier martial artist, who gave you the audacity to sign up? The speaker was a tall girl with her hair tied in a high ponytail. Jiang Hao immediately recognized her as Chen Meiqi. one of the core students at Fenlei Martial Arts School. Her father, Chen Hai, had been a close friend of Lin Jinbei but sadly lost his life during the Beast Tide 20 years ago. Consequently, Lin Jinbei had taken Chen Meiqi in, treating her as his own daughter. This made her one of the few individuals aware of Jiang Hao's true identity. Jiang Hao, I initially thought you were a decent person. But now it seems you are nothing more than a pitiful coward. If you wish to sever ties, do so. Why must you disturb the Lin family? Now you want to sign up for the competition. This is clearly seeking your demise. Are you trying to elicit sympathy from your adoptive parents? Jiang Hao, in her eyes, was far too weak to participate in the martial arts competition. It was nothing short of embarrassing. There was no chance of victory. He would be eliminated in the first round or worse, severely injured. To Chen Meiqi, Jiang Hao's decision to enter the competition could only stem from one motive: to publicly garner sympathy from the Lin family. Pressuring Lin Jinbei to acknowledge him as his son, the more she thought about it, the more she despised Jiang Hao. Chapter 12. A slap to teach you a lesson. Chen Meiqi, do not lose your mind here. If you wish to fawn over the Lin family, go seek out Lin Jinbei or Lin Zeluing. Do not bother me. Get as far away as you can. Jiang Hao glared at Chen Meiqi, filled with disdain. Although she was adopted by Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoyao, she was not content to remain merely their foster daughter. Her ambitions were fixated on marrying Lin Zelong, aspiring to become the true mistress of the Lin family. Within the 2 months since the original body returned to the Lin family, Chen Meiqi, though not often at home, would invariably return to hurl various scornful remarks at the original body. She would even treat the original body as a servant to command. The current Jiang Hao, however, was no longer the pushover he once was, allowing her to bully him. How could this despicable woman insult him without cause? Naturally, he retorted immediately, with the assistance of the system. Jiang Hao had already risen to the rank of a 7th-tier martial artist. As for why others could not perceive his fluctuating aura, he believed it to be the system's effect, which helped conceal part of his presence. You dare to insult me? Although Chen Meiqi was not the true eldest daughter of the Lin family, she had been treated like a biological daughter over the years. This upbringing had instilled in her a haughty and domineering disposition. Being publicly humiliated by Jiang Hao was utterly intolerable for her. She stormed up to Jiang Hao, reprimanding him. I kindly advised you against participating in the competition, yet you have the audacity to insult me. Shouldn't you apologize for causing such a commotion in the Lin family? Our parents are strict with us for our own good. Why are you so sensitive? Severing ties is simply childish. Let me tell you. Today's martial arts competition is specifically prepared for Zhe Long. If your disruptions affect him, I will not spare you. Chen Meiqi looked down at Jiang Hao with an air of superiority. Formally, Jiang Hao was her adoptive brother. Yet in her gaze, there was not a shred of respect for him. It was as if she were gazing upon a filthy beggar, filled with disdain, despite her anger towards Jiang Hao's actions. Her voice remained low, deliberately suppressing it so that the surrounding students and instructors could not overhear their conversation. This way, Jiang Hao's identity would remain undisclosed, and the Lin family would not be subjected to ridicule. So, you can't understand human language. I told you not to bother me. Jiang Hao was not inclined to indulge Chen Meiqi. Seeing her so unreasonable, he raised his hand and delivered a slap. The sharp sound of the slap quickly drew the attention of those around, who turned to look at Jiang Hao and Chen Meiqi. Isn't that Miss Chen? How could she be with someone like Jiang Hao? And Jiang Hao actually dared to hit her. Doesn't he know that Chen Meiqi is the adopted daughter of the pavilion master? Wow, Jiang Hao is impressive. Honestly, I've wanted to hit Chen Meiqi for ages, but I never dared to do so. Regardless of Jiang Hao's reasons for taking action, I truly admire him. Having been struck suddenly by Jiang Hao, Chen Meiqi was already seething with rage. The murmurs of the surrounding students only intensified her embarrassment and fury. Jiang Hao, you dare to hit me. I will kill you. Chen Meiqi, furious beyond measure, prepared to retaliate, but suddenly halted. As if struck by a thought, Jiang Hao, I know what you're trying to do. You're deliberately provoking me to make me act against you, inciting chaos. This way, all attention will be on you. And you can use this opportunity to publicly declare your identity. How despicable. I will not let you succeed. Just wait. Since you insist on signing up for the competition, I shall see what a pitiful sight you become. With that, Chen Meiqi touched her swollen cheek in anger and turned to leave. Fool. Jiang Hao couldn't be bothered with Chen Meiqi, this foolish girl. He merely wanted to await the start of the competition. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed from the distant sky. Huh, Lin Jinbei? How could the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Pavilion host such a grand event without inviting me? A robust man with red hair leaped down from a tamed flying beast. His appearance instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Upon noticing his distinctive red hair, Jiang Hao was taken aback. Was he not Li Jinhao, the branch master of the Heavenly River Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion? How could he suddenly appear here? Currently, in the Yin Kingdom, the two strongest martial arts pavilions were the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and the Extreme Pavilion. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion was a highly formal establishment, adhering to all standards of the Yin Kingdom, frequently receiving various awards and accolades. In contrast, the Extreme Pavilion was less constrained by such regulations, as long as one possessed sufficient strength. They could attain a high status within the pavilion and enjoy preferential access to its resources. In fact, if one had the ability to defeat the local branch master, they could take their place. Li Jinhao had personally defeated the branch master of the Heavenly River Base City years ago, propelling himself to great heights. The starkly different styles of the two pavilions resulted in the martial artists they produced being distinctly dissimilar. Those emerging from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion were akin to graduates of a formal institution, conducting themselves with decorum. Conversely, those from the Extreme Pavilion were rebellious, to put it simply. Although it seemed that these two pavilions maintained an unspoken truce, they were, in reality, constantly at odds behind the scenes. Li Jinhao and Lin Jinbei had clashed numerous times. While they were not sworn enemies, they certainly held disdain for one another. The appearance of Lin Jinhao undoubtedly put the members of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion on high alert, even prompting Lu Jinshan, the inspector of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, to display signs of displeasure. His strength actually surpassed that of Li Jinhao, but the Wind and Thunder Pavilion could not act against those from the Extreme Pavilion. To do so would be tantamount to declaring war between the two pavilions, with significant implications for the Yin Kingdom. However, to prevent Li Jinhao from causing trouble, Lu Jinshan immediately stood up, stating, "Li Jinhao, today is a grand occasion for our Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Do not cause any mischief." Ha ha ha. Li Jinhao laughed heartily in response, then said, "I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Just consider me an audience member. Act as if I am not here." After saying this, he nonchalantly walked to the guest seating area, completely unconcerned with the gazes of those around him. Lu Jinshan, feeling helpless, could only let out a slight sigh. Lin Jinbei did not wish to clash with Li Jinhao today. Since he had come to watch the competition, there was indeed no reason to stop him. He turned to his son, Lin Zilong, and said, "My son, you must win the championship in this competition, showcasing your strength to all present. As for Jiang Hao, at this point, Lin Jinbei paused. I am aware of the conflict between you and him. Though his strength is such that he will likely be eliminated in the first round, if you are matched against Jiang Hao in the first round, you must hold back. Just teach him a lesson." "Father, rest assured, I am well aware of what to do," Lin Zilong replied expressionlessly. His cold gaze fell upon Jiang Hao amidst the crowd. "Jiang Hao, I will make you understand just how vast the gap in our strengths is." Chapter 13. A Severed Arm, shocking the crowd. As the martial arts competition at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion was about to commence, the pavilion master Lin Jinbei took to the stage to deliver an inspiring speech. Following an opening statement similar to past events, the thrilling and intense competition was set to unfold. This year's competition would be presided over by Guo Yunhai, the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. He walked steadily to the center of the stage, his voice booming as he declared, "Let us warmly welcome all participants and guests to this grand martial arts competition. This competition will continue to utilize a computerized lottery system to randomly assign opponents to the participants. When one side concedes or loses the ability to fight, the other will be declared the victor. That I must solemnly remind you that the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's competitions have historically resulted in injuries and fatalities. Therefore, any participant who registers for the competition is deemed to have automatically signed a life and death waiver. Should any participant feel apprehensive, you may withdraw from the competition now. At this point, he deliberately paused, casting his gaze over every participant preparing to compete. This was to confirm whether anyone intended to withdraw and, on another note, to observe Jiang Hao's, the pavilion master's incompetent son. He felt it necessary to pay him some attention today. Those who chose to participate were clearly aware of the rules. No one chose to forfeit. This lad truly possesses great courage. In that case, I hope he is swiftly eliminated in the first round. Noticing that Jiang Hao also did not choose to withdraw, Guo Yunhai had no choice but to announce the start of the competition. Soon, a large screen slowly rose behind Guo Yunhai, displaying the avatars of the 32 contestants registered for the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's martial arts competition. Subsequently, the computer system began to automatically match the participants. Approximately 30 seconds later, the 32 contestants were paired up, ready to enter their designated combat arenas, standing among the crowd. Jiang Hao looked up at the large screen. In the first round, his opponent was named Wang Xian. Although this individual was not a core disciple of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, he was currently a fourth-tier martial artist, if one were to consider Jiang Hao's strength from a few days prior. Defeating Wang Xin would have been nearly impossible. However, the situation had changed. A mere fourth-tier martial artist was nothing for Jiang Hao to regard with any seriousness. He strode directly into the third battle arena, silently awaiting the commencement of the match. At this moment, in the guest seating, Lin Jinbei and his wife Wang Riyao were both fixated on Jiang Hao. Jinbei knew that Wang Xian's strength was only of moderate caliber among this batch of trainees. Nevertheless, it far surpassed that of Jiang Hao. You must act decisively at a critical moment. Do not let Hao come to harm. Wang Riyao expressed her concerns, fretting over Jiang Hao's perceived weakness and the possibility of him incurring serious injury. Madam, rest assured, I have made all the necessary arrangements. Guo Yuhai will keep a vigilant watch over Hao, Lin Jinbei replied, confident in his preparations. He had never believed that Jiang Hao would emerge victorious. His gaze filled with disdain. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was merely his ineffectual son, requiring a firm reprimand in order to grow. Wang Riyao, upon hearing this, remained silent but nodded slightly in agreement. Soon after, under their watchful eyes, Jiang Hao's opponent, Wang Xian, strode confidently into the third battle arena. At 18 years of age, Wang Xian was robustly built, having devoted himself to rigorous training since joining the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. He understood that to become a core disciple and earn the master's favor, participation in the martial arts tournament was essential. The opponents assigned in the first round were typically not very formidable. However, he was taken aback to find himself matched against the Academy's notorious weakling, Jiang Hao. This realization left Wang Xian astonished. On one hand, he marveled at his own fortune, yet on the other, he was incredulous that someone like Jiang Hao dared to enter the tournament. Jiang Hao, though I cannot fathom the source of your confidence, your misfortune lies in facing me. I am not one to hold back. If you are afraid, you should surrender promptly. This would save time and spare you from injury. In Wang Xian's eyes, Jiang Hao is far too weak, a foe unworthy of his full attention. However, Jiang Hao paid no heed to Wang Xian's taunts, turning instead to the instructor acting as referee. May we begin? He inquired. As soon as both competitors are prepared, we may commence, the referee replied, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao spoke little more, swiftly retrieving his black blade. Oh, are you truly intent on engaging me? Wang Xian scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. Very well, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Wang Xian unsheathed his sword, looking upon Jiang Hao with the scorn one might reserve for a mere primary school student. A mere second-tier martial artist, he thought, was not worth his serious effort. Yet, at the instant he prepared to strike, Jiang Hao surged forward with astonishing speed, wielding his blade. Wang Xian barely had time to react before a searing pain shot through his right arm. In a mere exchange, Jiang Hao's black blade had severed it cleanly. Blood spurted forth in an instant. Wang Xian collapsed to the ground, desperately clutching his shoulder, emitting a wretched cry. The Gale Blade technique was renowned for its swiftness and ferocity. When mastered, even a casual swing resembled the howling winds. Wang Xian was not weak, but his arrogance had blinded him. In Jiang Hao's eyes, he was rife with openings. Under these circumstances, Jiang Hao executed the thunder step, delivering a decisive blow. How is this possible? The referee overseeing the third arena was left in shock. As an instructor of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, he was well acquainted with the profiles of all the trainees in this cohort. He knew all too well that Jiang Hao was merely a second-tier martial artist, while Wang Xian was a formidable fourth-tier warrior, an immense disparity. Yet now, Jiang Hao had grievously injured Wang Xian in an instant, causing the referee to question his very existence. Even more alarming was the sheer brutality of Jiang Hao's attack, far beyond ordinary expectations. In the guest seating, Lin Jinbei witnessed this scene, his teacup slipping from his grasp and shattering on the ground. When did Hao refine the thunder step to such a level? Moreover, the sword technique he employed does not originate from the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. Lin Jinbei's face was a mask of disbelief. This seemingly ordinary technique possessed remarkable power. When did Hao master such a fierce style? When did he become so decisive and ruthless? Beside him, Wang Riyao was rendered speechless, utterly stunned. In their eyes, Jiang Hao had always been weak and ineffectual. How could he now display such brutality? Chapter 14. He has been deceiving us all along. Jinbei, what on earth is happening? Why has Hao transformed into this? How could he inflict such harm upon a fellow academy member? Wang Ruiyu was astonished by Jiang Hao's displayed prowess. But more than that, She was distressed by the fact that the once timid Jiang Hao had severed Wang Xian's arm with a single strike, though it might be possible for Wang Xian to reattach his arm through special means. He would never regain his former self. In a sense, Jiang Hao had effectively crippled Wang Xian. Despite their limited interactions, they were still fellow disciples of the same academy. This was an excessively heavy hand. A stark contrast to the Jiang Hao they knew. I never anticipated that he had been deceiving us all this time. He is clearly ruthless, yet he feigned weakness before us. What could his intentions possibly be? Is he deliberately trying to embarrass us? How could I, Lin Jinbei, have such a callous son? Lin Jinbei could not accept that Jiang Hao's strength had suddenly surged, even if he had experienced some fortuitous encounter. It was inconceivable that his character could undergo such a drastic transformation. In his view, it was clear that Jiang Hao had been deliberately concealing his true abilities from the very beginning. This boy has been putting on an act all along, pretending to be meek and timid, even hesitating to mention the lack of a room. He has been performing for us all this time. The more Lin Jinbei pondered, the angrier he became, his voice trembling with rage. Jinbei, there may be more to this than meets the eye. Hao may not truly be this kind of person. Wang Riao attempted to defend Jiang Hao. But Lin Jinbei countered vehemently. Enough! When he clashed with Wang Xian, he displayed no fear, severing his arm without hesitation. This is not the behavior of a novice. His ruthlessness surpasses anything we could have imagined. I, Lin Jinbei, have lived an upright life, deserving of respect from all, yet I have a son so utterly brutal. I regret not having guided him myself these past years, allowing him to become this merciless. This time, I shall seize the opportunity to teach this ungrateful son a proper lesson through Zilong. It cannot be. Hao would never behave this way. Wang Ruoyao, still unwilling to believe Jiang Hao is truly this kind of person, anxiously gazed toward the third battle arena. At that moment, within the third battle arena, the referee immediately called for medical personnel, who swiftly addressed Wang Xian's severed arm and transported him for urgent care. This ensured the best possible chance for Wang Xian's recovery in the future. After attending to these matters, the referee glared angrily at Jiang Hao. Your attack was excessively brutal. With such strength, why deliberately sever his arm? Do you understand what it means for a martial artist to lose their right arm? It signifies the destruction of their future. Although Wang Xian was not a core disciple of the academy, he possessed considerable talent. The fact that Jiang Hao had ruined his prospects left the referee seething with indignation. The martial arts tournament at Fenglei Martial Arts Academy has always demanded that participants fight with all their might. Moreover, injuries and fatalities had occurred in past tournaments. Why was Jiang Hao singled out? If, by chance, I were to hold back and be killed by this fellow, could I bear the responsibility? Jiang Hao regarded the referee with cold indifference. I have no interest in engaging in idle chatter with you. Just announce the verdict. You. The referee clenched his fists, glaring at Jiang Hao. Very well. I never anticipated you to be such a person. This match is declared a victory for Jiang Hao. The words were forced from him through gritted teeth. There was no alternative. According to the rules of the Fenglei Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Hao had indeed not violated any regulations. Everything had occurred within the permissible limits. Reluctantly, he announced Jiang Hao as the victor. The moment these words left his lips, they captured the attention of all present. The match had lasted less than 3 minutes. Even the most anticipated participant, Lin Zilong, had only just begun. Yet, one of the competitors had already emerged victorious. Even if it was a surrender, it seemed far too swift. Furthermore, this was the tournament of the Fenglei Martial Arts Academy. Who would surrender without reason? As the crowd learned that the victorious participant was the second-tier martial artist Jiang Hao, and that his opponent Wang Xian had been defeated with a single strike, losing his right arm in the process. Astonishment rippled through the audience. How is this possible? Wang Xian is at least a fourth-tier martial artist. How could he be bested by this second-tier waste? To have lost his arm in such a manner is utterly absurd. Did anyone witness this match firsthand? Who would be interested in watching a battle between second-tier martial artists? Our attention was solely focused on Lin Zilong. Moreover, the entire incident transpired so rapidly that no one truly saw what happened. Could it be that Jiang Hao was deliberately concealing his strength from the very beginning? The expressions of disbelief were palpable among all present, including some former students who once looked down upon Jiang Hao. In the distance, Chen Meiqi, witnessing the unfolding events in another arena, was struck with sheer horror. In her mind, Jiang Hao was merely a useless individual. How could he possibly defeat Wang Xian? Furthermore, due to Jiang Hao's poor aptitude, he had been unable to grasp most of the martial techniques at the dojo. Even Lin Jinbei had no recourse but to accept the disheartening truth that his eldest son was inept. Yet now, he had managed to achieve a decisive victory over Wang Xian, Who could believe it? Could it be? Could it be that Jiang Hao was, in fact, a hidden genius? Had he been masquerading as a fool all along? Just as this thought crossed Chen Meiqi's mind, she promptly dismissed it. Shaking her head, she concluded that it was impossible. This could not be true. Her adoptive father and mother were top-tier experts. How could they fail to perceive Jiang Hao's true strength? It must be that Wang Xian had underestimated him, thus granting Jiang Hao an opportunity. His victory over Wang Xian was surely a stroke of luck. Yes, that had to be it. After solidifying her resolve, Chen Meiqi immediately re-engaged in the battle. This, of course, did not escape Lin Zilong's notice. Utilizing his exceptional prowess, he swiftly defeated his opponent. However, he was taken aback to discover that Jiang Hao had taken even less time. This revelation left Lin Zilong astonished. After all, during their encounter in the dungeon, he had severely injured Jiang Hao with a single kick. At that time, Jiang Hao had been merely a second-tier martial artist. Easily vanquished. How had he experienced such a meteoric rise in strength in just a few short days? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Zilong scoffed dismissively, even if Jiang Hao had been hiding his true abilities. What of it? A fish out of water, even if it flips back into the sea, remains but a fish. He could never surpass me. Chapter 15. I guarantee Jiang Hao's defeat within 3 strikes. After the conclusion of the first round, Lin Zilong strode out of the arena with an air of arrogance. He happened upon Jiang Hao approaching from the front and immediately questioned, "Do you find this amusing? You don't genuinely believe that by concealing certain aspects of yourself, you can humiliate me at this martial arts tournament, do you? The chasm between us is insurmountable. You are destined to lose." Listening to Lin Zilong's words, Jiang Hao responded with a cold smile. "You presume victory before the match has even begun. I wonder where you derive such confidence." Shoving Lin Zilong aside, he swaggered toward the rest area, indifferent to the peculiar gazes of those around him. He awaited the commencement of the second round. This Jiang Hao was utterly infuriating. At that moment, Chen Meiqi stormed over to Lin Zilong's side. Does he truly think he is formidable? That last battle with Wang Xian was clearly a result of Wang Xian's arrogance. No matter what, he cannot hope to match your prowess. Lin Zilong, upon hearing her words, remained silent, instead focusing on Jiang Hao's retreating figure. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Hao now emanated a markedly different aura. He was a far cry from the cowardly and incompetent Jiang Hao of yore. Nevertheless, Lin Zilong retained ample confidence. How could a waste of 20 years be a match for the true heir of the Lin family? Without further conversation, Lin Zilong turned to leave with Chen Meiqi. After a brief respite, the second round of the tournament officially commenced. 16 contestants had successfully advanced, and, as per the previous rules, the computer system conducted the random pairings. Guo Yunhai, overseeing this martial arts competition, placed particular emphasis on Jiang Hao's match in this round. He had observed Jiang Hao's battle against Wang Xian and immediately recognized that Jiang Hao's strength far exceeded their expectations. However, he believed that it was merely a slight edge over Wang Xian. Should he encounter an exceptionally strong opponent, it would be prudent to remain vigilant to prevent any unforeseen outcomes. Soon, the computer system completed the matchups. Jiang Hao's opponent in this round was Zhao Yuan, a core disciple of the Fenglai martial arts school, whose strength had reached the 6th tier of martial artists, under 20 years of age. Such prowess was indeed remarkable. However, upon learning that Zhao Yuan was his opponent, Jiang Hao felt no trepidation whatsoever. He entered the designated arena number 4 with an air of utter calm. Jiang Hao, although I did not witness your first round match, your ability to defeat Wang Xian surpasses my expectations. Nevertheless, you are still no match for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Yuan casually retrieved a massive saber with a ringed handle from his storage ring. The blade was a striking crimson, engraved with various runes, emanating a wave of intense fiery energy. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately recognized it as an A-grade weapon. The Liang saber, compared to the Liang saber. The black-edged blade in Jiang Hao's possession seemed woefully inadequate to the onlookers. Jiang Hao appeared to be vastly inferior to Zhao Yuan in both strength and weaponry. You think Jiang Hao can create another miracle this time? What miracle? That last round was clearly due to Wang Xian's overconfidence. In my view, Jiang Hao has indeed concealed his strength, but at most he is a 4th-tier martial artist and cannot possibly defeat Zhao Yuan. If Jiang Hao were truly that outstanding, why has he remained a nameless minor character for so long? Had he been exceptional, he would have long since become a core disciple. I can guarantee that within 3 strikes, Jiang Hao will undoubtedly fall. Due to Jiang Hao's dazzling defeat of Wang Xian, many spectators were now casting their gazes toward arena number 4. They were eager to witness the outcome of this round between Jiang Hao and Zhao Yuan. At this moment, within the arena, Zhao Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent. Jiang Hao, originally, we had no enmity and I had no desire to harm you. However, the Wang Xin you severely injured is my dear friend. You severed his right arm, nearly obliterating his future as a martial artist. Today, I shall break both of your arms in vengeance for Wang Xin. Zhao Yuan regarded Jiang Hao with a haughty demeanor. Each word dripping with contempt that it was as if he believed that a mere swing of his saber would effortlessly sever Jiang Hao's limbs that ha. In the face of this blatant threat, Jiang Hao merely scoffed derisively. Offering no verbal response, that he gripped the black edge blade tightly and made a provocative gesture toward Zhao Yuan, signaling him to come forth. Arrogant. Zhao Yuan was thoroughly enraged by Jiang Hao's dismissive action. With a roar, he ignited the Liang saber in a conflagration of flames. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my burning flame saber technique. Explosive slash. Zhao Yuan's right foot struck the ground with force, propelling him forward like a bolt from a crossbow, wielding the blazing saber as he charged fiercely at Jiang Hao. The burning flame saber technique was one of the pinnacle martial techniques of the Fenglai martial arts school. Classified as an A-grade saber technique, it possessed formidable power. Combined with the Liang saber in Zhao Yuan's hands, its potency was further amplified. Zhao Yuan aimed to defeat Jiang Hao in a single blow. As long as he did not intentionally kill him, there would be no issue. Under normal circumstances, with such a powerful saber technique unleashed, Jiang Hao, being weaker, would undoubtedly attempt to evade. Yet, astonishingly, Jiang Hao displayed no inclination to flee. Instead, he swung his blade and charged directly at Zhao Yuan. Clang! The Liang saber and the black edge blade collided violently in midair, producing a deafening clang of metal. Jiang Hao, who should have been unable to withstand the assault, remained remarkably composed, even managing a slight smile. His black edge blade had already been imbued with an invisible whirlwind. This not only significantly enhanced the blade's power, but also rendered it indestructible. Had it not been for this, the black edge blade's inherent hardness would have been inadequate to withstand the Liang saber's ferocious assault. This is impossible. Your pitiful blade, how could it possibly withstand my strike? How can you still defend against me? Why is this happening? Zhao Yuan found himself questioning everything. His composure shattered. You are not capable. Jiang Hao smirked coldly. If that is the case, allow me to show you the true power of my whirlwind blade. With a sudden surge of energy, Jiang Hao kicked Zhao Yuan away. Then, with astonishing speed, he swung his blade, stirring the surrounding air into a tempest, and in an instant, a whirlwind erupted. First form. Winds rise and clouds gather. With a resounding shout, Jiang Hao unleashed a powerful slash. The howling winds coalesced into azure blade energy, surging toward Zhao Yuan like a mighty dragon, its ferocity astounding. Chapter 16. Shattering the Dantian, unveiling remarkable strength. The azure blade energy cleaved through the air with lightning speed. The tempest, accompanied by the sword energy, swept forth with an air of invincibility. Zhao Yuan could hardly believe that this astonishing offensive was unleashed by Jiang Hao. Although he immediately swung the Liang saber to block, he found himself unable to withstand the terrifying onslaught of winds rise and clouds gather. Zhao Yuan's scream echoed throughout the martial arts hall. The Liang saber was forcefully knocked from his grasp, the blade cracking like a spider's web. Zhao Yuan himself crashed heavily to the ground, a deep wound gaping open in his abdomen, blood gushing forth. His entire body was marred by scars inflicted by the slicing winds, a sight that was truly shocking. With but a single blow, Zhao Yuan, a core disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, was grievously injured and fell into unconsciousness. This scene left every onlooker in utter astonishment, grappling with disbelief. How could it be possible? Zhao Yuan was defeated once again by Jiang Hao. The sheer ferocity of Jiang Hao's strike was terrifying. Even Zhao Yuan's solar blade had sustained severe damage. That was an A-grade weapon, yet it could not withstand Jiang Hao's assault. Had the solar blade not mitigated a portion of the damage, Zhao Yuan would likely have lost his life. Jiang Hao's attack was ruthlessly merciless, devoid of compassion. Was this still the Jiang Hao we knew? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, these sentiments inevitably reached the ears of Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruiyao. They had witnessed Jiang Hao's astonishing strike firsthand, leaving them profoundly shaken. Lin Jinbei, a warrior of the god of war level, felt a twinge of greed. Where had this young man acquired such swordsmanship? This was undoubtedly not a technique from our Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy. He had often lamented his own hardships and struggles, yet where did this martial prowess spring from? I cannot believe he suddenly experienced such a fortuitous encounter in recent days. This level of skill could only be the result of relentless practice from a young age. Despite the distance between the guest area and the arena, Lin Jinbei could distinctly sense the power behind Jiang Hao's strike. That strength was far beyond what an ordinary core disciple like Zhao Yuan could withstand. Reflecting on Jiang Hao's past behavior, Lin Jinbei found him to be cunning, capable of deceiving even his own parents. Wang Ruoyu gazed at Jiang Hao in the arena, a profound sense of unfamiliarity swelling within her. Had Jiang Hao showcased such prowess from the outset, they would have taken pride in him and invested wholeheartedly in his training. Yet, Jiang Hao had persistently concealed his abilities, even his brutal temperament disguised beneath a facade of innocence. It became evident that Jiang Hao had never regarded them as parents. He was even less deserving than the foster parents in the slums of Huiyuan district. Noticing the changes in Wang Ruoyu's expression, Lin Jinbei held her tightly. My dear, since he has never regarded us as parents, we need not harbor any expectations for him. What if he conceals his strength? Zhe Long remains superior, he added. Once Zhe Long teaches him a lesson, he will understand that only by relying on the Lin family's resources can he grow stronger. Wang Ruoyu remained silent, despondently seated in her chair. She still found it hard to accept that her eldest son was such a person. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's formidable sword technique had caught the attention of Li Jinhao in the guest area. A master of the blade himself, he had long been disappointed by the lack of talent and swordsmanship within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. To his astonishment, today at the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy, he had encountered a prodigy he had longed for. Damn it! How could such a promising talent be appropriated by the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy? How wonderful it would be if he were one of my Extreme Path disciples. Li Jinhao felt an intense wave of jealousy. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao belonged to the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy, and unless he willingly defected, Li Jinhao had no means to claim him. However, from the discussions among the surrounding instructors and students of the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy, he could ascertain that Jiang Hao had been deliberately concealing his strength. Otherwise, such an uproar would not have ensued. This only heightened Li Jinhao's curiosity about Jiang Hao at that moment, after severely injuring Zhao Yuan. Jiang Hao turned his back and strode out of the arena. The referee of the fourth arena, having declared Jiang Hao the victor, immediately summoned medical personnel to attend to Zhao Yuan, although Zhao Yuan had not suffered the loss of an arm like Wang Xian. His injuries were far more severe. His dantian had been shattered by Jiang Hao. The source of a martial artist's power resides within the dantian. Its destruction meant that Zhao Yuan's martial career was irrevocably over. He would never again become a martial artist. Zhao Yuan, as a core disciple of the academy, had been directly incapacitated by Jiang Hao, inciting extreme fury among the instructors present. Chief Instructor Guo Yunhai stepped forward, blocking Jiang Hao's path. Jiang Hao, what are your true intentions? If you possess such strength, why have you been deliberately concealing it? Time and again, you have unleashed such lethal force upon fellow disciples. How can your heart be so malevolent? Guo Yunhai had initially believed Jiang Hao to be a waste, hence he had heeded Lin Jinbei's advice to keep a close watch on him. Little did he expect that Jiang Hao would emerge unscathed while his opponents were progressively rendered incapable. If this continued, who would dare to challenge Jiang Hao? Gazing at Guo Yunhai, Jiang Hao's eyes flickered with a palpable murderous intent. This man was none other than Guo Yi and Guo Fang's father. Even when Guo Yi had drunkenly killed his foster parents, Guo Yunhai had remained absent. Yet, everyone knew that Guo Yi had evaded punishment and could even turn the tables against the Jiang family. All due to his father, Guo Yunhai. It was evident that Guo Yunhai had exerted pressure on the enforcement team to bury the matter. During his time in the Lin family, the original owner had attempted to inform Lin Jinbei of this incident. But Lin Jinbei had dismissed him, claiming there was no evidence, and had turned a blind eye. Now that Guo Yi and Guo Fang had been slain by Jiang Hao, only this man remained. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao's current strength was insufficient to contend with Guo Yunhai, and he could only bide his time. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me speaking to you? Who permitted you to regard me with such disdain? Guo Yunhai, while aware that Jiang Hao is Lin Jinbei's son, recalled Lin Jinbei's words about not needing to show Jiang Hao excessive courtesy. He even felt it necessary to discipline Jiang Hao. In order to prevent Jiang Hao from harming the academy's talented disciples again, he had to chastise him. Instructor Guo, have I violated any competition rules by participating in a normal match? Since I have not, on what grounds do you obstruct me? Jiang Hao retorted coldly, turning to head towards the resting area. Impudent, stop right there. Guo Yunhai attempted to block Jiang Hao once more, but Jiang Hao ignored him entirely and even raised his middle finger in defiance. Chapter 17. Advancing to the finals, provoking public outrage. You insolent brat, I am the chief instructor, and you dare to treat me with such disrespect. It infuriates me. Guo Yunhai, not only the chief instructor of the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy, but also a 7th-tier battle general. Was a prominent figure in the Tianhe-based city. Yet now, he found himself humiliated by this brash youth, igniting an overwhelming fury within him. Alas, Jiang Hao is Lin Jinbei's son, no matter how much resentment he harbored. He could only swallow it. However, in retaliation against Jiang Hao, he resolved to cease all attention towards him from this moment onward. Even if Jiang Hao were to be maimed or killed, he would not intervene. Yet in the subsequent 2 rounds of competition, regardless of how formidable Jiang Hao's opponents were, he effortlessly triumphed, advancing to the final showdown. Each of Jiang Hao's adversaries either suffered severe injuries or were rendered utterly incapacitated. Even the core disciples of the academy faced his ruthless onslaught without mercy. Just moments ago, Guo Yuhai had intended to intervene but was too late. Left to watch helplessly as the core disciples of the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy fell one after another. The original purpose of the martial arts tournament was to showcase Lin Zilong's prowess and demonstrate the strength of the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy. Yet, now Lin Zilong's spotlight had been completely overshadowed by Jiang Hao. The Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy indeed displayed its strength, but at a greater cost. The fury of Lin Jinbei, seated among the guests, was palpable as his face flushed red, his body trembling slightly. "Husband, please calm down. Do not let your anger harm your health." For the first time, Wang Ruoya witnessed Lin Jinbei so enraged. Previously, when Jiang Hao had clashed with him, he had not been this furious. She understood that all this was a consequence of Jiang Hao inflicting grave injuries upon one core disciple after another. These individuals had been the academy's focus of cultivation for years, expending countless efforts. Now, Jiang Hao was systematically destroying them, and as the head of the academy, Lin Jinbei could hardly contain his ire. What in the world is wrong with Jiang Hao? How could the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy have such a malevolent disciple? Lin Jinbei, are you not derelict in your duties? Since Jiang Hao had severely injured Wang Xian, Lu Jinshan had already begun to feel irked. Now, with so many core disciples injured, he could no longer remain seated as the inspector. Even though he and Lin Jinbei were friends, he felt compelled to voice his criticism. "Brother Lu, this boy has been deliberately concealing his strength since he joined the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy. He has pretended to be weak and incapable, yet he turns out to be such a malicious demon. Rest assured, once the tournament concludes, I will immediately expel this boy from the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy, and I will impose severe punishment upon him." In truth, had Lin Jinbei publicly declared that Jiang Hao was his eldest son, all resentment towards Jiang Hao would dissipate. They might even commend him for his decisiveness and formidable strength. However, Jiang Hao's actions had incensed Lin Jinbei beyond measure, and since Jiang Hao had proactively severed their relationship, Lin Jinbei would act as though he had no son. Lu Jishan said little more, letting out a discontented snort. In previous martial arts tournaments held by the Thunderstorm Martial Arts Academy, it was not uncommon for disciples to suffer severe injuries or even fatalities. However, never before has there been such a catastrophic loss, particularly with the core disciples sustaining grave injuries. The toll on the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy is indeed monumental. Should Lin Jinbei refrain from reprimanding Jiang Hao, Lu Jinshan would personally take action. Their conversation was overheard by Li Jinhao, who, despite Jiang Hao's ruthless actions, does not perceive him as in the wrong. On the contrary, his admiration for Jiang Hao grows. A prodigious talent wielding a blade with such ferocity is someone Li Jinhao must cultivate. Only at the Jido Martial Arts Academy can Jiang Hao's true potential be fully realized. The more discontent Lin Jinbei and Lu Jinshan express towards Jiang Hao, the more exhilarated Li Junhao becomes. "Jiang Hao, if you can defeat Lin Zilong, I shall go to any lengths to ensure your entry into the Extreme Martial Arts Academy." As this thought crossed his mind, Li Junhao clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the 7th combat arena of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. Indeed, Lin Zilong is undeniably the strongest disciple of this cohort. Just moments ago, he bested Wang Tao, a 7th-tier martial artist. In an instant. It appears that Lin Zilong is on the verge of reaching the 9th tier. It won't be long before he officially ascends to the rank of a battle general. Such a young battle general is beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary folk. After all, he is the son of our academy head. How could he not be exceptional? As the crowd fervently chanted Lin Zilong's name, Jiang Hao curiously gazed towards the 7th combat arena, just in time to see Lin Zilong strutting out with an air of arrogance. Upon noticing Jiang Hao's gaze, Lin Zilong's eyes flashed with a menacing glint. Initially, he intended only to teach Jiang Hao a lesson and compel him to apologize to his parents. However, Jiang Hao's repeated brutal assaults on core members of the academy had pushed Lin Zilong past his limits. "Jiang Hao, who would have thought you could be so savage? Today, I shall sever your arms as retribution for those grievously injured core disciples. Only in this way can my fury be quelled." As Lin Zilong uttered these words, his eyes, brimming with malice, bore down on Jiang Hao. The finals are upon us, and he must defeat Jiang Hao. Otherwise, all of this would be a farce. Jiang Hao, however, was not oblivious to Lin Zilong's intentions, but remained unfazed. Leisurely reclining on a sofa in the rest area to recuperate, moments later, Jiang Hao sensed something amiss and slowly opened his eyes, only to find Qin Meiqi standing before him, her expression seething with rage. "Why? Why would you do this?" she exclaimed. "Jiang Hao, given your formidable strength, why do you choose to conceal it? If you had revealed such prowess earlier, perhaps you wouldn't be regarded as a waste. In that case, our parents would surely spare no effort in nurturing you, allowing you to become a paragon like Zilong." Qin Meiqi, suppressing her anger, chastised Jiang Hao, "Yet you recklessly harm fellow academy disciples. So many have been left grievously injured, rendered useless. The path of martial arts is already fraught with challenges, and now you've ruined the hard-earned status of those core disciples. Jiang Hao, do you not fear retribution for your actions? I warn you, apologize to our parents immediately, or you shall face dire consequences. Zilong will not spare you." Chapter 18. Do not speak of scolding me. What can you do if I strike you? Filthy creature, begone. Do not disturb my peace. Jiang Hao felt a wave of revulsion wash over him at the sight of Qin Meiqi. It was regrettable that none of the recent matches had paired him against her. Had he encountered her, he would have torn her foul mouth to shreds and silenced her for a lifetime. As for the reason behind such brutality, Jiang Hao was merely avenging the original body he inhabited. For too long, the original had endured humiliation at the academy due to his cowardice, being labeled as a waste and bullied incessantly. Now that Jiang Hao had taken over, how could he not retaliate? The fact that he had not exterminated them all was already a testament to his considerable mercy. You dare insult me." Qin Meiqi's face flushed crimson with fury, but before she could voice her indignation, Jiang Hao raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. "What can you do if I strike you? I warn you, should you utter another word, I will ensure you can never speak again. Get lost." With that, Jiang Hao kicked Qin Meiqi, sending her flying. "Ah!" Her anguished scream echoed as she crashed heavily to the ground, although Jiang Hao's strike did not inflict severe harm. The public humiliation of being assaulted in front of everyone left Qin Meiqi utterly mortified. As the daughter of the Lin family, when had she ever endured such disgrace? "Jiang Hao, have you lost your mind? You would strike a woman?" Lin Zilong shouted, rushing to assist Qin Meiqi, regardless of her faults. "She is still your sister. How could you treat her so cruelly? You are utterly incorrigible." Overwhelmed with emotion, Qin Meiqi, cradled in Lin Zilong's arms, broke down in tears. "Zilong, you must teach Jiang Hao a lesson. He is a heartless demon." This scene instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Upon witnessing the altercation between Jiang Hao and Lin Zilong, Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruaya rushed over. "Jiang Hao, you have gone too far. Not only have you maliciously injured fellow disciples during the competition, but now you assault them without provocation. You have no respect for me as the academy head?" Lin Jinbei, concerned that Jiang Hao's identity might be exposed and affect him, refrained from revealing Jiang Hao's true status. The academy head, how noble indeed. Jiang Hao scoffed at Lin Jinbei's words. It was evident that he had never cared for Jiang Hao. In their eyes, only Lin Zilong, the favored son, held any worth. As for him, he was merely an afterthought. That moment, Jiang Hao felt genuine pity for the original body. Ultimately, his status as a biological son was inferior to that of an adopted daughter. After a brief silence, Jiang Hao coldly regarded Lin Jinbei. "When did I maliciously injure fellow disciples during the competition? The Fenglai Martial Arts Academy has always experienced casualties. I was simply fighting with all my might. As for my actions against Qin Meiqi, it was because she disrupted my rest. If that prevents me from performing at my best in the finals, would I not be the one at a disadvantage? I have never believed I did anything wrong." Previously perceived as weak and ineffectual, Jiang Hao now revealed a vicious side and openly defied Lin Jinbei, infuriating him further. "Who gave you the right to speak to me in such a manner?" Lin Jinbei seethed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to strike Jiang Hao. However, at that critical moment, Li Jinhao from the Jidao Martial Arts Academy intervened. "Lin Jinbei, you are a battle general and the deputy head of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. How can you openly lay hands on a junior? Is this how you uphold decorum? Moreover, Jiang Hao's actions have not violated any rules of your competition. On what grounds do you intend to strike him? Do you not feel ashamed?" Li Jinhao, appreciating Jiang Hao's potential, felt compelled to defend him in this situation. You, an outsider, how dare you interfere in our academy's affairs? Lin Jinbei's fury surged at the sight of Li Junhao defending Jiang Hao. I am indeed an outsider and should not meddle in your internal matters. However, your behavior is so egregious that even I cannot stand by idly. If you wish to fight, then let us settle this between ourselves. Li Junhao stood firm, his gaze icy as he faced Lin Jinbei. Do you believe I fear you? Lin Jinbei's battle general aura erupted, his presence formidable as he glared at Li Junhao. Enough. At that moment, Lu Jinshan, the inspection officer of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, approached, the strongest individual present. His words carried significant weight. The two, on the verge of confrontation, finally calmed down. The competition is not yet over. Any dispute should be addressed after the matches conclude. Now, let us resume, Lu Jinshan announced, casting a pointed glare at Jiang Hao to in his view. All that had transpired was Jiang Hao's fault. Had he not concealed his strength or harmed fellow disciples, Lin Jinbei would not have been provoked. Such a morally corrupt disciple must face severe penalties, but that would not occur now. The immediate priority was to ensure the competition proceeded smoothly, allowing the illustrious Lin Zilong to claim victory. Since Lu Jinshan had spoken, they would temporarily let the matter pass. Humph. Lin Jinbei snorted disdainfully, turning to return to the guest area. As Wang Ruoyao cast a disappointed glance at Jiang Hao. She supported the injured Qin Meiqi and moved aside to rest. Jiang Hao, just you wait. I shall ensure you pay the price, she declared. You will come to understand the vast chasm in strength that lies between us. Lin Zilong shot a glare at Jiang Hao before promptly departing from the scene. Jiang Hao, however, remained unfazed by Lin Jinbei and Lin Zilong's threats, respectfully addressing Li Junhao. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. I am profoundly grateful. From the moment Jiang Hao laid eyes on Li Junhao, he had made a resolute decision. He must enter the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. This was the pinnacle of martial arts establishments he had long desired. No need to concern yourself. I merely cannot abide certain individuals' actions. Focus on your match, Li Junhao said, casting a satisfied glance at Jiang Hao before returning to the guest seating. Following the recent events, Li Junhao now felt confident in his ability to recruit Jiang Hao. This talent must not be allowed to languish in the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. Soon, the finals of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy competition commenced. Under the scrutiny of the audience, Lin Zilong and Jiang Hao slowly stepped into the #1 arena. Although Jiang Hao's previous displays had far exceeded Lin Zilong's expectations, he remained utterly unperturbed. On the contrary, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Defeating Jiang Hao would not only avenge the injured students, but also grant Lin Zilong the opportunity to achieve fame. This martial arts competition had been tailored for him. Chapter 19. Where does his confidence stem from? At this moment, nearly all eyes in the arena were fixed upon Lin Zilong. Despite Jiang Hao's meteoric rise, Lin Zilong's brilliance was simply too radiant. As the son of the Academy's master, his status was prominent, and he was among the elite students of this year's Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. At merely 18 years of age, he had already ascended to the ranks of an 8th-tier martial artist. Such talent was considered exceptional throughout the Yin nation, drawing widespread attention. Almost everyone was convinced that the championship of this competition was destined for him. In terms of cultivation, weaponry, and martial skills, Lin Zilong would comprehensively outmatch Jiang Hao, rendering the final seemingly devoid of suspense. Finally, the finals had arrived. Jiang Hao had previously maliciously injured numerous martial academy students. He must now face the consequences. I am eager to see how this brat could possibly be a match for Brother Lin. Brother Lin is an 8th-tier martial artist. What is Jiang Hao? Does he truly believe that defeating a few core students places him on the same level as Brother Lin? I cannot fathom where he derives his confidence. Cheered the audience, filled with Lin Zilong's admirers. They had nursed secret crushes on him during their time at the academy. Now that the finals were underway, they were eager to witness Lin Zilong decisively vanquish Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, in the guest seating, Lin Jinbei observed his son Lin Zilong's grand entrance. The anger he felt towards Jiang Hao gradually dissipating. Lin Zilong's outstanding achievements were his greatest pride. Over the years, he had invested countless efforts in nurturing Lin Zilong. Sparing no expense in his training, Lin Zilong had not disappointed his father's expectations, working diligently and achieving remarkable results. Now, Lin Jinbei hoped that this martial arts competition would showcase Lin Zilong's talents to the academy's higher-ups. If they recognized him, Lin Zilong could have the opportunity to enter the academy's headquarters and perhaps even become a direct disciple of the main academy's master, soaring to great heights in the future. Not only could he aspire to reach the level of a war god, but he could also aim even higher. Thus, Lin Zilong absolutely could not afford to lose this battle. As for Jiang Hao, Although Lin Jinbei was taken aback by Jiang Hao's strength, the young man's various actions had already incensed him. He now simply hoped that Lin Zilong would deliver a proper lesson to Jiang Hao. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was a disobedient wretch who deserved harsh punishment. A jade must be carved to become a gem. Only through such discipline could Jiang Hao learn to respect his parents. Guo Yunhai, you need not intervene in this match, Lin Jinbei said to the man beside him. Zilong knows what he is doing and will not strike too hard. Understood. Guo Yunhai nodded in agreement. Even without Lin Jinbei's words, he had no intention of interfering in this match. Jiang Hao had previously humiliated him. He was eager to see Lin Zilong teach Jiang Hao a severe lesson. Meanwhile, in the number 1 arena, Lin Zilong was already prepared for battle, wielding a blue-gold longsword. The blade crackled with lightning, emanating a powerful surge of thunderous energy even while still sheathed. This sword, known as the Thunderblade, boasted an S-rank strength and was a birthday gift from Lin Jinbei for Lin Zilong's 18th year. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao's tattered black dagger appeared woefully inadequate. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. Jiang Hao, if you choose to surrender now, it would still be timely. Otherwise, once I make my move, you will stand no chance of resistance, Lin Zilong opined, believing that even if Jiang Hao was concealing his strength, he could not possibly exceed the level of a 7th-tier martial artist. Coupled with his inferior weaponry, how could he hope to compete with Lin Zilong? In response to Lin Zilong's taunts, Jiang Hao merely smiled coldly. You are quite confident, aren't you? But do you genuinely believe you can claim victory? I will be candid with you. Today, you are destined to lose. I will trample you beneath my feet, ensuring that all witness your disgrace. Jiang Hao had chosen to participate in the martial arts competition solely to humiliate Lin Zilong. The original owner of his body had been imprisoned in the dungeon and met a tragic end due to Lin Zilong. After carelessly losing something, why should that be blamed on Jiang Hao? Just because Jiang Hao had grown up in the slums, did that mean he should steal from Lin Zilong? Even more absurd was Lin Jinbei's refusal to heed any explanation from Jiang Hao, insisting on imprisoning him. For 3 days and nights, he had denied Jiang Hao any food or water, leading to the already frail Jiang Hao's lonely demise in the foul dungeon. Now that Jiang Hao had traversed into this world, how could he not seek revenge? Lin Jinbei, I am eager to see if I truly slay your precious son today. Will you lose your mind? Jiang Hao thought, his eyes flashing with a fierce, murderous intent. Lin Zilong met Jiang Hao's gaze, feeling an overwhelming chill that pierced to his very soul. It was as if the figure before him was not Jiang Hao, but a vengeful deity returned from the battlefield. What is with that gaze? Lin Zilong stared at Jiang Hao in disbelief. The man who had once been a mere punching bag now exuded an aura of strength that left Lin Zilong trembling. The typically arrogant Lin Zilong felt a flicker of unease. No, this is impossible. He must be putting on an act. I cannot allow myself to be intimidated by such a worthless individual. Lin Zilong's expression hardened. Jiang Hao, do not think such a gaze will have any effect on me. Now that you are prepared, receive my sword. Lin Zilong, unwilling to delay any further, was enveloped in a radiant blue-gold light, and a dazzling suit of armor manifested around him. The gemstones embedded in the chest of the armor shimmered brilliantly, containing an astonishing surge of thunderous energy. This was armor crafted in imitation of the legendary Chaos Thunder armor, known as the 10,000 Thunder armor, boasting an S-rank strength. With a thought, Lin Zilong summoned powerful lightning that surged around him. He gripped the thunder blade tightly and charged at Jiang Hao with near instantaneous speed. With both S-rank weapon and armor, he truly was deserving of being the Lin family's future heir. But does he truly believe that mere equipment superiority can secure him victory over me? Lin Zilong, to me, you are but a flower in a greenhouse, utterly fragile. Through countless life and death battles in the void martial arts arena, Jiang Hao had long since cultivated an indomitable will and combat skills far beyond the ordinary. In recent days, he had hunted numerous beasts, significantly enhancing his strength. In comparison, Lin Zilong's so-called genius aura appeared to Jiang Hao as nothing more than a product of family protection. Even without relying on the power of a spiritual master, Jiang Hao possessed sufficient confidence to defeat him. Faced with Lin Zilong's ostentatious maneuvers, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He had already seen through every one of Lin Zilong's movements, deftly sidestepping the attack while effortlessly countering with a slash. Although Lin Zilong managed to block the blade's edge in time, he could not withstand the ensuing tempest. He was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 20, a flower in a greenhouse, utterly fragile. In a single exchange, Lin Zilong was struck and sent sprawling by Jiang Hao's blade. This occurrence undoubtedly stunned everyone present. How is this possible? At that moment, Lin Jinbei, and Lu Jinshan both sprang to their feet, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at the fallen Lin Zilong. Lin, did you not say that Lin Zilong would surely win this battle? Why has the match begun so unfavorably for him? Could it be that his strength is inferior to that of Jiang Hao? Lu Jinshan had not initially intended to attend the martial arts competition. His presence was solely to honor Lin Jinbei and to recommend Lin Zilong to the master of the academy, hoping to facilitate his recognition as a direct disciple. However, this was contingent upon Lin Zilong demonstrating exceptional strength to secure the championship of the competition. If he could not even claim victory, what qualifications would he have to become a direct disciple of the master? No, this cannot be happening. Lin Jinbei hastily spoke. Prosecutor Lu Zilong is widely recognized as the strongest among this year's martial arts academy students. Currently, he has already reached the level of an 8th-tier warrior. How could he possibly be defeated by Jiang Hao? This is merely an accident. After all, you have seen that the martial arts techniques Jiang Hao employed are not those of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy. It is entirely normal for Zilong to be caught off guard. Upon hearing Lin Jinbei's words, before Lu Jinshan could respond, Li Jinhao, sitting nearby, scoffed derisively. You must be jesting. If Lin Zilong were merely struck down because Jiang Hao used some obscure martial arts techniques, would that not imply he is nothing more than a sheltered flower? If I am not mistaken, Lin Zilong has likely never truly fought against a beast, relying solely on family resources to elevate oneself. What kind of genius is that? It's utterly laughable. Li Jinhao's remarks pierced deeply into Lin Jinbei's heart, echoing his own thoughts. Over the years, Lin Jinbei had overly sheltered Lin Zilong, forbidding him to hunt beasts before reaching the rank of a general-level warrior, under the guise of protection, but in truth, out of concern for Zilong's safety. After all, he was the heir Lin Jinbei had painstakingly cultivated, and he needed to grow up safely. According to Lin Jinbei's original plan, Lin Zilong would easily claim victory and then become a direct disciple of the academy master. Consequently, Lin Zilong's future accomplishments would surely surpass his own. However, all of this was shattered by the sudden rise of Jiang Hao. Even though Jiang Hao was also his son, Lin Jinbei was filled with rage. He would not tolerate a disobedient and unfilial son who constantly opposed him. Seeing Lin Jinbei fall silent, Lu Jinshan recognized the truth in Li Jinhao's words. A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Jinbei, I reiterate, for Lin Zilong to gain the academy master's favor, he must secure victory. Lu Jinshan had no authority to dictate how Lin Jinbei should educate his child. Even though he also felt Lin Zilong was nothing more than a sheltered flower, he refrained from voicing it, allowing Lin Jinbei to save face. Rest assured, Prosecutor Lu, my son will undoubtedly win. Lin Jinbei was acutely aware of Lin Zilong's character. He had been excessively proud over the years. Now, after being struck down by Jiang Hao, although he had sustained minimal injury due to the protection of the thunder armor, it undeniably affected Lin Zilong's confidence. If this continued, Lin Zilong might fear Jiang Hao and be unable to unleash his full potential. Zilong, get up, Lin Jinbei commanded. Have your 18 years of efforts been for nothing but to become a laughingstock? Do not let excessive anger impede your strength. You must win this battle. Lin Jinbei's voice reverberated throughout the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy. In the arena, Lin Zilong, who had struggled to his feet, felt his father's words gradually soothe his previously alarmed spirit. Jiang Hao's strike had indeed exceeded his expectations. He had never imagined that Jiang Hao could evade his attack so effortlessly without any armor. This could only imply one thing. Jiang Hao had likely mastered the Thunder Step to an extraordinary level, though the Thunder Step of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy was merely rated as a B-level technique. Its intensity rivaled that of an A-level. Its only drawback was the arduous training process, which prevented most warriors from progressing beyond the basics. Achieving mastery was already a rare feat, let alone reaching perfection. Even Lin Zilong had only recently begun to practice it. This realization caused the typically confident Lin Zilong to feel a sense of panic. However, with his father's encouraging words, he regained his self-assurance. Even if Jiang Hao possessed extraordinary talent and had perfected the Thunder Step, what of it? Lin Zilong's advantages were not limited to his formidable cultivation. He also boasted superior equipment. The S-level Thunder Armor and the S-level Thunder Sword were assets Jiang Hao could not match. Moreover, the martial arts techniques he practiced were also S-level, far superior to Jiang Hao's. In Lin Zilong's view, even if Jiang Hao could continuously employ the Thunder Step, he would eventually tire. And that moment would be his opportunity to defeat Jiang Hao. With a cold smile, Jiang Hao observed Lin Zilong in front of him. You truly are a sheltered flower in a competition like this. Do you really need your father's reminders? Lin Zilong, I advise you to concede and return home to your mother for comfort. Warriors are not suited for waste like you. Jiang Hao was not surprised by Lin Jinbei's shameless advice to Lin Zilong. He understood that Lin Jinbei was precisely that type of person. Yet, even so, Jiang Hao felt no fear to TO him. Lin Zilong was simply too weak, even inferior to Wang Tao, whom he had encountered previously. Wang Tao had at least relied on his own strength, while Lin Zilong depended more on family resources. Had it not been for his luxurious equipment, Jiang Hao's previous strike would have severely injured him. Jiang Hao's words pierced Lin Zilong's heart like a dagger, igniting a deep fury within him. Jiang Hao, I will make you pay. Lin Zilong roared, as the energy of thunder surged violently around him, condensing onto the thunder sword in his hand. He charged towards Jiang Hao like a bolt of lightning. The tip of his sword aimed directly at Jiang Hao's throat. Trash is ultimately just trash. In the face of Lin Zilong's attack, Jiang Hao remained unfazed, swinging his knife forward. Although the black-edged knife in Jiang Hao's hand was merely a B-level weapon. Under the influence of the Gale Blade's abilities, it was in no way inferior to the Thunder Sword. The clash of blade and sword echoed throughout the academy, the sound of metal colliding resonating loudly. The two weapons separated upon contact, whizzing past each other. In that fleeting moment, Lin Zilong noticed the murderous intent glimmering in Jiang Hao's eyes, and an involuntary chill ran down his spine. What is happening? Why has he transformed from a waste into this? Chapter 21. A humiliating retreat. Lin Zilong's face in ruins. Seeing the flicker of fear in Lin Zilong's eyes, Jiang Hao felt a surge of disdainful laughter within him. Even if he wielded S-level weaponry and wore S-level armor, what difference would it make? Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute strength, these so-called pieces of equipment were mere illusions, devoid of any substantive significance. Before Lin Zilong could recover from his shock, Jiang Hao had already wielded the black-edged knife, launching a relentless assault. With the aid of the Thunderstep, Jiang Hao's speed far surpassed that of Lin Zilong. Clad in the thunder armor, as swift as lightning, the power of the Gale Blade was astonishing, leaving Lin Zilong scrambling to defend himself. Clang, 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 the clash of blades and swords intertwined, each impact producing a deafening sound. Lin Zilong's arms grew numb from absorbing Jiang Hao's blows, and cold sweat poured down his face. He gazed incredulously at Jiang Hao, the opponent he had once deemed a waste, now displaying such overwhelming strength. What shocked him further was that the martial arts techniques Jiang Hao executed were unlike any he had ever seen. They were likely an S-level martial art. This unique and powerful fighting style was not part of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy's repertoire. Where had Jiang Hao acquired such skills? What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant? Didn't you claim you would defeat me and sever my arms? Why are you now reduced to mere defense? Why don't you attack? Jiang Hao taunted. You are nothing but a waste. Trash. Gripping the black-edged knife tightly, Jiang Hao unleashed the Gale Blade techniques time and again. Unlike the graceful and agile swordsmanship, the knife techniques were wild and domineering. Each strike brimming with lethal threat. In this close-quarters confrontation, the Gale Blade's power was fully unleashed. Even with the enhancement of the S-level thunder armor, Lin Zilong was no match for Jiang Hao's terrifying strength. Originally, Lin Zilong practiced the S-level Thunder Shadow Thousand Blade technique. Combined with the thunder armor and thunder sword, it could unleash formidable power. However, the problem was that he had only just begun to grasp the Thunder Shadow Thousand Blade technique, and he struggled to execute many of its moves proficiently. Furthermore, Jiang Hao's imposing presence and murderous intent added to Lin Zilong's anxiety that in such circumstances, how could his unrefined swordsmanship hope to triumph over Jiang Hao? Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hao executed the Gale Blade technique. When sweeping the clouds, as he initiated the move, his hand swung the knife rapidly, resembling a sudden tempest that stirred up the remnants of the clouds. The air was torn apart in the wake of the blade, emitting a piercing howl. Lin Zilong, caught off guard by the sudden gale, found it challenging to discern the true trajectory of Jiang Hao's strike. Clang! With a resounding crash, Lin Zilong's thunder sword was sent flying from his grasp. Even Lin Zilong himself was blasted away by the overwhelming force of the gale. This scene left all present in utter astonishment. Lin Zilong's weapon was struck away by Jiang Hao. My heavens, that is an S-level weapon. How is this possible? Why is it that a mere B-level black-edged knife not only remains undamaged but can withstand the ferocious assault of an S-level weapon? Surely not. Did none of you notice? It is, in fact, Jiang Hao's unique martial arts that shielded the black-edged blade, akin to being enveloped in a protective film. What kind of martial technique is this? Does our Fenglai Martial Arts Academy possess such a skill? Moreover, each time it is wielded, it is accompanied by a howling gale, simply astonishing. Could it be that Lin Zilong is on the verge of defeat? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Zilong in the arena had already been thoroughly intimidated by Jiang Hao's prowess. Just as Jiang Hao had previously stated, Lin Zilong is but a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Over the years, he has been so well protected by Lin Jinbei that he has never faced any setbacks. Now, he has no idea how to confront Jiang Hao. His prior confidence has evaporated completely. Why you? Don't come any closer. Lin Zilong attempted to rise, but found his legs utterly weak. In truth, his injuries were not particularly grave. It was his shattered mindset and overwhelming fear that rendered him incapacitated. He could only struggle to retreat, utterly humiliated. Heh, now you know fear. Apologies, but it is too late. Jiang Hao's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Lin Zilong, a slight smirk forming on his lips. He cared not whether Lin Zilong was his brother. All he knew was that Lin Zilong had caused the original body to perish miserably in the dungeon, now that Jiang Hao had traversed into this realm. How could he not seek vengeance? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao swung his blade at Lin Zilong. Regrettably, the thunderbolt armor worn by Lin Zilong possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Upon sensing the imminent danger to Lin Zilong's life, the lightning protective shield activated automatically. After all, Jiang Hao's black edge blade was merely a B-grade weapon. Even with the enhancement of the Gale blade, it struggled to penetrate the defenses of the thunderbolt armor. Yet, despite this, Jiang Hao showed no mercy, striking down repeatedly before the eyes of all. Help! Help me! Lin Zilong was utterly terrified. Crawling and scrambling away. No one could have anticipated that the once mighty Lin Zilong of the Martial Arts Academy now resembled a frightened mouse. Scurrying in all directions. At this moment, he lacked even the courage to meet Jiang Hao's gaze. More alarmingly, the lightning protective shield on Lin Zilong was beginning to crack. Should it shatter, the effectiveness of the thunderbolt armor would dissipate. How could Lin Zilong withstand Jiang Hao's terrifying onslaught with mere physical strength? Break for me. With a roar from Jiang Hao, the winds howled. He concentrated this formidable power and delivered a powerful strike upon the lightning protective shield. Crack! The already fragmented shield shattered completely, and the lightning gem on Lin Zilong's chest dimmed significantly. The thunderous power of the thunderbolt armor was finite and had now been entirely exhausted. All present were stunned by this spectacle. And Lin Zilong, overwhelmed by fear, failed to call for surrender. Jiang Hao showed no signs of restraint. With an icy gaze, he swung his blade toward Lin Zilong's head, intent on severing it from his body. Ah, you wicked beast, stop. As Lin Zilong fled in terror from Jiang Hao's blows, Lin Jinbei could no longer remain idle. However, due to his position as the academy head, he refrained from intervening. But upon witnessing Jiang Hao's intent to kill Lin Zilong, how could he stand by? In that instant, he forgot his identity as the academy head, and a powerful aura reminiscent of a war god erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jinbei appeared in the arena. As he blocked Jiang Hao's attack, he swiftly retaliated with a palm strike. Currently, Jiang Hao was merely a 7th-tier martial artist and could not withstand Lin Jinbei's assault. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. No one could have anticipated that, in such a scenario, Lin Jinbei, as the academy head, would suddenly strike at Jiang Hao. Chapter 22. Lin Jinbei? Could he be Jiang Hao's father? What a remarkable head of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. How dare you attack an ordinary student in public? Have you no shame? Jiang Hao had anticipated that Lin Jinbei would intervene to stop him from delivering a fatal blow to Lin Zilong. Yet, he was taken aback by the extent of his protective instincts, even to the point of severely injuring Jiang Hao. Indeed, to him, Lin Zilong was his only son, while Jiang Hao had always been a mere joke. In that moment, it was not just Jiang Hao, but all present were left in utter disbelief, gazing at Lin Jinbei. In truth, it was quite normal for Lin Jinbei to step in and stop Jiang Hao. Given that Lin Zilong was his son, he could not possibly remain indifferent, but he should never have struck Jiang Hao. If word of this got out, it would be a source of ridicule. Lu Jinshan, seated among the guests, wore a particularly grim expression. Lin Jinbei's actions not only brought shame to the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy in the Tianhe City, but also tarnished the reputation of the headquarters. Beside him, Li Jinhao could no longer contain his fury and quickly dashed to the arena. He shouted sternly, "Lin Jinbei, you are a war god-level martial artist. What sort of prowess is it to strike at a junior? I truly did not expect that the martial arts competition of the Fenglai Academy would allow the head to intervene at will. Had I known this, what significance would this competition hold? The champion has already been predetermined. What is there left to compete for? It is utterly ridiculous." Li Jinhao's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present at this moment. Those watching the competition were not merely students and instructors of the Fenglai Academy, but also distinguished families from across Yan country. These individuals had originally been invited by Lin Jinbei to witness his son's victory, only to find themselves witnesses to his humiliation, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd and the scornful words of Li Jinhao. Lin Jinbei appeared unusually flustered. His earlier impulsiveness stemmed from an excessive concern for his son Lin Zilong's safety, causing him to momentarily lose his sense of reason. Now, having regained his composure, he realized the grave error of his actions. Not only had he brought shame upon himself as the academy head, but he had also severely damaged the reputation of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. At that moment, Lu Jinshan slowly rose. His expression grave as he admonished, "Lin Jinbei, you have acted too impulsively. Your concern for your son is understandable, but why did you choose to strike at Jiang Hao? Do you not recognize your error?" Seeing this, Lin Jinbei hurriedly clasped his fists in response. "Inspector Lu, I was indeed reckless." He understood that Lu Jinshan was providing him an opportunity to save face, and thus readily admitted his fault. He then turned to the crowd and explained, "Esteemed guests, as Lin Zilong's father, I could not stand by in that situation. Moreover, Lin Zilong is a core student of the academy, with immense potential, and must not come to harm." As for Jiang Hao, at this point, Lin Jinbei's expression grew increasingly furious. His strikes were excessively vicious. Every student he faced was left gravely injured. If this goes unpunished, what will happen in the future? Yet, I also recognize that my actions have affected the fairness of this competition. Therefore, this match shall be temporarily suspended until both parties have recovered to continue. In doing so, Lin Jinbei not only demonstrated his paternal concern but also explained his reasons for striking at Jiang Hao. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to halt the match. However, just then, Jiang Hao suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. The headmaster has personally intervened to stop the match. What significance does this competition hold now? Will you intervene every time I am on the verge of victory? Will you strike at me without reason? What kind of fairness is this? If that is the case, I might as well concede defeat. I will relinquish the championship to Lin Zilong." Jiang Hao understood Lin Jinbei's intentions all too well. This man was clearly unwilling to see Lin Zilong lose in such a manner. This competition had originally been a stage set for Lin Zilong, and with Jiang Hao on the brink of claiming the championship, how could Lin Jinbei bear it? Today, Jiang Hao sought not only to humiliate Lin Jinbei but also to extricate himself entirely from the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, and now presented an excellent opportunity. "Jiang Hao, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that I am deliberately biased?" Lin Jinbei, struggling to suppress his anger, questioned Jiang Hao. "Is it not so? Had you not suddenly intervened, Lin Zilong would have already been defeated by me. Now you propose a rematch merely to grant Lin Zilong another chance. What fairness remains in such a competition?" Once these words left Jiang Hao's lips, Li Jinhao, standing nearby, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Well said. Such an unfair competition is not worth participating in." Originally, Lin Jinbei was already furious, and with Li Jinhao fanning the flames, his anger only intensified. He cast a cold glare at Li Jinhao. "What business is it of yours regarding the internal affairs of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy? Please leave this place at once." Li Jinhao scoffed dismissively. "Did you not say that the match is yet to conclude? Since it has not ended, why should I leave? Is it not permissible for others to witness the martial arts competition of the Fenglai Academy? Why not simply close the doors and compete amongst yourselves, considering the champion has already been predetermined? Seniorly, there is no need for you to speak. In truth, the master of the hall harbors other reasons for his animosity towards me." Jiang Hao spoke with a sardonic tone, resigned to his defeat. In his eyes, only Lin Zilong, the favored son, was worthy of the championship. Others simply do not measure up. Should I emerge victorious, it would only serve to make him the laughingstock. It is of no consequence. I am magnanimous and do not covet this title. Let it be bestowed upon Lin Zilong instead. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned to one of confusion. What does he mean by that? Li Jinhao furrowed his brow. Could it be that Lin Jinbei has ulterior motives for targeting him? From the very beginning, Lin Jinbei seemed to harbor considerable discontent towards Jiang Hao. Just as the tension escalated, Wang Ruiyao, seated among the guests, could no longer contain herself. She was tired of witnessing the father and son turn into bitter adversaries. Wang Ruiyao immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Enough, Jiang Hao. I understand your grievances towards your father, but this is not the way to conduct yourself. That we are family, and there is no need for such a spectacle." Her words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. "Father, Lin Jinbei is actually Jiang Hao's father." Chapter 23. "How dare you claim to be my father? Get lost. Did I just mishear that? Lady Wang just said that Jiang Hao's the son of the master of the hall? Wasn't he had always believed that Lin Zilong was the only son? What on earth is happening?" Amidst the confusion and bewilderment, a voice suddenly rang out like thunder. "I remember now. when the Tianhe city was besieged by a beast tide. Master Lin stepped forward and repelled the onslaught. Yet, his eldest son went missing during that very chaos. It appears that Master Lin's eldest son did not perish. He is Jiang Hao, but this does not add up. Why? Knowing Jiang Hao is his child, does he still treat him so harshly? Moreover, Jiang Hao does not bear the Lin family name. This is all too peculiar. Who would have thought that attending this martial arts competition would unveil such explosive revelations? If Jiang Hao is indeed Lin Jinbei's son, then the ensuing drama of father and son, and brother against brother, would be utterly captivating. The murmurs of the crowd surged like a tidal wave. And Lu Jinshan was left dumbfounded by this sudden revelation. He shared a close friendship with Lin Jinbei. Yet over the years, Lin Jinbei had never mentioned the existence of Jiang Hao. Lu Jinshan had always believed that Lin Jinbei's eldest son had perished in that beast tide. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Jinbei showered his younger son, Lin Zilong, with such affection and care. However, the truth before him completely shattered his understanding. His eldest son was none other than Jiang Hao. But why does Lin Jinbei refuse to acknowledge Jiang Hao? Given Jiang Hao's formidable prowess, this entire situation seems utterly illogical. Soon enough, the news of Jiang Hao being Lin Jinbei's son spread throughout the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall. The looks directed at Lin Jinbei shifted to one of incredulity. Though this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, it is unfathomable that he would deny his own flesh and blood. Lin Jinbei, already consumed by rage, became utterly incensed upon the revelation of Jiang Hao's identity. Silence. Lin Jinbei roared in fury, his face contorted with rage. I, Lin Jinbei, have no such rebellious son. Wang Ruoyao felt her heart wrench in agony as tears streamed down her face. She rushed forward, grasping Lin Jinbei tightly, her voice trembling. Jinbei, please calm down. However, he is still our child. How can you expect me to remain calm in the face of such a rebellious child? Lin Jinbei spat, seething with rage. Has he ever regarded us as parents? He has feigned his character, concealed his abilities, and turned our home into chaos. He even intentionally participated in this competition just to humiliate me. Does he deserve the title of son? He would even harm his own younger brother. He is less than a beast. At this juncture, Lin Jinbei felt no further need to conceal the truth. His words unequivocally confirmed Jiang Hao's identity as his son, while simultaneously revealing the profound animosity that existed between them. Lin Jinbei, you are correct in your assertion. I have never regarded you as my parents. For 20 years, you have turned a blind eye, abandoning me in a slum while you and Lin Zilong reveled in familial bliss. At that time, you were fully aware of my identity. Why then did you ignore me? And why, when my adoptive parents were in peril, did you turn a blind eye? Let me be frank. It was the son of Chief Instructor Gui Yuhai who brutally murdered my adoptive parents. When I brought this to your attention, how did you respond? You accused me of lacking evidence and slandered him. Jiang Dian's cold laughter interrupted. I can understand your feelings, for at that time, you deemed me a worthless child. You feared that my existence would tarnish the esteemed reputation of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall. Thus, you despised me, worried that if I were to reclaim my rightful place, you would be ridiculed by all. Were it not for my proactive decision to join the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall, you would likely still be oblivious to my existence. Even more absurdly, upon my return to the Lin family, you continued to disregard me. My status was even inferior to that of a servant. How dare you claim to be my father? It is utterly laughable. Jiang Nian's words resonated like thunder in the ears of the audience, leaving them wide-eyed. While they were aware of the considerable discord between Lin Jinbei and Jiang Hao, they had not anticipated the truth to be so shocking. Lin Jinbei, for the sake of his so-called reputation, cast aside his own flesh and blood. Such behavior is simply appalling. If it were a matter of failing to locate Jiang Hao, one could understand. However, having found him, to neglect him is utterly incomprehensible. Even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. Lin Jinbei's actions undoubtedly incited the fury of everyone present. In that moment, many began to empathize with Jiang Hao's behavior. Lu Jinshan was so enraged that his face turned ashen. Rendered speechless, he found himself at a loss for words to defend Lin Jinbei. At the very least, he could never fathom abandoning his own son. Moreover, Jiang Hao hardly resembled a worthless individual, with such talent and strength. He far surpassed Lin Zilong, such an exceptional figure, and yet, he was not nurtured. Lu Jinshan felt utterly speechless at this turn of events. He even took a step back, clearly distancing himself from Lin Jinbei. Additionally, Lu Jinshan had already made up his mind. Since the conflict between Jiang Hao and Lin Jinbei was irreconcilable, he could not allow Jiang Hao to remain in the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall of Tianhe City. This martial arts competition had, in essence, resulted in Jiang Hao's victory. Such talent must be sent to the headquarters for proper cultivation. Remaining here would only lead to his obscurity. This is absurd. Jiang Hao, I am still your father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you think that by deliberately distorting the truth, anyone will believe you? I do not have a disloyal, unfilial son like you. Get out of the Lin family, out of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall. Lin Jinbei, driven to the brink of reason by his overwhelming anger, could no longer maintain his composure. Coupled with the peculiar gazes from the crowd, he could no longer bear it. Ha! I have long severed all ties with your Lin family, since you have cast me out of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall. Very well, I shall officially withdraw from the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall from this moment forth. As his words fell, Jiang Hao turned towards Li Jinhao. He bowed respectfully, his gaze resolute, and declared, Masterly, I, Jiang Hao, wish to apprentice under you. I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple. Allow me to join the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. By heavens, Li Jinhao, initially a mere bystander, was taken aback by Jiang Hao's sudden request to become his disciple. He never fathomed that such a talent could simply be discarded by Lin Jinbei. This was akin to a windfall. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Jinhao embraced Jiang Hao, exclaiming, Yes, I accept you as my disciple. Ha! From this moment forth, Jiang Hao shall be a core member of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and also my disciple. Li Jinhao, Chapter 24. Officially joining the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. This monumental surprise left Li Jinhao elated. His laughter echoed throughout every corner of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall. The higher-ups of the hall were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, their faces displaying shock and fury. Although Jiang Hao had exhibited great ferocity in the previous competitions, it was undeniable that his strength was unparalleled. Even Lin alone was no match for him. Jiang Hao was indeed the rightful champion. If such talent were nurtured properly, his future would be boundless. Yet now, he had chosen to join the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Who could accept this? Standing nearby, Lu Jinshan had initially planned to take Jiang Nian to the headquarters. But no one could have anticipated that Lin Jinbei would suddenly expel him from the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall, handing over such a promising prospect to the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, Lu Jinshan's expression was as grim as it could be. In an effort to retain Jiang Hao, he immediately scolded, Lin Jinbei, have you lost your mind? Jiang Hao is exceptionally gifted, a rare talent. Who has granted you the authority to dismiss him at your whim? Moreover, Jiang Hao has committed no substantial wrongdoing. What justification do you have for expelling him? He hurriedly approached Jiang Hao, saying, Jiang Hao, this is all a misunderstanding. Please remain calm. Your extraordinary abilities deserve recognition, and staying here would only lead to your talents being squandered. I can take you back to the Fenglai Martial Arts headquarters at once, where you will receive the finest instruction and enjoy all the resources of the headquarters, even becoming a direct disciple of the Grand Master. This is far superior to remaining at the Jidao Martial Arts School. You must seriously contemplate this. Besides, what enmity can exist between a father and son overnight? Staying at Fenglai Martial Arts is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Lu Jinshan spoke earnestly, attempting to sway Jiang Hao's decision. At this juncture, Jiang Hao is more crucial than Lin Jinbei. Apologies, Prosecutor Lu. I am merely a humble student of the Fenglai Martial Arts Tianhe branch, since I have already been dismissed by a certain high-ranking master. I naturally have no ties to Fenglai Martial Arts any longer. I asked for the headquarters. Jiang Hao scoffed twice. Surely the headquarters is not a place I, a mere ruffian, can aspire to? Best to avoid further trouble from certain individuals. He then turned to Li Jinhao. Master, let us depart. Not so fast. Wait a moment. Li Jinhao coldly regarded Lin Jinbei. Everyone present had witnessed Jiang Hao decisively defeat Lin alone, earning him the rightful title of champion. Therefore, you ought to grant Jiang Hao the champion's reward. If I recall correctly, it should be 2 million in cash. Yes, at this point, Li Jinhao's fury was palpable. Return my disciple's rightful reward. Upon hearing this, all members of Fenglai Martial Arts wore expressions of utter dismay, as if they had just consumed something foul. The loss of Jiang Hao, this prodigious warrior, had already inflicted significant damage upon Fenglai Martial Arts. Now, Li Jinhao audaciously demanded the champion's reward. Who could endure this? Lin Jinbei was already incensed by Lu Jinshan's accusations, and Li Jinhao's remarks pushed him over the edge. That he roared, Li Jinhao, do not overstep your bounds. He is no longer a student of Fenglai Martial Arts. Why should I reward him? Li Jinhao had anticipated Lin Jinbei's retort. With a cold snort, he replied, when Jiang Hao claimed his championship title. He had not yet been expelled from Fenglai Martial Arts. This means that at that time, Jiang Nian was still a member of Fenglai Martial Arts. On what grounds do you refuse him? Does your esteemed institution not value its own rules? Must you, as the master, lead the violation? Jiang Hao, having been preoccupied with escaping Feng martial arts, had momentarily forgotten about the champion's reward. Realizing this now, he turned to Lin Jinbei. Indeed, the reward that rightfully belongs to me must be granted. Both Li Jinhao's demand and Jiang Hao's insistence left all members of Feng martial arts speechless. Theoretically, they still owed Jiang Hao the champion's reward. If Jiang Hao were still affiliated with Feng martial arts, granting him the reward would be a matter of course. However, the fact remained that he had severed ties with them. This was akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, gone without a trace. Observing Lin Jinbei's silence, Li Jinhao feigned a sigh. It appears someone is unwilling to comply. Such a despicable individual. Never mind, it's merely 2 million. If Feng martial arts cannot afford it, I shall compensate you. Come, let us depart. There is nothing more to discuss with these contemptible folk. With that, Li Jinhao prepared to leave with Jiang Hao. Just then, Lin Jinbei bellowed, "Stop." He then tossed a black briefcase to Jiang Hao. "Isn't this the champion's reward? Here it is." In truth, Lin Jinbei was deeply reluctant, but if this matter were not handled properly, Feng martial arts would undoubtedly suffer a tarnished reputation. He had no choice but to concede. "Ah, thank you, Master Lin." Jiang Hao was not one to be polite with Lin Jinbei, promptly securing the black briefcase into his storage ring at this stage. 2 million was a substantial sum for him. Li Jinhao nodded in satisfaction, then mockingly added, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for gifting us a prodigy. Should such opportunities arise in the future, do remember to inform me." With a hearty laugh, Li Jinhao and Jiang Hao ascended onto the back of a massive, pitch-black eagle that had appeared overhead, swiftly departing from Feng martial arts. Before leaving, Jiang Hao distinctly noted Lin Jinbei's furious countenance and the numerous murderous gazes from the members of Feng martial arts. Yet, he dismissed them all. Having dared to act in such a manner today, he was not afraid of retribution from Feng martial arts. Lin Jinbei, do not think that by severing ties with Feng martial arts today, our grievances have concluded. There is still much to come. All that you owe me over the years will be repaid in full. Li Jinhao, noticing Jiang Hao's expression, furrowed his brow slightly. It seems you are not yet satisfied with today's revenge. Indeed, not nearly enough. Jiang Hao replied coldly that I will one day trample Lin Jinbei beneath my feet, like a dead dog, having inherited this body after its previous owner's tragic demise in a dungeon. Jiang Hao could not allow this grudge to go unavenged. He was determined to ensure that the Lin family, and indeed Feng martial arts as a whole, would vanish from this world. Witnessing the murderous intent in Jiang Hao's eyes, Li Jinhao was profoundly astonished. Clearly, the enmity between Jiang Hao and Lin Jinbei was far more severe than he had imagined. However, Li Jinhao did not dwell on this. He focused on Jiang Hao's potential. Such an exceptional disciple must be nurtured to the fullest. Gradually, Li Jinhao spoke. "Jiang Hao, you are likely aware of the rules of Jidao martial arts. Since I became the branch master, I have never had a direct disciple. You are the first, which means there may be those within the school who resent you. Jidao martial arts honors strength above all. Prepare yourself to face the challenges that lie ahead." Chapter 25. Lin Jinbei. This is all you're doing. Jiang Hao was well aware of the situation within Jidao martial arts. However, having already joined, he felt no fear. He was eager to witness just how formidable the students of Jidao martial arts, who revered strength, truly were. Meanwhile, Lin Jinbei within Feng martial arts was trembling with rage. Initially, his decision to expel Jiang Hao had been made in a fit of anger, believing that Jiang Hao would cower in fear and beg for forgiveness. After all, without the support of the Lin family, if expelled from Feng martial arts, Jiang Hao's potential would be wasted. If only he would kneel and apologize. Lin Jinbei intended to host a banquet to publicly acknowledge Jiang Hao's identity and have him return to the family as Lin Hao. Yet, who could have anticipated that Jiang Hao would immediately join forces with his sworn enemy, Li Jinhao of Jidao martial arts? Moreover, he had audaciously claimed the championship prize in front of everyone, pushing Lin Jinbei to the brink of fury. At that moment, Lu Jinshan approached him from behind. "Lin Jinbei, this is all you're doing." Lin Jinbei trembled, his anger swiftly replaced by dread. No, it is not as it seems. That was not my intention. He turned to Lu Jinshan. "Prosecutor Lu, you saw what happened. It was Jiang Nian who forced my hand to expel him from Feng martial arts." Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Lu Jinshan could no longer contain himself, sternly interjecting, "Enough. At this juncture, you still wish to quibble? Lin Jinbei, while Jiang Hao may have erred, he is your own son. How could you abandon such a gifted child? I cannot fathom what you are thinking." Suppressing his fury, Lu Jinshan coldly warned, Jiang Hao is the pride of Fenglai martial arts. Now, because of you, he has fallen into the hands of Jidao martial arts. This is a significant loss for Fenglai martial arts. If this matter reaches the higher-ups, you will surely face dire consequences. At these words, Lin Jinbei's face turned pale for the first time in his life. Panic evident in his demeanor. He nearly stumbled, but fortunately, Wang Ruoyu was there to steady him. However, she was already in tears, her sorrow pouring forth like rain. Jiang Hao is her biological son. And now he has not only severed ties with them, but has also permanently left the Fenglai martial arts school. This has plunged Wang Ruoyu into a state of utter despair. Simultaneously, she is profoundly astonished by the talent that Jiang Hao has displayed. After living in the desolate Huaiyuan district for so many years, he has become so formidable. Had he been brought back to the Lin family early on and received their training, he would have undoubtedly stepped into the realm of battle generals in no time. He is indeed her most exceptional son. Yet now, he has been expelled by Lin Jinbei. Wang Ruoyu finds it impossible to accept this and faints on the spot. Madam, Lin Jinbei immediately instructs his subordinates to take Wang Ruoyu for medical treatment. Lin Zilong and Qin Meiqi hurriedly follow to care for their mother. During this process, the spectators who had come to witness the martial arts competition at Fenglai Martial Arts School gradually begin to disperse. Each face betrays a smirk of ridicule towards Lin Jinbei, as if they are watching a grand farce. This moment, Lu Jinshan lets out a deep sigh. Lin Jinbei, although we have been friends for many years, I am powerless to shield you in this matter. If you cannot persuade Jiang Hao to return to his senses, prepare to face the consequences from the headquarters. As he speaks, Lu Jinshan's face is etched with disappointment towards Lin Jinbei. How could a seasoned warrior of his caliber, someone renowned in the field, be so foolish? Restraining himself from striking Lin Jinbei is already his greatest act of mercy. Rest assured, Prosecutor Liu, I will handle the matter concerning Jiang Hao. After all, I am his father, and I will find a way to bring him back to Fenglai Martial Arts School. So much has transpired today, and while the blow to Lin Jinbei is significant, he must acknowledge that Jiang Hao is far more formidable than he had imagined. If someone with such exceptional talent were to openly leave Fenglai Martial Arts School and join the Jidao Martial Arts School, the loss for Fenglai would be catastrophic. Moreover, today's incident has severely tarnished the reputation of Fenglai Martial Arts School. As the branch head of the Tianhe-based city, Lin Jinbei must devise a strategy to resolve this situation. Lu Jishan says little more, nodding slightly before turning to leave. Immediately, Lin Jinbei summons Chief Instructor Guo Yuhai. Speak. What exactly happened regarding Jiang Hao's adoptive parents? Guo Yuhai, trembling with fear, kneels down. Master, allow me to explain. It was indeed my worthless son who accidentally killed Jiang Hao's adoptive parents. However, there is a reason behind it. Guo Yuhai stammers. That night, Jiang Hao's adoptive parents were riding against traffic, causing my son to crash his motorcycle. In a fit of rage, he struck out. Who would have guessed that Jiang Hao's adoptive parents were so fragile that they would perish from a mere push? Guo Yuhai is drenched in sweat, shaking uncontrollably, unable to meet Lin Jinbei's gaze. In truth, his words do not reflect the reality of the situation. What transpired that night was fundamentally due to his son's drunken antics. He did not wish to conceal the truth. But Lin Jinbei's fury left him no choice. Revealing the facts would spell disaster for him. Whether to protect his son or the Guo family, he must keep this matter under wraps. After all, Jiang Hao has already departed, and he has ensured that all those involved are dealt with. Even if Lin Jinbei were to investigate, there would be no leads to follow. The people from the Huaiyuan district are, by nature, utterly uncouth, deliberately riding against traffic as if seeking their own demise. Nevertheless, they are still Jiang Hao's adoptive parents. You must take responsibility for this. Once I persuade Jiang Hao to return to Fenglai Martial Arts School, you must ensure your son personally apologizes to him. You understand? In Lin Jinbei's heart, he has always harbored a deep disdain for the people of Huaiyuan district. He believes that Jiang Hao's current state is entirely the fault of his adoptive parents, who have led him astray. Were it not for their previous kindness towards Jiang Hao, Lin Jinbei would not have intervened. In Lin Jinbei's view, Jiang Hao's transformation is undoubtedly a result of his adoptive parents' influence. Being killed by Guo Yunhai's son is simply what he deserves. Fine. No problem. If young Master Jiang truly returns to the school, I will certainly bow an apology. Guo Yuhai silently rejoices at this moment, as he had not anticipated Lin Jinbei would believe his words. All right, get up. Immediately notify Mu Qing to return. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Guo Yuhai dares not hesitate, quickly turning to leave. Subsequently, Lin Jinbei returns to the Lin family. He is aware that today's incident has dealt a significant blow to Lin Zilong. As a father, he must help Lin Zilong regain his composure. in the underground chamber of the Lin family estate. The dejected Lin Zilong isolates himself. Before being defeated by Jiang Hao, he considered himself the chosen one. Yet now, Jiang Hao has shattered all his confidence, transforming him from a once proud figure into a laughingstock. The memories of his incessant taunts towards Jiang Hao before the competition, even threatening to sever Jiang Hao's arms, only deepened Lin Zilong's sense of ridicule. The heavy blow of being vanquished by Jiang Hao, coupled with his cowardly escape during the match, has led Lin Zilong to contemplate ending his own life in this dim chamber, just as he draws a dagger, preparing to cut his own throat. The door of the chamber is suddenly kicked open by Lin Jinbei. What do you think you're doing? Are you really considering suicide over such a minor setback? Do you wish for your mother and me to suffer in anguish for the rest of our lives because of your foolishness? Stand up! Lin Jinbei's thunderous roar jolts Lin Zilong back to reality. Yet, he remains engulfed in despair. With hollow eyes, he gazes at Lin Jinbei and says, "Dad, Jiang Hao is right. I am truly worthless." "No. Who says you are worthless?" Lin Jinbei grips Lin Zilong, pulling him to his feet. In terms of talent, Jiang Hao cannot even compare to your little finger. His victory was merely a stroke of luck, a surprise attack. Had he not secretly learned the techniques of the Jidao martial arts school? Catching you off guard, how could you have lost to him? As he speaks, Lin Jinbei throws the dagger from Lin Zilong's grasp to the ground. Listen carefully. If you wish to seek revenge, if you want to prove yourself stronger than Jiang Hao, then you must rise to the occasion. Over the years, I have shielded you too well, leaving you lacking in practical experience. From now on, I will tailor a rigorous training program for you, one that will elevate your abilities far beyond Jiang Hao's. Lin Jinbei truly understands Lin Zilong's despair. This martial arts competition was meant to be a platform for Lin Zilong. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances, today he would have claimed victory, showcasing his astonishing talent and strength, becoming the talk of the town and smoothly entering the headquarters for training. Yet all of this was destroyed by Jiang Hao. Who would have thought that a mere waste, having trained for 4 years at Fenglai Martial Arts School and still only at the second rank, could become so formidable? Even now, Lin Jinbei struggles to believe the events that have transpired. Hearing Lin Jinbei's words, a flicker of hope ignites in Lin Zilong's vacant gaze. He recalls the moments of battling Jiang Hao. Realizing that Lin Jinbei is correct, it was Jiang Hao's unique technique that caught him off guard, as he had never encountered it before. Under normal circumstances, how could he possibly have been defeated so thoroughly? That's right, I am not weaker than Jiang Hao. At just 18, I have already reached the 8th rank. Compared to me, Jiang Hao's talent is utterly mediocre. Father, Jiang Hao only won by sheer luck. If I can face him again, I will surely triumph. Lin Zilong clenches his fists, quickly regaining his former confidence. Father, please arrange another match for me. I want to publicly defeat Jiang Hao. I must prove to everyone that I am the strongest. This time, I will not let you down. Lin Jinbei nods in satisfaction upon hearing this. Good, this is my son. For now, your task is to undergo the special training I will provide. I will enhance your strength in a short period. In Lin Jinbei's perspective, Jiang Hao's victory was not only due to his unique technique, but also his practical combat experience against demonic beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Zilong has been overly sheltered over the years. Although gifted, his lack of real-world experience has led to his defeat against Jiang Hao. Therefore, Lin Jinbei's next course of action is to have Lin Zilong engage in combat with actual demonic beasts. Only through such life and death struggles can he truly grow. In Lin Jinbei's heart, Lin Zilong remains his most perfect and outstanding son. Dad, now that Jiang Hao has left Fenglai Martial Arts School and joined Jidao Martial Arts School, this will significantly impact our school. What should we do? After regaining his confidence, Lin Zilong raises this pressing question with a serious tone. Rest assured, Father has already conceived an excellent plan to ensure that Jiang Hao obediently returns to the Fenglai Martial Arts School. By that time, I shall compel Jiang Hao to kneel and apologize to me, and all public outcry will dissipate. Subsequently, Father will arrange for you to engage in a contest with Jiang Hao, where you shall publicly defeat him, thereby proving your prowess. The latter statement, though seemingly a comfort to Lin Zilong, was in truth a self-reassurance for him. He was deeply reluctant to witness Jiang Hao's burgeoning strength. For the more formidable and exceptional Jiang Hao became, the more it cast Lin Jinbei's own shortcomings into stark relief. After nurturing his son for over a decade, to see him overshadowed by a forsaken firstborn would undoubtedly render Lin Jinbei the subject of ridicule. Thus, he could place all his hopes upon his younger son, Lin Zilong, urging him to surpass Jiang Hao. Only in this manner could he vindicate his judgment. After soothing Lin Zilong, Lin Jinbei glanced at Wang Ruoyao to confirm that he was unharmed, then proceeded to the Lin family hall. At that moment, Guo Yuhai entered with a robustly built man. Upon seeing Lin Jinbei, the man immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Master, your disciple has returned late. Had I known Jiang Hao was such a despicable and malevolent individual, I would never have permitted him to harm our martial school's members." The speaker was Mu Qing, Lin Jinbei's cherished disciple, whom he valued immensely alongside his son Lin Zilong. Although Mu Qing was a year older than Lin Zilong, he too possessed remarkable talent. Currently holding the rank of a 9th-tier warrior, Mu Qing had been honing his skills outside, and the urgency of his summons was solely due to Lin Jinbei's intention for him to venture to the Jidao Martial Arts School to retrieve the unfilial Jiang Hao. "Mu Qing, since you are already aware of Jiang Hao's treachery, I would appreciate it if you could pay a visit to the Jidao Martial Arts School. Challenge Jiang Hao in my name as my personal disciple. Should he be vanquished by you, it will serve as justification to bring him back to the Fenglai Martial Arts School." Mu Qing smiled confidently, declaring, "Master, please rest assured. I know what must be done. I promise to bring back Jiang Hao." Chapter 27. Joining the Jidao Martial Arts School to prove one's strength. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Tianhe Bay city, Li Jinhao accompanied Jiang Hao to the Jidao Martial Arts School located there. Like the Fenglai Martial Arts School, the branches of the Jidao Martial Arts School were spread throughout the entire Yan nation. Ostensibly, the two martial schools maintained a peaceful coexistence, yet in truth, they engaged in covert rivalry. The stringent recruitment standards of the Jidao Martial Arts School far surpassed those of the Fenglai Martial Arts School, resulting in a significantly smaller student body. Initially, Jiang Hao had favored the Jidao Martial Arts School, believing that its unrestrained environment would foster the greatest growth for its students. However, due to his incomplete awakening as a mentalist, his physical condition had been exceedingly weak, rendering him inferior to his peers, and he was predictably eliminated. Now, standing once more before the Jidao Martial Arts School, he was overcome with emotions. He was no longer the worthless individual of yore, but a genius. At that moment, Jiang Hao noticed a colossal statue in the center of the Jidao Martial Arts School, depicting the school's supreme master, Mo Wanshan. Mo Wanshan was one of the most powerful warriors in human history, having surpassed the realm of the war god and achieved planetary status. He had single-handedly slain 3 king-tier beasts, earning his fame throughout the land. Though Mo Wanshan had since retired, he remained the supreme master of the Jidao Martial Arts School, his status formidable and his strength unparalleled. Jiang Hao's ambition was to become a peerless powerhouse like him, to trample Lin Jinbei and Lin Zilong underfoot. Subsequently, under Li Jinhao's guidance, Jiang Hao strode confidently through the gates of the martial school. However, as he surveyed his new surroundings, a burly man suddenly appeared before him. Clenching his fists, the man glared at Jiang Hao with palpable envy, exclaiming, "I challenge you." This robust man, known as Lu Cheng, was a core student of the Jidao Martial Arts School, boasting the strength of a 7th-tier warrior. Despite Li Jinhao being the schoolmaster, he had yet to take on a personal disciple. For years, Lu Cheng had yearned to become Li Jinhao's apprentice. Recently, Li Jinhao had praised his hard work and exceptional abilities, instilling in him a belief that he would surely become Li Jinhao's disciple. Yet, the sudden elevation of a student expelled from the Fenglai Martial Arts School to Li Jinhao's personal disciple was utterly unacceptable to him. "I shall challenge Jiang Hao today." The Jidao Martial Arts School had fewer formalities than the Fenglai Martial Arts School. Any student could initiate a challenge against another, provided they did not intend to inflict lethal harm. Furthermore, there were no other regulations. Should an ordinary student defeat a core student, they could take their place. Lu Qing aimed to publicly challenge Jiang Hao, defeat him, and claim the position of Li Jinhao's disciple. As Lu Qing made his entrance, numerous students from the Jidao Martial Arts School emerged, each regarding Jiang Hao with scrutinizing gazes, though they had not witnessed the martial competition at the Fenglai Martial Arts School firsthand. They were aware of its general circumstances. Jiang Hao's ability to defeat numerous Fenglai Martial Arts School students, including Lin Zilong, suggested a level of strength that eclipsed his peers. Yet, given that they were currently within the Jidao Martial Arts School, where rivalry with the Fenglai Martial Arts School was customary, it was inevitable that some students would harbor animosity towards Jiang Hao. "Jiang Hao, if you wish to truly integrate here, let your strength speak for itself." Li Jinhao did not impede Lu Cheng's challenge. Rather, he wholeheartedly supported the students in their private sparring. In his view, nothing solidified bonds between men better than a good fight, and it would also expedite their personal growth. Of course, this was contingent upon both parties refraining from causing serious harm. Should anyone inflict malicious injuries or kill a fellow student, Li Jinhao would personally see to their punishment. No problem. Jiang Hao was well aware of the Jidao Martial Arts School's rules. He not only accepted Lu Cheng's challenge, but eagerly anticipated the opportunity for combat. Compared to the conservatism of the Fenglai Martial Arts School, he greatly favored the Jidao Martial Arts School's approach. Moments later, the two arrived at the martial arts arena of the Jido Martial Arts School. Surrounding them were instructors from the Jido Martial Arts School and a number of young students. Standing in the arena, Lu Cheng was a towering figure, his muscles bulging, wielding a hefty long knife that shimmered with a faint golden hue, clearly an extraordinary weapon. This was an A-grade weapon, the Golden Shadow Steel Blade. Lu Cheng brandished the Golden Shadow Steel Blade as if to flaunt it, declaring, "Jiang Hao, this was bestowed upon me by the schoolmaster. I was always the most suitable candidate for his personal disciple. Yet you have taken that from me. Today, I shall use this blade to prove to the schoolmaster that I am superior to you. Do not think that winning the championship at the Fenglai Martial Arts School allows you to flaunt your prowess here. The students of the Jido Martial Arts School are all stronger than those of the Fenglai Martial Arts School." As Lu Cheng's words fell, he lunged at Jiang Hao like a tempest. The Golden Shadow Steel Blade slicing through the air with a deadly gleam aimed directly at Jiang Hao's vital points. In the face of Lu Cheng's ferocious onslaught, Jiang Hao remained remarkably composed. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes as if he had already discerned Lu Cheng's techniques. Just as the Golden Shadow Steel Blade was about to make contact, Jiang Hao's form shifted with a swiftness that was nearly imperceptible. He instantly evaded the attack, positioning himself beside Lu Cheng while simultaneously delivering a strike towards him. The seemingly mundane slash was accompanied by a howling gale, though Lu Cheng reacted swiftly and blocked the strike with the Golden Shadow Steel Blade. The force of the wind nearly toppled him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hao unleashed a flurry of moves, his body becoming a whirlwind as he spun with rapidity. The black-edged knife in his hands transformed into a silver tornado. Sweeping towards Lu Cheng at breakneck speed, Lu Cheng was unable to discern Jiang Hao's maneuvers. Before he could react, his tightly gripped Golden Shadow Steel Blade was sent flying from his grasp. In the next instant, Jiang Hao executed a lightning-fast step, appearing before Lu Cheng like a specter. He struck with a decisive blow to Lu Cheng's neck. However, Jiang Hao did not deliver the killing blow. Instead, he struck with the back of his knife, thus inflicting only minor injury upon Lu Cheng. Under normal circumstances, had Jiang Hao unleashed his full power, Lu Cheng would have been severed in two. This unfolding scene was witnessed clearly by all present at the Jidao Martial Arts School. Each observer displayed an expression of profound astonishment. Lu Cheng was regarded as one of the foremost students in this cohort of the Jidao Martial Arts School. Yet he had been instantaneously defeated by Jiang Hao. This was sufficient to demonstrate the extent of Jiang Hao's strength. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, Jiang Hao's display of power left all the students in awe and earned him their utmost respect. No one could any longer question Jiang Hao's worthiness. At that moment, in the arena, Lu Cheng stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. Deep down, he understood that Jiang Hao's selection as Li Jinhao's personal disciple was surely due to his exceptional capabilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to seize the championship of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Yet, he remains unwilling to accept defeat, which is why he has come to challenge. The outcome, however, was a complete rout. Had it not been for Jiang Hao's timely restraint, he would have met his demise. Lu Cheng bitterly chuckled to himself, reflecting on his own inadequacy. How could he ever dare to entertain the thought of defeating you with such limited prowess? I truly am a fool. At this juncture, Lu Cheng's gaze regained its determination. Jiang Hao, although I may not be able to best you at present, do not revel in your triumph too soon. I, Lu Cheng, swear that one day, I shall personally defeat you. With that, Lu Cheng picked up the fallen Golden Shadow Steel Blade and strode out of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy without looking back. Rather than wallowing in despair after his defeat, Lu Cheng preferred to use this setback as motivation to grow stronger. Within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, there exists a profound adage: failure is the mother of success. Only through the lessons learned from failure can one cultivate strength. Shortly thereafter, Li Jinhao stepped into the arena. Seizing the moment, he announced to all present, "From this day forth, Jiang Hao shall be my direct disciple." However, at that moment, an unexpected guest entered the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. "Jiang Hao, having become Li Jinhao's direct disciple, do you dare accept my challenge?" The visitor was none other than Mu Qing from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 28. Lintao North's disciple comes to challenge. Mu Qing's sudden appearance had already left the members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy in shock. Now, he audaciously challenged Jiang Hao in public. A flagrant act that incited the ire of those present. Mu Qing, this is not the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Who permitted you to enter without invitation? We, the disciples of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, do not welcome you. Be gone at once. Many within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy rolled up their sleeves, glaring angrily at Mu Qing. It was evident to all that his challenge to Jiang Hao is far from benign. Mu Qing paid no heed to the furious expressions surrounding him. Smiling faintly, it is said that the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy respects the strong and does not refuse any challenge. Today, it seems that is but a facade. Since someone wishes to be a timid turtle, then so be it. With that, Mu Qing turned to leave. That moment, Li Jinhao abruptly called out to him. Wait, the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy indeed does not shy away from challenges. But Mu Qing, as a direct disciple of Lintown North, your cultivation level must have already reached the 9th rank. Correct? The disparity in cultivation between you and Jiang Hao is vast. What merit is there in your challenge? Furthermore, Jiang Hao has already fought numerous battles today, exhausting considerable stamina that if you truly wish to challenge a member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, I can immediately arrange a suitable opponent for you. Mu Qing had anticipated Li Jinhao's response and showed no fear in the face of his gaze. Coldly, he replied, Indeed, my cultivation surpasses that of Jiang Hao. But I have yet to reach the rank of a war general. In certain respects, Jiang Hao and I are merely ordinary warriors. Moreover, Jiang Hao, relying on his combat experience, bullied the inexperienced Lin Zilong at the martial arts tournament. Is that fair? If Lin Zilong had combat experience, would he have suffered such a crushing defeat? At this juncture, Mu Qing pointed towards Jiang Hao, declaring, If you are a man, accept my challenge, rest assured, to ensure the fairness of the match. I shall not use my full strength. I will engage you with bare hands alone. Should I emerge victorious, you must return to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy and kneel to the master in apology. Upon hearing this, the members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy erupted in furious protests. How dare you lack even a shred of dignity? Jiang Hao's cultivation is vastly inferior to Lin Zilong's. Yet you claim his victory to be unfair. Lin Zilong is already an 8th rank warrior. How can such a waste be fit to become the champion of the martial arts tournament? It is evident that the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy wishes to prevent Jiang Hao from easily joining the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Which is why you have come here. Are all of you from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy this despicable? Jiang Hao, you are already one of us at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. There is no need to accept this contemptible scoundrel's challenge. Indeed, should he dare forcibly take you away, we shall ensure he does not leave the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy alive. Yet, Mu Qing remained unfazed by the words of the crowd. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Hao like a venomous serpent. Why do you remain silent? I am prepared to fight you barehanded, and yet you dare not accept. Is this what you call a genius? Bah, Mu Qing scoffed. You can only prey on someone like Zilong, who lacks combat experience. Tiomi. Zilong's defeat stems not only from his inexperience but also from his familial ties. Jiang Hao, I advise you to return to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy without delay. After all, you are the master's son. A simple bow and apology will suffice, and this matter will be resolved. Perhaps the master will even nurture you well. Ha ha ha. Mu Qing's laughter echoed, unperturbed by the crowd. After all, he was a disciple of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy and a direct disciple of Lintown North. He believed Li Jinhao would not dare strike against him lightly. What a wretched scoundrel Lintown North has chosen as a disciple. Does he truly think I will not teach him a lesson? Li Jinhao, enraged, gritted his teeth, preparing to confront Mu Qing, only to be stopped by Jiang Hao. Master, do not act impulsively. Since this fellow wishes to challenge me, then I shall accept. Jiang Hao regarded Mu Qing with disdain. What is he but a mere 9th rank warrior? I hardly consider him a threat. Are you truly determined to engage him in battle? Li Jinhao asked with concern. You have fought too many times today. Can your stamina keep up? In Li Jinhao's view, since Jiang Hao dared to accept Mu Qing's challenge, he must have the utmost confidence. Yet, he worried that Jiang Hao's exhaustion might impact subsequent battles. Fear not. This fellow is merely a clown. Just wait and see the spectacle. After declaring this, Jiang Hao, brimming with fighting spirit, approached Mu Qing. Come, I accept your challenge. But let me make one thing clear. Swords and blades are blind. If I inadvertently sever your head, do not blame me. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao, do you truly believe yourself formidable? In my eyes, you have always been nothing but a waste. Do not think that having learned a few techniques from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy will enable you to defeat me. The chasm between us is akin to an insurmountable divide. Prior to arriving at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, Mu Qing had watched the battle videos of Jiang Hao and Lin Zilong countless times. Indeed, Jiang Hao possesses commendable skills and wields a formidable blade technique. Lin Zilong, having been coddled since childhood, naturally could not contend against such an unfamiliar and powerful style. However, Mu Qing was no pampered child. Coming from humble beginnings, becoming a warrior was his only opportunity to change his fate. Thus, he had worked tirelessly, growing accustomed to battling fierce beasts. In his view, even without weapons, he could effortlessly defeat Jiang Hao. Subsequently, the two stepped into the combat arena of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, Mu Qing's previous disdain had vanished, replaced by a fierce killing intent. Jiang Hao, today you have unjustly harmed so many disciples of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy, causing disgrace to my master and the entire academy. Even if I am rebuked by my master upon my return, today I shall cripple your legs. With these words, Mu Qing stomped the ground, his fists enveloped in a crackling thunderous power. Even unarmed, Mu Qing radiated an overwhelming aura of oppression. Chapter 29. A single strike to decimate. Utterly defenseless, though Mu Qing may be despicable, his strength is undeniably formidable. It is no wonder he is a direct disciple of Lintown North. Jiang Hao and he are worlds apart in cultivation. I genuinely worry he may lose to Mu Qing. Do not utter such disheartening words. Even Lu Qing was easily defeated by Jiang Hao, which attests to Jiang Hao's strength. Yet, even if Jiang Hao is powerful, he has fought numerous times today, and his stamina must be severely depleted. Could it be that Jiang Hao is intentionally seeking to lose to Mu Qing, seizing the opportunity to return to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy? After all, Lintown North is Jiang Hao's father. It seems unlikely he would remain with us at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy indefinitely. Perhaps there is indeed some truth to that possibility, though Jiang Hao has been accepted as a direct disciple by Li Jinhao today, and has proven his strength by defeating Lu Qing. For the vast majority of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy's disciples, Jiang Hao remains a stranger. They are unfamiliar with him, and in light of the considerable disparity in strength, his acceptance of the challenge raises considerable skepticism. At this moment, Mu Qing listened to the discussions around him and erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao, you must have heard it too. The people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School do not trust you at all. What significance is there in your continued presence here? If you decisively admit defeat now, I might consider sparing your legs. Clenching his fists, Mu Qing's eyes brimmed with disdain for Jiang Hao. Enough of the noise. If you wish to fight, then let us engage without further ado. As Jiang Hao's words fell, he swiftly drew the black-edged blade. His previously bland gaze transformed into one brimming with lethal intent. This expression was far from that of a mere student warrior. It resembled that of a battle-hardened deity of death. What is happening? Mu Qing was evidently taken aback by Jiang Hao's gaze. Having battled ferocious beasts numerous times and having honed his skills in the field, he was stunned to find a flicker of fear rising within him when confronted by Jiang Hao's current demeanor. He found it hard to meet Jiang Hao's eyes. Impossible. This must be mere bluster. How could I be intimidated by such a gaze? Casting a frigid glare at Jiang Hao, Mu Qing declared, since you refuse to surrender, do not blame me for what follows. With that, Mu Qing executed the thunder step, dashing towards Jiang Hao at an astonishing speed. His right fist, charged with the power of thunder, was mercilessly hurled at Jiang Hao. This was one of the A-grade martial techniques of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, Thunder Fist. When combined with the thunder step, it could unleash even greater might. Mu Qing's physical strength was formidable, and his preferred weaponry included armors and gauntlets. He had already mastered the thunder fist to its pinnacle. Even now, with bare hands, he could unleash exceptional power. In his eyes, Jiang Hao could never withstand this blow. However, Mu Qing's seemingly ferocious and rapid attack was utterly futile in Jiang Hao's eyes. With the peak mastery of the thunder step, Jiang Hao effortlessly evaded Mu Qing's thunder fist, without granting him a moment to react. Jiang Hao executed the gale blade, storm rising. As he swung his blade, a howling tempest instantly formed a green blade aura, hurtling towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing's instinct was to evade, yet he was utterly too late. The green blade aura pierced through his body in an instant. He felt an excruciating pain before collapsing to the ground. From his right shoulder to his left side, Mu Qing's body was cleaved in two by Jiang Hao. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. No one had anticipated that Jiang Hao would slay Mu Qing with a single stroke. The entire ordeal transpired within a heartbeat, leaving Mu Qing no chance to even scream before he met a tragic end. He has killed someone. Jiang Hao has publicly slain Mu Qing. As the onlookers processed the shocking scene, terror etched across their faces. While it was true that injuries and fatalities were inevitable in martial arts sparring, the sheer abruptness of Mu Qing's death, executed without a hint of resistance, felt like an unprovoked massacre. At that moment, standing among the crowd, Lu Qing witnessed the unfolding scene, his face paling in fright. Had Jiang Hao unleashed such lethal force against him during their earlier contest, his fate would have mirrored that of Mu Qing. Master, from start to finish, it was this guy who provoked the confrontation. It was he who issued the challenge. He even chose to fight me barehanded. His death is no one's fault but his own for being so fragile, as a member of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Is it wrong for me to eliminate someone who disrespects its reputation? Despite the collective horror of the spectators, Jiang Hao remained unfazed. In this world, where the strong prey on the weak, power was paramount. Moreover, in his previous life at the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, he had often been bullied by Mu Qing. Jiang Hao was well aware of his true identity, yet Mu Qing offered no respect, only increasing his bullying. There were times when he had been beaten to the point of immobility. Lin Jinbei, at times, had witnessed these injustices but chose to maintain his distance to protect his own image before the schoolmaster, allowing Mu Qing to continue his tyranny. Now that Jiang Hao had crossed over, could he not seek vengeance? To cleave this scoundrel in two was the greatest mercy Jiang Hao could extend. Jiang Hao was right. Everything was of Mu Qing's own making. Someone, take Mu Qing's corpse back to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School and inform Lin Jinbei that Jiang Hao is my disciple. Li Jinhao, and no one shall take him away. Li Jinhao, witnessing Jiang Hao's act of killing, felt a mix of surprise and exhilaration. He had previously worried that Jiang Hao might abandon the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and return to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. But now, it seemed his fears were unfounded. As Jiang Hao's master and the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School in the Tianhe-based city, how could he not protect Jiang Hao in this situation? Soon, the news of Mu Qing's demise reached the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. When Lin Jinbei unveiled the white cloth to reveal Mu Qing's dismembered body, he was left utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Mu Qing was a 9th-tier warrior of remarkable prowess. How could he be slain by that boy Jiang Hao with a single stroke? I refuse to believe. I refuse to accept that Jiang Hao possesses such strength. It must have been Li Jinhao's covert intervention. Surely, at this moment, not only was Lin Jinbei in shock, but all those present from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. Chapter 30. The Wind Thunder Martial Arts School suffers great losses. Answer me. Was it Li Jinhao who acted from the shadows? Lin Jinbei could not accept that his most valued disciple had met such a tragic end. He could not fathom that Jiang Hao's strength could be so absurdly formidable. Master, this is a battle video sent to us by the people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Li Jinhao had not intervened. Mu Qing had indeed been slain by Jiang Hao's blade. Guo Yuhai trembled as he played the battle video for Lin Jinbei to witness. Everyone present could clearly see from the video the entirety of Jiang Hao's execution of Mu Qing. He had not even provided Mu Qing a moment to react, a testament to Jiang Hao's overwhelming power. How could this happen? Lin Jinbei, despite his reluctance to accept it, was forced to acknowledge the reality as he watched the battle video unfold. Had it been an ordinary disciple who perished, it might have been acceptable. Yet Mu Qing was the most talented individual in the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, second only to Lin Zilong. Lin Jinbei had deliberately withheld Mu Qing from participating in the recent martial arts tournament to ensure Lin Zilong could shine. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances, Mu Qing would have swiftly ascended to the ranks of battle generals. Then Lin Jinbei could have sent him and Lin Zilong to the headquarters together. However, with such a remarkable warrior gone, the loss to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School was truly catastrophic. Brother Mu. Lin Zilong cried out in anguish at the sight of Mu Qing's tragic demise. Though Mu Qing was merely a year his senior, in Lin Zilong's eyes, he was like an older brother. He could never have imagined Mu Qing would fall to Jiang Hao's blade. Father, if Mu Qing lost, it was due to his underestimation of the enemy. Had he not fought barehanded and confronted Jiang Hao in a fair match, Jiang Hao would never have triumphed. Jiang Hao is utterly despicable. How could he act in such a manner? In the past, Mu Qing often looked out for Jiang Hao at the martial arts school. Yet now he has met his end at his hands. Father, this grudge must not go unavenged. Having already harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Hao after the humiliating defeat in the tournament, Lin Zilong's ire only intensified upon the death of his revered brother at Jiang Hao's hands. Lin Jinbei now felt nothing but hatred towards Jiang Hao. Yes, vengeance is a must. This ungrateful wretch is a heartless demon. How could I, Lin Jinbei, with a lifetime of honor, have such a devilish son? Endless murderous intent glimmered in Lin Jinbei's eyes. But at that moment, a deep voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Revenge? How do you plan to enact it? Do you intend to kill Jiang Hao? The speaker was Lu Jinshan, the prosecutor of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. Casting a glance at the horrifically slain Mu Qing, his expression darkened further. Lin Jinbei, is this the brilliant strategy you spoke of? Not only has Jiang Hao not returned, but the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School has also lost a gifted disciple. You have truly disappointed me. Lin Jinbei's face betrayed a hint of panic at Lu Jinshan's unexpected arrival. Prosecutor Lu, please allow me to explain. I never wished for this incident to occur. I did not anticipate Jiang Hao would kill Mu Qing. According to my plan, Mu Qing was supposed to defeat Jiang Hao and bring him back to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. Silence. Lu Jinshan interrupted Lin Jinbei angrily. When Jiang Hao defeated Lin Zilong, you claimed it was mere luck. Do you now suggest that his victory over Mu Qing is also a stroke of luck? Jiang Hao is your own son. Why have you failed to recognize his strength? Do not feed me excuses about being separated from Jiang Hao since childhood and being unaware of his prowess. Those are mere nonsense. If you truly care for Jiang Nian, how could you possibly be oblivious to his true capabilities? Lu Jinshan, seething with anger, strode towards Lin Jinbei, asserting that it was evident he favored his younger son and deliberately neglected Jiang Hao. The events that have transpired are entirely your doing. Lu Jinshan had long harbored discontent towards Lin Jinbei regarding the martial arts tournament. Even a fool could discern that Lin Jinbei indeed favored his younger son. And while favoritism might be forgivable, his disdain for his eldest son was inexcusable. This ultimately led to Jiang Hao's defection from the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy to join the Jido Martial Arts Academy. Were Lin Jinbei to reconcile with Jiang Hao, one might consider the past transgressions settled. However, not only has he failed to win Jiang Hao back, but he has also allowed Mu Qing, a remarkably gifted warrior, to perish in vain. Lu Jinshan would not easily forgive Lin Jinbei. Listening to Lu Jinshan's words, Lin Jinbei found himself at a loss for how to respond. It was true that he favored Lin Zilong, but this bias stemmed from Jiang Hao's upbringing in the slums. He disdained the crude habits Jiang Hao exhibited and loathed his association with street thugs, perceiving him as perpetually unsatisfactory. Even after bringing Jiang Hao back to the Jiang family, Lin Jinbei still harbored resentment. Moreover, after years at the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Hao had only demonstrated the prowess of a second-tier martial artist. All of these factors led Lin Jinbei to abandon Jiang Hao entirely. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Hao's true strength was so formidable, indicating that all he had showcased at the academy was a deliberate facade. Hao, you are indeed my son, and I confess I initially held biases against you. However, you should not have concealed your true strength from the outset. Had you revealed such remarkable capabilities earlier, I would have devoted myself entirely to nurturing your talent. Had that been the case, none of this would have transpired, and you would have already journeyed to the headquarters of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy for training. Why would you trust an outsider over your own father? Lin Jinbei sighed deeply, fully aware that under the current circumstances, it was nearly impossible to bring Jiang Hao back to the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, at least not in the near future. To claim he had no regrets would be disingenuous. Old Lin, I must say, you have indeed overstepped in your treatment of Jiang Hao. For the time being, you should take a moment to rest. As for persuading Jiang Hao to return to the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, I will discuss it thoroughly with the higher-ups. Lu Jinshan, feeling quite helpless, patted Lin Jinbei on the shoulder. Although Lin Jinbei's actions had caused significant losses for the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, he was, after all, a warrior of legendary status. It was inconceivable to expel Lin Jinbei from the academy for the transgressions of an unproven martial artist. Furthermore, as Jiang Hao's biological father, there might still be a chance for reconciliation in the future. Inspector Lu, this matter is indeed my fault. If there are consequences to face, I will bear them alone, Lin Jinbei stated, his expression grim. Take care of yourself. Lu Jinshan refrained from saying more and hurriedly departed, needing to report the day's events at the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy to its highest authority in South Wagwa City. Chapter 31. The Academy's reputation at stake. A plot against Jiang Hao. In the heart of South Wagwa City Center, a magnificent edifice stood tall. This was the headquarters of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, symbolizing its authority and stature within the city. Beyond South Wagwa City, the nation boasted 6 other major cities, each housing a headquarters of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. These headquarters did not directly recruit or train martial artists but rather oversaw the operations of all branch academies within their respective cities and handled significant affairs. Lu Jinshan, one of the inspectors at the South Wagwa City headquarters, entered an office with a grave expression. Before him stood a resolute man with a crew cut, Zhao Changming, the head of the headquarters. Within the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, the position of the head was second only to that of the Grand Master, overseeing all branch academies in the city. Even Lin Jinbei was obliged to heed Zhao Changming's authority. Speak. What in the world happened at the Tianhe Branch Academy? Zhao Changming inquired, his voice filled with urgency. He was already aware of the day's events, even in the absence of Lu Jinshan's report. Over the years, the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy had maintained a superior reputation compared to the Jido Martial Arts Academy, boasting a far greater number of enrolled students. Currently, 2/3 of the officers in the National Martial Artist Corps hailed from the Fenglai Academy. While there had been underlying tensions between the two academies, they had always been discreet. However, today, An exceptional martial artist from the Foley Academy had openly challenged the Jidao Academy and not only failed but also met his demise there. The catalyst for all this chaos was Lin Jinbei's neglect of his own son, which undoubtedly cast a pall over the Foley Academy's reputation. Lord Zhao, please calm your anger. While Lin Jinbei has certainly erred, he remains our branch leader. Moreover, Jiang Hao did indeed conceal his strength, and perhaps today's events were orchestrated by Jiang Nian from the outset. His brazen assault on fellow academy students during the tournament and the brutal murder of Mu Qing indicate that Jiang Hao was corrupted during his time in the Tianhe branch's slums. Lin Jinbei has been unable to reclaim Jiang Hao in such a short time, Lu Jinshan argued, seeking to defend his friend. Disgraceful. Zhao Changming slammed his hand on the table in fury. Lin Jinbei, a legendary warrior and once a hero who saved Tianhe City, how could he be so foolish? In the span of a single day, we have lost two exceptionally talented warriors from the Foley Academy. This infuriates me. And you? Zhao Changming turned his ire towards Lu Jinshan. When Lin Jinbei impulsively attacked Jiang Hao during the tournament, why did you not intervene? Had you done so, Jiang Hao would not have seamlessly transitioned to the Jidao Academy. I didn't foresee his impulsiveness, Lu Jinshan protested, feeling aggrieved. How could anyone anticipate such a reaction? Enough. The damage has been done, and it is unlikely we can rectify it in the near term. However, Lin Jinbei must face severe consequences, Zhao Changming declared, though he recognized he could not take drastic measures against Lin Jinbei. After all, Lin Jinbei was a legendary warrior with exceptional skills. It would be unreasonable to expel him from the academy over these issues, as the losses would be too significant. In Zhao Changming's view, a stern reprimand and a hefty fine would suffice. As Zhao Changming regained his composure, Lu Jinshan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in opulent attire entered the office. Father, do you truly intend to let Jiang Hao off the hook like this? I am fully aware of everything that transpired today. This is evidently a conspiracy between Jiang Hao and the Jidao Academy. Otherwise, how could he have unleashed such inexplicable martial techniques? His meticulous planning clearly extends beyond mere revenge against Lin Jinbei. His true target is the Foley Academy. Otherwise, why would he so ruthlessly harm our members? This young man was none other than Zhao Changming's son, Zhao Wei, a mere 20 years of age yet already a formidable warrior of the battle general rank. Such talent is rare in the entire nation of Huagua. Zhao Wei was also a disciple of the Grand Master at the Foley Academy, having been personally mentored. After reaching the battle general rank, he returned to his father's side. Upon learning of the events at the Tianhe branch, he was filled with indignation at Jiang Hao's actions. And what do you propose we do? Zhao Changming inquired. Turning to his son. In my eyes, Jiang Hao, who betrays us and conspires with outsiders against the Foley Academy, deserves to die. Furthermore, he has harmed so many of our students and killed such an outstanding warrior as Mu Qing. He must perish. If Lin Jinbei cannot take action, then I shall. Zhao Wei's eyes glinted with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. After a brief silence, Zhao Changming nodded slightly. Jiang Hao's behavior was indeed monstrous. Should he be allowed to continue growing, he would inevitably pose a grave threat to the Foley Academy. In that case, let us eliminate him. Ensure it is done thoroughly. Initially, Zhao Changming had been reluctant to take action against Jiang Hao, contemplating how to bring him back to the Foley Academy. However, Zhao Wei's words had awakened a realization within him. With such extraordinary talent, if Jiang Hao were to flourish under the Jidao Academy's tutelage, he would undoubtedly become a significant menace to the Foley Academy in the future. Thus, it was imperative to extinguish this threat in its infancy. Father, rest assured, I am fully aware of what must be done. Zhao Wei let out a cold chuckle before turning and exiting the hall. Meanwhile, after Jiang Hao publicly killed Mu Qing, although the members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall were left in shock, it undeniably served as a testament to Jiang Hao's formidable strength. Furthermore, Jiang Hao's act of slaying Mu Qing proved his unwavering determination to join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. At that moment, no one dared to question Jiang Hao any longer. He was regarded as an integral part of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Following this, Li Jinhao personally guided Jiang Hao through the facilities of the hall, diligently introducing him to various amenities and the names of the instructors. Simultaneously, he granted Jiang Hao the highest level of access to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe Bay City, allowing him to freely study all existing martial techniques within the hall. However, Jiang Hao found little interest in these techniques. To him, it was far more advantageous to select suitable opponents to replicate their skills. As long as he could defeat them in the void combat arena, he could effortlessly master all their techniques in an instant, reaching the pinnacle of prowess without delay. After familiarizing himself with the environment of the hall, Li Jinhao arranged for a private dormitory for Jiang Hao within the premises. Given that Jiang Hao had endured numerous battles that day, Li Jinhao chose not to disturb him further, advising him to rest well before taking his leave. At that moment, in the dormitory, Jiang Hao decisively activated the Void Combat Arena. His opponent this time was the 7th-tier martial artist, Lu Qing. In the real world, Lu Qing was no match for Jiang Hao. And now, within the confines of the arena, he was utterly powerless. Leveraging his astonishing strength, Jiang Hao accomplished 10 kills in mere moments. The experience gained allowed him to effortlessly step into the 8th-tier martial artist realm. Additionally, he comprehended Lu Qing's B-rank Fierce Collapse Fist and A-rank Sword Technique Crimson Wave Sword Technique in an instant. Even having reached the pinnacle of mastery, Jiang Hao held little interest in these two martial techniques from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, as their power was far inferior to the Raging Wind Blade he had mastered. Nonetheless, the more techniques he acquired, the greater his advantage in future battles would be. For instance, if he were to face Lu Qing again, he would easily see through Lu Qing's Crimson Wave Sword Technique and react accordingly. Every move of Lu Qing would appear riddled with flaws in Jiang Hao's eyes. Upon concluding his training in the Void Combat Arena, Jiang Hao did not feel excessively fatigued. Thus, under the pretense of returning home to gather his belongings, he ventured into the Misty Fog Forest to hunt magical beasts and clear the cooldown time of his system. He then returned to the Huaiyuan district, selling the beast cores he had collected from the hunt to a shopkeeper. As a martial artist's strength increased, so did their financial needs. In the later stages, even a casually obtained S-rank weapon would require several million. Even though Jiang Hao had already become Li Jinhao's disciple, he knew he must strive to accumulate wealth for unforeseen circumstances. As night fell, Jiang Hao decided against returning to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall that very night, opting instead to rest at his old home in the Huaiyuan district. Taking the opportunity to pack his belongings and bid a final farewell to the impoverished life he had endured for 20 years. However, as he stepped through the door, he discovered a man clad in a blue and gold uniform seated inside. The distinctive attire immediately revealed the man's identity to Jiang Hao. He was a member of the Tianhe City's law enforcement team. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao's brow furrowed in alarm. Could it be that the matter of my killing Guo Yi and Guo Feng has been exposed? Yet, upon further reflection, Jiang Hao deemed it unlikely. If the truth of his actions had indeed come to light, it would surely be Guo Yuhai himself appearing here, not a member of the law enforcement team. Surely he would not let Jiang Hao escape unscathed. To Jiang Hao, the sudden appearance of this man could only mean trouble. Chapter 32. The young master of the Zhao family threatens Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, please accompany me. The law enforcement team member spoke in a cold, emotionless tone. Jiang Hao scoffed, fixing a sharp gaze upon him. If you wish for me to accompany you, you must provide a reason. When has the law enforcement team been so brazen as to arrest someone without cause? Where is your arrest warrant? His words dripped with disdain and contempt for the members of the law enforcement team. If they truly upheld the law, Jiang Hao would not be so dismissive. However, the reality was that they were nothing more than a pack of scoundrels. Had they not been bought off by Guo Yuhai, his adoptive parents would not have met such a tragic fate. How audacious. Do I require an arrest warrant to capture a filthy rat from the slums? The law enforcement team member, a battle general at the very least, regarded Jiang Hao with scorn. Jiang Hao is merely an immature child. No matter how exceptional his talents might be, the law enforcement member laughed derisively. Jiang Hao, do you truly believe yourself to be the young master of the Lin family? You are nothing more than a discarded rat abandoned by them. I warn you, if you do not come with me, I can end your life right here and now. Jiang Hao had already harbored an intense loathing for the members of the law enforcement team, and this declaration ignited his fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a fierce collapse fist, striking the man forcefully in the abdomen. Although it was merely a B-rank martial technique, when perfected, its power remained formidable. The law enforcement member had no chance to react. Being sent flying by Jiang Hao's punch, blood and viscera erupting from his mouth. As the man attempted to rise, Jiang Hao swiftly advanced, delivering a swift strike that severed his head. Despite the man possessing the strength of a second-tier battle general, he could not withstand Jiang Hao's surprise attack while unprepared. You filthy scoundrel, how dare you threaten me? I spit on you. Jiang Hao disdainfully spat on the lifeless body. However, as this man was a member of the law enforcement team, killing him would carry significant consequences. Hastily, Jiang Hao dragged the body to the backyard to bury it. So you can feel fear as well. A sudden voice startled Jiang Hao. Turning around, he saw a flamboyantly dressed man sauntering in. Zhao Wei had witnessed all of Jiang Hao's actions. An academy student who had not yet graduated managed to kill a second-tier battle general. This truly astonished Zhao Wei, though it was due to the law enforcement member's underestimation of Jiang Hao that he was ambushed and injured. It nonetheless demonstrated Jiang Hao's strength. So you were also a member of the law enforcement team. Jiang Hao tossed the corpse aside, his icy gaze fixed on Zhao Wei. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wei laughed heartily. I am no member of the law enforcement team. I am Zhao Changming's son, the master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Hao, given your extraordinary talent, I can choose to overlook tonight's events. I will ensure this matter is handled discreetly. However, you must leave the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and return to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. He continued, moreover, I will introduce you to the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Initially, Zhao Wei's intent had been to kill Jiang Hao. The law enforcement member who had just perished was summoned by him with that very purpose. He aimed to lure Jiang Hao out of the Huayuan district and into the misty fog forest, where he could strike and disguise the death as an attack by a magical beast. Yet now, Jiang Hao's display of strength left Zhao Wei greatly impressed. To let such talent perish would indeed be a lamentable loss. Zhao Wei believed he would eventually succeed his father as the master of the Huanan main city, so he intended to draw Jiang Hao to his side. What? Upon hearing Zhao Wei's proposition, Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. He had already sensed that Zhao Wei was of considerable status, but he had not anticipated him to be the son of Master Zhao Changming. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Hao quickly pieced everything together. The law enforcement member had clearly been acting under Zhao Wei's orders, aiming to kill him. However, through a twist of fate, Jiang Hao had turned the tables and killed the law enforcement member instead, thus earning Zhao Changming's respect. With a slight smile, Jiang Hao remarked, if you want me to return to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, it is not impossible. Just have Lin Jinbei kneel from the Lin family all the way here, and I may consider going back with you. Otherwise, you can leave. Fury ignited within Zhao Wei upon hearing Jiang Hao's words. Jiang Hao, I am giving you this opportunity out of respect for your talent. Do not make the mistake of refusing a toast and instead choosing punishment. To him, while Jiang Hao's talent was indeed formidable, he had yet to fully mature. Lin Jinbei was a well-known battle god-level powerhouse. How could he humiliate such a strong figure for the sake of one Jiang Hao? Besides, Lin Jinbei was also Jiang Hao's father. Such a reversal of roles was unprecedented. Huh? Jiang Hao scoffed dismissively. Is it possible that you intend to strike at me as well? I have already slain a second-tier battle general. What do I have to fear from you? Upon encountering Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao had already sensed the man's cultivation level. He was merely a first-tier battle general, likely having graduated from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall not long ago. As luck would have it, the Void Combat Arena was in need of a worthy opponent. And Zhao Wei, being the son of the Hall Master, undoubtedly possessed a variety of powerful martial techniques. He was indeed the ideal choice for Jiang Hao. Copy. Jiang Hao silently chanted, harnessing the power of the system to replicate it in the Void Combat Arena. At that moment, Zhao Wei, provoked by Jiang Hao, was utterly incensed. The admiration and appreciation he once felt for Jiang Hao had vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. Jiang Hao, you have forced my hand in all of this. To uphold the honor of the Fenglai Martial Arts School and to eliminate you, a potential future threat, I must execute you today. The Huayuan district, a forgotten corner on the fringes of the Tianhe city, was rife with chaos and darkness. Each day, inexplicable deaths occurred. Even though the laws of the Yin nation were stringent, they could hardly penetrate this tumultuous soil. Zhao Wei was acutely aware of this, thus he bore no concern for potential legal repercussions. As long as he could bribe the law enforcement personnel afterward, everything would be manageable. With a furious shout, Zhao Wei was instantly enveloped in a layer of dark golden battle armor. This armor seemed to meld with his body, and in that moment, both his speed and strength, as well as his defensive capabilities, achieved a qualitative leap. He surged towards Jiang Hao like a bolt of lightning, delivering a fierce punch aimed at his opponent's face. Jiang Hao reacted swiftly, crossing his arms in defense. Yet he was still knocked back several meters by Zhao Wei's formidable force. A tingling pain coursing through his arms. Ha! Kid, your reflexes are quite impressive, Zhao Wei smirked, but it's only natural. If you lacked such strength, how could you have claimed victory at the martial arts tournament? He shifted his tone, continuing, but don't think that this gives you the ability to contend with me. You only defeated that waste because he underestimated you. My strength is beyond your imagination. Chapter 33. Reveal the hidden cards. Annihilate Zhao Wei in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Hao's expression darkened. It wasn't fear of Zhao Wei's strength that troubled him, but rather the allure of the mysterious dark golden armor enveloping Zhao Wei. This suit of armor fitted perfectly with Zhao Wei's physique, as though it were a part of him, and this remarkable fusion astonished him. He immediately realized that it must be a replica of the legendary dark golden demon armor. If it were the genuine dark golden demon armor, it would be far beyond Zhao Wei's reach. and he would not be able to wield its power. However, if it were merely a replica, then it was a different story. Much like Lin Zilong, who donned a replica of the chaotic thunder armor, this battle gear, despite being a counterfeit, had still achieved S-rank status. The armor Zhao Wei wore was evidently superior to the Wanlei armor. If he could acquire such a powerful suit of armor, it would undoubtedly enhance Jiang Hao's capabilities significantly. In that moment, a flicker of fervor ignited in Jiang Hao's eyes. He had to claim Zhao Wei's armor for himself. The prerequisite, however, was that he must eliminate this man. Having made up his mind, Jiang Hao swiftly drew the black edge knife, its blade gleaming menacingly, aimed directly at Zhao Wei. With a swift step, he unleashed the thunder step, exploding forth with astonishing speed to launch a fierce assault on Zhao Wei. The intelligence was indeed accurate. Your thunder step has reached unparalleled heights. I find it hard to fathom how someone your age could master it to such a degree. I must admit, your talent is truly monstrous. Zhao Wei sneered twice. But if you think that relying solely on the thunder step will allow you to defeat me, you are gravely mistaken. With that, two black longswords materialized in his hands, striking at Jiang Hao with blinding speed. Each sword accurately targeted Jiang Hao's vital points, although he narrowly evaded each strike. Zhao Wei remained unfazed. He understood that a martial artist's stamina was finite. As long as Jiang Hao's energy waned even slightly, his attacks would reveal weaknesses. At that moment, a single strike would suffice to bring Jiang Hao down. However, Jiang Hao dared to engage Zhao Wei, which meant he possessed unwavering confidence in his victory. Faced with such a formidable opponent, it was evidently impossible to continue concealing his strength. With a flicker of thought, a dazzling crimson light shot forth from his waist. So swift it was nearly blinding. Zhao Wei, caught off guard, was pierced through the left shoulder by the blood-red beam. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the ground around him. Zhao Wei let out a heart-wrenching scream. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, painfully kneeling on the ground, he gazed at Jiang Hao in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion and terror. How is this possible? What was that just now? He had immense confidence in the defensive capabilities of his armor. It was designed to significantly reduce damage from martial techniques, and ordinary weapons could not penetrate it. The only way to damage this replica of the dark golden demon armor would be if that blood-red light was, in fact, an S-rank weapon. Zhao Wei's shock was immeasurable. He had never anticipated that Jiang Hao possessed such a powerful weapon, nor had he foreseen that Jiang Hao could manipulate this S-rank weapon to strike with such breathtaking speed. He hadn't even had the chance to react. Could it be? Could he be? A terrifying thought flashed through Zhao Wei's mind, and his expression turned as pale as a ghost. He looked at the blood-red dagger hovering beside Jiang Hao, and he already had the answer in his heart. A psychic manipulator, Zhao Wei exclaimed in horror. His confidence shattered in that instant. He knew all too well the terrifying nature of a psychic manipulator. Even an 8th-tier psychic manipulator could reverse kill a martial artist at the general level. Moreover, the weapon Jiang Hao wielded was an S-rank, below the God of War level. Ordinary martial artists stood no chance against a psychic manipulator. Zhao Wei felt no flicker of hope left. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Having sustained such a grievous injury from a single strike, if he did not escape now, he would surely face death. Haha, running now. I'm afraid it's too late, Jiang Hao remarked. His earlier strike had aimed to pierce Zhao Wei's heart directly. Unfortunately, Zhao Wei's speed had allowed him to evade just enough. Yet now, heavily wounded and utterly terrified, Zhao Wei posed no threat. Under Jiang Hao's control, the blood dagger instantly manifested 4 shadowy duplicates in midair, forming a dense net of blades. Zhao Wei could not withstand the onslaught, suffering continuous cuts and piercings throughout his body. Ultimately, he collapsed in a pool of his own blood, meeting a tragic end. What a farce, the son of the so-called director, yet he died at my hands all the same. How laughable. Jiang Hao dragged Zhao Wei's lifeless body into an old house. Before burying him, he needed to first remove the armor from his body. The genuine dark golden demon armor, once donned, would merge flawlessly with the wearer like a second skin. Additionally, by absorbing a portion of the wearer's blood, it could alter its form at the wearer's will. However, this replica armor, while visually indistinguishable from the real thing, lacked that dynamic quality and could not change form. It would only detach once the wearer had perished. Regrettably, in his effort to kill Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao had struck a bit too hard, resulting in significant damage to the armor. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao paid it no mind. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, there was still a chance for restoration. Furthermore, Jiang Hao discovered numerous valuable treasures within the storage ring worn by Zhao Wei. After tallying his spoils of war, Jiang Hao initially intended to bury Zhao Wei's body. However, upon further reflection, he deemed such an act highly imprudent. Given Zhao Wei's unique status, if he were to suddenly vanish, the Zhao family would undoubtedly scour the world for him. It wouldn't be long before he was discovered. At that point, with both evidence and the body in hand, Jiang Hao would have no chance to escape. The Zhao family's influence was far beyond what Jiang Hao could contend with at present. Even Li Jinhao dared not provoke them lightly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Hao resolved to completely dispose of Zhao Wei's body. After a brief period of contemplation, Jiang Hao gathered all the bodies present into his storage ring. Then, under the cover of night, he stealthily made his way to the Huaiyuan district. He sought out a remote corner, extracting the bodies and surrounding them with blood. The pungent scent of blood quickly permeated the night air, akin to an invisible signal that would lure the lurking beasts of the forest. Thus, before dawn arrived, the 4 corpses would be devoured entirely, creating the illusion that they had perished at the jaws of wild beasts. Done. Having completed all of this, Jiang Hao quietly returned to the Huaiyuan district. Chapter 34. S-rank weapon, Gale-piercing blade. The following day, Jiang Hao strolled leisurely towards the Jidao martial arts school. Along the way, he noticed members of the law enforcement team bustling about, as if they had received an urgent mission, all heading towards the Huaiwu forest. Jiang Hao paid little heed to it. Clearly, the 4 corpses from the previous night had been discovered. Anyway, he had cleaned up well enough that even if someone suspected him, there would be no evidence. Jiang Hao, the master of the school is looking for you. He requests that you go to his office immediately. As Jiang Hao entered the Jido martial arts school, an instructor hurried over to his side. Understood. Jiang Hao nodded slightly, then made his way towards Li Jinhao's office. Upon seeing Jiang Hao approach, Li Jinhao casually waved his hand, indicating for him to take a seat. Immediately afterward, he retrieved a long, slender, and razor-sharp blade from his storage ring. Upon closer inspection, one could discern flowing cloud patterns etched onto the blade, seemingly infused with boundless wind power. Although I am unaware of who imparted that unique sword technique to you. However, merely wielding the black blade, one cannot truly unleash the formidable power of your swordsmanship. This S-class scale-piercing blade serves as a welcoming gift from your master. Li Jinhao is one of the foremost knife experts of our time, possessing an extensive collection of powerful blades. This scale-piercing blade was acquired by Li Jinhao years ago at a high-priced auction. Unfortunately, its excessively slender and lightweight design does not suit Li Jinhao's vigorous style of swordsmanship. During the recent martial arts tournament, he observed that Jiang Hao's technique harmonized perfectly with this scale-piercing blade. Now that Jiang Hao is his disciple, he naturally wants the very best for him, an S-class weapon. Jiang Hao found himself momentarily at a loss. He had not anticipated receiving such a precious treasure from Li Jinhao right from the start. Not to mention, this S-class scale-piercing blade is worth at least 30 million. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, Li Jinhai immediately interrupted him, saying, Jiang Hao, if you still regard me as your master, then accept it. From this moment on, the gale-piercing blade is your weapon. With Li Jinhao's insistence, Jiang Hao had no reason to refuse. Ecstatic, he lifted the gale-piercing blade and swung it a few times. Its weight was nearly identical to that of the black blade, and Jiang Hao felt no discomfort wielding it. Moreover, the wind attribute energy embedded within the gale-piercing blade could significantly enhance the power of his gale blade technique. If Jiang Hao were to encounter an opponent of Zhao Wei's caliber now, he could easily defeat him even without relying on the power of a mental master. Upon witnessing Jiang Hao accept the gale-piercing blade, Li Jinhao finally displayed a satisfied smile. However, at that moment, Li Jinhao's expression suddenly darkened as if he had recalled something. With a grave tone, he said, Jiang Hao, a grave incident occurred last night. Zhao Changming, the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy, had his son mysteriously killed at the outskirts of the Gray Mist Forest. When discovered, he had been mangled beyond recognition by a beast. Additionally, the children of Guo Yuhai, as well as a minor member of the law enforcement team, were also found dead. With their capabilities, how could they possibly perish at the outskirts of the Gray Mist Forest? All their belongings, armor, and weapons were stolen. This is clearly a meticulously planned murder. Li Jinhao looked at Jiang Hao, knowing that all 4 had previously ventured into the Gray Plain area, indicating that it is now exceedingly perilous. From now on, you shall reside in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy dormitory and are prohibited from returning to the Gray Plain area. Only here can you be assured of your safety. Now that Jiang Hao is Li Jinhao's disciple, he is acutely aware of Jiang Hao's remarkable talent. If anything were to happen to him due to carelessness, it would cause Li Jinhao immense sorrow throughout his life. By discussing these matters with Jiang Hao today, he aims to ensure that he does not return to the Gray Plain area for the time being. Feeling Li Jinhao's deep concern, warmth surged within Jiang Hao. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to reveal the truth without further concealment. Master, the deaths of those 4 individuals are indeed connected to me. I killed them with my own hands. Originally, Jiang Hao had no intention of confiding in anyone, but given Zhao's family's immense power, this would inevitably come to light. Furthermore, Zhao Wei had come to the Gray Plain area with the intent to kill Jiang Hao. Surely, there would be witnesses who saw him head towards Jiang Hao's old house. In time, suspicions would inevitably fall upon him. Rather than leaving Li Jinhao unprepared in the future, it would be better to disclose the truth now. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Li Jinhao's teacup fell to the ground. You killed Zhao Wei. Among the deceased, Zhao Wei held a particularly prominent status, while the other 3 were inconsequential. He could hardly believe that Jiang Hao had managed to kill Zhao Wei. Was it even possible? Zhao Wei had graduated from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy and was at least a first-tier warrior, not to mention being a scion of the Zhao family. Equipped with formidable weapons and armor, how could Jiang Hao, an ungraduated martial arts student, have accomplished such a feat? It was utterly inconceivable. Here's how it happened. Jiang Hao revealed everything about the 4 individuals to Li Jinhao, omitting only the details regarding the mental master, as that was his trump card, which he could not expose at this stage. After learning the entire truth, Li Jinhao was left in a state of shock. Wu Yunhai's children were merely victims of their own folly, while the deceased law enforcement member was just a minor player, of no consequence. However, Zhao Wei's prominence was too significant. If the Zhao family were to discover this, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. No, you cannot remain in Tianhebei City any longer. You must leave at once. Li Jinhao stood up anxiously, pacing back and forth in his office, pondering how to secure a way out for Jiang Hao. Observing Li Jinhao's distressed demeanor, Jiang Hao realized he had indeed made the right bet. Li Jinhao would not betray him. With that understanding, Jiang Hao felt no further hesitation. He spoke up quickly. Master, initially, my plan was to train at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy for a while. However, it seems the Zhao family members are not granting me that opportunity. Therefore, I intend to join the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps. The Extreme Path Mercenary Corps, founded by the former head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, Emma Wanshan, was a common choice for graduates who struggled to adapt to the strictures of military life. In essence, they were a band of rebels. Consequently, many graduates chose to enlist with the Mercenary Corps. Although the tasks undertaken by the Mercenary Corps were perilous, the rewards were exceptionally lucrative, making it highly appealing for martial artists from impoverished backgrounds. Moreover, the years spent battling beasts would significantly hone their skills, enabling rapid advancement. Li Jinhao was somewhat aware of Jiang Hao's character. He was not surprised by Jiang Hao's decision to join the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps. However, he did not expect Jiang Hao to wish to join so soon. This was highly inappropriate. You are still an ungraduated student. There is absolutely no way for you to join the Mercenary Corps. Master, I understand that the minimum requirement to join the Mercenary Corps is to graduate from the academy. Jiang Hao looked at Li Jinhao with determination. What if I can meet the graduation criteria right now? Chapter 35, Sun's Tragic Death, Zhao Changming's Fury. Jiang Hao's proposal to join the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps had already left Li Jinhao astounded. Now, he was claiming he wanted to participate in the graduation assessment early. The graduation assessment was notoriously difficult, requiring at least a first-tier warrior to pass. In Li Jinhao's eyes, even with exceptional talent, Jiang Hao was still merely an academy student. It was impossible for him to succeed before reaching the warrior tier. Moreover, failure could even lead to life-threatening consequences. He could not allow Jiang Hao to take such risks. However, just as Li Jinhao was about to voice his concerns, he caught sight of Jiang Hao's unwavering resolve. Master, your concern for me truly touches my heart. To be honest, aside from my adoptive parents, you are the kindest person I have encountered in my life. There is still much I wish to accomplish in this world, and I have yet to become a strong figure like Senior Emma Wanshan. Therefore, I cannot afford to die, nor will I recklessly seek my demise. I am fully confident in my ability to pass the graduation assessment. After what felt like a long deliberation, Li Jinhao finally nodded slightly. Very well, I will grant you this opportunity. In 5 days, the graduation assessment for this cohort of Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy students will take place, and I will make an exception to allow you to participate. This will be your only chance. Should you fail, you must diligently train until you reach the first-tier warrior level before attempting the assessment again. Furthermore, during this period, you may freely utilize the gravity training room for your practice, and no one will disturb you. But remember, each individual may only train in the gravity room for a maximum of 2 hours per day. Exceeding this limit would be unbearable for your body. Upon hearing about the gravity training room, Jiang Hao's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. As a martial artist, he understood all too well the significance of the gravity training room. Within it, One could push their body into an overload state through gravitational forces. Every cell in the body would be subjected to gravitational strain while simultaneously resisting it, resulting in a significant energy expenditure. Training in such an environment would be at least 10 times more effective than normal training outside. Moreover, training in the gravity room would enhance various physical functions. For someone like Jiang Hao, the gravity training room was undoubtedly a coveted place to enter. Regrettably, during his time at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy, he had never qualified to enter, as it was typically occupied by core students. Now, with Li Jinhao granting him special access, Jiang Hao could train there every day. Indeed, the decision to join the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy had proven to be exceedingly wise. During these 5 days, Jiang Hao diligently trained in the gravity training chamber while also engaging in fierce battles within the Void Combat Arena. It is no exaggeration to say that he could easily ascend to the rank of a battle general. Fulfilling all the requirements for graduation, my dear disciple, I am aware that your swordsmanship is formidable, having already reached a commendable level of mastery. Thus, there is little I can impart to you in that regard. My sole purpose is to enhance your strength, ensuring you are no longer subjected to anyone's tyranny. Li Jinhao patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder, saying, "You may now prepare to enter the gravity training chamber. Everything has been arranged for you." "Thank you, Master," Jiang Hao replied, bowing respectfully before hastily departing. As he watched Jiang Hao's retreating figure, Li Jinhao couldn't help but reminisce about his own youth. Their experiences bore striking similarities. Both had been abandoned in the Gray region during their childhood. Back then, Li Jinhao dreamed of escaping the slums, yearning to rise above his circumstances. He trained relentlessly, striving to grow stronger at any cost. The emergence of Jiang Hao stirred profound emotions within him. Jiang Hao's past was even more harrowing than his own. He felt an unwavering responsibility to protect him. Meanwhile, within the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall in the main city of South China, Zhao Changming received the devastating news of his son's demise from Lu Jinshan, leaving him utterly thunderstruck. He could scarcely fathom that his only son, after visiting the Tianhebei city, had met a tragic end in the desolate wilderness. The body had been so ravaged by beasts that it was barely recognizable, a sight too horrific to behold. At that moment, he could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. Grasping Lu Jinshan by the collar, he demanded, Who did this?" "Zhao, Lord Zhao, I have no knowledge of this," Lu Jinshan stammered, trembling. "All I know is that the young master went to the Gray region of Tianhebei city with intentions to confront Jiang Hao, yet met his untimely death in the misty forest. Perhaps all of this is connected to Jiang Hao. This was not merely an unfounded conjecture on Lu Jinshan's part. Among the 4 who perished in the misty forest, aside from a trivial member of the enforcement team, the remaining 3 had notable conflicts with Jiang Hao. Moreover, they had all visited the Gray region prior to their deaths, while there was currently no substantial evidence. Jiang Hao undoubtedly emerged as the prime suspect. Jiang Hao, Zhao Changming's heart ignited with rage upon hearing the name, and with a powerful sweep of his hand, he sent Lu Jinshan flying. He is merely a martial arts student. Despite his exceptional talent, there is no way he could have slain my son. There must be some foul play at hand. Lu Jinshan, I care not what methods you employ. Bring Jiang Hao to me." In Zhao Changming's eyes, his son Zhao Wei was exceptionally gifted. He had joined the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall at 16, advanced to the main hall at 17, and had become a battle general by the age of 20. Even during the graduation assessment, he had ranked among the top. Although Jiang Hao displayed considerable talent, he had yet to reach the battle general rank. Zhao Changming refused to believe that his son could have been killed by Jiang Hao. He suspected that someone had been secretly aiding Jiang Hao. If there were concrete evidence, Zhao Changming would not need to go through such trouble. He could confront Jiang Hao himself. However, lacking evidence, he had no choice but to instruct Lu Jinshan to operate discreetly. Once Jiang Hao was captured and subjected to intense interrogation, the truth would inevitably surface. "Yes, my lord." Lu Jinshan quickly knelt, responding with utmost respect. Zhao Changming's formidable strength, coupled with his status as the head of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall, made him a figure one would not dare to provoke. "Listen closely, Lu Jinshan. If Lin Jinbei intervenes during your pursuit of Jiang Hao, you are to teach him a severe lesson, no matter the consequences." Zhao Changming had long since been consumed by rage, his mind solely focused on avenging Zhao Wei. After all, Jiang Hao was Lin Jinbei's son. Even if they appeared to be at odds, there remained a possibility that Lin Jinbei would shield Jiang Hao. Before long, the news of Zhao Wei's tragic death spread like wildfire throughout the South China region, causing a tremendous uproar. The Zhao family wielded immense power, and Zhao Changming was one of the foremost warriors of the age. It was inconceivable that his son could have perished so easily in the Misty Mountains. This was evidently no accident. It resembled a meticulously orchestrated murder. In the wake of this revelation, Various base cities in the South China region began thorough investigations. Simultaneously, within the Lin family's mansion in Tianhe City, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Master of the Hall, please ensure you take decisive action. This must undoubtedly be the doing of that Jiang Hao. He has slain my children. Initially, Guo Yuhai believed his son Guo Yi had merely lost track of time while playing, and that his daughter was likely accompanying him. Little did he anticipate that they had both perished at the outskirts of the misty forest. Their remains so mangled by beasts that they were barely identifiable. Had it not been for the identification, he would have found it impossible to believe. In Guo Yunhai's eyes, Jiang Hao was the prime suspect. For it was Guo Yi who had caused the death of Jiang Hao's adoptive parents, providing Jiang Hao with ample motive for vengeance. At that moment, Lin Jinbei sat at the head of the table, his countenance dark and silent. Since the martial arts competition, his wife Wang Ruoyao had succumbed to illness from the emotional strain, leaving him preoccupied with drafting training plans for Lin Zilong. He had not anticipated receiving such dreadful news so early in the day. Lin Jinbei was not particularly concerned about the deaths of Guo Yi and Guo Fang, but the fact that Zhao Changming's son had also perished was alarming. If Guo Yi and Guo Fang had indeed fallen victim to Jiang Hao, then it was plausible that Zhao Wei and the unnamed enforcement team member had also met the same fate at his hands. After all, their bodies had all appeared in the misty forest outskirts around the same time. But the question remained, did Jiang Hao possess the capability to kill a battle general like Zhao Wei? Chapter 36. Li Jinhao defends Jiang Hao, Master of the Hall. Guo Yuhai called out, eager to break the silence. But before he could continue, the housekeeper Zhang Ping rushed in, exclaiming, Sir, Inspector Liu has arrived. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jinshan entered the hall with heavy steps. Inspector Liu, what brings you here? Lin Jinbei rose quickly, offering his seat to Lu Jinshan. Guo Yuhai, who had been lamenting, took his leave at Lin Jinbei's discreet gesture. Lin Jinbei surmised that Lu Jinshan's sudden arrival was undoubtedly related to Zhao Wei's incident. Lin brother, I will not beat around the bush. I have come to discuss Jiang Hao, Lu Jinshan stated coldly. The beasts at the outskirts of the Misty Mountains are far too weak, given Zhao Gongzi's strength. It is inconceivable that an accident could occur in such a place. Furthermore, he had ventured to the Gray region to confront Jiang Hao, so Lu Jinshan paused, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. It is possible that Jiang Hao is behind all of this. Though there was no concrete evidence, Lord Zhao had already ordered Jiang Hao's capture. My primary purpose in coming here is to ascertain your stance upon learning of Zhao Wei's death and its potential link to Jiang Hao. Lin Jinbei had already begun to form a hypothesis. After a brief silence, Lin Jinbei spoke slowly, Inspector Liu, while all of this is merely speculation, it appears that the most suspicious individual is indeed my wayward son. Rest assured, this matter does not require your direct intervention. I shall handle it personally. If it is true that he is responsible, I will ensure he is delivered to Lord Zhao. Previously, Lin Jinbei had regretted not recognizing Jiang Hao's talent, allowing him to leave the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall. However, in Lin Jinbei's mind, Jiang Hao had long been led astray by those from the Gray region. Not only had he harmed fellow disciples, but he had also inflicted suffering upon his own kin. If he could commit such atrocities, what would killing be to him? Although Lin Jinbei doubted Jiang Hao's ability to kill Zhao Wei, he certainly regarded him as a suspect. Lu Jinshan was taken aback by Lin Jinbei's response. He had expected that, as Jiang Hao's father, Lin Jinbei would speak in his defense. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Jinbei had acknowledged Jiang Hao as the perpetrator. If Lin Jinbei were to take action personally, it would certainly alleviate Lu Jinshan's burdens. Satisfied, Lu Jinshan nodded and departed. After Lu Jinshan's exit, Lin Jinbei immediately summoned Guo Yuhai. Go to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall at once and bring that wretched Jiang Hao to me. Initially, Guo Yunhai had shared Lu Jinshan's perspective, believing Lin Jinbei would advocate for Jiang Hao. However, it became clear that he had been mistaken. Even Lin Jinbei dared not defend Jiang Hao. Thus, he promptly rallied the formidable members of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall. Marching with great determination toward the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, he was acutely aware that Jiang Hao was likely hiding within its confines. Meanwhile, within the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Jiang Hao, under Li Jinhao's guidance, entered the gravity training chamber. Jiang Hao, as a martial artist, you are undoubtedly aware of the circumstances surrounding the gravity training chamber. Thus, I shall refrain from speaking further. If you are prepared, proceed towards the central platform ahead. Remember, your body can withstand this for no more than 2 hours. At that moment, an instructor in the gravity training room spoke solemnly to Jiang Hao. Jiang Nian nodded slightly, resolutely making his way to the platform. He was already well acquainted with the gravity training room's conditions. At this moment, he fixed his gaze on the staff, urging them to commence without delay. As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, The staff promptly pressed the remote control in their hands. In the next instant, a pale blue column of light descended from above, enveloping Jiang Hao. In an instant, he was crushed to his knees by the overwhelming gravity. A look of agony etched upon his face. Sweat poured down like a torrential rain, splattering onto the hard floor. Jiang Hao, this is your first time entering the gravity training room. Your primary task is to adapt to this environment. Stand up. The instructor, witnessing Jiang Hao's struggle, realized that he had never experienced such training before. As the son of the master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, he should have enjoyed every privilege and resource. Yet, Jiang Hao had never even set foot in this most basic gravity training room, highlighting the injustices and grievances he had endured over the years. Even an outsider felt deep sympathy for Jiang Hao's plight and increasingly loathed Lin Jinbei's actions. All right. Although Jiang Hao had prepared himself, he still could not entirely withstand the pressure the moment the gravity was activated. This gradually confirmed that his body remained exceedingly frail. Therefore, he must harness the power of the gravity training room to grow stronger. Jiang Hao let out a howl, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise. Initially, his legs trembled slightly, but he soon regained stability. He gasped for air, enduring the terrifying weight of gravity. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, his hurried breaths gradually returned to normal. Even under the relentless pressure of gravity, he could still move freely. The instructor glanced at the time, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. He had managed to adapt to the gravitational environment in such a short span. Such talent was indeed formidable. Having overseen the gravity training room for many years, he had witnessed countless martial artists enter this space. Most of them required at least half an hour to acclimatize to the gravity during their first experience, with many forced to give up midway due to the unbearable pressure. However, Jiang Hao had only taken 7 or 8 minutes. This not only showcased his remarkable talent but also highlighted his extraordinary perseverance. Jiang Hao, since you have adapted, you may continue your training. But remember, the limit is 2 hours. Overexertion will yield counterproductive results. After imparting a few final words of caution, the instructor turned and exited. Jiang Hao wasted no time and sat cross-legged. Officially beginning his training. In this blue star, martial artists practiced a method known as the 4 extremes connecting heaven. By adjusting the 4 extreme points of the body, the palms of both hands, and the soles of both feet, they connect with the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. If one cannot even perceive the energy of heaven and earth, it signifies that they lack the ability to become a martial artist. Although Jiang Hao could rely on the void combat arena to quickly enhance his cultivation in a short time, he must also master this fundamental training method. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. Jiang Hao wished to continue training, but his body had reached its limit. Continuing would only be counterproductive. He chose not to push himself further, concluding his training and striding out of the gravity training room, just as he prepared to return to wash up and enter the void combat arena for further practice. A sudden commotion erupted outside the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. At that moment, Guo Yuhai, accompanied by a group of instructors from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, barged into the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Guo Yuhai, who gave you the authority to intrude upon the Extreme Path Martial Arts School? The moment Guo Yuhai entered, a burly man immediately obstructed his path. This man was none other than the chief instructor of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Xiong Yu. Within the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, he was second only to Li Jinhao in strength. Recently, the Extreme Path Martial Arts School and the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School had been in constant conflict. Now, with Guo Yuhai daring to intrude, Xiong Yu was filled with extreme anger. Xiong Yu, I am not here to fight with you today. Hand over Jiang Hao, the murderer. Guo Yunhai's gaze swept around, and upon spotting Jiang Hao not far ahead, he erupted in fury. Jiang Hao, why did you slaughter my children? He was about to rush over to confront Jiang Hao when Xiong Yu intercepted him. Guo Yunhai, Jiang Hao is now a member of my Extreme Path Martial Arts School. And moreover, he is the personal disciple of the master. What right do you have to apprehend him? Furthermore, you claim he is a murderer. Where is your evidence? If you dare lay a hand on anyone from my Extreme Path Martial Arts School, do not blame me for being impolite. The instructors and students of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School stepped forward, positioning themselves behind Xiong Yu, ready for confrontation. They would not allow anyone from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School to advance any further. In the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, martial prowess was paramount. Jiang Hao's initial arrival had already proven the strength of his abilities, earning their recognition. The entire Extreme Path Martial Arts School stood united, refusing to tolerate anyone attempting to take Jiang Hao away. Xiong Yu, let me be frank with you. Jiang Hao even killed the son of Zhao Changming, the leader of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. You are well aware of the Zhao family's formidable power. If you do not obediently hand over Jiang Hao, you will undoubtedly face the wrath of the Zhao family. After all, this is the territory of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. And Guo Yunhai dared not be too reckless, relying solely on the Zhao family's name to threaten them. Jiang Hao intended to personally address the matter, but was immediately stopped by Li Jinhao. Shortly thereafter, Li Jinhao executed a swift step and appeared before Guo Yunhai. His gaze was icy, and he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Guo Yunhai's face, sending him flying several meters away. How dare you cause trouble in my Extreme Path Martial Arts School? Have you grown tired of living? Li Jinhao's voice was cold and authoritative. Resonating throughout the martial arts school, he understood very well that Guo Yunhai's purpose for coming to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was to seize Jiang Hao. However, in Li Jinhao's eyes, whether it was Guo Yunhai's children or the Zhao family's young master, they all deserved their fate. Jiang Hao was merely defending himself. Now, as Jiang Hao's master, Li Jinhao would never allow anyone to harm him. Chapter 37. Li Jinhao dismantles Guo Yunhai with a single punch. Li Jinhao, Guo Yunhai struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted angrily, "Do you know what Jiang Hao has done? He not only killed my children, but also brutally murdered Zhao Wei, the young master of the Zhao family. Li Jinhao, you cannot protect him. I warn you. You better hand over Jiang Hao promptly." Li Jinhao merely laughed dismissively. "You claim Jiang Hao killed your children and Zhao Wei. Then where is your evidence?" "With evidence, even the Zhao family, no matter how powerful, cannot easily take Jiang Hao away. Today, I, Li Jinhao, make it clear, if anyone dares to harm Jiang Hao again, I will personally see to their demise." No sooner had he spoken than a formidable aura of fifth-tier war god erupted. This aura was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Guo Yunhai and the members of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, causing them to kneel on the ground, struggling to lift their heads. Li Jinhao, Guo Yunhai strained to raise his head, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. "You are clearly shielding Jiang Hao. I will definitely inform Lord Zhao about this matter." Guo Yunhai's children, Guo Yi and Guo Fang, had now been killed by Jiang Hao, and the pain and anger in his heart were unimaginable. As a father, how could he not seek vengeance? Yet, Li Jinhao's strength was overwhelming. He was utterly powerless to resist. He could only attempt to intimidate Li Jinhao by leveraging the Zhao family's reputation. However, his words only served to infuriate Li Jinhao further. Li Jinhao's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before Guo Yunhai. Gripping his throat fiercely, "In my lifetime, I, Li Jinhao, have never been threatened by anyone. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" With that, he lifted Guo Yunhai off the ground. Flames igniting around his right fist, mercilessly striking towards Guo Yunhai's abdomen. With a piercing scream from Guo Yunhai, his body flew out like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. His abdomen was severely burned by the flames, caving in, and blood and internal organs spewed from his mouth, leaving him on the brink of death. This punch not only gravely injured Guo Yunhai, but also obliterated the essence within his dantian. Even if Guo Yunhai were to receive immediate medical attention, his martial path would be irrevocably severed, destined to become a cripple for the rest of his life. Chief Instructor, the members of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School rushed forward, their faces turning pale upon seeing Guo Yunhai lying in a pool of blood. After a swift examination, they discovered the catastrophic damage to Guo Yunhai's dantian, leaving everyone in shock. "Li Jinhao, your actions are excessively ruthless. What you have done is tantamount to declaring war against my Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School." Hearing their words, Li Jinhao let out a cold laugh. "Guo Yunhai intruded upon my Extreme Path Martial Arts School and even openly attacked the students within it. What I have done is merely to protect the disciples of the martial arts school. I shall grant you all 10 seconds to depart. Should you fail to leave, the fate that awaits each of you will be no different from that of Guo Yunhai." Upon uttering these words, the individuals present at the Fenglei Martial Arts School were struck with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly carried Guo Yunhai away from the Jido Martial Arts School. "Master, by acting in this manner, are you not openly declaring hostility towards the Zhao family?" Jiang Hao said anxiously. "I shall bear the consequences of my actions alone. I do not wish for you or the martial arts school to suffer due to my involvement." Jiang Hao was well aware of Li Jinhao's character. He would undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect himself. However, he did not anticipate that Li Jinhao would so decisively incapacitate Guo Yunhai. As Guo Yunhai was a trusted aide of Lin Jinbei, his current state of incapacitation would surely incite Lin Jinbei's wrath. Given Jiang Hao's understanding of Lin Jinbei, it was highly likely that he would seize this opportunity to seek assistance from the Zhao family. Jiang Hao did not wish for Li Jinhao and the Jido Martial Arts School to become targets of the Zhao family due to his own issues. At this moment, his heart was filled with guilt. Had he known that killing Zhao Wei would lead to such troubles, he might have chosen to spare his life. Yet at this moment, Li Jinhao shouted at Jiang Hao, "What nonsense is this about bearing the consequences alone? Since you are my disciple, I will protect you at all costs, even if it costs me my life. Do you think I am a despicable person like Lin Jinbei?" Jiang Hao, listen carefully. Li Jinhao's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Jiang Hao. "This matter from beginning to end is not your fault. If it were not for Zhao Wei's attempt to take your life in the Huiyuan district, how could he have met such a fate? Moreover, our Jido Martial Arts School has never feared the people of the Fenglai Martial Arts School. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall never face the slightest danger. As for the Zhao family, they would never dare to act openly without solid evidence. This was not due to Li Jinhao's overconfidence. Indeed, the Jido Martial Arts School was always evenly matched with the Fenglai Martial Arts School. In the main city of South China, there was also a branch of the Jido Martial Arts School. Previously, when dealing with the public relations crisis, Li Jinhao had already transmitted all of Jiang Hao's information to the head of the Jido Martial Arts School. For a gifted warrior like Jiang Hao, the Jido Martial Arts School would never allow him to come to harm. Unless the Zhao family could present irrefutable evidence, the head of the Jido Martial Arts School would never permit the Zhao family to act recklessly. After Li Jinhao finished speaking, the instructors and students within the Jido Martial Arts School steadfastly regarded Jiang Hao. For them, joining the Jido Martial Arts School meant that they were all part of one family. Although outsiders might perceive the students of the Jido Martial Arts School as prone to fighting, in reality, this was merely their way of friendly sparring. Such sparring not only enhanced their camaraderie, but also led to rapid improvements in their respective strengths. The students of the Jido Martial Arts School were always united. They firmly believed that fighting was the best way to make friends. As Jiang Hao looked at all the members of the Jido Martial Arts School, his heart was filled with emotion. Indeed, choosing to join the Jido Martial Arts School was the most prudent decision he could have made. "Master, I understand now." Jiang Hao deeply bowed to Li Jinhao, then turned to each person present and cupped his fist in salute, expressing his gratitude for their unwavering support today. "If there is ever a need for my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Qing, whom he had previously defeated, hurried out. "Jiang Hao, enough of the chatter. Let us have another match. I refuse to believe I can lose to you again today." Jiang Hao did not decline and immediately engaged in an intense battle with Lu Qing. Although the outcome remained the same with Lu Qing defeated, his face did not show an ounce of displeasure. For in battling Jiang Hao, he had discovered flaws in his own techniques. This thrilled him, prompting him to rush to the training room to refine his skills. Subsequently, other students began to challenge Jiang Hao in succession. Without exception, they all fell to his prowess. Once all the matches concluded, Jiang Hao returned to his dormitory, eager to activate the Void Combat Arena. Before him, a combat dummy resembling Zhao Wei materialized. Previously, Jiang Hao had been able to defeat Zhao Wei largely due to the assistance of the spiritual master. However, in the Void Combat Arena, he intended to forego such powers and engage purely with martial skills and combat techniques. He was determined to ascertain the extent of the gap between himself and Zhao Wei without the aid of spiritual power. Meanwhile, the individuals from the Fenglai Martial Arts School had swiftly transported the severely injured Guo Yuhai to the hospital, promptly reporting the incident to Lin Jinbei. "What? Li Jinhao incapacitated Guo Yuhai with a single punch?" Upon hearing this news, Lin Jinbei's eyes burned with fury, and the aura of a battle god surged forth like a tidal wave. Guo Yuhai, being his trusted aide, had been so severely harmed by Li Jinhao, which was undoubtedly a blatant provocation against Lin Jinbei. He found it intolerable to endure such humiliation. Li Jinhao, you have truly gone too far. Lin Jinbei roared in anger, resolutely deciding that he would no longer remain passive. Whether to capture Jiang Hao or to avenge Guo Yuhai, he was determined to confront Li Jinhao in a battle to the death today. However, just as Lin Jinbei was about to take action, his son, Lin Zilong, rushed out from the side and tightly grasped his arm. "Dad, you must remain calm." Lin Jinbei suppressed the fury within him and looked at Lin Zilong. "Jiang Hao is implicated in the murder of Zhao Wei. It is one thing for Li Jinhao to openly shield him, but he has even incapacitated the chief instructor of our Fenglai Martial Arts School. If I do not act today, will others not think of me as weak and incapable? Dad, this matter is indeed grave, but if you take action yourself, it would be tantamount to declaring war between our two martial schools." Lin Zilong urgently analyzed, although Uncle Guo was injured by Li Jinhao. "Without evidence, we cannot simply apprehend someone. In a sense, Uncle Guo is indeed at fault. Rather than you taking action, I have a better plan to capture Jiang Hao while also dealing with Li Jinhao and his people." Chapter 38. Lin Zilong's Malicious Scheme. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei gradually calmed down. Lin Zilong was correct. If he sought revenge against Li Jinhao for Guo Yuhai, it would indeed equate to a direct war between the two martial schools. The repercussions of such a conflict would be too significant. Thus, Lin Jinbei looked at Lin Zilong and asked, "What is your plan?" "Father, we all know that Jiang Hao is undoubtedly involved in Zhao Wei's death. The only issue is that we lack substantial evidence. If we could find proof, even without taking action, the enforcement team would apprehend Jiang Hao to curry favor with the Zhao family. As soon as Lin Zilong finished speaking, Lin Jinbei sighed helplessly. "What you propose, do I not understand? But the problem is, we have no evidence. This ungrateful child has covered his tracks too well." Lin Zilong smirked coldly. "Is it really so clean? If we were to find Jiang Hao's fingerprints on Zhao Wei's body or any of his belongings, would that not solidify Jiang Hao's guilt?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Zilong, are you suggesting we fabricate evidence? Why not? We know for certain that Jiang Hao is guilty. We are merely giving the situation a nudge in the right direction." Lin Zilong continued, "By the way, Father, do you still care about Jiang Hao? Do you wish for him to return to the Lin family and reclaim his heritage?" "No, that is impossible." Lin Jinbei clenched his fists in anger. "This ungrateful child does not deserve to be my son. If he dares to lay a hand on the Zhao family's young master, he must pay the price." Initially, Lin Jinbei had harbored a glimmer of hope for Jiang Hao, as his talent was indeed exceptional. But now, he had to sever all ties with Jiang Hao. Otherwise, if the Zhao family pursued the matter, the entire Lin family would face annihilation. "Then leave this matter to me. I guarantee it will be handled flawlessly. Establishing Jiang Hao's guilt in the murder. Afterward, we will present the evidence to the Zhao family. In this manner, the Zhao family will take action themselves. By then, not only Jiang Hao, but the Jidao martial arts school will also face consequences. We merely need to remain on the sidelines." As he spoke, Lin Zilong revealed a cold smile. Ever since he had been publicly defeated and humiliated by Jiang Hao at the martial arts competition, he had harbored resentment. He still believed his talent surpassed that of Jiang Hao. Moreover, after his practical training with demon beasts, he was confident he could defeat Jiang Hao. However, if he could eliminate Jiang Hao with the Zhao family's assistance, he would be the sole young master of the Lin family, no longer having anyone to threaten his position. Despite Lin Jinbei's silence, he subtly nodded in agreement. In his mind, Jiang Hao had sealed his fate the moment he killed Zhao Wei. "However, it is not that your father does not wish to help you, but rather that you have truly committed a grave error. Had I known you would transform into this current state, I should never have brought you into this world. However, rest assured, once you have departed this life, I shall erect a monument in your memory, ensuring you do not become a wandering spirit." As Lin Zilong murmured to himself in Lin Town. He had already turned his back on the Lin family, making his way towards the headquarters of the law enforcement team in Tianhe Bay City. At that moment, within the ethereal training arena, Jiang Hao severed Zhao Wei's head with a single stroke, marking his 10th kill. The combat experience he gained propelled him smoothly into the realm of a 9th-tier warrior during his battle with Zhao Wei. Jiang Hao came to a profound understanding of the vast chasm between himself and true battle generals. It is no exaggeration to say that had it not been for the sudden intervention of the mentalist abilities that evening, Jiang Hao would have had no chance of victory. In his initial encounter with Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao was resurrected a staggering 18 times. Although he gradually discerned Zhao Wei's weaknesses, the struggle remained exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, all of this was worthwhile. Now, even without relying on the mentalist powers, Jiang Hao could effortlessly defeat Zhao Wei with the Windbreaker blade in his hand. From Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao also acquired another martial skill known as the Sevenfold Wind and Thunder Slash, one of the signature techniques of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, boasting an SS-level intensity. This technique was created by Lei Hongyi, the headmaster of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. It amalgamates the dual attributes of wind and thunder, with each slash striking with the ferocity of a tempest while embodying incredible destructive power. However, the Sevenfold Wind and Thunder Slash is divided into 2 volumes. And Zhao Wei had only mastered the first half. The true essence of the technique remained beyond his grasp, resulting in Jiang Hao only learning the upper portion. Had he mastered the complete technique, it would undoubtedly have significantly enhanced his strength. Subsequently, Jiang Hao returned to the real world. The protracted time spent training in the void had elapsed in mere seconds in the real realm. Yet, this training had drained his spirit, leaving him profoundly fatigued. Coupled with the exertions in the gravity training room and his fierce battles with Lu Qing and others, Jiang Hao ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming burden and fell into a deep slumber. In the days that followed, Jiang Hao either remained in the gravity training room or engaged in combat with Lu Qing and others. Alternatively, he ventured into the misty forest to hunt beasts and reset the system's cooldown timer. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the graduation assessment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School arrived. Whether at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School or the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, All graduates must achieve the first tier of battle general status to qualify for the graduation assessment. Those who do not reach this level or fail the assessment will be required to repeat the year. This time, there were 7 participants in the graduation assessment, including Jiang Hao. Among them, 5 were students who had failed to graduate the previous year. During this interval, they had been relentlessly battling beasts to enhance their abilities. The other participant was a strikingly ethereal young woman, who, along with Lu Qing, was a newcomer yet already possessed the strength of a first-tier battle general. Even more astonishing was the fact that she was merely 18 years old. In this world, young individuals with warrior potential typically entered martial arts schools around the age of 16. To achieve 7th tier or higher before turning 18 is already a sign of extraordinary talent. Yet she had attained battle general status, a level of aptitude that was truly astounding. How intriguing. Jiang Nian gazed at Luo Qinghan, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, utilizing the mysterious powers of the system. He quietly replicated Luo Qinghan's abilities. Once the assessment concluded, he planned to engage in a duel with this enigmatic young woman within the ethereal training arena. Jiang Hao, you may not know her yet. Lu Qing observed the confusion etched on Jiang Hao's face. He stepped closer and whispered, her name is Luo Qinghan. She is nothing short of a prodigy, besides the initial 6 months of basic training. She has spent virtually all her time outside, hunting beasts. The headmaster initially intended to take her as a disciple, but do you know what she did? She outright refused. Later, the headmaster recommended her to the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Yet she declined once again. Even the headquarters once sent emissaries to invite her, but she chose to hide within the misty forest, avoiding all contact. I truly wonder what her intentions are. Lu Qing and Luo Qinghan had entered the Extreme Path Martial Arts School together. Over the past 2 years, Lu Qing had challenged Luo Qinghan multiple times, yet each encounter ended in a crushing defeat. Consequently, Lu Qing had developed a sense of trepidation towards her. Among their peers, no one dared to provoke Luo Qinghan. She exuded an aura that, much like her name, seemed to ward off intruders. Perhaps sensing that Lu Qing was discussing her behind her back, Luo Qinghan suddenly turned, her piercing gaze locking onto him. The icy intensity of her stare sent a shiver down Lu Qing's spine, prompting him to instinctively retreat 30 meters, maintaining a safe distance from her. Shortly thereafter, her gaze shifted to Jiang Hao. Though she had not been present in the martial arts school recently, she was not unfamiliar with Jiang Hao's name. This newcomer who had suddenly appeared at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School and risen to become the headmaster had initially not drawn her attention. However, now that Jiang Hao was participating in the graduation assessment alongside her, it piqued her curiosity. At that moment, a burly man with dark skin suddenly bellowed, "Headmaster, what is the meaning of this? Why does this guy get to participate in the graduation assessment alongside us?" If I recall correctly, he only joined the Extreme Path Martial Arts School a few days ago and hasn't even reached battle general status. This robust individual, named Zhang Long, was a repeat student from the previous cohort. At that time, he had achieved the rank of 8th tier warrior and possessed commendable combat skills. However, lacking the 1st tier battle general status meant he was ineligible for the graduation assessment. Reluctantly, he had to continue his training within the school. Now, a student who had only recently joined was allowed to participate in the assessment. This struck Zhang Long as profoundly unjust. Chapter 39. The law enforcement team arrests Jiang Hao in the face of Zhang Long and others' inquiries. Li Jinhao had long been prepared. He took a deliberate step forward, asserting, in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, martial prowess is paramount. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, special privileges can be granted. At this juncture, Li Jinhao turned his gaze towards Jiang Hao. Since some believe you are unworthy of participating in the graduation assessment, then demonstrate your strength. If you cannot overcome this hurdle, there is no need for you to advance to the assessment early. Very well, Jiang Hao nodded slightly. Pivoting to face Zhang Long, I challenge you. What? Zhang Long was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Huh? Jiang Hao, it's undeniable that you possess extraordinary talent and considerable strength. Yet, you are still not a battle general. If I were to engage you, wouldn't that be akin to bullying the weak? You have no chance of winning. Zhang Long was aware of Jiang Hao's background and knew he was the son of Lintown North. Nevertheless, he remained supremely confident in his own abilities, dismissing any possibility that Jiang Hao could defeat him. As for the rumors that Jiang Hao had slain Zhao Wei in recent days, he considered them utterly implausible. To him, an ordinary martial arts student could not possibly contend with a battle general, especially given that Zhao Wei was the scion of the Zhao family, equipped with superior gear and techniques that would undoubtedly overpower Jiang Hao. Enough with the talk. Do you dare accept my challenge? Jiang Hao believed that after his recent training, you should be able to seamlessly attain battle general status. However, Reality proved that ascending to battle general rank was not as simple as he had anticipated. Jiang Hao was still merely at the 10th tier warrior level. Although he was but a step away from becoming a battle general, he had yet to reach that pinnacle to silence the naysayers. He would have to let his fists do the talking. You think I would fear you? Zhang Long scoffed disdainfully. We are both students of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. My cultivation surpasses yours, and I need not engage in combat. But since you are so oblivious to the situation, do not blame me for being unmerciful. I am eager to see what qualifications you possess to participate in the graduation assessment ahead of schedule. As Zhang Long assumed a combat stance, the crowd retreated 100 meters, clearing ample space for their duel. Zhang Long, confident in his strength, did not draw any weapon. He provocatively challenged Jiang Hao, with my prowess. Defeating you will be a mere stroll in the park. If you can inflict any injury upon me, I shall acknowledge you. Huh? Those are your words. Jiang Hao retorted with a cold laugh, drawing the black-edged blade with a swift motion. Zhang Long remained unarmed, fully convinced that Jiang Hao lacked the ability to harm him. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Hao executed the thunder step, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. What speed is this? Even though Zhang Long reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to shield his chest, he was still sent flying by Jiang Hao's strike. Jiang Hao had only used the back of the blade, refraining from delivering a lethal blow, yet the force was astonishing, accompanied by a howling gust of wind. Zhang Long was hurled through the air, landing awkwardly on the ground. How is this possible? Although Zhang Long suffered no significant injury, his garments were shredded by the razor-sharp wind blades. What he found most difficult to accept was that Jiang Hao had only used the back of the blade. For him, this is undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation. My apologies, but I have emerged victorious, Jiang Hao coldly remarked as he gazed at the disheveled Zhang Long. At this moment, not only Zhang Long but even the other seasoned warriors present found it hard to accept. Zhang Long was the strongest among them. How could he possibly have lost so easily? I refuse to accept this. You clearly launched a sneak attack. Zhang Long could not fathom the reality of his defeat at the hands of Jiang Hao. With a sudden lunge, he sprang up, and with a roar, his formidable aura shattered his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Jiang Hao, I am a warrior of the battle general rank. You cannot possibly defeat me. Zhang Long believed that if he were truly to lose to Jiang Hao today, it would be an irreparable loss of face. He vowed to overcome Jiang Hao and defend the dignity of his rank. Subsequently, his fist ignited with flames, and his eyes blazed with fury as he charged at Jiang Hao. Elijah Hao, the master of the dojo, along with the other instructors from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, refrained from intervening. They were well aware of Zhang Long's temperament. Unless he was thoroughly subdued, he would never relent, not willing to back down. Jiang Hao sneered twice, then declared, I shall continue until you submit. As Zhang Long rushed toward him, Jiang Hao showed no sign of trepidation and instead swung his blade to meet him head-on. You insolent brat, you seek death. Zhang Long concentrated his power, his right fist engulfed in roaring flames, launching a fierce punch at Jiang Hao without mercy. However, Jiang Hao had long since mastered the technique of the fierce burst fist. He could instantly discern Zhang Long's flaws, utilizing his own speed. Jiang Hao effortlessly evaded Zhang Long's assault and casually struck his waist with the back of his blade. That blow, though delivered with the blade's reverse, retained its formidable strength, sending Zhang Long flying once more. Jiang Hao, how dare you continue to humiliate me? Zhang Long could endure being injured by Jiang Hao, but he could not tolerate the repeated humiliation of being struck with the blade's back. This drove him into a frenzied state. Yet, no matter how he attacked, Jiang Hao seemed to read his every move with ease, countering effortlessly. This spectacle left the instructors from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and even Li Jinhao himself utterly astonished. Xiongyu, have you ever taught Jiang Hao the fierce burst fist? Li Jinhao inquired, and Xiongyu hastily shook his head. I have not at all. Master, he learned it by himself. Xiongyu understood well that Jiang Hao had the privilege to access any martial technique within the dojo. Given that they had not instructed Jiang Hao, there was only one conclusion. Jiang Hao had taught himself. Although the fierce burst fist was a B-rank technique, its explosive power was remarkable, rivaling even A-rank techniques. Zhang Long had always specialized in this technique within the dojo. Yet now, all of his moves were easily seen through by Jiang Hao. This could only suggest that Jiang Hao had mastered the fierce burst fist to a significant degree. To achieve such proficiency in merely a few days was simply astounding. Just as they were reeling in shock, Zhang Long was once again sent flying by Jiang Hao, still struck by the back of the blade. I'm done. You're bullying me. Zhang Long plopped down on the ground, feeling as wronged as a child. Can't you just fight me fairly? I know I can't defeat you, but your continuous humiliation is quite excessive. In truth, By the second time he was struck by the back of Jiang Hao's blade, Zhang Long had realized he was utterly outmatched. However, in his fury and embarrassment at the notion of losing to Jiang Hao, he repeatedly rose to continue the fight. Yet despite his efforts, he could not land a single blow on Jiang Hao. Each time, he was sent flying, forcing him to confront the stark reality. Jiang Hao is far stronger than he had imagined. Brother Zhang, it's not that I don't wish to engage you in a fair fight, but we are about to partake in the graduation assessment. I do not want a moment of impulsiveness to jeopardize your chance of passing. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Zhang Long was momentarily stunned. He had been so consumed with thoughts of battling Jiang Hao that he had forgotten the most crucial matter. If he were truly injured by Jiang Hao now, it would undoubtedly affect his upcoming assessment. With this realization, Zhang Long promptly stood up. Jiang Hao, I was rash earlier, and I apologize. You indeed have the qualifications to participate in the graduation assessment early. Not only did Zhang Long acknowledge Jiang Hao, but the other battle general level students did as well. At that moment, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Only Luo Qing'an remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Hao, as if she were staring at a rare treasure. Clearly, she too was taken aback by Jiang Hao's prowess. Well then, since there are no objections, I hereby announce that the graduation assessment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall shall commence now. Li Jinhao looked toward the 7 students participating in the assessment. The rules remain unchanged from previous years. You 7 must each venture alone into the depths of the misty forest, independently hunt 2 beast general level monsters. The assessment duration is 8 hours. Should you fail to successfully hunt within the stipulated time, or choose to give up prematurely, it will be deemed a failure. They were all well aware of the content of the graduation assessment. Beast general level monsters were equivalent to battle general level warriors. It was precisely for this reason that it was mandated that students must reach the battle general rank to participate in the graduation assessment. However, just as Jiang Hao and the others prepared to leave the dojo for the misty forest, a large group of law enforcement officers suddenly burst into the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. No one is allowed to move. The lead officer, clad in a blue and gold uniform, shouted coldly. This man was none other than Gu Heng, the captain of the Tianhe Bay City law enforcement team. Gu Heng, what is the meaning of this? Today is the graduation assessment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Are you deliberately trying to disrupt it? Upon seeing Gu Heng's arrival, Li Jinhao's brow furrowed. Gu Heng was no ordinary individual. He was also a battle god-level warrior. Though his strength was inferior to Li Jinhao's, the captain of the law enforcement team held a prominent position and could not be easily provoked. My apologies, Master Li, but today's graduation assessment for your Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall must be cancelled. Gu Heng showed no sign of fear toward Li Jinhao, casually producing an arrest warrant. He then fixed a sharp gaze on Jiang Hao. Kid, you are under arrest. Chapter 40. Fabricating evidence, forcibly arresting. Jiang Hao, you are accused of the deliberate murder of Zhao Wei, Gu Yi, Gu Feng, and 2 others, an egregious crime. I advise you to come with me immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking severe measures. As Gu Heng's words fell, the law enforcement officers standing nearby readied themselves for battle. They were in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. And since Jiang Hao was Li Jinhao's disciple, to take Jiang Hao away from such a place would require the full strength of the law enforcement team. Had Zhao Wei not died, Gu Heng, as the captain, would have preferred to avoid involvement in this matter. He might have given Li Jinhao some degree of consideration, perhaps even turning a blind eye. After all, Gu Yi, Gu Feng, and the deceased officer were insignificant players. However, Zhao Wei was different. He was the scion of the Zhao family, a person of high status. Jiang Hao had murdered Zhao Wei, and Gu Heng could not simply ignore it. More importantly, if he could assist the Zhao family in capturing Jiang Hao, it could pave a broader path for his own future. Thus, today, he was determined to apprehend Jiang Hao. Gu Heng, you accuse my disciple Jiang Hao of murdering Zhao Wei. May I ask what evidence you possess? Without solid proof, how can you arbitrarily arrest someone? Li Jinhao positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Hao, demanding an explanation. All the instructors and students from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall clenched their fists, ready to confront the law enforcement officers. In response to Li Jinhao's inquiry, Gu Heng was prepared. He smiled slightly and said, Master Li, you are a significant figure in our Tianhe Bay City. If I did not have conclusive evidence, how would I dare to step into the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to make an arrest? Do you think I am a fool like Gu Yuhai? With that, Gu Heng pulled out an appraisal report. After thorough examination by forensic experts, it was found that the bodies of Zhao Wei and the other 3 bore blood that was not their own, and this blood belonged to Jiang Hao. This is the incontrovertible evidence of his guilt. Gu Heng's gaze turned icy as he stared at Li Jinhao, asking, if Jiang Hao did not commit murder, then why is his blood found on these bodies? Clearly, this was left behind during Jiang Hao's struggle with them. Masterly, if you dare to openly shelter Jiang Hao, it would be a contempt of the laws of Yin country. At this declaration, the hall erupted in an uproar. Li Jinhao swiftly seized the appraisal report from Gu Heng's hands, scrutinizing its contents. Just as Gu Heng had stated, Jiang Hao's blood was indeed detected on those bodies. Standing aside, Jiang Hao furrowed his brows tightly, his fists unconsciously clenching. Whether in the confrontations with Guo Yi and Guo Fang, or later facing Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao has suffered no injuries when disposing of the bodies. He executed the task with precision and left no traces. Thus, how could his blood possibly be found on the corpses? This is evidently a setup. Yet, the forensic report is not fabricated, indicating that someone deliberately smeared Jiang Hao's blood onto the bodies. During this period, Jiang Hao has not been harmed. Who could possibly have obtained his blood? Could it be him? Jiang Hao suddenly recalled the time in the Lin family's dungeon when Lin Zilong had kicked him mercilessly. At that moment, Jiang Hao was no match for Lin Zilong's strength and was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was the only injury he had sustained during this time. Therefore, the only ones capable of applying blood to the corpses to fabricate evidence are those from the Lin family. Although Li Jinhao did not question Jiang Hao, he understood everything from the look in his eyes. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanating from a fifth-tier war god erupted. Gu Heng, do you think I am unaware that this evidence is, in fact, forged? Do not force my hand against you. Li Jinhao's formidable presence shattered the forensic report in his hand. While Gu Heng was also a war god-level martial artist, he was merely at the second tier and could not contend with the might of Li Jinhao. If it came to a confrontation, he would have no chance of stopping him. Nevertheless, since Gu Heng dared to storm into the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to apprehend someone, he must have been fully prepared. He disregarded Li Jinhao's threats and spoke with disdain. Li Hall Master, the forensic report cannot possibly be false, and you know this well. As long as there is blood from Jiang Hao on the corpse, the murderer must be him. I have already submitted this evidence to the Zhao family, and once they arrive, not even you can protect him. If you let me take Jiang Hao now, I can at least ensure he lives comfortably for a while longer. Li Jinhao, always protective of his disciples, could not stand idly by, especially since Jiang Hao was his apprentice. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Hao interrupted him, calmly stating, Captain Gu, if I recall correctly, the 4 corpses discovered in the gray mist forest had their flesh devoured entirely by beasts, leaving only their skeletons. In such a scenario, how could my blood possibly be on them? Do you suppose the beasts would deliberately avoid my blood while devouring the corpses? Jiang Hao smiled slightly, fully aware that this was clearly a case of someone deliberately smearing blood. Enough. Jiang Hao, cease your nonsensical babble. Gu Heng had previously examined the corpses and initially found no blood from Jiang Hao. However, in order to secure his future and avoid offending the Zhao family, he chose to turn a blind eye. Jiang Hao is well aware that Gu Heng would never admit to this fabricated evidence. At present, in order to prevent implicating the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, he decided to follow Gu Heng and leave. However, at this critical moment, Luo Qinghan, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward to confront Gu Heng. How dare you come to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and recklessly arrest people based on forged evidence? Gu Heng, your audacity is remarkable. Her words stunned everyone present. Who would have thought that a martial arts student would dare publicly accuse Gu Heng? As the captain of the enforcement team, Gu Heng held a prominent position, and Luo Qinghan's accusations incited his fury. Who are you, little girl, to speak to me like that? Do you wish to court death? Unfazed, Luo Qinghan coldly retorted, I believe it is you who is courting death. With that, she casually produced an exquisite jade token inscribed with the character for Luo. Furthermore, the token emanated a distinctly unique energy wave. Upon seeing this, Gu Heng was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of sheer terror on his face. This is the Luo family token. Are you a member of the Luo family? The onlookers were left speechless upon learning Luo Qinghan's true identity. Utterly shocked, the Luo family, could it be one of the 4 great families of Yin country? Luo Qinghan is from the Luo family. Goodness, I initially thought she merely shared the same surname, but the question remains. Why would someone from the Luo family come to this remote little base city? At that moment, not only were the others astonished, but even Li Jinhao was caught off guard. After all, given the esteemed status of the Luo family, a mere word from them could send someone straight to the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall for personal instruction from the Grand Master. Why would Luo Qinghan choose this inconspicuous branch? What astonished him most was that this jade token was not something just anyone could possess. To hold such a token indicated that she was of the direct bloodline of the Luo family. Gu Heng, I take it your intention is to kill me. Luo Qinghan smirked coldly. Go ahead, make your move. I assure you my father will reduce you to ashes. A polite reminder, my father's name is Luo Beifeng. Luo Beifeng, Upon hearing this, Gu Heng's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground. The Luo Beifeng mentioned by Luo Qinghan was none other than the current head of the Luo family. As one of the four great families of Yin country, the Luo family wielded immense power, straddling both the underworld and the upper echelons of society. Even a family as formidable as the Zhao family could not be compared to the Luo family. Although Gu Heng was a war god-level martial artist, he dared not act out in front of such a colossal entity, especially when the woman before him was the beloved daughter of Luo Beifeng. It was rumored that Luo Beifeng was exceedingly fond of this daughter, making her the apple of his eye. To offend her was tantamount to inciting the wrath of the entire Luo family. In this moment, not only Gu Heng, but all enforcement team members present turned pale in fear at Luo Qinghan's identity. Chapter 41. Lin Zilong arrested and imprisoned. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Miss Luo, please allow me to explain. Gu Heng was perplexed as to why the young lady from the Luo family would appear at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall in the Tianhe base city. Yet the current situation was clear. The Luo family was determined to protect Jiang Hao. He, a mere district captain, dared not obstruct them. However, before Gu Heng could offer an explanation, Luo Qinghan interrupted him. I do not wish to hear your explanations. You know full well whether this evidence is genuine or not. Now, get out immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. With her words, Gu Heng and his men dared not linger, hastily fleeing the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Qinghan, so you are from the Luo family. Why have you kept this from us? Li Zhenhao, fully aware of the lofty status of the Luo family in Yin country, was utterly taken aback that Luo Beifeng's daughter had quietly come to his small branch. Furthermore, the Luo family had never revealed a hint of this information over the years. He could hardly fathom that this usually taciturn, solitary girl possessed such a prestigious identity. Hall Master, although I am from the Luo family, I am also a student of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Therefore, I have an obligation to protect the Martial Arts Hall. At this point, Luo Qinghan turned her gaze to Jiang Hao. You need not thank me. I merely cannot tolerate the faces of those individuals. As the daughter of the Luo family, Luo Qinghan had long harbored a distaste for the constraints of family rules. She yearned for freedom, for the ability to live according to her own desires. Thus, she chose to distance herself from her family and came to this remote little base city to cultivate. Although Luo Beifeng was reluctant, he ultimately respected his daughter's choice and arranged for her to have a normal identity, allowing her to study peacefully at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe base city. Initially, Luo Qinghan did not wish to reveal her identity, but Jiang Hao's remarkable abilities astonished her. She sought an opportunity to spar with him, and would not allow the enforcement team to take him away. Moreover, the evidence brought forth by Gu Heng was undeniably fabricated. How could blood from Jiang Hao possibly be present on corpses that had turned to skeletons? Such despicable methods were truly beneath contempt. I, Jiang Hao, am clear about my grievances and will repay any debts owed. Jiang Hao was genuinely surprised by Luo Qinghan's sudden assistance, though he was unsure of her motives. It appeared that she meant no harm. Luo Qinghan did not respond to Jiang Hao, merely offering a slight smile. She then turned to Li Zhenhao. Hall Master, can we commence the graduation assessment now? Of course we can. I hereby announce that this year's graduation assessment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall officially begins. Instructor Xiang will lead you into the depths of the gray mist forest. After Li Zhenhao finished speaking, Luo Qinghan was the first to exit the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, followed closely by Instructor Xiong and the remaining students, who hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, Gu Heng returned to the Tianhe base city's enforcement team headquarters with his subordinates in a rather disheveled state. Damn it! How could that girl be Luo Beifeng's daughter? We've landed ourselves in deep trouble. Gu Heng had sought to align himself with the Zhao family to secure a better future, yet now he had unintentionally offended the Luo family. Had he known, even if given 100 times the courage, he would not have dared to apprehend Jiang Hao today. Moreover, the evidence in his possession was indeed forged. Captain, what should we do now? A young law enforcement officer stammered. You ask me, and I ask whom? Gu Heng found himself at a loss for words. Once Luo Qinghan informs Luo Beifeng about this matter, he would be doomed. Just then, Lin Zilong sauntered in. Captain Gu, you're back so soon. You must have apprehended Jiang Hao. At present, if Jiang Hao were handed over to the Zhao family, Captain Gu would surely be promoted. He congratulated with a beaming smile. Allow me to extend my early congratulations, Captain Gu. In Lin Zilong's eyes, the fabricated evidence he had created was flawless. No matter how Jiang Hao explained himself, it would be of no consequence. Coupled with the Zhao family's threat, this mission had undoubtedly led to Jiang Hao's capture. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, believing he could eliminate Jiang Hao, he suddenly caught sight of the murderous glare in Gu Hang's eyes. "See Captain Gu." Before Lin Zilong could react, Gu Hang dashed towards him in an instant. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and delivered a slap. The force was so tremendous that it sent Lin Zilong flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Zilong clutched his swollen cheek, staring at Gu Hang in terror. "Captain Gu, why are you doing this? How dare you question me?" Gu Hang seethed. "Who gave you the audacity to fabricate evidence and slander others? If it weren't for you, how could I have offended the young lady of the Luo family?" Gu Hang spoke through gritted teeth. "Someone, seize this fool." "Captain Gu, what on earth happened?" Lin Zilong's face was pale with fear. "Why are you treating me this way? Didn't we agree to apprehend Jiang Nian? Furthermore, you even permitted me to fabricate evidence." Lin Zilong could hardly fathom the drastic shift in Gu Hang's demeanor. Previously, when he smeared blood on the corpse, Gu Hang had remained silent, tacitly approving his actions. Yet now, Gu Hang was turning against him without hesitation, leaving him utterly bewildered. Moreover, what did Gu Hang mean by the young lady of the Luo family? Since when was Jiang Hao connected to the Luo family? When did I ever permit you to fabricate evidence? Gu Hang retorted. "All of this is your reckless folly." He had no desire to converse further with Lin Zilong and turned to his subordinates. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and drag this fool away." "Understood." The law enforcement officers on the scene wasted no time, immediately apprehending Lin Zilong. They paid no heed to his cries, forcibly escorting him to the dungeon. Along the way, many regarded Lin Zilong as the mastermind, beating him mercilessly. By the time he was thrown into the dungeon, he was already battered and bruised. Gu Hang understood that he had offended the Luo family. If he wished to salvage his situation, he must distance himself from all connections. After all, the fabrication of evidence was solely Lin Zilong's doing, and he had never explicitly indicated approval. It was just right to make Lin Zilong a scapegoat. Although this action would offend Lin Jinbei, he was insignificant compared to the Luo family. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Foggy Woods, Luo Qing'an, Jiang Hao, Zhang Long, and other students gathered. The supervising officer, Xiong Yu, had already made arrangements with the officers stationed at the entrance. Today, in the depths of the Foggy Woods, aside from the students of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Institute, no one else would be allowed entry. Thus, Xiong Yu addressed the 7 candidates present. The specific rules of the assessment have already been communicated by the institute head, and I shall not reiterate them here. However, I must emphasize one point. There is a ravine deep within the Foggy Woods, which is an absolute forbidden zone. All candidates must not enter the ravine at will. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. Moreover, after you have slain 2 beast general level monsters, you must bring their corpses out, as this pertains to your assessment scores. Is that clear? Upon hearing this, the 7 present nodded slightly. Good. Then the assessment begins now. With Xiong Yu's command, all the students ventured into the depths of the Foggy Woods. Jiang Hao was no exception. Upon entering, he immediately drew his windbreaker blade. The graduation assessment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Institute appeared to be devoid of difficulty, merely requiring the solo elimination of 2 beast general level monsters. Yet in reality, it was fraught with peril. In the depths of the Foggy Woods, unlike the outer regions, any monster that appeared would be at least at the 8th tier of beast soldiers. The number of beast general level monsters was countless, which meant they could potentially face a multitude of monsters, even a joint assault from several beast general level monsters, despite having slain numerous monsters in the outer regions. Jiang Hao remained acutely aware of the dangers lurking in this deeper territory and did not dare to let his guard down. Soon, Jiang Hao sensed a wave of danger. In the next moment, several sharp wind blades sliced through the air, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Jiang Hao reacted swiftly, skillfully dodging with the thunderbolt step, while simultaneously striking a fierce blow towards a nearby patch of grass. In an instant, the howling winds roared, the azure blade aura flashed by, and a monkey covered in green fur was instantly cleaved in two, collapsing into a pool of blood. Jiang Hao stepped forward to inspect, discovering it was merely an 8th tier wind monkey. This type of monster was quite cunning, relying on its speed and particularly fond of ambushing humans. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Jiang Hao, who dispatched it with a single stroke. Although it was not a beast general level monster, the beast core within was still quite valuable. Jiang Hao skillfully extracted the beast core from the wind monkey, while he wished to seize the opportunity to hunt numerous monsters and amass a wealth of beast cores. Jiang Hao was more eager to achieve first place in this graduation assessment, paving the way for his future entry into a top-tier mercenary group. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities to hunt monsters in the future. However, just as Jiang Hao pocketed the beast core and prepared to leave, the ground suddenly shook violently. A massive wind monkey with blood-red eyes came barreling towards him. This wind monkey was unlike the others. It possessed 4 stout arms. Oh no, this is a 4-armed wind monkey. Jiang Hao's heart sank. This aura likely reached the second tier of beast general level. The four-armed wind monkey, enraged by the death of its offspring, let out a deafening roar and launched a fierce attack on Jiang Hao. This was my first encounter with a beast general level monster. Jiang Hao gripped his windbreaker blade tightly, a flicker of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. Let me see just how strong you truly are. With that, he fearlessly charged at the four-armed wind monkey, engaging in a fierce battle. During this process, the other candidates participating in the graduation assessment also encountered formidable beast general level monsters. Historically, there had always been certain casualties during the martial artist graduation assessments. The supervising officer, Xiongyu, along with the other instructors, chose not to intervene. Even when witnessing martial artists being slain by monsters, they remained unperturbed. In their eyes, if one could not even pass this trial, they were destined to become cannon fodder. Meanwhile, while the Extreme Path Martial Arts Institute was conducting its graduation assessment, the news of Lin Zilong's capture by the law enforcement team reached Lin Jinbei's ears. What did you say? Zilong was captured by the law enforcement team. Chapter 42. I apologize to you. Please go save Zilong. Upon learning that his beloved son had been apprehended, Lin Jinbei's face turned ashen. The graduation assessment day for the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Institute was fast approaching, and he was still drafting a special training plan for Lin Zilong. While allowing Lin Zilong to participate in the graduation assessment early. If he succeeded, it would surely attract the attention of the headquarters, allowing Lin Zilong to smoothly enter the headquarters and become a disciple of the head of the institute. But who could have anticipated that Lin Zilong would suddenly be captured? The institute head, Gu Hong, claims that the young master fabricated evidence he was merely acting according to the laws of the Yin nation by apprehending the young master. Before he could finish, Lin Jinbei erupted in fury, smashing the table before him with a single strike. How audacious! A mere district captain dares to arrest my son. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jinbei burst out of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Institute, heading straight for the law enforcement headquarters. He would not allow anyone to harm his son. Gu Hang. His roar reverberated like thunder. What the hell do you mean by this? Lin Jinbei stormed into the law enforcement headquarters, kicking open the door to Gu Hang's office. In his eyes, though Gu Hang was the captain of the law enforcement team of Tianhebei City, he was merely at the second tier of the war god rank. Lin Jinbei was a formidable warrior at the 5th tier. He did not believe Gu Hang could stop him. Institute head Gu Hang remained calm, disregarding Lin Jinbei's threats. You should know precisely why I apprehended your son. He fabricated evidence and deliberately slandered Jiang Hao. I am merely enforcing the law. You're talking nonsense. Lin Jinbei's eyes blazed with fury as he seized Gu Hang by the collar. Gu Hang, don't think for a moment that I am ignorant. My son did indeed fabricate evidence, but without your authorization, how could he have done so? If you release my son immediately, don't blame me for causing a ruckus at the law enforcement headquarters. Ha ha ha. Gu Hang burst into laughter upon hearing this, forcefully pushing Lin Jinbei away. Lin Jinbei, I find it truly incomprehensible how you think. Is Jiang Hao not also your son? Why would you willingly allow Lin Zilong to frame him? Gu Hang's sudden inquiry left Lin Jinbei momentarily stunned, before he erupted in anger, shouting, Do not dare mention that ungrateful son Jiang Hao in my presence. Although Zilong's evidence is fabricated, the true culprit is evidently Jiang Hao. For the sake of the Lin family's future, I am prepared to sacrifice my own kin for the greater good. Sacrifice one's kin for the greater good. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Gu Hang's mouth. Do you truly believe that? You are merely afraid of the Zhao family, fearing repercussions, which is why you are willing to cast Jiang Hao aside. Moreover, there is no evidence to prove that Jiang Hao is the murderer. He shifted his tone, his gaze as cold as ice. Lin Jinbei, let me be frank with you. Lin Zilong must face punishment, for he has offended the Luo family. Surely, as one of the 4 prominent families of Yin country. I need not elaborate further. Lin Jinbei, who was about to strike Gu Hang, froze at this revelation. What did you say? His voice trembled. The Luo family. How could my son have offended the Luo family for no reason? He was acutely aware of the Luo family's formidable power, which dwarfed the Zhao family in comparison. If what Gu Hang said were true, then everything would be over. A cold smile crept across Gu Hang's face as he observed Lin Jinbei's panic. The Luo family's young lady, Luo Qinghan, is currently at the branch of the Jido Martial Arts School. Lin Zilong's forgery has displeased her. She is the cherished jewel of Luo Beifeng. To offend her is tantamount to offending the entire Luo family. I am powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei felt as though he had been struck by lightning and stood frozen in place. As one of the 4 major families of Yin country, how could the Luo family be offended by someone of his humble stature? He had never imagined that the esteemed young lady of the Luo family would be present at the branch of the Jido Martial Arts School. Now that Lin Zilong had offended the Luo family, Lin Jinbei found himself utterly at a loss. After a moment of silence, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Ji Yuheng, do not think I am ignorant. You are clearly trying to distance yourself from the situation, shifting all the blame onto my son. Should anything happen to my son, I will ensure you pay with your life. Gu Hong dismissed Lin Jinbei's threat, stating, it is futile for you to speak thus. You should be pleading with your son Jiang Hao. The Luo family's young lady stepping in on his behalf indicates that there is an unusual relationship between them. To secure Lin Zilong's safety, you must first appease Luo Qinghan's wrath. Gu Heng's words suddenly illuminated Lin Jinbei's mind. Indeed, to save Zilong, he must seek Jiang Hao's aid. Without hesitation, Lin Jinbei left the headquarters of the enforcement team. From his subordinates, he learned that Jiang Hao was participating in the graduation assessment at the Misty Mountain Forest. Although he was initially taken aback, he had no time for shock now, even if he had to resort to forceful means. He would make Jiang Hao plead with Luo Qinghan. Otherwise, Lin Zilong would be doomed. Thus, Lin Jinbei hurried to the depths of the Misty Mountain Forest. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was immediately intercepted by Xiong Yu and others from the Jido Martial Arts School. Lin Jinbei, what are you trying to do? Today is the graduation assessment of our Jido Martial Arts School. No one is allowed to enter the depths of the Misty Mountain Forest. Xiong Yu harbored immense disdain for Lin Jinbei and would not allow him to disrupt the assessment. Get out of my way. I need to find Jiang Hao. If you dare obstruct me, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Jinbei showed no fear of Xiong Yu's threats, determined to force his way into the depths of the Misty Mountain Forest. His mind was solely focused on saving Lin Zilong, leaving no room for hesitation. Moreover, Li Jinhao was not present, and no one could stop him. Lin Jinbei, you are utterly despicable. Xiong Yu knew well the extent of Lin Jinbei's power. Even their combined strength would not suffice to stop him. Thus, he immediately ordered his subordinates to inform Li Jinhao while attempting to stall Lin Jinbei. Just as Lin Jinbei prepared to act, Jiang Hao leisurely emerged from the depths of the Misty Mountain Forest. Upon seeing Lin Jinbei, Jiang Hao felt no surprise. At that moment, he could discern from Lin Jinbei's anxious gaze that the one fabricating evidence must be Lin Zilong. Jiang Hao. Lin Jinbei rushed towards him. Zilong is your own brother. How can you just stand by and watch him perish? Hao, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but you should not vent it on Zilong. If you can persuade Luo Qinghan to drop the matter of the forged evidence, I will apologize to you and allow you to return to the Lin family. We can live as a family from now on. Additionally, I will host a grand banquet to publicly acknowledge your return to the Lin family. Everything you have missed over the years, I will gradually make amends. Although Lin Jinbei still held dissatisfaction towards Jiang Hao, he was compelled to humble himself to save Lin Zilong. Humph. Jiang Hao scoffed derisively. Why should I save Lin Zilong? He forged evidence and offended Luo Qinghan. What does that have to do with me? Furthermore, when you coerced Lin Zilong into framing me, did you ever consider that I am also your son? Yet you speak as if allowing me back into the Lin family is a privilege. Lin Jinbei, you should go as far away from me as possible and leave me be. If Zilong encounters any misfortune, I will not spare you. Jiang Hao, I am, after all, your father. Do you not possess the most basic respect? Lin Jinbei, who had initially come here to humbly plead with Jiang Hao, found himself feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, to save Zilong, he could only choose to endure. However, Jiang Hao's refusal and his audacity to call him by name sent Lin Jinbei into a fit of uncontainable rage. How ridiculous! Why should I respect you? Ask yourself, do you deserve to be called my father? Besides, did you not publicly declare that you severed all ties with me? A contemptuous smile played on Jiang Hao's lips. Lin Jinbei, I advise you to go home and bid farewell to Lin Zilong. He has offended the Luo family, and his time may be short. Though Jiang Hao lacked specific knowledge of the events, he could glean from Lin Jinbei's anxious demeanor that Lin Zilong's life hung by a thread. It was likely that Gu Hong, the captain of the enforcement team, was shifting all blame onto Lin Zilong for self-preservation. In Tina Bay City, the Lin family held significant influence, and Lin Zilong's forgery should have been a minor issue, easily overlooked. However, Luo Qinghan's involvement escalated the situation. In such circumstances, Gu Hong would undoubtedly impose severe punishment on Lin Zilong. Jiang Hao. Lin Jinbei suddenly seized Jiang Hao by the collar, releasing a battle-hardened aura. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Zhao Wei's death is undoubtedly connected to you. If you are willing to save Zilong, I will lend you my strength to help you escape the Zhao family's pursuit. Should anything happen to Zilong, do not blame me for disregarding our father-son bond and taking action against you. Unfazed by Lin Jinbei's threats, Jiang Hao retorted with a cold laugh. So, you intend to personally kill me? Come on, do it. Let everyone see how you, a battle-hardened powerhouse, bullies the weak. At this proclamation, both the members of the Jido Martial Arts School and the warriors guarding the depths of the Misty Mountain Forest directed their gazes towards Lin Jinbei. Their expressions clearly reflected disdain for him. When Jiang Hao was in peril, Lin Jinbei had disregarded familial ties and taken the opportunity to strike. Now, when his younger son faced the brink of death, he shamelessly sought Jiang Hao's aid. After being rejected, he even resorted to threats of violence. Such a father was nothing short of laughable. The scornful gazes of the crowd were unbearable for Lin Jinbei. He could no longer remain there. Since Jiang Hao refused to acquiesce, he resolved to forcibly take Jiang Hao away. As long as he brought Jiang Hao back to the Lin family, he would have countless ways to coerce him. Yet, at this critical moment, a blazing long knife sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lin Jinbei with incredible speed. What? Lin Jinbei furrowed his brow and swiftly raised his hand to block the strike. Though he successfully intercepted it, the force was tremendous, causing him to stagger back several meters. Immediately after, Li Jinhao descended from the sky, landing beside Jiang Hao, clad in crimson battle armor, wielding the flaming long knife. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he gazed at Lin Jinbei. You despicable cur! You have repeatedly sent people to cause trouble at my Jidao martial arts school. Now, during our graduation assessment, you dare to create chaos. Lin Jinbei, do you truly believe I hesitate to kill you? As Li Jinhao spoke, he positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Hao. He would not allow anyone to harm Jiang Hao. Li Jinhao, I knew you would certainly appear. Lin Jinbei glared angrily at Li Jinhao. Today, I admit I acted impulsively, but Jiang Hao must come with me. I am his father, and the matters between us are familial. You have no authority to interfere. Nonsense. Li Jinhao bellowed angrily. Who do you think you are as a father? I even doubt whether Jiang Hao is truly your biological son, for how could he possibly have such a despicable father like you? Lin Jinbei forged evidence and was imprisoned. That is his own doing. On what grounds do you demand Jiang Hao to rescue him? The more Li Jinhao spoke, the angrier he became, shouting, Why didn't you come to Jiang Hao's aid when he was in danger before? I warn you, Jiang Hao is now my disciple, and no one shall take him away. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiong Yu and a multitude of instructors from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School quickly surrounded Lin Jinbei. As for the members of the warrior brigade, their duty was merely to guard the depths of the Misty Woods, ensuring no beast could enter the Tianhe base city. What was occurring now had nothing to do with them. Moreover, they held Lin Jinbei's actions in great disdain. At this moment, not a single one of them would step forward to assist Lin Jinbei. Abominable, despite the fury boiling within him. Lin Jinbei could only suppress his anger upon seeing the crowd before him. His strength was on par with Li Jinhao, and a one-on-one confrontation would naturally not pose a problem. However, against so many, Lin Jinbei had no chance of victory. Furthermore, today was indeed the day of the graduation assessment for the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, and causing a ruckus at the examination venue was inherently inappropriate. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to retreat. Before leaving, he cast a fierce glare at Jiang Hao. You heartless beast, I truly regret giving birth to you. If Zilong encounters misfortune, I will never let you off. Humph. With that, Lin Jinbei transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Jiang Hao, do not heed his threats. Continue with your assessment. With me here. No one will harm you. Li Jinhao assumed Jiang Hao had been forcibly taken out by Lin Jinbei and immediately urged him to continue the assessment. To his astonishment, Jiang Hao suddenly produced two bloodied corpses. One was a four-armed black ape of Beast General Level 2, and the other a beast of Beast General Level 3. Master, I have actually already completed the assessment. Upon hearing this, not only was Li Jinhao taken aback, but Xiong Yu and others also widened their eyes in disbelief. How? How could he have slain two Beast General level monsters in such a short span of time? That was incredibly swift. Earlier, when Jiang Hao voluntarily emerged from the depths, I thought he had sensed Lin Jinbei's aura and was forced to interrupt the assessment. It now appeared that was not the case. Jiang Hao had completed the assessment ahead of time. Even the members of the warrior brigade in the front were utterly astonished. Over the years, they had witnessed numerous martial arts students participating in graduation assessments, but they had never seen anyone complete it with such speed. Ha 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 ha. Once Li Jinhao regained his composure, he burst into laughter. Jiang Hao, you have truly not disappointed me. Congratulations on becoming the first graduate of this year's Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Chapter 44. To save Lin Zilong, Lin Jinbei clings to the Sun family. Li Jinhao discerned that the two beast corpses Jiang Hao had retrieved had only recently perished, with evident wounds inflicted by the wind-cutting blade. Undoubtedly, these two beasts had been slain by Jiang Hao. From this moment forth, you are a true martial artist. And Jinhao's eyes shone with appreciation and admiration for Jiang Hao. He simply could not fathom why someone as exceptional as Jiang Hao would be abandoned by Lin Jinbei. It was utterly blind. Master, since I have passed the assessment, may I continue deeper to hunt beasts? The glimmer of battle desire sparkled in Jiang Hao's eyes. Engaging in real combat with beasts would expedite my growth. He was immensely curious about the ravine in the depths of the misty woods. Although Jiang Hao was aware that the ravine was a forbidden zone, extremely perilous, and had claimed many lives over the years. Even scaring beasts away, he believed that the more bizarre and dangerous a place was, the more opportunities it harbored. Should I encounter any danger, I can utilize my mental manipulation abilities to escape without issue. Very well, just exercise caution. Li Jinhao did not ponder further and granted Jiang Hao's request. He believed that Jiang Hao's ability to stand out among his peers might indeed stem from his frequent encounters with beasts. Therefore, he found no reason to object. Jiang Hao's capacity to effortlessly slay beast-level monsters had sufficiently proven his ability to cope with the beasts in that area. After receiving Li Jinhao's permission, Jiang Hao resolutely turned and re-entered the depths of the misty woods. Subsequently, Li Jinhao turned to Xiongyu, his expression serious, and instructed, Lin Jinbei may come to trouble us again. I will personally oversee this graduation assessment. You should return immediately and report the news of Jiang Hao passing the assessment to the main hall. I want the entire South China region to know how talented Jiang Hao is. Upon hearing this, Xiongyu's lips curled into a knowing smile. Rest assured, I will take care of it right away. He then swiftly turned and hurried back to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Meanwhile, Lin Jinbei, having been forced to leave, returned to the Lin family in an exceedingly furious state. Unfilial son, Jiang Hao, that ungrateful wretch. I will never let him off. Lin Jinbei's furious voice echoed through every corner of the Lin family. Just then, Qin Meiqi emerged from the side, her eyes red from evident tears. Godfather, I just went to the law enforcement team to visit Zolong, but Gu Hong wouldn't let me in at all. She choked out. Zolong has never suffered such hardship. Those in the law enforcement team are biased, and they will certainly torment Zolong. Godfather, I implore you, you must save Zolong. Qin Meiqi's tears flowed anew. Had she known it would come to this, she should have stopped Lin Zolong from forging evidence in the first place. That way, he could have at least avoided this imprisonment. Absurd. Lin Jinbei was already seething with anger over Lin Zolong's predicament. Now, upon hearing from Qin Meiqi that Gu Hong forbade anyone from visiting Lin Zolong, it only added fuel to the fire. The mere thought of his precious son's suffering in prison was unbearable. Suddenly, Lin Jinbei seemed to recall something. Casting a meaningful glance at the weeping Qin Meiqi, he reminisced about the time when Sun Mingyu, the second young master of one of the four top families of the Yan Kingdom, visited Tianhebei City. At the time, Sun Mingyu took a liking to Qin Meiqi and wanted to take her back to the Sun family. However, Sun Mingyu was a notorious wastrel, known for his lecherous nature. Over the years, countless women had fallen victim to his whims. Qin Meiqi was the daughter of Lin Jinbei's friend. How could he allow her to fall into the hands of a devil like Sun Mingyu? Thus, he firmly rejected Sun Mingyu, which in turn enraged him. With Lin Jinbei's strength and contributions, he should have been promoted to a key position at the headquarters long ago. Yet, to this day, he remained stuck as a branch master, unable to rise, all because he had offended Sun Mingyu. Now, in order to rescue Lin Zolong, Sun Mingyu had become his last hope. Therefore, he resolved to offer Qin Meiqi to Sun Mingyu. Meiqi, over the years, I have treated you as my own. I have never wronged you. I know you have always liked Zolong, but now, due to that beast Jiang Hao, Zolong is in imminent danger. Under these circumstances, are you willing to save Zolong and help your godfather? Lin Jinbei approached Qin Meiqi, reaching out to lift her up. Godfather, whatever you need me to do, just say the word. I am willing to do anything to save Zolong. Qin Meiqi believed Lin Jinbei had devised some plan that required her cooperation. So she readily agreed without hesitation. With your word, your godfather is reassured. Lin Jinbei smiled with satisfaction before speaking. You should still remember Sun Mingyu, right? Godfather intends to have you marry him. In this way, our Lin family will be able to affiliate with the Sun family, and Zolong will naturally be saved. What? Upon hearing Lin Jinbei's words, Qin Meiqi was left utterly dumbfounded. Images of the devilish Sun Mingyu instantly flooded her mind. She recalled that in the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, a beautiful female student had been targeted by Sun Mingyu and was humiliated the very same night. In fact, due to Sun Mingyu's brutish methods, the girl had tragically lost her life. Now, Lin Jinbei wanted her to marry Sun Mingyu, which was tantamount to sentencing her to death. No. I refuse. I will not marry Sun Mingyu. Qin Meiqi was engulfed in terror and turned to flee. However, Lin Jinbei offered her no such opportunity, effortlessly striking her down. Meiqi, you cannot blame me. This is the only chance to save Zolong, and you have already agreed. Gazing at the unconscious Qin Meiqi, Lin Jinbei's eyes turned icy. He knew full well that with Qin Meiqi's status, she could never match Sun Mingyu, nor would she ever be able to marry him. Sun Mingyu's interest in Qin Meiqi was solely due to her beauty. Offering Qin Meiqi to Sun Mingyu meant that she would most likely be subjected to his torment until her demise. In a desperate bid to save his beloved son, Lin Jinbei had no choice but to take such drastic measures. After all, over the years, he had taken meticulous care of Qin Meiqi, having fulfilled his duty towards his deceased friend to the utmost. Subsequently, Lin Jinbei instructed his servants to lift Qin Meiqi onto the carriage and set off immediately for the main city of South China. Meanwhile, deep within the misty mountain forest, Jiang Hao fought his way through a horde of beasts and arrived near a ravine. What greeted his eyes was an exceedingly clear stream, a stark contrast to the perilous forbidden zone surrounding it. Yet, what shocked him even more was the sight of Luo Qinghan sitting alone by the stream, her face ashen, appearing gravely injured. Chapter 45. A nightmare beast emerges from the depths of the forest. Jiang Hao approached Luo Qinghan without hesitation. Ensuring that no beast lurked nearby, he inquired in a low voice, "This is a forbidden area. How did you come to be here? Moreover, you seem to be quite severely injured." His sharp gaze scrutinized Luo Qinghan, noting the ghostly pallor of her face and a deep, ominous claw mark on her left arm, although the wound had stopped bleeding. The horrifying scar was sufficient evidence that she had engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable beast. Knowing that this is a forbidden area, why did you dare to come here? Are you not afraid of death? Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Luo Qinghan was taken aback. She had not expected that someone like Jiang Hao, who had yet to reach the general rank, would dare to venture here alone. The most dangerous places often concealed great opportunities. As Jiang Hao spoke, he gestured toward the wound on Luo Qinghan's arm. Your strength is not to be underestimated. A typical beast general should not have been able to inflict such damage upon you. Could it be that a beast of extraordinary power resides here? Luo Qinghan did not respond immediately. Instead, she carefully studied Jiang Hao. To her astonishment, she discovered that he bore no signs of injury whatsoever. Although Jiang Hao had previously triumphed over Zhang Long, the latter was merely a first-tier general. And that confrontation had not been a life-or-death struggle. Yet, they were now deep within the misty mountain forest, where every beast could potentially be at the general level. Moreover, the beasts near the ravine were likely even more powerful. Jiang Hao's ability to traverse this terrain unscathed left Luo Qinghan in awe, prompting her to realize that his strength might far exceed her expectations. After a brief contemplation, Luo Qinghan slowly spoke. "Jiang Hao, shall we strike a deal?" Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that? If you need my assistance, you can speak plainly," he continued. Previously, at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, Luo Qinghan had helped him out of a tight spot, resulting in Lin Zilong's arrest. Jiang Hao disliked being indebted to others. If Luo Qinghan required his help, he would undoubtedly do his utmost to assist her. You know why this ravine is referred to as a forbidden area? It is not merely because it is home to numerous powerful beasts, but rather because a particularly unique beast resides here. This beast may not be of a high level, but its abilities are incredibly terrifying. Luo Qinghan pointed toward the stream's end. That beast is currently in the cave at the end of the stream. If we join forces to eliminate it, we can split the treasure found within the cave. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's brow slightly furrowed. You, as the esteemed young lady of the Luo family, could easily procure whatever you desire with a single word. Why go through the trouble of fighting? Luo Qinghan urgently interrupted. You do not understand. The treasures within that cave cannot be measured by mere money. Her succinct words immediately alerted Jiang Hao to the existence of a remarkable opportunity. It was clear that whatever had captivated the young lady of the Luo family was no ordinary item, warranting even the risk of her life to obtain it. Jiang Hao was indeed curious to learn what such a rare treasure could be. I have no objection to joining forces with you, but first, you must tell me exactly what that beast is. I need to prepare myself. Luo Qinghan did not hold back, revealing that beast is a nightmare beast. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A nightmare beast? This cursed place is home to a nightmare beast. He could hardly fathom it. The nightmare beast, as he described, resembled a horse, covered in black scales, with its limbs engulfed in ghostly blue flames. While its combat prowess was not particularly formidable, it was highly adept at mental manipulation. It could exhale a hallucinogenic mist, ensnaring warriors or beasts in an illusion without them realizing it. Once trapped in such a delusion, death would be imminent. Additionally, the nightmare beast had the ability to invade others' dreams, manipulating them from within. At that moment, Jiang Hao finally understood why this location was deemed forbidden. Even powerful beasts dared not tread lightly here. All of this was due to the presence of a nightmare beast. Such a rare and valuable creature managing to remain hidden here was a testament to its cunning. Legend had it that the nightmare beast shed portions of its black scales at intervals. These scales, known as dream scales, were crucial materials for crafting the legendary illusionary demon armor. Moreover, carrying dream scales could maintain a clear mind and reduce the impact of mental attacks. What you seek must be this, right? It must be said that dream scales were indeed priceless and exceedingly rare. Upon learning of the nightmare beast's existence, Jiang Hao's expression turned incredibly excited. Indeed, he had come to the right place. If he could acquire some dream scales, he would no longer have to worry about financial troubles for the foreseeable future. A complete dream scale could fetch at least 1 million. Do not celebrate too soon. While the nightmare beast's combat strength is lacking, its abilities are exceedingly troublesome. Even after I ingested a potion to resist mental assaults, it still proved insufficient. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been injured. Luo Qinghan's discovery of the nightmare beast had been entirely coincidental. She understood that wherever the nightmare beast lurked, there would be a substantial amount of its shed dream scales. Thus, without hesitation, she had engaged in battle with the nightmare beast, only to fall prey to its illusions and nearly lose her life. Gazing at the ghastly wound on her left arm, she couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Rest assured, I have a method to deal with the nightmare beast, Jiang Hao said confidently, smiling as he strode toward the stream's end. Observing Jiang Hao's unwavering confidence, Luo Qinghan furrowed her brow. Without the time to question further, she hastily consumed several healing pills and hurriedly followed in Jiang Hao's footsteps. Soon, they arrived at the stream's end, where a dark cave loomed before them. The surrounding thick mist rendered the cave all the more sinister and terrifying. The nightmare beast resides within that cave. This creature is exceptionally cunning, and we must proceed with caution, Luo Qinghan warned, producing a small vial of blue potion from her storage ring and handing it to Jiang Hao. This is a mental potion. Drink it first. While it cannot fully immunize you against the nightmare beast's mental attacks, it will at least mitigate some of them, preventing you from falling into an illusion immediately. Jiang Hao, however, shook his head slightly. Declining the mental potion. I'm afraid I don't need this. You should keep it for yourself. Jiang Hao is well aware of the nightmare beast's terrifying abilities, but at this moment, he was not blindly confident. As a mental practitioner, his mental strength already surpassed that of ordinary warriors. The nightmare beast's mental assaults would have little effect on someone like him. Chapter 46. Lin Jinbei seeks an audience with the young master of the Sun family. Nonsense. If you do not drink the mental potion, you will instantly succumb to an illusion the moment you step into the cave. Seeing Jiang Hao refuse her potion left Luo Qinghan puzzled and uncertain. Jiang Hao smiled calmly. Do I appear to be someone seeking death? Rest assured, I have my ways to cope with this. All you need to do is assist me from the sidelines. Just as Luo Qinghan opened her mouth to protest, she saw Jiang Hao resolutely step into the cave. Her heart raced with concern for his safety, and she quickly drank the mental potion before following closely behind him. The cave was shrouded in darkness, with visibility obscured by thick mist, as if they had entered a world of unfathomable mystery. In such an environment, they could afford no slackness. Jiang Hao drew his wind-breaking blade, his expression alert as he surveyed the surroundings. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan swiftly unsheathed a light blue longsword, which, while appearing ordinary, concealed astonishing power. The hilt was embedded with a small energy core, and upon activation, the blade emitted a brilliant blue light. In this state, the sword's tip could instantaneously fire a chilling blue beam. Upon contacting a target, the temperature would plummet rapidly, potentially freezing it in an instant. This was an S-class weapon, the Frost Blade, a high-tech weapon developed in recent years. It merged the essence of technology and martial arts, boasting formidable lethality that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Due to its recent development in the past few years, the exorbitant manufacturing costs render it difficult for widespread adoption. In this era, even ordinary high-tech weaponry or armor commands a steep price, let alone the Frost Sword, which boasts an S-class strength, an absolute treasure of immeasurable value. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao's gaze was not fixated on the Frost Sword, but rather intently locked onto a monstrous beast ahead. The creature's eyes emitted a haunting blue light, resembling a dark stallion at first glance. Yet, its body was enveloped in peculiar black scales, and its limbs were ablaze with ghostly blue flames, all unmistakably revealing its true identity. A nightmarish beast. Jiang Hao noticed several distinct sword wounds on the beast's abdomen, undoubtedly remnants from its previous fierce battle with Luo Qinghan, which had instilled it with deep-seated hostility towards humans. Upon discovering the uninvited guests, Jiang Hao and Luo Qinghan, the beast let out a deafening roar. It swiftly expelled a thick mist from its mouth, completely enveloping the two. Jiang Hao, you must consume this mental potion, Luo Qinghan urged anxiously. This mist will plunge one into an illusion, robbing them of all combat capability. The nightmarish beast before us possesses only the strength of a Tier 3 beast general, as long as we are not deceived by its mist. We have a genuine chance to slay it. However, as soon as Luo Qinghan's words fell, Jiang Hao disregarded the mist surrounding him, brandishing his large blade and charging straight at the nightmarish beast. It was as if the mist had no effect on him whatsoever. What? He can actually ignore the nightmarish beast's mist. Luo Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief, typically, without the aid of mental potions or specialized protective gear. Ordinary martial artists would be utterly unable to resist the mental control of a nightmarish beast. Yet, Jiang Hao's immunity could only signify one thing. He was no ordinary martial artist. He was a mentalist. He certainly conceals his abilities well. Luo Qinghan thought to herself. Doubts began to rise within her. If he truly was a mentalist, why would Lin Jinbei abandon him? Had Lin Jinbei lost his mind? While Luo Qinghan was still in shock, Jiang Hao had already reached the nightmarish beast in an instant. This unexpected move caught the beast off guard, leaving it no time to react before Jiang Hao's blade struck it, sending the creature flying. In that strike, Jiang Hao showed no mercy. A fierce wind howled as a deep gash appeared on the beast's body. Blood gushed forth from the wound, staining the ground crimson. And it howled in agony. Previous martial artists who had encountered this beast, upon inhaling its mist, would find themselves mentally disoriented, if not entrapped in an illusion. Why, then, was this human before it completely unaffected? A profound sense of crisis suddenly surged within the nightmarish beast. It was aware that its combat prowess was lacking, relying solely on its mental assaults and the defensive capabilities granted by its black scales. In this predicament, it recognized its inability to confront the human before it and resolved to flee. Swiftly, Luo Qinghan reacted, utilizing the frost sword to unleash a freezing beam that instantly sealed the sole exit of the cave. No matter how the nightmarish beast rammed against the thick ice wall, it could not break through. Jiang Hao, I truly did not expect you to be a mentalist, Luo Qinghan stated, stepping beside him with astonishment in her voice. Would you be interested in joining my Luo family? I assure you that my father will spare no effort in nurturing you. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. I'm afraid I do not have such intentions at the moment. Our current objective is the nightmarish beast before us. He was fully cognizant that revealing his abilities as a mentalist would prompt Luo Qinghan to extend an invitation. After all, the number of mentalists in this world was exceedingly scarce. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, mentalists often evolved into formidable martial artists. Prestigious families like the Luo family would undoubtedly seek to recruit him. Yet, Jiang Hao, at this juncture, had no desire to align himself with such a powerful and complex family, fraught with conflicts and intrigue. Moreover, joining the Luo family would mean sacrificing his freedom, a prospect he was unwilling to entertain. Subsequently, Jiang Hao produced the S-class psychic weapon, Bloodsting, which, under his command, instantaneously manifested 4 replicas. With a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, they charged toward the nightmarish beast. The black scales adorning the creature granted it formidable defense, rendering ordinary weaponry ineffective against it. Even the full-force strike Jiang Hao had delivered earlier had only managed to inflict a wound. To ensure the nightmarish beast's demise, Jiang Hao knew he must hold nothing back and give it his all. Under his manipulation, Bloodsting relentlessly slashed and pierced the nightmarish beast's body. In mere moments, the creature was covered in deep wounds, its precious black scales littering the ground. Although Luo Qinghan felt a twinge of surprise at Jiang Hao's refusal, she understood that this was the perfect opportunity to slay the nightmarish beast. Without hesitation, she summoned the full power of the frost sword and launched a fierce assault. With a final, anguished roar, the nightmarish beast succumbed, collapsing into a pool of its own blood. According to our earlier agreement, the dream scales within this cave will be divided equally between us. However, the carcass of this nightmarish beast will belong entirely to me. You have no objections, I trust. Jiang Hao was acutely aware of the dream scale's value. But in comparison, the carcass of the nightmarish beast was even more precious. Be it its beast core, fur, or other parts, they were all of significant worth. Very well, the arrangement is yours to dictate, Luo Qinghan replied. Nodding slightly, though reluctant, she realized that without Jiang Hao's intervention, she would never have been able to defeat the nightmarish beast. Subsequently, Jiang Hao decisively stored the nightmarish beast's body in his storage ring, and the two began to tally the dream scales within the cave. Meanwhile, in the grand estate of the South China main city, a robustly built man forcefully held a naked woman beneath him. He then revealed a rather lustful expression. Just then, a servant hurriedly entered, kneeling before him. Young master, Lin Jinbei, the branch leader of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, seeks your presence. He has also brought with him a stunning woman. Chapter 47. In a bid to save his son, Lin Jinbei forsakes his adopted daughter. Who do you speak of? Lin Jinbei. Upon hearing that familiar name, Sun Mingyu's brow furrowed. He recalled that during his inspection of the Tianhe base city, he had taken a liking to one of Sun Mingyu's adopted daughters. He had intended to take the girl away, only to be met with Lin Jinbei's staunch opposition. the Sun family was the largest shareholder of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, and Sun Mingyu bore a grudge against Lin Jinbei, subsequently blocking his promotion and ensuring he would remain a mere branch leader for life. Now, with Lin Jinbei coming to seek him out, and even bringing a beautiful woman, it genuinely caught Sun Mingyu off guard. "Young master, the woman Lin Jinbei brought is the very Qin Meiqi you had your eye on." The servant's words instantly lit up Sun Mingyu's eyes. He promptly kicked the woman beneath him aside, laughing heartily. "So Lin Jinbei intends to present Qin Meiqi to me. How intriguing. Have him wait for me in the hall." Desire gleamed in Sun Mingyu's eyes. For a man notorious for his lecherous ways, the name Qin Meiqi was a tantalizing lure. He was eager to discover the reason behind Lin Jinbei's willingness to present his adopted daughter to him. Shortly thereafter, in the spacious hall of the Sun family's estate, Lin Jinbei awaited anxiously, reflecting upon the past when he had offended Sun Mingyu, thus jeopardizing his promising future. He was filled with resentment towards this debauched scion. Yet now, the only person who could save his precious son was Sun Mingyu. Even if it meant losing face, Lin Jinbei was determined to implore Sun Mingyu for assistance. At that moment, Sun Mingyu strode in. His demeanor arrogant as he completely ignored Lin Jinbei, his gaze greedily fixed on the unconscious Qin Meiqi. 3 years prior, when he first encountered Qin Meiqi, she had been a budding 17-year-old girl. Now, at 20, she had blossomed into an even more captivating beauty, her graceful figure and delicate, fair complexion only adding to Sun Mingyu's satisfaction. Finally, he tore his gaze away from Qin Meiqi and glanced at Lin Jinbei, casually asking, "Speak. What brings you here? Young master's son, it was my folly that offended you back then. That I implore you to overlook my transgressions and save my son." Lin Jinbei pleaded humbly, "If you agree, then from this day forth, Qin Meiqi shall be yours." Your son?" Sun Mingyu's brow slightly furrowed. "Which son are you referring to? I have heard that you have a long-lost eldest son, and it seems his recent involvement in the demise of Zhao Wei is also noteworthy. Are you implying that I should intervene to rescue your eldest son?" During this time, Sun Mingyu had been in the South China main city, aware of the entanglements involving Jiang Hao, Lin Jinbei, and the tragic death of Zhao Wei. He surmised that Lin Jinbei, a warrior of great renown, was groveling before him to save his eldest son, Jiang Hao. However, as soon as Sun Mingyu's words fell, a flicker of fury flashed across Lin Jinbei's face. "Young master's son, I have severed all ties with that ungrateful son. He is no longer my child. Today, I have come to beseech you to save my only son." Lin Zilong. Continuing, Lin Jinbei elaborated on the circumstances surrounding Lin Zilong's capture by the enforcement team. However, he shrewdly concealed the fact that Lin Zilong had forged evidence, instead portraying the Lin family as heroic figures who acted out of righteousness against their own kin, merely ensnared by the obstructions posed by the Luo family. Upon hearing Lin Jinbei's account, Sun Mingyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Jinbei's cold resolve towards his own eldest son. Yet, upon further contemplation, he found it understandable. After all, Jiang Hao had been raised outside, devoid of any emotional ties, unlike Lin Zilong, whom they had nurtured with care. After a brief moment of reflection, Sun Mingyu slowly spoke. "Lin Jinbei, if you truly wish to save your son, it could be accomplished with a mere word from me. Yet, back then, you had the audacity to confront me. You think that now, merely offering Qin Meiqi is sufficient. If you desire my assistance in rescuing your son, you must bring Luo Qing on here to me. In doing so, I can not only save your son but also elevate your position. You will no longer be just a mere branch manager." Although Sun Mingyu harbored an insatiable desire for Qin Meiqi, she paled in comparison to Luo Qinghan, the goddess he had long yearned for. Regrettably, the Luo family held a prominent status, and as the eldest daughter, Luo Qinghan remained beyond his reach, no matter how fervently he desired her. Now, with Luo Qinghan present at the modest branch of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School in Tianhe City, if Lin Jinbei could capture her and consummate their union, she would unequivocally become his woman. Should this alliance between the Sun and Luo families materialize, it would undoubtedly amplify the power of the Sun clan. What did you say? You want me to capture Luo Qinghan? Lin Jinbei's expression changed drastically, his face reflecting sheer terror. The Luo family stood on par with the Sun family, both being among the 4 foremost clans of Yan Kingdom. To take action against Luo Qinghan would spell disaster if discovered. Even if he had 10 lives, he could not escape death. Worse still, it could bring catastrophic repercussions upon the entire Lin clan. Despite Luo Qinghan being alone at the Tianhe City's Extreme Path Martial Arts School, her identity as a Luo family heiress meant her safety could not be trifled with. Perhaps, the Luo family's elite warriors were already lurking within Tianhe City, clandestinely safeguarding her. As Lin Jinbei pondered this, a shiver coursed through him, leading him to kneel before Sun Mingyu, pleading, "Young master son, please do not put me in such a predicament. Luo Qinghan's status is exalted. How could I dare to lay a hand on her?" Sun Mingyu scoffed derisively. "You, a formidable fifth-tier warrior of the god of war rank, are afraid of a mere Luo Qinghan, Lin Jinbei? All you need to do is bring Luo Qinghan here. Everything else is none of your concern. If you wish to rescue Lin Zilong or aspire for the Lin family's ascendance, you must comply with my demands. Otherwise, our discussion ends here." As Sun Mingyu's words hung in the air, he waved his hand. And two burly men with stern expressions entered. These two exuded an aura equal to Lin Jinbei's, both being formidable warriors of the god of war rank. The fact that such powerful fighters were willing to serve as bodyguards attested to the Sun family's immense strength. I understand," Lin Jinbei reluctantly nodded. "However, capturing Luo Qinghan will take some time. I implore you to ensure my son's safety in the meantime. Rest assured, I will notify the Tianhe City's enforcement team to take good care of Lin Zilong." With Sun Mingyu's affirming response, a flicker of resoluteness flashed in Lin Jinbei's eyes. Lin Zilong was his son. As a father, Lin Jinbei could not allow his child to perish in prison, whether for the sake of rescuing his son or securing his own future. He had no choice but to act. Subsequently, Lin Jinbei cast one last glance at the still unconscious Chen Meiqi before decisively departing from the Sun family estate. Meanwhile, a lecherous grin spread across Sun Mingyu's face as he approached Chen Meiqi from behind, his hand wandering over her softness. Just then, Chen Meiqi abruptly awoke. Realizing she was being violated by Sun Mingyu, she let out a terrified wail, struggling desperately, but it was all in vain. The next moment, Chen Meiqi's screams echoed hauntingly across the Sun family estate. Chapter 48. Lin Jinbei, is there nothing but excrement in that head of yours? Meanwhile, deep within the misty mountain forest, in a dim cave, Jiang Hao and Luo Qinghan had collected all the dream scales within. Among them, there were 32 intact dream scales, each of which could easily fetch a price exceeding 1,000,000, and they were exceedingly rare. Though the damaged dream scales were of lesser value, they could still command a respectable price. Jiang Hao had truly struck it rich on this expedition, after splitting the dream scales with Luo Qinghan. The two finally left the cave. Jiang Hao, with your talent and abilities, you should not confine yourself to the small Tianhe city. I still advise you to join the Luo family. Initially, Luo Qinghan had intended to challenge Jiang Hao, but she had since abandoned that notion. She was acutely aware of Jiang Hao's strength and knew she stood no chance. After graduating from the Fenglei Martial Arts School, she would return to her family. Fully aware that Jiang Hao could accompany her. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I genuinely do not have such plans at the moment. If I change my mind later, perhaps I will seek you out. Jiang Hao waved goodbye to Luo Qinghan and ventured into the dense forest ahead, wishing to continue hunting beasts for the time being. As Luo Qinghan watched Jiang Hao's departing figure, she let out a soft sigh. She had already hunted 2 beasts, and with the nightmarish beast dispatched, there was no longer any need for her to linger. After leaving the depths of the misty mountain forest, upon learning from Li Zhenhao that she had merely placed second, she was utterly astonished. Jiang Hao's strength was indeed astonishingly formidable. She increasingly questioned whether Lin Jinbei was mentally sound to abandon such a talented son. In Luo Qinghan's view, Jiang Hao's reclusive and distrustful nature was likely a result of being forsaken by his father, Lin Jinbei, during his upbringing. That fool Lin Jinbei, Luo Qinghan cursed internally, irate as she made her way back to Tianhe City. As night descended, the graduation assessments for this year's Extreme Path Martial Arts School had concluded. Though some students had sustained serious injuries during the process, each had successfully hunted 2 beast general-level monsters and passed the evaluations. The news of Jiang Hao's early participation in the graduation assessment and achieving first place soon spread throughout the entire Tianhe City. At that moment, within a grand office in the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School in Huanan Main City, a resolute-looking middle-aged man repeatedly reviewed Jiang Hao's information, admiration clearly etched in his gaze. This man was none other than Duan Hong, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. This Jiang Hao is truly impressive. It has been a long time since our school has produced such a talented warrior. As Duan Hong spoke, he suddenly appeared to recall something. His brow furrowing, he turned to a man standing before him and asked gravely, "Is there any connection between Jiang Hao and Zhao Wei's death? If there is, it could spell significant trouble." Duan Hong was well aware of the recent tragic demise of the Zhao family's young master. If Jiang Hao were indeed the murderer, even with his exceptional talent, he would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Standing before Duan Hong was Li Ming, the inspector of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. He responded steadily, "Lord Duan, while rumors regarding Jiang Hao's involvement in Zhao Wei's death have been rampant these past few days, It currently appears that Jiang Hao is not connected to the incident. The sole piece of evidence is fabricated by Lin Jinbei's younger son, Lin Zilong. I truly do not understand what Lin Jinbei is thinking. Does he have nothing but excrement in his head, treating his own flesh and blood in such a manner? To speak of righteousness while harming his own kin is utterly ludicrous. Li Ming had already conducted an investigation into these matters and was incensed upon learning of Lin Jinbei's family's actions. Were it not for his position, he would have taken action against Lin Jinbei long ago. After all, Jiang Hao is now a student of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Lin Jinbei, hearing that name. Duan Hong's fist clenched in anger. Previously, I held a certain respect for Lin Jinbei. During the terrifying beast tide that struck Tinhebei City, he single-handedly fought through countless monsters and slew the Beast King. I never expected him to be such a hypocritical scoundrel. Thankfully, Jiang Hao has severed all ties with him. Now that Jiang Hao is not the murderer, we must ensure his absolute safety. The Zhao family will undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Duan Hong understood Zhao Changming's character well. Even without concrete evidence, he would covertly target Jiang Hao. Fortunately, Luo Qinghan had stepped in to protect Jiang Hao. Duan Hong had always been aware of Luo Qinghan's training at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School in Tianhebei City. Li Ming, his tone grave, replied, in fact, ensuring Jiang Hao's safety should not pose much of a problem. Without solid evidence, the Zhao family would not dare to act openly. The issue lies in the fact that Jiang Hao does not plan to go to the headquarters after graduating from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, but intends to join a mercenary group. As soon as the words left his mouth, Duan Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? He wishes to join the mercenary group. Although Duan Hong greatly admired Jiang Hao's courage, the mercenary group was undeniably perilous. He genuinely feared that such a prodigy might meet an untimely end. Not to mention, the Zhao family was watching him closely. Indeed, it was Jiang Hao himself who had proposed this. It seemed unlikely that he would easily reconsider. Li Ming spoke with a hint of resignation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Duan Hong slowly replied, very well, since he wishes to join the mercenary group, I shall certainly recommend him. He then proceeded to make a phone call. Meanwhile, within the Fenglei Guild, Zhao Changming's face was a mask of fury as he sent Lu Jinshan sprawling with a sharp slap. He showed no mercy to Lu Jinshan, the prosecutor, and brutally stomped on him. Lu Jinshan, why have you still not captured Jiang Hao? Though Lu Jinshan seethed with indignation internally, under the suffocating pressure from Zhao Changming, he could only swallow his anger. Sir Zhao, this truly isn't my fault, he spoke helplessly. The circumstances surrounding young Master Zhao's death are indeed suspicious. While Jiang Hao may be the prime suspect, we possess no solid evidence against him. Furthermore, with Miss Luo advocating for Jiang Hao, it is exceedingly difficult for us to act recklessly. I care not for your excuses, Zhao Changming roared, his gaze turning sharp as a blade, exuding an icy murderous intent. You will contact the Black Wolf mercenary group immediately. I demand to meet their leader. At these words, Lu Jinshan's complexion changed dramatically. Sir Zhao, this may not be prudent. The members of the Black Wolf mercenary group are ruthless fiends. Moreover, they are all wanted criminals in Yin country. Where do you expect me to contact them? Chapter 49. When did you become so fearful, Lin Jinbei? Lu Jinshan was utterly shocked by Zhao Changming's demand to contact the Black Wolf mercenary group. He could scarcely believe Zhao Changming could be so reckless. The Black Wolf mercenary group was notorious for their bloodshed. They cared not whether their prey was a demon beast or a martial artist. They would kill without hesitation. They resembled a pure assassin group, cold and brutal. Over the years, countless innocent lives had perished at the hands of the Black Wolf mercenary group. The Yin government had even issued bounties, promising substantial rewards for anyone who could eliminate a member of the Black Wolf mercenary group. If any clandestine contact with them were to be exposed, not only would Lu Jinshan suffer the consequences, but Zhao Changming would also face dire repercussions. Lu Jinshan, do you mean to defy my orders? Zhao Changming was now blinded by rage. He seized Lu Jinshan by the collar, shouting, I can elevate you to the position of prosecutor for the Fenglei Martial Arts School in South China. And I can just as easily bring about your downfall. I care not what means you employ. You must contact the Black Wolf mercenary group. I shall bear all consequences that follow. In truth, Zhao Changming longed to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Jiang Yin himself. However, the issue lay in the fact that he currently lacked any concrete evidence. Everything was merely conjecture. Acting against Jiang Yin without certainty would lead to unpredictable ramifications. Therefore, he resolved to take a gamble, enlisting the aid of the Black Wolf mercenary group. After all, these mercenaries were cold-blooded killers. As long as the price was right, they would assassinate anyone. Once Jiang Yin was gone, Zhao Changming could shift all blame onto the Black Wolf mercenary group and distance himself from any repercussions, though Lu Jinshan was seething with anger at Zhao Changming's threats. He found himself powerless to oppose. Had it not been for Zhao Changming's patronage, Lu Jinshan would never have attained his position as prosecutor in South China. Over the years, he had done numerous unsavory deeds for Zhao Changming, and they were now inextricably linked. Even though his heart burned with indignation, he had no choice but to comply with Zhao Changming's orders. Sir Zhao, I understand what must be done. A cold chuckle escaped Zhao Changming's lips as he cautioned. Remember, be exceedingly careful when contacting the Black Wolf mercenary group. If anyone discovers this, do not blame me for placing all responsibility on your shoulders. Lu Jinshan suppressed his fury and nodded before hastily departing. That night, at the Tiange base city, within the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, Li Jinhao summoned Jiang Hao to his office. Jiang Hao, a graduate as exceptional as you would typically be sent directly to headquarters for advanced training and guidance. However, your resolute choice to join the mercenary group warrants my respect, and I shall no longer hinder you. Li Jinhao spoke earnestly. I have just received word from the guild master. He has contacted the A team of the Extreme Dao mercenary group in South China on your behalf. Tomorrow, I will personally escort you to their base. The Extreme Dao mercenary group comprises 3 ranks, B, A, and S. Among them, the B team possesses relatively weaker overall strength, primarily stationed across various base cities. As long as one graduates successfully and reaches the rank of battle general or above, they may join. The A team, however, is the strongest mercenary group in the region, composed mostly of elite members carefully selected from the B team. It is exceedingly rare for someone like Jiang Hao to join the A team directly upon graduation. AS for the S team. These are the top mercenary groups under the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School's headquarters, with the minimum requirement for joining being the 5th stage of battle general rank or above. Presently, Jiang Hao does not meet this standard. The A team. Upon hearing Li Jinhao's words, Jiang Hao felt genuinely taken aback. He had initially believed he would only qualify for an ordinary B team, yet he found himself on the cusp of joining the most elite A team. Nevertheless, he did not feel anxious or uneasy. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. Joining the A team meant he would have the opportunity to battle formidable demon beasts, undoubtedly aiding him in rapidly enhancing his strength. Moreover, the martial artists within the A team were formidable experts, and Jiang Hao could utilize his system's abilities to replicate their skills one by one. Master, I am truly grateful for your care during this time. Although our time spent together has been brief, you have nonetheless become the most significant person in my life. Jiang Hao humbly bowed to Li Jinhao. Had it not been for Li Jinhao's protection, he might have faced dire consequences long ago. Observing Jiang Hao's gesture, Li Jinhao quickly helped him to his feet. However, there is no need for such formalities. In truth, I feel quite guilty. I have taken you as my disciple, yet I realize I have little to teach you. You are far more powerful than I had anticipated. Before we part ways, I have decided to gift you one last parting present. With that, Li Jinhao produced a ring embedded with a blue gemstone. This item, known as the Illusion Shield Ring, belongs to the S-Class high-tech protective gear category, containing energy crystals within. During combat, the energy within the Illusion Shield Ring can be released to form an energy shield, which possesses exceptional defensive capabilities, sufficient to withstand any attack from demon beasts below the Lord level. What? Upon seeing the Illusion Shield Ring, Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned. High-tech weapons and armor had only been produced in recent years, and their cost was exorbitant. The typical S-Class weapons and armor were already quite valuable, and the Illusion Shield Ring, a high-tech protective gear of S-Class caliber, was worth no less than 10 million. Previously, the S-Class scale-breaking blade that Li Jinhao had gifted him had already astonished Jiang Hao. Now, receiving such a precious Illusion Shield Ring left him momentarily at a loss. Seeing Jiang Hao hesitate, Li Jinhao directly placed the Illusion Shield Ring on Jiang Hao's left hand's index finger. However, as your master, I cannot provide you with further assistance in martial arts. What I can do is ensure your safety as much as possible. You are about to join the mercenary group, and the foes you will face are fearsome demon beasts. With this Illusion Shield Ring, even if you make a mistake in battle or encounter unforeseen circumstances, you will remain safe. If you truly wish to repay me, strive to become a top expert like Guild Master Mo Wanshan. Master, Jiang Hao chose not to refuse but instead bowed deeply once more. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. At that moment, Jiang Hao's gaze became resolutely determined. The two continued their conversation for a while longer before retiring to their respective quarters. The next morning, under Li Jinhao's guidance, Jiang Hao set off for the main city of South China. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's mansion, the recently recovered Wang Ruoyao sought out Lin Jinbei immediately, demanding, "Have you lost your mind? What wrong has Meiqi done that you would send her to that beast?" "Sun Mingyu, Lin Jinbei, when did you become so fearful?" Chapter 50. Jiang Hao's departure from Tiange Base City. Lin Jinbei was in a state of alarm. Faced with his wife's accusations, Lin Jinbei's face turned ashen. And he remained silent. The lack of response from Lin Jinbei only fueled Wang Ruoyao's anger further. Howard, the situation has devolved to this point because of you. If we had kept Howard by our side and nurtured him with care, how could he have ended up like this? She stepped closer, continuing her tirade. Lin Jinbei, I truly cannot comprehend what you are thinking. Why are you so certain that Jiang Hao is the murderer? Even in the absence of any evidence, you directed Zilong to frame him. Do you truly wish to see your son perish? Wang Ruoyao trembled with rage, her voice tinged with tears. Now even Zilong is imprisoned. How can you be so heartless? Lin Jinbei, already burdened with sorrow, found it increasingly difficult to remain silent upon hearing his wife's reproach. He suddenly lifted his head and shouted, Enough. Do you think I relish witnessing these events unfold? He continued, his voice laced with fury. In that critical moment, had we kept Jiang Hao close, he might have met his demise long ago. Leaving him in the Hugan district was a decision made out of desperation. Who could have predicted that he would be led astray by those vile rats? Now, this ungrateful child refuses to acknowledge me as his father. Why should I acknowledge him? Furthermore, Zhao Wei visited the Hugan district before his untimely death. If he was killed by Jiang Hao, then who else could it be? Zilong has never framed anyone. All my actions have been for the future of the Lin family, sacrificing family for the greater good. At this point, Lin Jinbei cast a frigid gaze at Wang Ruoyao. As for why he had to send Meiqi to Sun Mingyu, it was a decision made out of necessity. Currently, only Sun Mingyu could save Zilong. I have already lost one son. I cannot afford to lose Zilong as well. Wang Ruoyao's heart quivered at the sight of Lin Jinbei. She had never envisioned that her husband would one day become so foreign and fearsome. Just as she prepared to speak, the butler, Zhang Ping, hurriedly entered. Master, it's bad news. Li Jinhao has taken Jiang Hao away. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei furrowed his brows and immediately pressed for details. Where has Li Jinhao taken him? Despite Lin Jinbei's insistence that he had severed ties with Jiang Hao and no longer considered him his son, Jiang Hao was still within the Tianhe city. He could locate him at any moment. For some time, he had actually instructed Zhang Ping to keep an eye on Jiang Hao discreetly. If Jiang Hao were to publicly kneel and apologize, expressing remorse, Lin Jinbei might still grant him another chance. After all, with Jiang Hao's exceptional talents, he would also bask in his son's glory. But now, with Jiang Hao taken by Li Jinhao, it was highly likely he would never return to Tianhe city. This meant Lin Jinbei would utterly lose Jiang Hao, a reality he could scarcely accept. Master, Jiang Hao graduated first in his class from the Jido Martial Arts School. According to my investigation, it seems Jiang Hao has chosen to join the Jido Mercenary Corps. Before Zhang Ping could finish, Lin Jinbei, consumed by fury, smashed his hand down on the table, shattering it. Why on earth would he join such a perilous mercenary group? Has he lost his mind? To Lin Jinbei, a talent like Jiang Hao should have been sent to the headquarters for focused training. Yet Jiang Hao had chosen to venture into the treacherous world of mercenaries. This was utterly illogical. Moreover, if Jiang Hao truly was the murderer of Zhao Wei, shouldn't he seek assistance from the headquarters instead? Lin Jinbei, this is all your fault. You must have driven Jiang Hao to this point. Upon learning of Jiang Hao's intention to join the mercenary group, Wang Ruoyao was initially struck with shock, which swiftly morphed into an overwhelming fury. Jiang Hao must have chosen to join the mercenary corps to escape you. You may deny Jiang Hao, but you also fabricated evidence to capture him. If I were Jiang Hao, I would distance myself from Tianhe city. Impossible. Lin Jinbei interrupted Wang Ruoyao harshly. Jiang Hao cannot have joined the mercenary corps without reason. This must be Li Jinhao's coercion. He does not genuinely wish to take Jiang Hao as his disciple. He seeks revenge against me. He wants Jiang Hao to join the mercenary corps and meet his demise, causing me unbearable grief. I will never allow Jiang Hao to leave Tianhe city. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Jinbei dashed out of the Lin residence. Wang Ruoyao, filled with concern, feared that Lin Jinbei might act impulsively and immediately followed him outside. Moments later, on a broad avenue leading to the South China main city, Li Jinhao personally drove an armored vehicle carrying Jiang Hao toward the base of the Jidao Mercenary Corps. Along the way, he meticulously introduced Jiang Hao to the various aspects of the mercenary group. However, just then, a streak of light descended, and Lin Jinbei, with his own body, abruptly blocked the armored vehicle's path. Li Jinhao, who gave you permission to take my son? I am his father. Without my consent, he cannot leave Tianhe city by even a step. Lin Jinbei bellowed at Li Jinhao, a fierce aura emanating from him. What? Upon realizing the identity of the blocker, Li Jinhao was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Lin Jinbei would obstruct Jiang Hao's departure. Anger surged within him, and he intended to exit the vehicle to confront Lin Jinbei, but was stopped by Jiang Hao. Master, let me handle this. Jiang Hao said calmly, then opened the door and leaped out of the armored vehicle. He then cast a cold gaze at Lin Jinbei. What are you? On what grounds do you obstruct me? We have already severed ties. How dare you still claim to be my father? It's utterly laughable. Jiang Hao's tone shifted. Lin Jinbei, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. You don't want me to leave Tianhe City because you hope that one day I will return to the Lin family. Let me tell you, I will never return. You are unworthy to be my father. Get lost. Lin Jinbei had anticipated such defiance from Jiang Hao. Clenching his fists, he spoke in a cold tone. Jiang Hao, I do not know what kind of poison Li Jinhao has fed you to make you so determined to join the mercenary corps. But let me make it clear. If you leave Tianhe City, you will only find death. The Zhao family has already set their sights on you. Should you join the mercenary corps and venture out to hunt beasts, you will surely meet a tragic end. Come back. Only by returning to the Lin family can I provide protection for your safety. Chapter 51. Go home with mom, or I will die before your eyes. Lin Jinbei had already planned to seek refuge with the Sun family. With the Sun family's protection, the Lin family could soar to new heights. By then, even the Zhao family would no longer pose a concern. Even if Jiang Hao truly had killed Zhao Wei, Lin Jinbei could still intervene to protect him. But all of this hinged on Jiang Hao genuinely kneeling before the media, apologizing to Lin Jinbei, and admitting that during this time, he had been manipulated by Li Jinhao, committing acts beneath contempt. Only then could Lin Jinbei possibly forgive Jiang Hao and allow him to return to the Lin family. Just then, Jiang Hao let out a cold laugh. Does your Lin family possess the capability to protect me? If you are so capable, why did you need to fabricate evidence to capture me? Spare me your talk of sacrificing family for the greater good. All of this stems from your concern that the Lin family would be implicated, leading you to decisively abandon me. At this point, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Hao's eyes. Let me be frank with you. I did kill Zhao Wei. His purpose for coming to the Hugan district was to eliminate me. The so-called stain on the Fenlei martial arts school. I acted in self-defense. The reason he targeted me is all because of you. Jiang Hao glared at Lin Jinbei with disdain. If it weren't for your slander, how could Zhao Wei have fixated on me? You claimed to be my father, but you were even lower than a dog. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao's current strength was still too weak to contend with a warrior of Lin Jinbei's caliber. Otherwise, he would have already taken action against this man. What did you say? Lin Jinbei's expression shifted dramatically. You truly killed Zhao Wei. From the very beginning, Lin Jinbei had only harbored suspicions about Jiang Hao. The reason he had instructed Lin Zilong to fabricate evidence was primarily due to Lu Jinshan's coercion, forcing him to act against Jiang Hao. He had intended to teach Jiang Hao a lesson. If the plan had gone smoothly, Jiang Hao would have been apprehended by the enforcement team and delivered directly to the Zhao family. In such a case, if Jiang Hao had knelt and begged for forgiveness, Lin Jinbei might have considered abandoning Chen Meiqi to secure Jiang Hao's safety. However, plans often unravel unexpectedly. None had anticipated the sudden emergence of the Luo family. Now, not only was Jiang Hao unscathed, but his precious son Lin Zilong was also imprisoned. Thinking of this, Lin Jinbei's fury boiled over. Good for you, Jiang Hao. I knew you were the murderer. It is solely because of you that Zilong finds himself imprisoned. Spare me your nonsense. Jiang Hao retorted furiously, asserting that his arrest was due to his own fabrication of evidence. On what grounds do you place the blame upon my shoulders, you fool? Endlessly subjected to Jiang Hao's verbal assaults, Lin Jinbei could no longer endure the humiliation. Just as he prepared to take action, Wang Ruoya rushed out from the side. Tears streamed down her face as she grasped Jiang Hao's hand, imploring, Hao, we are all family. There is no need for things to escalate to this extent. Mother understands your grievances and recognizes that your father has mishandled this matter. Yet, despite this, you should not treat us this way. After all, we are your parents. Come back with mother. Otherwise, the Zhao family will not spare you. Wang Ruoyao had heard every word Jiang Hao had spoken. She could scarcely believe that he had indeed killed Zhao Wei. Although Luo Qinghan had intervened to protect Jiang Hao, she did not believe that the Luo family would shield him indefinitely. Thus, the only support available was the Sun family, if Jiang Hao were willing to return with them. Zhao Changming would be too intimidated to act against him under the threat of the Sun family. However, if Jiang Hao joined the mercenary group, the Zhao family could strike at will. Wang Ruoyao felt a deep sense of guilt towards Jiang Hao over the years and yearned to make amends. At that moment, she clutched Jiang Hao's hand tightly, hoping he would reconsider. Yet, Jiang Hao paid her no heed and forcefully shook off her grasp. Put away your hypocritical facade if you truly cared for me. How could such circumstances arise? We share no bond anymore, so please cease your incessant pestering. With that, Jiang Hao turned to leave. Suddenly, Wang Ruoyao drew a dagger, exclaiming, Hao, if you do not return home with me today, I shall end my life before your eyes. Jiang Hao let out a derisive laugh. Ha! You intend to threaten me with your own demise? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? If you wish to die so desperately, then go ahead. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Hao harbored equal disdain for Wang Ruoyao. Over the years, neither she nor Lin Jinbei had genuinely cared for him. He vividly remembered the despair and revulsion on Wang Ruoyao's face after she had dragged him through 5 paternity tests, as if he were a stain upon her existence. Everything Wang Ruoyao did now was merely an attempt to alleviate her own inner turmoil. Had Jiang Hao remained a useless individual, she would have shown no concern for him. What? Wang Ruoyao was utterly unprepared for the fact that her desperate act would be in vain, even provoking Jiang Hao to suggest she take her own life. His cold words extinguished all hope within her. The dagger slipped from her hand, clattering to the ground. Jiang Hao, Lin Jinbei's furious roar shattered the silence. You ungrateful wretch. Your mother pleads so desperately, and yet you remain unmoved. Even driving her to such extremes, rage clouded Lin Jinbei's judgment, and Jiang Hao appeared to him as an enemy rather than his own flesh and blood. Without a shred of mercy, he lunged at Jiang Hao. Intent on delivering a fatal blow. In that critical moment, Li Jinhao stepped in front of him, declaring, Lin Jinbei, have you no shame? You are a warrior of renown. I truly do not understand what gives you the right to strike against a younger generation. Moreover, he is your son. You call Jiang Hao beast, yet I see you as the true beast. Li Jinhao turned to Jiang Hao and said, Disciple, my guidance ends here. The armored vehicle is set to autopilot. You shall proceed directly to the main city of South China. I shall deal with this beast. Lin Jinbei. Thank you, master. Jiang Hao replied, swiftly boarding the armored vehicle and speeding towards the main city of South China. As he watched Jiang Hao's vehicle recede into the distance, Lin Jinbei's fury reached its zenith that he unleashed all his wrath upon Li Jinhao, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. This confrontation persisted until dusk. However, Li Jinhao's strength matched Lin Jinbei's, and even in his rage, he could not defeat him. Ultimately, after Wang Ruoyao's pleas, Lin Jinbei chose to relent and turned away. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had arrived in the main city of South China. The destination set by the armored vehicle was the base of the Extreme Path mercenary group. As he disembarked, he was met by a group of stern-faced individuals, their intentions unmistakably malevolent. Each one of them possessed at least the prowess of a third-tier warrior. Big brother, the one who came in through the back door has arrived. Chapter 52. Get out of here, you backdoor intruder. While Jiang Hao stood there perplexed, a robust middle-aged man strode out from within the building. He scrutinized Jiang Hao with an icy demeanor before speaking. Kid, I have heard that you have yet to reach the level of a warrior and yet somehow managed to pass the graduation assessment. It cannot be denied that your achievements are commendable and your potential remarkable. However, the dangers faced by Team A of the Extreme Path mercenary group far exceed your imagination. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of joining Team A. Otherwise, should a talent like you perish here, I cannot bear such a responsibility. This sharp-tongued middle-aged man was none other than Lu Gaozhua, the captain of Team A, possessing formidable strength at the first tier of the war god level. His team members were all at least third-tier warriors. Yet, here stood a warrior who had not even reached the rank of a warrior. Despite Jiang Hao's extraordinary talent, to Lu Gaozhua, he remained merely an interloper. Were it not for the orders of the guild master, Duan Hong, he would never allow Jiang Hao to join Team A. In his view, a talent like Jiang Hao should receive the best training at headquarters. Not venture into the mercenary group to face danger. The thought of needing to assign personnel to safeguard Jiang Hao during missions only added to his frustration. Before Jiang Hao arrived in the main city of South China, Li Jinhao had provided a brief overview of Team A's situation. Jiang Hao immediately recognized the imposing figure before him as Lu Gaozhua, the captain of Team A. Faced with Lu Gaozhua's scorn and hostility, Jiang Hao displayed no anger whatsoever. After all, in certain respects, he had indeed entered through the back door. It was only natural for Lu Gaozhua to harbor animosity towards him. Subsequently, he clasped his fist in a respectful gesture towards Lu Gaozhua. Captain, having chosen to join Team A, I am fully aware of the perils it entails. You need not concern yourself with my fate. I am just like the other members of Team A. Even if I were to fall to a beast, it would simply be due to my own inadequacy. Upon hearing this, Lu Gaozhua appeared momentarily taken aback. Then, he scoffed derisively, Jiang Hao, while I admire your courage in choosing to join the mercenary group, the tasks undertaken by Team A are exceedingly perilous. Even if the guild master permits your inclusion, I must still assess your capabilities. Should you fail, you will have to leave. At this point, Lu Gaozhua glanced towards a brown-haired man wearing glasses. Gao Feng, you shall take him for the assessment. During the evaluation, make sure this kid doesn't die. Otherwise, the higher-ups will certainly be displeased. Gao Feng adjusted his gold-framed glasses and replied nonchalantly, Big brother, rest assured. I know exactly what to do. With that, he gestured to Jiang Hao, "Come with me." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao followed closely in Gao Feng's footsteps, heading towards the basement of the mercenary group's headquarters. Upon entering the basement, Jiang Hao was greeted by the terrifying roars of beasts. Noticing Jiang Hao's astonishment, Gao Feng chuckled coldly. "Jiang Hao, allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Gao Feng, the vice captain of Team A. Every so often, Team A captures various beasts and confines them in cages. Your assessment today is to slay one of these beasts. If you were able to pass the graduation assessment, it indicates you possess the strength to defeat a beast at the general level. However, do not become overly confident. The creatures contained herein are at least third-tier beasts. Furthermore, their prolonged confinement has rendered them even more bloodthirsty. If you are frightened, now is the time to reconsider." Gao Feng's sentiments mirrored those of Lu Gaozhua. Both believing that Jiang Hao's presence in Team A was highly inappropriate, they had no desire to babysit a so-called genius day in and day out. How could they freely hunt beasts under such circumstances? Their primary goal was to frighten Jiang Hao into withdrawing. If Jiang Hao voluntarily chose to leave Team A, then the higher-ups would naturally not hold them accountable. However, what Gao Feng did not anticipate was that Jiang Hao displayed no signs of fear whatsoever. With unwavering determination, he replied, "Vice Captain, I am not the delicate flower you envision. Regardless of the assessments you arrange for me today, I am resolute in my belief that I shall prevail." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng let out a cold snort, remarking that such bravado is futile. When you ultimately confront those bloodthirsty demonic beasts, you will undoubtedly experience fear. He refrained from elaborating further and instead led Jiang Hao to a venue reminiscent of an arena. Surrounding them were specially designed cages, each containing a variety of demonic beasts. These creatures, inherently hostile towards humanity, had been confined for an extended period. Thus, upon spotting human presence, they erupted into furious roars, relentlessly battering against their enclosures. Alas, the cages were exceedingly sturdy, rendering their efforts meaningless. "Jiang Hao, you have yet to attain the rank of a battle general, so I shall refrain from assigning you beasts of overwhelming strength. Your current opponent is this one." Gao Feng gestured toward a cage on the right, where a monkey with fur the color of crimson stood. This creature, approximately 3 meters in height, was engulfed in fury, its eyes and limbs ablaze with fire. Its current aura indicated it had reached the 3rd tier of the beast general rank. "Is this the Crimson Flame Ape?" Jiang Hao inquired as he scrutinized the beast within the cage. "Indeed," Gao Feng replied indifferently. "This Crimson Flame Ape not only possesses the strength of a 3rd-tier beast general but has also gone 3 days without food. Once released, it will undoubtedly seek to kill you and devour you without a second thought. Do you still dare to accept this challenge?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Hao swiftly drew his windbreaker blade. "Captain Gao, spare me the words. Let us commence the battle." Gao Feng was taken aback. Astonished that Jiang Hao could muster the courage to accept the challenge against the bloodthirsty Crimson Flame Ape, this left him with newfound respect for Jiang Hao, and he was eager to witness the source of his confidence and determination. Consequently, he moved to a corner, activating the arena's protective barrier to contain the energy of the battle. He then decisively pressed the switch to open the cage. The moment the cage swung open, the Crimson Flame Ape emitted a deafening roar, its entire body engulfed in flames, charging toward Jiang Hao like a meteor of fire. That moment, not only was Gao Feng's heart racing, but even Lu Gaozhua and the others at the mercenary base wore expressions of anxiety. Having witnessed the release of the Crimson Flame Ape through the surveillance monitors, they feared Jiang Hao's arrogance would lead to his downfall at the hands of the beast. However, while everyone was on edge, Jiang Hao deftly evaded the attack of the Crimson Flame Ape with an ethereal grace, and in that instant, he struck. The howling wind coalesced into a blade of azure energy, severing the right arm of the Crimson Flame Ape. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the Crimson Flame Ape, torrents of blood gushed from its shoulder as it writhed in agony on the ground. No one could have anticipated that Jiang Hao's single strike would inflict such devastating wounds upon a 3rd-tier beast general. Gao Feng, who had been prepared to intervene and slay the Crimson Flame Ape, now stood in stunned silence, astonished by the display of Jiang Hao's prowess, the grace with which Jiang Hao had evaded the beast's attack, coupled with the strength of his strike, attested to the depth of his abilities. This extraordinary scene was also clearly observed by Lu Gaozhua and others at the mercenary base. This young man just executed a technique akin to the Thunder Step from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. How old is he? How could he have mastered it to such a degree? Moreover, the sword technique he employed was astonishingly powerful. Can someone explain how Jiang Hao came to be this formidable? A freshly graduated martial artist, how can he possess such strength? Lu Gaozhua's eyes widened in disbelief, although the might of Jiang Hao's strike was augmented by the S-rank windbreaker blade he wielded. It was inconceivable to sever the arm of the Crimson Flame Ape without a sufficiently powerful sword technique to back it. As the crowd remained in shock, Jiang Hao pressed the attack against the Crimson Flame Ape with relentless ferocity. With one arm already lost, the Crimson Flame Ape was utterly incapable of defending against Jiang Hao's onslaught. In mere moments, Jiang Hao beheaded the beast, swiftly concluding the battle. Sheathing his windbreaker blade, he turned to Gao Feng, saying, "Captain Gao, according to the assessment rules you previously outlined, I trust one have now passed." Before Gao Feng could respond, Lu Gaozhua, accompanied by numerous members of Team A, strode in. "Jiang Hao, I must admit that I underestimated you earlier. And for that, I apologize. From this moment forth, you shall officially be a member of Team A." Lu Gaozhua had witnessed Jiang Hao's battle against the Crimson Flame Ape in its entirety, and the young man's power surpassed his expectations. It was no wonder he was directly placed into Team A, given that he could so easily dispatch a third-tier beast general. From this point onward, neither Lu Gaozhua nor the other members of Team A harbored any remnants of their earlier disdain. Instead, they held profound respect for Jiang Hao. The principle of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School has always been to honor the strong, a tenet that extends to the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps. Jiang Hao had demonstrated his qualification for Team A through his strength, and thus, they welcomed him enthusiastically. Subsequently, Lu Gaozhua addressed Gao Feng, stating, "You are scheduled to lead Team B tonight to the Xingyuan mountain range to hunt demonic beasts. Bring Jiang Hao along as well. Let him familiarize himself with the tasks we undertake as Team A." Within Team A, there are further divisions into Teams A and B, with Gao Feng serving as the leader of Team B. While Team B's overall strength is somewhat inferior to that of Team A, the hunting missions they execute are nonetheless exceedingly challenging. Now that Jiang Hao had proven his capabilities, Lu Gaozhua aimed to ensure his rapid growth. The mission to infiltrate the Xingyuan mountain range and hunt demonic beasts tonight would serve as an ideal opportunity for Jiang Hao to hone his skills. "Very well, I shall comply," Gao Feng readily agreed. Then gestured to Jiang Hao, saying, "Come along with me. I will take you to collect our Extreme Path Mercenary Corps uniforms. Additionally, I will give you a thorough tour of the base. From now on, this will be your home." Under Gao Feng's guidance, Jiang Hao departed from the basement, officially stepping into the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base. Beyond the basement, there were 3 additional floors. The first floor housed leisure and entertainment areas, a gym, and a dining hall. The second floor was designated for the living quarters of mercenary members, each possessing their own individual room. The third floor featured multiple training rooms for mercenary members to engage in combat practice. After briefly outlining the base's facilities, Gao Feng led Jiang Hao to room 315 on the second floor. "From today onward, this room will be yours. You can unlock it simply by scanning your face. Take some time to rest. We gather on the first floor at 8 p.m. Gao Feng handed Jiang Hao his uniform before turning to leave. Though seemingly ordinary, this uniform was crafted from special materials, capable of repelling water and fire while also mitigating physical damage to a certain extent. Jiang Hao stowed away the uniform and then opened the door to room 315. Before him lay a suite of approximately 80 square meters, fully furnished with appliances and furniture. While not particularly large, such a comfortable residence in the bustling metropolis of South China was quite impressive. Compared to the Grey Plains district, this place felt like paradise. Just as Jiang Hao busied himself with organizing his room, Lu Jishan, the inspector of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, entered the raucous bar with a stern expression. To ensure the secrecy of his actions, he donned a black skull mask. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a robust man with an exposed torso, surrounded by beautiful women, reveling in their allure within a lavish private room. "Everyone, out," Lu Jishan commanded, his battle god-level aura surging forth. Within the room, all but the middle-aged man fled in terror. At this moment, Lu Jishan removed his mask, revealing his true face. "Inspector Lu, what does this mean? Even if you intend to apprehend me, you are not in a position to do so." The robust man, now displaying a fierce intent, was none other than Zhang Yin, one of the team leaders of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. Although all members of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps were wanted criminals, very few had actually seen their true faces. Furthermore, Zhang Yin possessed sufficient strength to dismiss any concerns regarding his identity being exposed. Even with Lu Jinshan, the inspector of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, standing before him, Zhang Yin remained unperturbed. "Rest assured, I am not here to apprehend you," Lu Jinshan replied calmly. "Rather, I have business to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the murderous intent on Zhang Yin's face dissipated, replaced by a cold smirk. What a surprise! The esteemed inspector of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School seeks to conduct business with someone from the Black Wolf team, Lu Jinshan. "Are you not concerned that this may expose your identity and bring about your demise?" Zhang Yin was indeed astonished by Lu Jinshan's arrival. However, Lu Jinshan paid no heed to his taunts and coldly stated, "I come on behalf of Lord Zhao Changming. If you harbor no interest, then let it be as though I never set foot here today." "Hold on." Zhang Yin quickly called out to Lu Jinshan, "You just mentioned that Zhao Changming is looking for me." Chapter 54. Accepting the commission. Assassinating Jiang Hao, Zhang Yan's heart was already brimming with curiosity, and upon discovering that the person truly seeking him was none other than Zhao Changming, his intrigue deepened further. Without hesitation, he inquired, "Speak plainly. What exactly does Zhao Changming wish for me to do?" As the head of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall, it was startling that he would send someone to contact the members of the Black Wolf Squad. Zhang Yin surmised that there must be some unspeakable secret lurking beneath this request. Upon hearing this, Lu Jishan promptly retrieved a photograph from his pocket and tossed it in front of Zhang Yin. The individual depicted was Jiang Hao, the son of Lin Jinbei, the branch head of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall in Tinhebei City. Lord Zhao wishes for Jiang Hao to vanish from this world. Name your price. Zhang Yin did not respond immediately. Instead, he casually picked up the photograph on the table. Jiang Hao, son of Lin Jinbei, seemed to be rather prominent lately. Zhao Changming's desire to eliminate him suggested that Zhao Wei's death was indeed connected to Jiang Hao. Then, he chuckled coldly, thinking that making Jiang Hao disappear entirely from this world would be a trivial task. "I could easily dispatch one of my subordinates to take care of him." Lu Jishan, uninterested in Zhang Yan's ramblings, interrupted him. "Enough with the idle talk. Just name your price. If you require a deposit, I can provide one immediately." He had never held the members of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps in high regard and merely wished to fulfill Zhao Changming's task swiftly and depart. Zhang Yin smirked slightly. "No need for that. I can assist Lord Zhao with this task pro bono. After all, he's merely a rookie fresh out of the martial arts hall." However, at this juncture, Zhang Yin stepped closer to Lu Jinshan. "I do require a personal meeting with Zhao Changming after I eliminate Jiang Yin. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" With that, a sly smile crept across Zhang Yan's face, after a brief moment of hesitation. Lu Jinshan nodded. "Rest assured, I will convey your request to Lord Zhao, but you must eliminate Jiang Yin swiftly. That rascal has likely joined Team A of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps." Zhang Yin was unfazed, replying coldly, "I care not what organization he has joined. Any prey I set my sights upon has but one fate, death." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinshan turned and exited the private room. Hey, watching Lu Jinshan's departing figure, Zhang Yin coldly chuckled. "Jiang Hao, your time of demise has arrived." Meanwhile, within the base of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps, all members of Team B gathered in the operational conference room on the first floor. Besides the newly joined Jiang Hao, there were 5 other members present. Among them, one stood out with a combat rank of 6th tier, while the vice captain, Gao Feng, possessed formidable strength at 8th tier. Regarding the mission for the night, everyone had a general understanding. Gao Feng spoke steadily, scanning each person present. "However, since we have a newcomer in Team B, I must formally announce the details of tonight's mission." He pressed a button behind him, and a terrifying large spider, clad in dark armor, appeared on the big screen. This creature was known as the Dark Moon Demon Spider, based on the information gathered thus far. The Dark Moon Demon Spiders in the Xingyuan mountain range typically ranged in strength from 3rd to 5th tier. Our mission tonight is to hunt down 5 Dark Moon Demon Spiders. Under normal circumstances, given Team B's strength, this task would be quite straightforward. However, the Dark Moon Demon Spider is timid of sunlight and seldom appears during the day. They prefer to hunt at night, which means we can only engage them during the perilous hours of darkness. This significantly increases the difficulty and danger of our mission. At this point, Gao Feng turned to a burly man with a dark complexion sitting beside him. "Qin Tao, we will proceed according to our usual protocol. We will take the lead in the assault, while the rest will provide support. If danger arises, prioritize the protection of your teammates." When he uttered the last sentence, Gao Feng cast a significant glance at Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao's abilities had garnered their acknowledgement, he had only just joined the Mercenary Corps, and tonight's mission was fraught with peril. They needed to ensure Jiang Hao's absolute safety. "Don't worry, big brother Gao. I know what to do," Qin Tao replied with a slight nod. Subsequently, under Gao Feng's leadership, everyone boarded an armored vehicle and swiftly departed from the South China main city. Entering the Xingyuan mountain range. The Xingyuan mountain range is among the most treacherous mountains in Yin country, teeming with beasts. Even the beasts at the outer edge of the mountains were significantly stronger than those in the previous gray mist forest. Furthermore, deep within the mountains lurked powerful monarch-level beasts. Fortunately, their destination was merely the periphery of the Xingyuan mountain range. Given Team B's strength, they were more than capable of handling the beasts here. It was for this reason that Gao Feng had agreed to undertake this lucrative task. Upon reaching the entrance of the Xingyuan mountain range, Gao Feng instructed everyone to disembark from the vehicle and proceed on foot. Although the armored vehicle boasted formidable defenses capable of withstanding the attacks of ordinary beast generals, even the strongest defenses have their limits. Additionally, the roar of the engine while the vehicle was in motion resonated sharply in the stillness of the night, making it more likely to attract the beasts lurking in the darkness. Should they be besieged by a multitude of beasts, the consequences would be dire. Clad in the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps uniform, Jiang Hao walked cautiously in the center of the formation, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Throughout the journey, everyone remained silent, attempting to suppress their martial aura to avoid drawing the attention of the beasts. They proceeded toward a damp valley not far ahead, while simultaneously, in another direction at the periphery of the Xingyuan mountain range, two identical-looking men walked leisurely forward. Their sole distinction was that one wore glasses while the other did not. "Brother, isn't this mission rather simple? We're merely tasked with eliminating a rookie fresh out of the academy. It seems a bit excessive for us, all of whom are fourth-tier battle generals," remarked the bespectacled man, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. While their target seemed weak, it was crucial to remember that he was now a member of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps. "As far as I know, Team B of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps, led by Gao Feng, is hunting beasts in this area. Their objective seems to be the Dark Moon Demon Spider. If we wish to deal with Jiang Hao, we must first divert Gao Feng and Chen Tao's attention. Otherwise, if they discover us, not only will we fail to kill Jiang Hao, but we may also fall victim to them," replied the other man, who did not wear glasses. They were identical twins, with the elder brother being Li Qingyun and the younger brother Li Chihai, both part of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. Li Chihai, upon hearing this, smirked disdainfully. "Brother, luring away Gao Feng and Chen Tao will be a piece of cake. Their goal is the Dark Moon Demon Spider, so we shall present them with a grand gift. If I recall correctly, that mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider is lurking nearby." Chapter 55, The Night Unveils Twin Assassins. The mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider possesses immense strength, reaching 7th-tier beast general status. Even Gao Feng would find it challenging to defeat such a formidable creature in a short span of time. Furthermore, this mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider possesses fog skills akin to those of a nightmare beast, making it particularly troublesome. In this scenario, to protect their teammates, Gao Feng would undoubtedly collaborate with Chen Tao to confront the mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider first. This would provide us with the perfect opportunity to strike Jiang Hao from the shadows. Li Chihai adjusted his glasses, speaking confidently. "Brother, what do you think of my plan?" Li Qingyun pondered for a brief moment before slowly responding. "The plan is indeed quite good, but it lacks perfection. While the mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider is powerful, it cannot withstand the combined assault of Gao Feng and Chen Tao. To fully restrain those two, I will also need to join in." Li Qingyun whispered detailed plans into Li Qinghai's ear. After listening, Li Chihai nodded in agreement, and the two swiftly set their plans into motion. Meanwhile, at another location at the periphery of the Xingyuan mountain range, within a dark and damp valley, Gao Feng led Team B members. After a fierce battle, they successfully slain 3 Dark Moon Demon Spiders. Although 2 teammates sustained minor injuries, they were merely superficial wounds and not a cause for concern. Subsequently, Gao Feng instructed his teammates to rest and recover their strength. "Jiang Hao, how are you feeling now? Can you adapt to the pace of Team A?" Gao Feng sat beside Jiang Hao, speaking in a gentle tone. Throughout the previous combat, Gao Feng had been vigilant, concerned that something might go awry with Jiang Hao. After all, the Dark Moon Spider not only possesses formidable offensive power but also harbors a dreadfully potent venom. Should Jiang Hao encounter an accident on his very first day of the mission, he, as the vice captain, would be held accountable. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's prowess is indeed remarkable, even when confronted by 3 Dark Moon Spiders simultaneously. He emerged unscathed. His combat skills and reflexes were nothing short of exceptional, even surpassing those of certain seasoned members of the mercenary group. "Brother Gao, although this is my inaugural nocturnal hunt for monsters, I find it well within my capacity to manage," he stated. "Shall we proceed to leave this place, or remain here to wait for our quarry?" Upon entering the valley earlier, Jiang Hao had already detected numerous Dark Moon Spider eggs. It was evident that this valley served as their lair. Otherwise, encountering 3 Dark Moon Spiders upon arrival would be inconceivable. He believed that if they lingered here, more Dark Moon Spiders would inevitably appear. Since we have identified the lair of the Dark Moon Spiders, there is no reason for us to vacate this location. Gao Feng analyzed with great seriousness. There aren't many Dark Moon Spider eggs here. I estimate that no more than 5 or 6 Dark Moon Spiders inhabit this valley. Having already slain 3, the remaining ones are likely out hunting and have yet to return. If we lie in wait here, we can capture the rest upon their return. Gao Feng's assessment garnered agreement from the other members of Team B present. Just then, a deafening roar from a beast echoed from the front. In the next moment, several razor-sharp silk strands shot toward Jiang Hao, Gao Feng, and the others with alarming speed. This is bad. The mercenaries, seasoned fighters accustomed to battling monsters, reacted swiftly, brandishing their weapons to block the incoming silk. Almost immediately, a vividly colored giant spider emerged slowly from the shadows. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Dark Moon spider. Yet its colors were entirely different, and its aura far surpassed that of an ordinary Dark Moon spider. What on earth is this creature? When did Dark Moon spiders come in such colors? The onlookers were filled with intense trepidation at the sight of the multicolored giant spider. The mutated Dark Moon spider, upon sensing the intrusion of so many humans into its territory, let out a series of furious roars before expelling a dense white mist, though the mist lacked toxicity. It possessed hallucinogenic properties. Those who inhaled it visibly began to exhibit signs of dizziness and disorientation. In certain respects, it bore similarities to the nightmarish beast Jiang Hao had previously encountered. However, its mist was evidently weaker than that of the nightmarish beasts, thus posing no threat to Jiang Hao, a mentalist. Yet, the thick white fog severely obstructed his vision, leaving him unable to discern his surroundings. This is troubling. This creature is likely a mutated Dark Moon spider, possessing capabilities akin to mental attacks. Its aura is at least at the 7th tier of Beast General. Everyone, take your mental potions immediately. Despite Gao Feng's urgent command for his teammates to consume mental potions to counter the mist, it proved too late. No1 had anticipated that the mutated Dark Moon spider would wield mental attacks, resulting in many falling prey to hallucinations before they could react. Now, only Chun Tao remained by Gao Feng's side. Their formidable cultivation levels, combined with the assistance of the mental potions, allowed them to withstand the mental onslaught of the Dark Moon spider, albeit barely. Chun Tao, at this juncture, we must swiftly eliminate this mutated Dark Moon spider. Otherwise, our teammates will find themselves in grave peril due to the effects of the white mist, Gao Feng declared, launching a fierce assault on the mutated Dark Moon spider. His weapon was a steel rod of crimson hue, igniting with flames as he swung it. Chun Tao wielded a black steel knife. However, just as they prepared to coordinate their attack, Li Qingyun suddenly emerged from the side. The Black Wolf mercenary group had a strict rule: during hunts, one must wear the exclusive Black Wolf mask. This not only symbolized their identity but also concealed their features. Upon noticing the Black Wolf mask on Li Qingyun's face, Gao Feng and Chun Tao were filled with alarm. The Black Wolf mercenary group. How did they end up here? Although Chun Tao sensed that Li Qingyun was merely a 4th-tier beast general, he could not dismiss the possibility of accomplices lurking nearby. None had expected to encounter members of the Black Wolf mercenary group that night. Damn it. It seems this mutated Dark Moon spider was deliberately lured here by them. We must eliminate them immediately. Gao Feng signaled to Chun Tao to fend off Li Qingyun's attacks while he focused entirely on the mutated Dark Moon spider. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, enveloped in the mist, coldly observed another mysterious figure wearing a Black Wolf mask before him. You can resist the effects of the mist? Li Chenghai remarked with a hint of surprise. It seems you must have consumed a mental potion beforehand. Nonetheless, it matters not. Even if you are unaffected by the mist, you shall undoubtedly perish today. Just you alone. Do you think you can kill me? So this entire situation has been orchestrated by you. Jiang Hao, though never having encountered members of the Black Wolf mercenary group, had gleaned some knowledge about them. Upon seeing the Black Wolf mask on Li Chenghai's face, he immediately recognized his identity. Moreover, the fact that this individual had not attacked others from the Extreme Path mercenary group indicated that his sole aim was Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, we bear no animosity. I have no need to kill you, Li Chenghai sneered. The Extreme Path mercenary group is not to be trifled with. Typically, we would not dare to engage them. All of this is because a powerful individual wishes to acquire your head. Li Chenghai continued with a cold smirk. Now that your teammates are largely trapped in their hallucinations, they will inevitably perish given enough time. If you wish to spare them from severe casualties, you should surrender without resistance. In doing so, I will grant you a swift death. At this revelation, Jiang Hao comprehended everything instantly. The powerful individual he referred to could only be Zhao Changming. From the moment he entered the South China main city, Jiang Hao had anticipated that Zhao Changming would stop at nothing to eliminate him. As the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Zhao Changming's direct involvement would have far-reaching consequences. Utilizing the Black Wolf mercenary group as pawns would conveniently absolve him of all responsibility afterward. Kid, has fear rendered you speechless? Li Chenghai, noticing Jiang Hao's silence, shouted angrily, "Answer me. Will you kneel and surrender? Or shall I strike you myself?" "Huh." In response to your threats, Jiang Hao chuckled disdainfully. "Just you alone. Do you honestly believe you can kill me? I regret to inform you that you are utterly incapable of doing so." Upon seeing Li Chenghai, Jiang Hao had already sensed the disparity in their realms. He was merely a fourth-tier beast general. Even though Jiang Hao had yet to reach the beast general rank himself, he was merely an ordinary 10th-tier warrior. Yet his abilities as a mentalist would allow him to easily contend with Li Chenghai. Furthermore, the obscuring white mist facilitated his assault. What nonsense is this? I, a 4th-tier beast general, cannot possibly kill you. Li Chenghai had never before encountered such blatant disdain, fueling his anger even further. "Very well, congratulations on successfully provoking me. I shall demonstrate to you the tormenting methods of the Black Wolf mercenary group." Upon finishing his words, Li Chenghai swung his black dagger and charged toward Jiang Hao with great speed. Having consumed mental potions in advance alongside his brother while planning to exploit the mutated Dark Moon Spider, Li Chenghai was partially immune to the mist's effects. After all, the mental attacks from the mutated Dark Moon Spider were far weaker than those of the nightmarish beasts. However, while he could resist the mental assault, the surrounding mist still severely obstructed his vision. Just as he reached Jiang Hao, a flash of crimson light swept through the air like lightning. Li Chenghai had no time to react before the bloodlight pierced through his abdomen, blood gushing forth and instantly staining the ground red. Li Chenghai cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his wound in terror. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the blood spikes hovering beside Jiang Hao, which, under his control, morphed into 4 duplicates. No matter how slow Li Chenghai's reflexes were, he now recognized the gravity of the situation. The individual he had dismissed as a novice, Jiang Hao, was, in fact, a mentalist. This revelation clarified why Jiang Hao was unaffected by the mist. Moreover, the telekinetic weapon Jiang Hao wielded was astonishingly powerful, reaching at least S rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to inflict such grievous damage with a single strike. Under normal circumstances, with his 4th-tier beast general strength, defeating someone who had yet to reach that level would be an effortless task. However, the current situation was drastically different. The capabilities of a mentalist were overwhelmingly formidable. And combined with the obscuring mist, it greatly favored the mentalist's attacks. In this context, he stood no chance of victory. Moreover, he was already gravely injured, and due to the peculiar effects of the blood dagger, his wounds were worsening by the moment. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Chenghai turned and fled, attempting to utilize the obscuring white mist as cover to escape swiftly from the scene. Alas, his every move was anticipated by Jiang Hao. Before reaching the pinnacle of the God of War level, the advantages of a mentalist were overwhelmingly significant. Even if Li Chenghai attempted to flee at the first opportunity, he was still far too slow. Jiang Hao manipulated the blood dagger and its 4 projections to launch a fierce assault against him. Li Chenghai wielded his blade in defense, yet he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the relentless barrage that fell upon him like rain. In less than a moment, he was riddled with wounds, ultimately collapsing tragically into a pool of blood. Regarding the despicable Black Wolf mercenary group, Jiang Hao felt no need to show mercy. Following this, he continued to maneuver the blood dagger, swiftly directing it towards the mutated Dark Moon Spider. In the midst of an intense battle, Gao Feng was suddenly alerted by a series of slicing sounds nearby. Before he could comprehend the situation, the blood dagger along with its 4 projections began to viciously slash at the body of the mutated Dark Moon Spider. Even though it possessed formidable defenses, it could scarcely endure such high-frequency assaults, especially given the inherent power of the blood dagger. In an instant, the mutated Dark Moon Spider was left battered and bruised, its foul purple blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Gao Feng was struck with profound shock. When he turned to see that the one controlling these blood-red daggers was Jiang Hao, he was left dumbfounded. A mentalist. My heavens, you have hidden your abilities so deeply. Gao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, but given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to question Jiang Hao further and instead turned to launch a more vigorous attack against the mutated spider. With Jiang Hao's assistance, he managed to shatter the spider's head with a powerful strike, successfully slaying it. At that moment, Jiang Hao noticed Chen Tao engaged in combat with another member of the Black Wolf mercenary group. And without hesitation, he continued to direct the blood dagger towards them. Li Chengyun was oblivious to what was happening when the blood dagger sliced through his carotid artery, blood gushing forth. after struggling for a brief moment. He collapsed into a pool of blood, meeting a tragic end. As the mutated dark moon spider perished, the mist that had enveloped the valley began to dissipate, when the crowd beheld several blood-red daggers hovering beside Zhang Hao. Expressions of utter astonishment spread across their faces. Goodness, he is a mentalist. Zhang Hao, with such a unique ability, why do you remain in a place like Tianhe Base City? Shouldn't you be directly promoted to headquarters? The crowd surrounded Zhang Hao, gazing enviously at the suspended blood-red daggers. As martial artists, they were acutely aware of the tremendous power possessed by mentalists, even though their own realm surpassed Zhang Hao's. It was improbable that they could contend with a mentalist. However, after the initial shock, their expressions shifted to one of grave seriousness. Why did two assassins from the Black Wolf mercenary group suddenly appear? That mutated Dark Moon spider was evidently drawn here by those two members of the Black Wolf mercenary group. How peculiar. While the Black Wolf mercenary group is indeed a band of scoundrels, they would never deliberately provoke our Extreme Down mercenary group. What could this possibly mean? The crowd stared at the two corpses of the Black Wolf mercenary group, lost in contemplation. Even Vice Captain Gao Feng wore a puzzled expression. Such an occurrence had never happened before. The Extreme Down mercenary group is no ordinary band of mercenaries. Behind them stands the leader of the Extreme Down Martial Arts Academy, Emma Wanshan, one of the strongest martial artists in the world today. How could the members of the Black Wolf mercenary group dare to attack them without cause? At that moment, Zhang Hao slowly spoke. I believe their target was me. Upon hearing this, every individual present turned in shock to face Zhang Hao. It's you, Gao Feng exclaimed, his expression one of horror. Zhang Hao, what on earth have you done to attract the attention of the Black Wolf mercenary group? If I am not mistaken, they are likely acting on Zhao Changming's orders. Zhang Hao replied, his brow furrowed and his tone grave. This man believes I killed his son, yet he has no evidence to act against me personally. Thus, he resorted to hiring these members of the Black Wolf mercenary group. Upon hearing this, the crowd was suddenly enlightened. The recent mysterious death of Zhao Wei had caused quite a stir. Indeed, there were rumors suggesting that Zhang Hao is the true culprit. However, most people dismissed these as absurdities, as they believed there was a significant disparity in strength between Zhang Hao and Zhao Wei. Moreover, Zhao Wei had graduated from the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. How could he have been inexplicably slain by Zhang Hao? This clearly raised suspicions. Zhao Changming, that old bastard dares to hire the Black Wolf squad to target you. Does he truly believe our Extreme Down mercenary group is easy to bully? Gao Feng and the other members of the Extreme Down mercenary group clenched their fists, filled with indignation. In their eyes, it was evident that Zhao Changming, unable to find the actual killer, sought to shift all blame onto Zhang Hao. Yet, fearing the repercussions of taking direct action himself, he resorted to the Black Wolf as assistance. Brother Gao, this is merely my conjecture. Zhang Hao interjected. Now that the members of the Black Wolf squad are dead, before he could finish, Gao Feng immediately interrupted him. Zhang Hao, I know you do not wish to involve us. However, since you have joined the Extreme Down mercenary group, we are family. How could we stand by idly? Moreover, the Black Wolf squad is known for their relentless pursuit of their objectives. Now that their men have been killed, they will undoubtedly take further action. Rest assured, as long as we are here, we will not allow anyone to harm you. As the vice captain of the Extreme Down mercenary group, Gao Feng could not abandon a team member for such a matter. Even if this incident involved the leader of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, he felt no fear. The other members of the Extreme Down mercenary group nodded in agreement. Thank you all, Zhang Hao responded, not wishing to say much more. As he clasped his fists in gratitude to those present. He had initially planned to face this matter alone, as the Zhao family held considerable influence locally. Additionally, with the Black Wolf mercenary group now targeting him, he did not wish to implicate the Extreme Down mercenary group. Just now, Zhang Hao had decisively wielded his abilities as a mentalist to ensure that none of his teammates suffered any injuries. Now, the righteous actions of Gao Feng and the others genuinely moved him, recalling how Lin Junbei had coldly abandoned him, even going so far as to fabricate evidence to deliver him to Zhao Changming. Zhang Hao felt an even deeper disdain for him. What a farce, this so-called blood relation. In the end, they were not as reliable as these newly acquainted teammates, and no need for courtesy. We are all family. Though the two members of the Black Wolf squad were now deceased, there was no guarantee they did not have accomplices. We cannot linger here any longer. We must return to the base at once. Upon Gao Feng's command, he led the others to evacuate the valley. During their retreat, they encountered another Dark Moon spider, which they successfully defeated before swiftly leaving the Xingyuan mountain range. Meanwhile, far away in Tianhe Base City, Within the Lin family mansion, Lin Jinbei seethed with fury, recalling how Jiang Hao had publicly confronted him, even going so far as to declare he wished for Wang Ruiyao to perish. Madam, is this what you refer to as a good son? Lin Jinbei glared furiously at Wang Ruiyao. Had it not been for Li Jinhao's intervention today, I would have surely dealt with that scoundrel. Wang Ruiyao, still in shock, found it impossible to fathom how her child, whom she had carried for 10 months, could have turned into such a person. Madam, I do not care what you think at this moment. From now on, Jiang Hao has nothing to do with us. Even if he dies outside, I will not collect his corpse. Wang Ruiyao spoke with a countenance of despair. Has it truly come to this? Why can't our family live peacefully together? Are you still holding out hope that scoundrel Jiang Hao will return? Lin Jinbei bellowed. Let me tell you, that is absolutely impossible, even if he were to repent and apologize. I will never acknowledge him as my son. Wang Ruiyao had always wanted to persuade Lin Jinbei to forgive Jiang Hao and mend their father-son relationship. However, after what Jiang Hao had done today, even she found it hard to accept, let alone Lin Jinbei at that moment. She suddenly remembered Lin Zilong, who was still imprisoned, and hurriedly exclaimed, "What about Zilong? What will happen to him? I have already lost one son. I cannot lose Zilong as well. Didn't Sun Mingyu promise to help us? Why has Zilong not yet been released?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei's expression darkened, his fist clenching instinctively. That scoundrel Sun Mingyu is utterly detestable. I thought giving him Meiqi would secure Zilong's release, but he actually wants me to capture Luo Qinghan. As these words left his lips, Wang Ruiyao's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Capture Luo Qinghan? Are you insane? She is the eldest daughter of the Luo family. Our Lin family is like an ant compared to such a colossal force, if we truly take action against Luo Qinghan. Once the Luo family discovers it, we will all be doomed. Sun Mingyu is clearly trying to lead you into a trap. The more Wang Ruiyao thought about it, the more her anger swelled. She could hardly believe that Sun Mingyu would propose such a despicable demand. Lin Jinbei, upon hearing this, spoke in a chilling tone. I am fully aware of the consequences of striking against Luo Qinghan. But at this point, do we have any room to refuse? If we do not proceed, Zhe Long is certain to die, and I am left with no choice but to fight desperately, as long as I execute it cleanly enough. No one will suspect me. Chapter 58. To save his beloved son, Lin Jinbei takes a risk. Wang Ruiyao, although aware of the immense risks involved, knew that saving Lin Zilong necessitated such actions. After a brief silence, she gravely inquired, "What do you intend to do?" On the surface, Luo Qinghan appeared to be alone within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, but as the eldest daughter of the Luo family, she would undoubtedly have skilled protectors veiled in secrecy. To act rashly would lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, madam, since I dare to undertake this, I have already devised a foolproof plan, Lin Jinbei replied confidently. I assure you that this matter will be handled impeccably, and no one will ever suspect me. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruiyao refrained from further discussion, giving a slight nod before turning to return to her room for rest. After enduring so much over this period, she was utterly exhausted. Even now, her body had yet to fully recover. Regarding Jiang Hao, she felt powerless to intervene and could only leave it to fate. Subsequently, Lin Jinbei summoned the butler, Zhang Ping, and coldly asked, "Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" "Sir, everything has been taken care of," Zhang Ping said, his expression laced with concern. "But are we truly going to proceed with this?" "What? Do you dare to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs?" Lin Jinbei's words struck fear into Zhang Ping, causing him to kneel in fright. "Sir, it is not as you think. I am merely worried that if this matter comes to light, the entire Lin family will be doomed." Lin Jinbei slammed his hand on the table in front of him. "Zhang Ping, listen carefully. You are merely a servant of the Lin family. How I choose to act is none of your business." Terrified into silence, Zhang Ping could only nod repeatedly. Trembling, he then handed a black box to Lin Jinbei. Upon opening it and seeing its contents, an icy smile spread across Lin Jinbei's face. "Luo Qinghan, we originally had no grievances against one another, and I would have never intended to take action against you. Yet, it is precisely because Sun Mingyu has set his sights on you that I am left with no alternative but to act. If you must place blame, let it fall upon Sun Mingyu." Lin Jinbei carefully stored the black box away, directing a cold gaze at Zhang Ping. "Have you managed to ascertain Luo Qinghan's current whereabouts?" "Sir, since graduating from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Luo Qinghan has not returned to the Luo family. To my knowledge, she is headed towards the main city of South China. What she intends to do there remains unclear at this time," Zhang Ping reported. Lin Jinbei nodded in satisfaction. "There is no need for you to involve yourself further in this matter. Listen well. If this affair leaks out, I guarantee that your demise will be most gruesome. Your family will vanish from this world as well. Sir, please rest assured, I would never dare to speak of this, Zhang Ping said, terrified, bowing repeatedly to express his loyalty. Lin Jinbei chose not to say more and turned to leave the Lin residence. That night, Gao Feng returned to the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base with his team, promptly informing Captain Lu Gaozhu of their encounter with the Black Wolf Squad. What did you say? Zhao Changming colluded with the Black Wolf Squad to assassinate Jiang Hao. Lu Gaozhu could hardly believe that an incident had occurred on Jiang Hao's very first day on the mission. What surprised him even more was that Jiang Hao was a mentalist. Captain, while we lack concrete evidence, it is evident that Zhao Changming is behind this. He believes Jiang Hao to be the one who killed his son and is willing to go to any lengths to eliminate him. As a member of our mercenary corps, it is our duty to protect him, especially since he is a mentalist. If anything were to happen to him, the entire Yin nation would suffer tremendous losses. Lu Gaozhu nodded in agreement. That old bastard truly thinks we are easy prey. Rest assured, I know how to resolve this situation. Initially, Lu Gaozhu had thought of Jiang Hao as merely a gifted warrior, valuable for honing his skills in Team A. However, it was now clear that Jiang Hao could no longer remain in Team. He understood all too well how ruthless the Black Wolf mercenaries could be. Once they set their sights on a target, there was little hope for survival. Additionally, with Zhao Changming being the formidable master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, if he were truly cornered, he would likely spare no expense in dealing with Jiang Hao. Under these circumstances, Team A was incapable of protecting Jiang Hao, and their only option was to send him to headquarters. With that, Lu Gaozhu hurriedly departed the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall base to personally meet with Duan Hong, the hall master. He needed to inform Duan Hong of Jiang Hao's status as a mentalist. Meanwhile, within the dormitory of the base, Jiang Hao is largely unconcerned about the assassination attempt by the Black Wolf Squad. In his view, rather than live in constant fear, he would seize every opportunity to grow stronger. He immediately entered the Void Training Ground. Soon after, a combat dummy that bore an exact resemblance to Luo Qinghan gradually materialized. During the graduation assessment, Jiang Hao had already utilized the system's power to replicate Luo Qinghan. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, the martial techniques she practiced were undoubtedly formidable. Jiang Hao saw this as a perfect opportunity to master the techniques of the Luo family. He also wished to gauge the difference in ability between himself and a noble like Luo Qinghan without relying on his mentalist powers. Begin. With Jiang Hao's command, the replica of Luo Qinghan flickered with a glint of brilliance in her eyes. Without hesitation, she brandished the frost blade, swiftly charging at Jiang Hao. Throughout the confrontation, the frost blade emitted powerful waves of ice energy, enveloping the vast Void Training Ground in frost. Under such conditions, Luo Qinghan's aura became even more formidable. In the blink of an eye, she was upon Jiang Hao, stabbing mercilessly towards his chest. Utilizing the speed of the Thunder Step, Jiang Hao deftly evaded Luo Qinghan's assault. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the frost blade suddenly unleashed a beam of freezing light. Although Jiang Hao managed to dodge it in time, his right leg was still grazed by the icy beam. The injured area was instantly encased in ice, severely hampering Jiang Hao's speed. In the next moment, Luo Qinghan began to move at high speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Her speed was so astonishing that Jiang Hao could barely discern her actual position. Before he could react, she had teleported behind him, driving her blade through his heart. Holy crap! Chapter 59, Mastering SSS-Level Martial Technique, Flowing Light Shadow. After a startled exclamation, Jiang Hao revived at the same spot. His expression one of sheer astonishment as he looked at Luo Qinghan before him. He had previously encountered the powerful ice-based martial technique and the frost blade she wielded during his battle with the Nightmare Beast. The formidable combination was indeed impressive. However, he had not anticipated that Luo Qinghan had yet to unleash her full strength at that time, within the Void Training Ground. The exceptional martial technique displayed by Luo Qinghan was beyond imagination. Even though Jiang Hao had perfected the Thunder Step, he still could not keep pace with her speed. To explore the nature of her remarkable martial art, Jiang Hao engaged her in fierce combat once more. This time, despite being mentally prepared and successfully injuring Luo Qinghan with the aid of the Thunder Step, he remained unable to turn the tide of the battle. Luo Qinghan's martial skills were simply astonishing, her speed leaving him in awe. Jiang Hao was once again defeated by Luo Qinghan. Nonetheless, this time, Jiang Hao had not emerged empty-handed. Through careful observation and deduction, he gleaned an understanding of the martial technique she employed. It was none other than the legendary SSS-level martial technique, Flowing Light Shadow. True to its name, This martial art allowed the practitioner to transform into a streak of light, executing rapid movements. The speed was so immense that it could leave afterimages in its wake. If mastered to perfection, the flowing light shadow could even warp the surrounding space during high-speed maneuvers. In addition to unparalleled speed, this martial technique granted the practitioner remarkable agility in combat. They could easily evade enemy attacks and change the direction of their assault in the blink of an eye. Catching foes off guard. Legend has it that the flowing light shadow was discovered by the ancestors of the Luo family at an ancient civilization's ruins. However, the technique found at that time was incomplete, requiring the Luo ancestors to invest considerable time and effort to perfect it.as the treasured heirloom of the Luo family. The technique of Liuguang Dunying has been passed down through generations, eluding the grasp of outsiders. Today, it has become the hallmark martial art of the Luo clan. This incomplete martial art technique can attain an SSS level of proficiency. I must acquire Liuguang Dunying. Currently, Jiang Hao, wielding the unparalleled wind blade and backed by the powerful abilities of a mentalist, can easily defeat warriors below the 5th tier of the general rank. However, despite this, he still feels the absence of a life-saving trump card. If he could master Liuguang Dunying and, with the system's assistance, refine it to perfection, it would undoubtedly elevate his prowess immensely. Faced with such a formidable martial art, Jiang Hao realizes that relying solely on his own strength will not suffice to overcome Luo Qinghan. Even if he employs Liuguang Dunying, the immense physical exertion it demands would likely leave him vulnerable before Luo Qinghan's stamina wanes. To ensure he can obtain Liuguang Dunying, Jiang Hao must rely on the powers of a mentalist to defeat Luo Qinghan. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly manipulates his blood spears, manifesting for clones in midair to launch a fierce assault on Luo Qinghan. Although she initially evades the barrage of blood spears with the speed of Liuguang Dunying, the continuous exertion takes a heavy toll on her stamina. Moreover, Luo Qinghan has only mastered Liuguang Dunying to a rudimentary level, lacking true finesse. Should she falter and be struck by a blood spear, Jiang Hao seizes the opportunity to charge forward, wielding his blade with relentless fury. Utilizing his mentalist abilities, Jiang Hao effortlessly defeats Luo Qinghan 10 times. Not only does he successfully elevate his own rank to the 1st tier of the general class, but he also masters the long-coveted Liuguang Dunying. Within the void training arena, whenever a martial technique is dropped, Jiang Hao can grasp it in an instant, achieving peak mastery as if he had always known it. Merely forgotten it temporarily. With the system's assistance, he recalls it, an experience both wondrous and surreal. Additionally, during his battles with Luo Qinghan, he acquires other martial techniques. Yet, in comparison to Liuguang Dunying, these techniques pale in significance, and Jiang Hao dismisses their use. Eagerly, he seeks another confrontation with Luo Qinghan. This time, he refrains from employing his mentalist powers and instead relies on the astounding speed of Liuguang Dunying. Like a streak of light, he dashes before Luo Qinghan in an instant. His velocity is so great that it warps the very fabric of space around him. Luo Qinghan does not even have time to draw her sword before she is severed in two. The entire process unfolds in the blink of an eye, leaving even Jiang Hao awestruck by his own strength. Even more astonishing is the fact that Luo Qinghan is clad in a replica of the dark golden battle armor, akin to that worn by Zhao Wei. Yet, Jiang Hao's speed is such that Luo Qinghan cannot activate her armor in time, resulting in her demise. With his own rank now at the 1st tier of the general class, Jiang Hao has a premonition that unless a god-tier warrior appears, he can vanquish all others. With the pinnacle mastery of Liuguang Dunying, few can stand in his way. Subsequently, Jiang Hao exits the void training arena. Satisfied, he intends to enjoy a soothing bath and a restful sleep, but unexpectedly, Luo Qinghan sends him a message. Upon opening his phone, he reads, "Jiang Hao, if you're free tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, please come to the Shanshui Park in South China City. I have matters I wish to discuss with you in person." Seeking to converse with me, Jiang Hao furrows his brow slightly at this. Yet he does not decline Luo Qinghan's invitation, casually replying, "All right, I will await you tomorrow." After that, he thinks little of it, enjoying a comforting bath before collapsing into a deep slumber. The next day, Jiang Hao intends to inquire with Gao Feng about any tasks involving the hunting of beasts. However, as he steps out of his room, he unexpectedly encounters Captain Lu Gaozhua. "Jiang Hao, I am already aware of the events that transpired last night in the Xingyuan Mountains. You have been exceedingly reckless. How could you conceal your strength as a mentalist? The number of mentalists in the Yan Kingdom is fewer than 2,000, and each one is immensely valuable. had the Black Wolf squad dispatched experts to hunt you down. The consequences would have been dire. Although Lu Gaozhua chastises Jiang Hao, he understands the reasons behind Jiang Hao's need to hide his abilities. After all, Jiang Hao had been abandoned by his family since childhood and had lived in the squalid environment of the Great Plains, cultivating a deeply ingrained mistrust of others. Captain, Jiang Hao begins to explain, but Lu Gaozhua interrupts him. You needn't say more. I can understand your predicament. Come. I will take you away from Team A into the Extreme Dao Association in South China. Your current situation makes it unsafe for you to remain here. At these words, Jiang Hao is taken aback. What? Are you expelling me? No. You misunderstand, Lu Gaozhua quickly clarifies. From the moment you joined Team A, we became family. You are like a younger brother to me. However, now that the Black Wolf squad has set their sights on you, and Zhao Changming is also watching closely, I cannot ensure your safety here. Therefore, I have informed Lord Duan, and he will arrange for you to go to the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Association and join the God of War training camp. Jiang Hao's eyes widen in astonishment. Captain, what did you just say? The God of War training camp. I am qualified to enter such a place. The God of War training camp, established by Mo Wanshan of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, is also known as the God of War Preparatory Camp. As the name suggests, those who can join this camp are destined to become God-tier warriors. Within its ranks, even the most ordinary instructor is at least a God-tier martial artist. Moreover, all the students at the God of War training camp receive the utmost training from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, with even the headmaster Mo Wanshan often personally instructing them. However, the difficulty of gaining entry into the God of War training camp is exceedingly high. Only one spot is available each year for the entire South China region. The other 6 regions face the same constraint. In the vast Yin Kingdom, only 7 spots are allocated each year. While Jiang Hao is aware of such an elite training camp, he never imagined he could qualify. The South China region is rife with exceptionally talented martial artists. And based on past experiences, the closer one is to the God-tier level, the more likely they are to claim such a spot. Jiang Hao never expected that having just stepped into the general rank, he would secure this opportunity. Clearly, this is due to his status as a mentalist. Jiang Hao, according to past rules, you indeed do not meet the qualifications for the God of War training camp. Lu Gaozhua continues. After all, you only. Before he can finish, Lu Gaozhua suddenly appears struck by a revelation, an incredulous expression crossing his face. How is it possible that you have reached the general rank so quickly? Just yesterday, Jiang Hao had joined Team A as an ordinary 10th tier martial artist, yet today he has instantaneously ascended to the first tier of the general class, leaving Lu Gaozhua utterly stunned. Having experienced the journey himself, he understands the arduousness of elevating from an ordinary martial artist to the general rank. Many martial artists lacking talent may never achieve such a breakthrough in their lifetime. Back in his own day, he had been stuck at the 10th tier for a full 5 months before finally breaking through. That was already considered rapid, yet Jiang Hao accomplished it overnight. Moreover, he is only 20 years old. Such talent is truly remarkable. Even more astonishing is that Jiang Hao is a mentalist. Lu Gaozhua cannot fathom how someone so gifted could have been cast aside by Lin Jinbei. Even the most foolish individual would not make such a choice. This only suggests one thing, that Jiang Hao was not a mentalist before, but awakened to it later. Lin Jinbei's indifference towards him must have led to a failure to notice his transformation. Come. We must leave at once. You cannot remain here any longer. Should anything happen to you, it would be an immense loss. Lu Gaozhua offers no room for Jiang Hao to refuse, pulling him out of the base and hastily boarding an armored vehicle en route to the Extreme Dao Association. Meanwhile, within the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall, Duan Hong strides in, disregarding the objections of the hall's members, his countenance filled with fury. Zhao Changming, get out here this instant. With a thunderous roar, the aura of a 10th-tier god of war erupts forth. The members of the Fenglai Hall are unable to withstand this terrifying presence, collapsing to their knees to IT that moment. Zhao Changming emerges, his expression dark and foreboding. Duan Hong, who gave you the audacity to cause a ruckus in my Fenglai Hall? Do you not fear for your life? Zhao Changming has never had a good rapport with Duan Hong in the past. They often clashed over martial matters, leading to heated exchanges, though they had never come to blows. Today, however, Duan Hong's unannounced intrusion catches Zhao Changming off guard. You think you can kill me? Can you even do it? Duan Hong pays no heed to Zhao Changming's threats, nor does he care about the repercussions of his intrusion. Today he has barged in at all costs to protect Jiang Hao. In an instant, he closes the distance to Zhao Changming, stating, I warn you one last time. should you dare to covertly send someone after Jiang Hao again. Do not blame me for my ruthless demeanor. Zhao Changming has, in fact, surmised the true objective of Duan Hong's visit, yet he remains undaunted. He retorts coldly, Duan Hong, Jiang Hao is the murderer of my son. Is it not within my rights to bring him to justice? Nonsense. Duan Hong bellows in fury. You claim he is the killer of your son, but where is your evidence? All I know is that your son met his demise in the wilderness. His body ravaged by beasts that he fell victim to the creatures, and Jiang Hao had no part in it. If you truly possess evidence, why allow the Black Wolf team to act against him? At this proclamation, a ripple of astonishment spreads through the assembly. The Black Wolf Mercenary Corps is a notorious outlaw in Yin country, and all present are acutely aware of this fact. Who would have imagined that the esteemed guildmaster would covertly liaise with members of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps? Zhao Changming, already seething with indignation at Duan Hong's words, finds himself further incensed by the mention of the Black Wolf team. He can no longer contain himself and bellows, Duan Hong, by what right do you slander me? You assert that I conspired with the Black Wolf team to eliminate Jiang Hao. What proof do you have? Ha! Duan Hong scoffs dismissively. Indeed, I have no evidence. But do you? After you have accused Jiang Hao, have you considered that you too are guilty of unfounded allegations? I tire of your empty rhetoric. Jiang Hao is a member of my extreme Dao martial arts school and is on the verge of entering the God of War training camp. Should you dare to lay a hand on him, you will be opposing the entire extreme Dao martial arts school. With that, Duan Hong disregards the astonished gazes of those around him and strides out of the Fenglai Guild. What did he just say? Jiang Hao is entering the God of War training camp. By what right? Did he not just graduate? How could he possibly gain entry to the God of War training camp? The circumstances at Fenglai Martial Arts School are entirely different from those at Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. They do not have such a training camp. However, as the guild master of Fenglai Martial Arts School, he is well aware of the significance of the God of War training camp. If Jiang Hao were indeed admitted, it would mean Zhao Changming would be forever denied the chance to avenge his son. This cannot stand. I cannot afford to wait any longer. With that thought, he promptly dials Lu Jinshan's number. Where are you? Get back to the guild immediately. If I do not see you within 3 minutes, you may never return. Chapter 61. The Soul Quota. A challenge arises. Moments later, in the Fenglai Guild's office, Lu Jinshan hurriedly enters, intending to speak, but is struck by the murderous intent emanating from Zhao Changming. Terrified, Lu Jinshan drops to his knees. Lord Zhao, what has transpired? How dare you ask what has happened? Zhao Changming rebukes. What did you discuss with the Black Wolf team? Why is Jiang Hao still alive? How could a mere warrior, not yet even at the battle general level, have failed in his mission? Jiang Hao is about to enter the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School's God of War training camp. If we do not act now, we may never have another chance. What? Lu Jinshan exclaims in disbelief. Failed? I was in contact with one of the leaders of the Black Wolf team, Zhang Yin. Did he not take action himself? After reflecting, Lu Jinshan concludes that this may indeed be the only plausible explanation. After all, Zhang Yin is a battle god-level warrior. Had he intervened directly, there would have been no chance for Jiang Hao to survive. Yet here they are, with Jiang Hao not only alive, but having stirred the hornet's nest. This indicates that Zhang Yin did not act personally, but merely dispatched a few lackeys to deal with Jiang Hao. Damn it, that fool. Lu Jinshan curses inwardly. I do not care what means you employ. I must see Jiang Hao's corpse. Zhao Changming has a fair idea of the situation and feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Rest assured, Lord Zhao, I will ensure that this fool Zhang Yin takes action personally. I will guarantee Jiang Hao's demise. With that, Lu Jinshan hastily departs. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, under the guidance of Lu Gaozhua, enters the Extreme Dao Guild in South China. After waiting briefly in Duan Hong's office, he finally sees Duan Hong enter. Lord Duan, I have brought Jiang Hao. Before Lu Gaozhua can finish, Duan Hong eagerly strides to Jiang Hao's side. The aura of a battle general. You have ascended so swiftly. Such talent is simply extraordinary. Although this is their first meeting, Duan Hong has thoroughly researched Jiang Hao through various documents. His satisfaction with Jiang Hao is palpable. Lord Duan, if I recall correctly, there is only one quota for the God of War training camp in all of South China, correct? Typically, one must compete fiercely to secure it. Am I truly allowed to enter directly this year? Jiang Hao is filled with uncertainty. Gaining entry to the God of War training camp would undoubtedly propel his abilities to new heights. Yet he is also apprehensive about unforeseen complications, as his current cultivation is merely at the first level of battle general. Absolutely not a problem. Duan Hong replies confidently. Though your current cultivation is somewhat lacking, you are a mentalist. With your status as a mentalist, you are fully qualified for direct entry into the God of War training camp. In the past decade, South China has not produced a single mentalist. With the emergence of a talent like you, we must spare no effort in nurturing you. He reflects on how he owes a debt of gratitude to Lin Jinbei. Had he not abandoned Zhang Hao, how could the extreme Dao martial arts school have gained such a prodigy? Each time he thinks of this, Duan Hong feels an immense thrill for the next few days. Do not participate in Team A's missions. Simply remain at the base and rest. I will arrange for you to head to the God of War training camp as soon as possible. Just as Duan Hong finishes speaking, a young man bursts in, seething with rage. Why? Why has the quota that belongs to me vanished? Lord Duan, I refuse to accept this. This young man, named Zheng Sun, stands nearly 2 meters tall. His physique imposing as he questions Duan Hong. He casts a hostile glance at Jiang Hao. Recently, a competition for the God of War training camp quota was held in South China at a team merely 23 years of age. Zheng Sun, with his battle general level 8th stage strength, defeated all competitors and secured his qualification for entry. However, to his dismay, the quota he thought was his has been snatched away, leaving him unable to accept the reality. Thus, he disregards the protests of the extreme Dao martial arts school members and confronts Duan Hong directly. Zheng Sun, please calm down. The quota for next year is assuredly yours. This year, it was due to special circumstances. Duan Hong, aware that he has wronged Zheng Sun somewhat, hastily explains, after all, Zhang Hao is a mentalist. And what of it? Just because he is a mentalist, does that grant him the right to take what is rightfully mine? Furthermore, even if he is a mentalist, he has merely just attained the battle general level. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Zheng Sun continues, pointing at Jiang Hao. I challenge him to a duel. I must prove that I am not inferior to a mentalist. I will not relinquish this year's quota. He is acutely aware of the formidable capabilities of a mentalist. Against any warrior below the battle god level, a mentalist possesses an overwhelming advantage, yet he remains defiant. Unwilling to concede after his hard work seems to have come to naught. Even if Duan Hong promises him a place in the God of War training camp next year, it is merely a verbal assurance. What if unforeseen events occur? Would he then be forever barred from entry? Regardless, he must cling to this year's quota. Duan Hong did not anticipate Zheng Sun's fervent insistence, just as he prepares to continue his persuasion. Jiang Hao interjects, very well, I accept your challenge. Jiang Hao had foreseen this eventuality, and thus had earlier inquired about Duan Hong's stance. Now, with Zheng Sun challenging him, he sees no reason to decline. After all, this year's quota was indeed wrested from Zheng Sun. Only by defeating him can Jiang Hao affirm his strength and quell Zheng Sun's ambitions. What? Zheng Sun is genuinely taken aback by Jiang Hao's decisive acceptance. After a moment of stunned silence, his expression shifts to one of fierce determination. Jiang Hao, do not think that becoming a mentalist makes you invincible. My strength surpasses yours. You cannot hope to defeat me. Today, I will publicly vanquish you and reclaim what is rightfully mine. With a fierce declaration, Zheng Sun strides toward a combat arena within the Extreme Dao Guild, with Jiang Hao following closely behind. Unperturbed, are they really going to fight? Lu Gaozhua, seated nearby, is taken aback. Lord Duan, could this lead to any unforeseen consequences? Zheng Sun is a battle general level 8th stage warrior, while Jiang Hao has only just ascended. Even with his abilities as a mentalist, victory is far from guaranteed. Sigh, Duan Hong breathes deeply. Zheng Sun is exceptionally strong. I fear Jiang Hao may not stand much of a chance in this battle. Enough. If Jiang Hao loses, I shall find a way to report this situation to the higher-ups and see if I can secure an additional quota. Let us proceed and observe their contest, and ensure that neither party sustains any injuries. With that said, Duan Hong and Lu Gaozhu hurriedly made their way to the battleground. Chapter 62. Astonishing speed, instantaneous defeat. Upon arriving at the battleground, Jiang Hao and Zheng Sun were already prepared for combat. A multitude of individuals from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall had gathered around, their eyes fixated on the impending match. Observing this, Duan Hong promptly warned, listen carefully, both of you. Sparring is permissible, but remember, do not inflict any fatal harm. My words carry an undeniable authority. Those who violate this command shall be immediately expelled from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and stripped of their qualifications to enter the War God training camp. Do you understand? In the arena, Zheng Sun smiled slightly. Duan, you need not worry. While I may not agree with your decision, I am acutely aware of the importance of a psychic warrior. How could I possibly seek to endanger him? As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Hao, convinced that without the unique identity of a psychic warrior, Jiang Hao would scarcely qualify as his opponent, despite acknowledging the formidable abilities of psychic warriors. Zhang Sun remained supremely confident, believing himself more than capable of defeating Jiang Hao. After all, he had already reached the 8th tier of the war general rank, while Jiang Hao had merely just crossed the threshold. Jiang Hao, I offer you one last chance, do you truly wish to accept my challenge? Zhang Sun's tone dripped with sarcasm. If you are willing to forfeit your qualification for the war god training camp now, I will not lay a finger on you. Yet, Jiang Hao paid no heed to his provocation. With a calm demeanor, he drew forth the sky-splitting gale blade and coldly retorted, let us dispense with the pleasantries and commence. Very well. Zhang Sun's lips curled into a cold smirk. Since you were so resolute, do not blame me for being merciless. He was fully aware that Jiang Hao's weapon boasted an S-class intensity. Yet he did not allow this to daunt him, for he possessed a weapon of the same caliber. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Sun retrieved a silver-white longsword from his storage ring. The blade was adorned with a vividly etched white dragon, poised to take flight at any moment. This was none other than the S-class weapon, White Dragon Spirit Sword. Zhang Sun was confident that with the White Dragon Spirit Sword in hand, he could easily vanquish Jiang Hao. To ensure absolute victory, Zhang Sun did not allow Jiang Hao the first move that in the instant he unsheathed the White Dragon Spirit Sword. He charged at Jiang Hao with lightning speed, intent on a swift resolution to demonstrate his prowess. However, just when Zhang Sun assumed Jiang Hao would be unable to react, the latter suddenly vanished from his sight. What? Where is he? This unexpected turn left Zhang Sun bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. But Jiang Hao was nowhere to be found. Before he could gather his thoughts, Jiang Hao had stealthily appeared behind him. The razor-sharp gale blade pressed against Zhang Sun's neck, and had Jiang Hao wished, it would have been all too easy for him to sever it. My apologies, but you have lost. Jiang Hao spoke with a tone as cold as ice. Zhang Sun's complexion drained of color. An unprecedented fear swelling within him. How could this be? His speed was so extraordinary that it could not even be perceived by the naked eye. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. The martial art he practiced was of the wind attribute. And the White Dragon Spirit Sword also harnessed wind energy. Thanks to the wind's influence, Zhang Sun's agility and speed far surpassed that of ordinary warriors that in his mind. Jiang Hao could only hope to surpass him through the abilities of a psychic warrior. Thus, Zhang Sun sought to conclude the battle swiftly, denying Jiang Hao the opportunity to utilize his psychic powers. Yet, the reality was that Jiang Hao had not employed any psychic abilities at all. He had simply outpaced him. This crushing blow left Zhang Sun in utter disbelief, collapsing onto the ground. The spectacle was witnessed by all present, Duan Hong and Lu Gaozhu, who had been concerned for Jiang Hao's safety, were now wide-eyed with astonishment. Duan, did you just witness Jiang Hao's movements? How did he manage to instantaneously appear behind Zhang Sun? Lu Gaozhu, a first-tier war god rank warrior, had failed to discern Jiang Hao's actions amid the unfolding events. To him, it appeared as if Jiang Hao had teleported behind Zhang Sun, an unfathomable feat. Duo, I must confess, I too did not catch a glimpse of it. But one thing is certain. The martial arts technique Jiang Hao employed possesses a strength at least above SS class. As he spoke, Duan Hong paused momentarily. Lu Gaozhu, sensing something amiss, inquired in a hushed tone, and what of that? Do you suspect there is something peculiar about Jiang Hao's technique? Not at all. Rather, I find his technique strikingly familiar. Do you not think it bears a striking resemblance to the Luo family's glimmering shadow? The moment the words left his lips, Lu Gaozhu's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Is this glimmering shadow? Duan, you must be joking. That is impossible. The glimmering shadow was a secret martial art of the Luo family, and how could Jiang Hao possibly master it? Moreover, it was evident that Jiang Hao wielded this technique with remarkable proficiency. Far from the mark of an inexperienced practitioner. In my view, it is likely a martial art akin to glimmering shadow. Duan Hong nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, Jiang Hao could not have possibly mastered glimmering shadow. Subsequently, Duan Hong stepped into the battleground, casting his gaze upon the collapsed Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun, you have witnessed Jiang Hao's strength firsthand. Even though your cultivation level far surpasses his, you could not overcome him. Nonetheless, you have already secured a spot in the War God training camp. I shall report this situation to headquarters and see if it is possible to apply for 2 quotas. Zhang Sun, dejected and disheartened, shook his head. No, there is no need. The The fact that Jiang Hao defeated me without resorting to psychic powers only reaffirms my own inadequacy. Lord Duan, I shall strive to train for another year. And next year, I will earn my qualification for the War God training camp. With that, Zheng Sun slowly rose to his feet and departed from the Extreme Path Hall. His exit signified the formal confirmation of the War God training camp's quota, which would be awarded to Jiang Hao. Duan Hong promptly reported this matter, hastening to send Jiang Hao to the War God training camp. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao hurriedly left the Extreme Path Hall, making his way to Shanshui Park in South China, as per his arrangement with Luo Qinghan to meet there that evening. However, a sense of unease began to creep over him as Luo Qinghan had yet to make an appearance despite the agreed-upon time having elapsed. He sent multiple messages and made phone calls, yet received no response. At that moment, a luxurious car came to a halt before Jiang Hao. A strikingly handsome man, clad in a suit with deep-set features, angrily exited the vehicle. Jiang Hao, where have you taken my sister? Chapter 63, Luo Qinghan's sudden disappearance. The handsome man speaking bore a striking resemblance to Luo Qinghan. He was none other than Luo Qingxing, the current heir of the Luo family. Originally, he had planned to take Luo Qinghan back to the Luo family today. However, she had insisted on meeting Jiang Hao once more, leaving Luo Qingxing with no choice but to acquiesce. Little did he anticipate that upon arriving at Shanshui Park, Luo Qinghan would suddenly vanish. Despite his attempts to contact her, he received no response. Even more bizarrely, all surveillance equipment within Shanshui Park had been destroyed, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, Luo Qingxing concluded that Jiang Hao must be responsible for his sister's disappearance and confronted him. Accompanying Luo Qingxing was a bald, burly man with a beard, radiating an aura of formidable strength, at least at the 8th tier of the War God rank. Tell me, where is my sister? Luo Qingxing seized Jiang Hao by the collar, demanding loudly, she came to Shanshui Park to meet you. Yet now she has vanished. This must be your doing. Faced with Luo Qingxing's baseless accusations, Jiang Hao refused to remain silent. He forcefully shrugged off Luo Qingxing's grasp and met his gaze squarely. I have only just arrived at Shanshui Park. I have not even laid eyes on your sister. Her disappearance has nothing to do with me. If I were you, I would not be here making a scene, but would instead be searching the city for Luo Qinghan. Though Luo Qingxing did not introduce himself, Jiang Hao had already discerned his identity from his appearance and demeanor. Do you think I haven't searched for her? Luo Qingxing retorted furiously, upon discovering Luo Qinghan's disappearance. He had immediately scoured the city for her whereabouts. As one of the 4 prominent families of Yan Nation, the Luo family's influence was widespread, and naturally, they had people within South China's main city. They promptly searched for Luo Qinghan in the main city of South China and various major base cities, yet they found nothing. Had it been otherwise, Luo Qingxing would not have suspected Jiang Hao. At that moment, Luo Qingxing cast another furious glance at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, no matter what, my sister's disappearance is due to you. If anything happens to her, I will not spare you. Although he had gleaned some fundamental information about Jiang Hao from his sister, knowing that he was the first student in the history of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School to graduate without reaching the battle general level, and that he was a powerful mental energy master, Luo Qingxing still harbored no fondness for him. He was convinced that Jiang Hao was the cause of his sister's vanishing. Just as Jiang Hao was about to speak, a burly man standing next to Luo Qingxing suddenly seemed to discover something and hurried towards a nearby corner. Upon picking up a black fragment from the corner, his pupils dilated in astonishment. Young master, look at this. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxing rushed over and examined the black shard closely. This is a fragment of the Black Wolf Squad's mask. It belongs to the Black Wolf Squad. Clenching his fists, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. These brutes dare to lay hands on my sister. What are you all waiting for? Gather everyone immediately. Even if we have to raze the main city of South China to the ground, we will hunt down the members of the Black Wolf Squad. I want them to understand the consequences of harming my sister. The burly man did not dare to hesitate, swiftly turning to leave. Before departing, Luo Qingxing shot Jiang Hao another glare. You better hope nothing has happened to my sister, otherwise, I will not spare you either. Jiang Hao paid no heed to Luo Qingxing's threats. He stood still, gazing at the black fragment that lay on the ground. Although he was fully aware that the members of the Black Wolf Squad were ruthless killers, he found it hard to believe that they would dare to act against the Luo family, one of the 4 premier families of the Yan Nation. Furthermore, Luo Qinghan was the young lady of the Luo family. Did they not fear the wrath of the Luo family for attacking her? The very existence of the Black Wolf Squad proved that they could not all be fools. It was inconceivable that they would engage in such self-destructive behavior. Additionally, the Black Wolf Squad had just attempted to target him the previous night. And due to their failure, they had already raised alarms. Given that they had already offended the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, it was utterly implausible for them to randomly attack Luo Qinghan. Subsequently, Jiang Hao repeatedly inquired with the staff at Shanshui Park and received a particularly useful piece of information. Between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. at Shanshui Park, a significant individual had arrived. This person was none other than Sun Mingyu, the second young master of the Sun family. Although Sun Mingyu had only been there for about half an hour, as soon as he left, the surveillance cameras at Shanshui Park inexplicably malfunctioned. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qinghan went missing. In Jiang Hao's view, this was undoubtedly not a coincidence. After pondering for a moment, he hurriedly departed from Shanshui Park. Meanwhile, within the Sun family manor in the main city of South China, a man wearing a Black Wolf Squad mask slowly walked into the hall that he casually placed a burlap sack he was carrying onto a nearby sofa. Upon seeing this, Sun Mingyu eagerly approached and opened the sack. Inside lay the unconscious Luo Qinghan. Ha ha ha, you did splendidly. Sun Mingyu leered at Luo Qinghan, and the thought of soon consummating their union filled him with uncontainable joy at this moment. The man standing beside him casually removed the Black Wolf Squad mask, revealing himself as Lin Jinbei. Young master's son, as per your request, I have brought Luo Qinghan. You must fulfill your promise and ensure my son's safety. After Lin Jinbei spoke, Sun Mingyu burst into laughter. Rest assured, I have already notified my subordinates to contact the captain of the law enforcement team in Tianhe Bay City. Your son should be safely home by now. However, at this juncture, Sun Mingyu's smile vanished, and his tone turned icy. Have you handled everything cleanly? If anyone discovers that Luo Qinghan is here with me, you should know the consequences. Sun Mingyu was acutely aware that the eldest young master of the Luo family, Luo Qingxing, was currently in the main city of South China. If Luo Qingxing were to learn that his sister was with him, the Luo family would undoubtedly go to any lengths to confront the Sun family. Sun Mingyu hoped fervently that the Luo family would not discover this tonight. If he could just survive the night, then Luo Qinghan would naturally become his woman. Do not worry, while taking Luo Qinghan, I deliberately left fragments of the Black Wolf Squad's mask in conspicuous places. Just at this time, the captain of the Black Wolf Squad, Zhang Yan, is lurking in the main city of South China. Lin Jinbei spoke confidently. The Luo family is likely frantically searching for the Black Wolf Squad and will not suspect us at all. Chapter 64. Infiltrating the Sun family manor to rescue Luo Qinghan. Previously, Lin Jinbei had instructed the butler, Zhang Ping, to prepare the Black Wolf Squad's masks. Of course, these were not genuine but rather imitations, intended to exploit the identity of the Black Wolf Squad to abduct Luo Qinghan. This way, even if the Luo family pursued the matter, they would only direct their ire at the Black Wolf Squad, and no one would suspect Lin Jinbei at this moment. Upon hearing Lin Jinbei's words, Sun Mingyu nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You are far more intelligent than I imagined. Sun Mingyu rose and patted Lin Jinbei on the shoulder. Rest assured, I keep my promises. Not only will I ensure your son's safety, but I will also arrange for you to head to the headquarters soon. How would you like the position of the headquarters supervisor? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei's eyes instantly lit up. The power of the headquarters supervisor was only second to the master of the main hall. How could he not be tempted? He hurriedly spoke. Young master, you are not joking, are you? He. Sun Mingyu smiled lightly. My Sun family is the largest shareholder of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. Even the master of the main hall must give my Sun family face. It is no problem at all to arrange for a reliable person to take up the supervisor position. Initially, Sun Mingyu had looked down upon Lin Jinbei, especially due to Lin Jinbei's past actions that had greatly angered him. However, now he found Lin Jinbei to be exceedingly clever and sufficiently compliant. Coincidentally, a supervisor at the headquarters had unexpectedly passed away, necessitating a replacement. In Sun Mingyu's eyes, Lin Jinbei was quite suitable. Thank you, young master's son. Thank you. After receiving Sun Mingyu's affirmative response, Lin Jinbei was immensely excited and immediately knelt before Sun Mingyu. All right. You have worked hard tonight. Go back and rest. And remember to take away Chen Meiqi's body. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei's heart sank. His worst fear had come true. Chen Meiqi was indeed dead. Although he felt great remorse for his deceased brother, for the sake of his son's life and his own future, Lin Jinbei could only suppress his feelings. That he nodded slightly and turned to leave. Subsequently, Sun Mingyu approached Luo Qinghan with a sinister grin. He did not rush to take action, but instructed his servants to clean the room thoroughly. After all, Luo Qinghan was the young lady of the Luo family, not someone of Qin Meiqi's ilk. Just then, the previously unconscious Luo Qinghan gradually began to awaken, upon seeing Sun Mingyu standing before her. Her eyes widened in terror. How did I end up here? Sun Mingyu, if you dare to harm me, the Luo family will not spare you. Luo Qinghan vaguely recalled that as soon as she arrived at Shanshui Park, she had suddenly lost consciousness when a shadow flashed by. Now, seeing Sun Mingyu made her realize everything. He had sent someone to abduct her. Luo Qinghan knew exactly who Sun Mingyu was. If she could not escape tonight, it would all be over. Ha ha ha. Observing Luo Qinghan's panic, Sun Mingyu felt even more exhilarated. Qinghan, I advise you to give up your struggle. Besides, how could I harm you? I merely wish to enjoy the pleasures of life with you. After tonight, you will become the young mistress of the Sun family, and our families will be united. Impossible, Luo Qinghan shouted in fury. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. My brother is in the main city of South China, and I will never let you go. In the face of Luo Qinghan's threats, Sun Mingyu remained unfazed, casually replying, your brother is indeed formidable, but how could he know you are here with me? As long as you and I consummate our union tonight, you will have no choice but to marry me. As he finished speaking, Sun Mingyu shot a glance at a nearby bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately understood and rushed to Luo Qinghan's side. Striking her neck with force, Luo Qinghan lost consciousness on the spot. Take Luo Qinghan to my room. After I shower, I will train her slowly. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by Sun Mingyu's boisterous laughter, he triumphantly walked toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, at the side door of the Sun family manor, Jiang Hao silently approached the premises. Taking advantage of the surrounding solitude, he leaped nimbly over the wall to his astonishment. As soon as he touched the ground, 2 bodyguards from the Sun family suddenly appeared before him. Before they could utter a word, Jiang Hao, relying on his swift and elusive speed, instantaneously dashed to their front. The 2 had no chance to react. As Jiang Hao swiftly severed their heads with a single strike, the entire process was completed in the blink of an eye, leaving them no time even to emit a cry of despair. The strength of these 2 was approximately at the 5th tier of the battle general level, which, in Jiang Hao's eyes, was utterly trivial, perhaps due to the illustrious status of the Sun family. Few dared to intrude upon this place, resulting in a lax patrol by the bodyguards within the estate. Furthermore, with Jiang Hao's extraordinary speed and his capabilities as a mentalist to eliminate foes from afar, he effortlessly made his way to the villa at the heart of the estate. At the entrance of the villa stood 2 particularly formidable bodyguards, both around the 5th tier of the battle god level. Aware of the formidable nature of his opponents, Jiang Hao understood that his chances of success were slim. Thus, he cleverly evaded their line of sight using his remarkable speed and leaped through a window at the villa's side. As he landed, he encountered a servant from the Sun family approaching. Seizing the moment, Jiang Hao dashed forward, grasping her by the throat. Tell me, where's Luo Qinghan? Please, don't kill me. Luo Qinghan is in the 2nd floor room of the young master's son. She is merely an ordinary person. The servant trembled, terrified, revealing everything under the threat of violence. Excellent. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction, then struck her neck, rendering her unconscious before dragging her into a nearby corner. He then utilized his incredible speed once more, racing towards the 2nd floor. The villa was almost devoid of bodyguards, which made Jiang Hao's infiltration remarkably smooth. Without significant hindrance, he entered Sun Mingyu's room. Upon entering, he spotted Luo Qinghan bound to the bed. I found her. Jiang Hao's heart surged with joy as he rushed forward to cut the ropes and lifted the unconscious Luo Qinghan. Leaping from the 2nd floor window, he initially intended to rely on his speed to escape swiftly. However, due to severe exhaustion and the burden of carrying Luo Qinghan, his pace noticeably slowed before he could flee. The 2 battle god level bodyguards who had previously stood at the villa's entrance appeared before him. Impudent wretch, who dares to invade the Sun family's estate, accompanied by the furious shouts of the 2 bodyguards. Numerous black-clad guards swiftly surrounded Jiang Hao. It was only then they discovered corpses scattered throughout the Sun estate, evidently all slain by Jiang Hao himself, the leading bodyguard, a burly man at the 7th tier of the battle god level. Displayed an expression of utter rage. He was Zhang Feng, the ace bodyguard sent by the Sun family to protect Sun Mingyu and responsible for the entire estate security system. Yet now, Jiang Hao had infiltrated right beneath his nose and slaughtered so many people. A blatant humiliation to Zhang Feng. Sun Mingyu, known for his violent temperament, would undoubtedly be infuriated by the events of the night. At that moment, Zhang Feng realized he would face a terrifying punishment. With that thought, Zhang Feng's fury surged, and he resolved to eliminate Jiang Hao at all costs. However, just then, Sun Mingyu emerged from the villa clad in a bathrobe, his face a mask of displeasure. He could hardly believe that after merely taking a bath, Luo Qinghan had almost been rescued, and so many had perished within the estate. Though he cared little for the lives lost, this was the Sun family's territory. How could an unknown intruder dare to invade so freely? Sun Mingyu attributed the debacle to Zhang Feng's incompetence. He approached Zhang Feng and delivered a hard slap to his face. "Master, I apologize. Please spare me." Zhang Feng, terrified, fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Despite Sun Mingyu being only a fifth-tier battle general, he wielded considerable influence as the second young master of the Sun family, and even someone of Zhang Feng's caliber dared not offend him lightly. "I will deal with you later," Sun Mingyu said coldly. "But for now, you must ensure this scoundrel is turned to mincemeat. I want him to understand the consequences of crossing the Sun family." Sun Mingyu held no interest in Jiang Hao's identity or motives. He merely sought to reclaim Luo Qinghan swiftly. Having prepared everything to enjoy an intimate evening with her, the unexpected appearance of Jiang Hao had driven him to the brink of fury. "Why yes," at once, without hesitation, Zhang Feng rose to his feet, unleashing the aura of an eighth-tier battle god. "Damn it, I didn't think they would notice me." Jiang Hao glanced around. With his current stamina, he could only unleash his swift speed one more time. He needed to seize this opportunity to escape the Sun estate. However, at that moment, Luo Qinghan, who had been unconscious, gradually regained her senses. She quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, with a gaze filled with fury. She directed her anger at Sun Mingyu. "My brother already knows that I have been captured by you. If you release me now, I will pretend tonight never happened. But if you insist on taking action, I assure you that everyone present will perish. You should be well aware of my brother's temperament." At that moment, Jiang Hao, carrying Luo Qinghan, instantly understood her intentions. That he coldly interjected, "Indeed, Luo Qingsheng is already on his way here. Sun Mingyu, I advise you to consider your next move carefully." Upon hearing this, Sun Mingyu's previously furious expression suddenly transformed into one of fear. Luo Qingsheng was the young master of the Luo family, while he was merely the second young master of the Sun family. If Luo Qingsheng truly arrived, given Jiang Hao's knowledge of him, the Sun estate would undoubtedly run red with blood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Mingyu understood that his father would not allow a rift with the Luo family over such matters. Moreover, the act of forcibly capturing Luo Qinghan was inherently unjustifiable. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Mingyu reluctantly conceded, "Miss Luo, I sincerely apologize for my drunken behavior tonight. That I did not intend to offend you. Here, I offer my apologies, and you are free to leave. Jiang Hao, let's go quickly, before this man changes his mind." Luo Qinghan whispered urgently in Jiang Hao's ear. "Don't worry, I understand." Jiang Hao wasted no time and swiftly led Luo Qinghan out of the Sun estate. As they departed, Sun Mingyu's rage boiled over, his eyes nearly spitting fire. "Master, shall we truly let them escape? So many lives lost in vain." Zhang Feng, who had been poised to strike, could only watch Jiang Hao leave, his frustration mounting. In his fury, Sun Mingyu kicked Zhang Feng in the abdomen. Yet, as an eighth-tier battle god, Zhang Feng's robust physique rendered the blow ineffective. Seeing his kick had no impact, Sun Mingyu, in a fit of rage, seized a nearby stone and furiously brought it down upon Zhang Feng's head. Again and again, until he had struck more than 20 times, leaving Zhang Feng bloodied and battered, did he finally relent. Throughout the ordeal, Zhang Feng dared not retaliate, silently enduring. "Zhang Feng, listen well. The brat who intruded into the estate is certainly not from the Luo family. I give you 1 day to uncover his true identity. Otherwise, I will personally see to your demise." Sun Mingyu understood that if the Luo family had discovered Luo Qinghan's whereabouts, they would not dispatch a mere boy to infiltrate alone. From his understanding of Luo Qingsheng, he was certain that a multitude of Luo family members would besiege the Sun estate. Now, apart from Jiang Hao, he had seen no other members of the Luo family. In Sun Mingyu's view, Jiang Hao must have discovered Luo Qinghan's whereabouts first, then infiltrated to rescue her while discreetly informing Luo Qingsheng. Thus, he held Jiang Hao solely responsible. Zhang Feng nodded vigorously, "Rest assured. Master, I will uncover the truth." "Humph." Sun Mingyu snorted coldly, his expression seething with anger as he returned to the villa. Just then, he spotted a beautiful maid trembling on the ground. Without hesitation, Sun Mingyu advanced, shedding his bathrobe and pinning the maid beneath him. "Damn it, I'm furious right now," he bellowed. "Relieve my anger." Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already led Luo Qinghan far from the Sun estate and paused in a narrow alley. "That was close. We almost didn't make it," he sighed in relief. slowly releasing Luo Qinghan once he confirmed they were no longer being pursued. Jiang Hao, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. Had it not been for you tonight, I would likely have fallen victim to Sun Mingyu's treachery. The events that transpired earlier send shivers down my spine. I could never have imagined that Sun Mingyu could be so depraved. Yet, in light of these matters, I am even more astounded by your formidable prowess. To infiltrate the Sun family estate single-handedly is no small feat. Nevertheless, it is important to note that you were captured solely because you came to meet me. If I do not devise a plan to rescue you, your elder brother will undoubtedly take my life. As I departed from the Sun residence, I had already informed your brother. He should be arriving shortly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan's brow furrowed instantly. She was acutely aware of her brother Luo Qingshan's temperament, and it was evident that he had previously troubled Jiang Hao. I apologize on behalf of my brother, she said with a tinge of guilt. Just then, a luxurious black sedan came to a halt outside the alley. Luo Qingshan emerged from the vehicle and rushed into the alley. Only after confirming Luo Qinghan's safety did he breathe a sigh of relief. He then cast a fierce glare at Jiang Hao, saying, "Do not presume that I will express gratitude. Ultimately, tonight's turmoil is your fault. If it were not for you, that beast Sun Mingyu would not have dared to abduct my sister." Luo Qingshan's heart was devoid of appreciation for Jiang Hao's timely rescue of Luo Qinghan. Rather, it intensified his disdain for him. In his view, since Jiang Hao was aware of Luo Qinghan's whereabouts, he should have informed him at once. Only by surrounding the Sun family could the safety of Luo Qinghan be ensured, rather than infiltrating the Sun estate alone as Jiang Hao did. Now, having saved Luo Qinghan, Jiang Hao summoned him, which Luo Qingshan interpreted as a slight against him. "Brother, how can you treat Jiang Hao this way? If it were not for his timely appearance tonight, I might have lost my life." Luo Qinghan was utterly astonished that her brother would speak so harshly to Jiang Hao under such circumstances. "Sister, despite this fellow saving you, it was merely by chance. He knew you were not taken by the Black Wolf team, so why did he not inform me immediately? What if he had failed to rescue you while daring to invade the Sun estate alone?" At this juncture, Luo Qingshan turned to Jiang Hao, adding, "However, since you successfully saved my sister, I must extend some form of acknowledgement." With a casual gesture, 2 bodyguards in black entered, placing 4 black briefcases before Jiang Hao. "Inside is 10 million in cash, a reward for your efforts. Should you wish to join the Luo family in the future, feel free to contact me." Having said this, Luo Qingshan decisively departed with Luo Qinghan, forbidding her from exchanging further words with Jiang Hao, his demeanor exceedingly domineering. "Tch, what an insufferable buffoon." Bah! Jiang Hao regarded Luo Qingshan's arrogance with disdain. Nonetheless, he did not decline the 5 million offered. At this juncture, money was of paramount importance to Jiang Hao. Why refuse something that is freely given? Subsequently, Jiang Hao turned and exited the alley, returning to the base of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps. Due to the Luo family's sudden and fervent purge of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps within the South China main city, Zhang Yan's subordinates suffered significant losses. He had not anticipated such a turn of events from the Luo family. Left with no choice, he could only flee the city under cover of night, taking refuge in a secluded forest outside. What on earth is happening? Why would the Luo family act so ruthlessly? Zhang Yan counted his men and discovered that over half had perished at the hands of the Luo family, igniting a flame of fury within him. Furthermore, the 2 subordinates he dispatched to assassinate Jiang Hao last night had also failed, exposing their whereabouts, with the Extreme Path Martial Arts School on one side and the Luo family on the other. Zhang Yan found himself in a precarious situation. "Brother, it is said that the Luo family's young lady has gone missing. At the site of her disappearance, fragments of our Black Wolf team masks were found. This is why Luo Qingshan has taken such drastic measures." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Zhang Yan's fury escalated. The Luo family is one of the 4 foremost noble families in Yin country. Zhang Yan knew well the dire consequences of crossing them. Moreover, Luo Qinghan is the young lady of the Luo family. Even if given 100 lives, he would not dare to act against them. Undoubtedly, this was a deliberate act of framing. Damn it. I do not care what means you employ. You must investigate this matter thoroughly. I want to know who is behind this plot against me. No sooner had Zhang Yan finished speaking than his phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with Lu Jinshan's furious voice. "Zhang Yan, what the hell are you thinking? This is a task assigned to you by Lord Zhao. And you have the audacity to be so negligent? Do you realize that your blunder has made the Extreme Path Martial Arts School suspicious? I am giving you one last chance. If you do not eliminate Jiang Hao, then brace yourself for Lord Ao's wrath." Though Zhang Yan felt immensely displeased by Lu Jinshan's tirade, he could only stifle his anger. Prosecutor Liu, you are aware of the events that transpired today. To evade the Luo family, I had no choice but to leave the South China main city and lay low. But rest assured, since I have promised Lord Zhao that I will eliminate Jiang Hao, I will see it through. With that, Zhang Yin decisively hung up the phone. He then turned to his subordinate. Where's Jiang Hao now, brother? According to my sources, Jiang Hao has remained at the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base. Additionally, he has secured a spot in the God of War training camp and is unlikely to be here for much longer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin clenched his fists. No wonder Zhao Changming is so anxious. It turns out Jiang Hao is set to enter the God of War training camp. If that happens, there will be no more opportunities left. At that point, Zhao Changming will surely kill me. Brother, what should we do now? His anxious subordinate asked. What else can we do? We must find a way to kill him before he reaches the God of War training camp, Zhang Yin declared. His eyes filled with murderous intent. I refuse to believe that as a formidable warrior of the God of War level, I cannot eliminate him. Chapter 67. Lin Jinbei, you have raised a fine son. As Zhang Yin and his cohorts plotted against Jiang Hao, Lin Jinbei had hurriedly returned to the Tianhe base city. Upon his arrival home, the captain of the enforcement team, Gu Hang, personally brought Lin Zilong to the Lin family. Although Lin Zilong had only been imprisoned for a few days, he had endured immense suffering. His body was covered in wounds, and he appeared gaunt, causing Lin Jinbei great distress. Wang Ruoyao, upon learning of this situation, rushed out in a flurry. Seeing her son's condition, she wept uncontrollably and embraced Lin Zilong. Mom, I thought I would never see you again. During his imprisonment, Lin Zilong had lived in constant fear, now that he had finally returned home. The grievances he felt surged forth like a tidal wave, and he broke down in tears. Lin, old brother, I must say, you truly have a knack for things. I never imagined your relationship with young master's son was so close. Had I known you were in such favor with him, I would never have dared to apprehend your son. Yu Hung flattered with a smile. Rest assured, your son has only suffered superficial injuries. With a warrior's healing capabilities, he will be back to his former self in 2 days. Initially, Gu Hong had no intention of releasing Lin Zilong, as he needed a scapegoat after offending the Luo family. However, he had not anticipated the Sun family's intervention. Sun Mingyu used his connections to compel him to release Lin Zilong, and Gu Hang dared not defy him. Thus, he returned Lin Zilong home overnight. Gu Hang, mark my words, this matter is far from over. You have left my son in this state, and I will settle this score with you in due time. Now, leave the Lin family at once. Although Lin Zilong had returned safely, Lin Jinbei remained furious with Gu Hang. Had it not been for Sun Mingyu's intervention, his son would surely have perished at Gu Hang's hands. However, as Gu Hang was the captain of the enforcement team in Tianhe Bay City, Lin Jinbei dared not act against him directly, resorting only to verbal threats. Gu Hang, fully aware that Lin Jinbei would not dare to attack him, smiled slightly. Since you are so enraged, I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, he turned and hurriedly departed. Lin Zilong then approached Lin Jinbei. Dad, you must avenge me. Ultimately, I was captured because of Jiang Hao. Zhao Wei was clearly the one who killed him. Why was I the one who was arrested? I nearly died in prison. With reddened eyes, Lin Zilong's hatred for Jiang Hao intensified. Fear not, my son. Jiang Hao will not escape justice. He has joined the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps and remains in the South China main city. Lord Zhao will not let him off lightly. Lin Jinbei had long since extinguished any feelings for Jiang Hao, this so-called eldest son, regarding him as nothing more than a stranger, his gaze chillingly cold. Subsequently, Lin Jinbei briefly recounted to Lin Zilong the events of recent times. Upon learning that Jiang Yin had participated in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy's graduation assessment ahead of schedule and graduated with top honors, Lin Zilong's envy for Jiang Hao intensified. In his view, his innate potential far surpassed that of Jiang Hao. It was merely unfortunate luck that allowed Jiang Hao to outshine him. Were it not for his imprisonment, he too would have had the opportunity to partake in the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy's graduation assessment in advance. At that moment, he would have been the one in the limelight, not Jiang Hao. Zilong, what you need to focus on now is resting well. Once you have recuperated, I will ensure you can participate in the graduation assessment ahead of time as well. Moreover, Sun Mingyu has already assured me that I will soon become the head supervisor of the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy's headquarters. When that day comes, I will arrange for you to enter the headquarters as the direct disciple of the chief. Upon hearing this, Lin Zilong's previously grim expression softened considerably, even revealing a hint of pride. He had already devised a plan. Once he officially ascended to the rank of battle general, he would seek revenge on Jiang Hao. He yearned to personally eliminate him, just as the father and son indulged in visions of their future. The butler, Zhang Ping, rushed in, his expression urgent. Master, a distinguished guest has arrived. Before Zhang Ping could finish, Sun Mingyu, the second young master of the Sun family, strode in as if he owned the place. Sun, young master. Lin Jinbei, Lin Zilong, and even Wang Ruiyao were startled into standing up immediately. They had never anticipated that Sun Mingyu would visit their Lin family at such a late hour. Sun Mingyu, his countenance dark and stormy, took a seat at the main table, accompanied by several bodyguards from the Sun family. Young master Sun, what brings you here at this hour? Lin Jinbei inquired nervously, eyeing his view. Sun Mingyu was notoriously lascivious, and at this hour he must have intended to engage in unsavory pursuits with Luo Qinghan. Yet, he had not done so, which clearly indicated that something unexpected had transpired. Lin Jinbei, you have raised a fine son. Are you aware of what Jiang Hao has done tonight? Sun Mingyu could no longer contain his fury, promptly seizing a chair beside him and smashing it down onto Lin Jinbei's head. With a resounding crash, the chair shattered into pieces. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zilong clenched his fists. Sun Mingyu. Before Lin Zilong could finish his words, Lin Jinbei immediately intervened, scolding, "Get out! Who allowed you to disrespect young master Sun? Return to your room, madam. You should leave as well." Lin Jinbei, a battle god-level martial artist, was physically robust. Being struck by a wooden chair had scarcely affected him. However, the intensity of Sun Mingyu's rage signified that a grave incident had occurred tonight. Most likely, Jiang Hao had sabotaged his dealings with Luo Qinghan. Lin Zilong intended to continue speaking, but was forcibly pulled away by Wang Ruiyao, who let him out. At that moment, Sun Mingyu spoke coldly. Tonight was supposed to be my wedding night with Luo Qinghan, but just then, Jiang Hao barged in. If it weren't for him, Luo Qinghan would already be mine. The more Sun Mingyu thought about it, the angrier he became, his entire body trembling with rage. After Jiang Hao had left with Luo Qinghan, Sun Mingyu had instructed Zhang Feng to investigate Jiang Hao's identity. A cursory search revealed everything. It turned out that the young man who had intruded upon the Sun family estate was none other than Lin Jinbei's eldest son. Jiang Hao, he had no ties to the Luo family and had not even notified Luo Qingsheng or the others from the Luo family. From beginning to end, he had been played by Jiang Hao and Luo Qinghan. Sun Mingyu could not swallow this humiliation, which was why he had stormed into the Lin family late at night. Chapter 68. Is Jiang Hao doomed, son? Young master, are you implying that Jiang Hao infiltrated the Sun family estate alone and rescued Luo Qinghan? That seems rather implausible. Lin Jinbei was unsure of Jiang Hao's current strength, but he believed that even if Jiang Hao possessed great potential, he could at most be at the first level of battle general. Moreover, the Sun family estate was heavily guarded, with Zhang Feng, a battle god level 7th tier martial artist, present. How could Jiang Hao possibly infiltrate alone? Moreover, how could he have safely left with Luo Qinghan? Lin Jinbei found it utterly inconceivable. Do you think I would intentionally deceive you? Sun Mingyu slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I assure you, everything I've said tonight is the absolute truth. I do not know what means Jiang Hao employed to evade the watchful eyes of so many bodyguards. But he indeed rescued Luo Qinghan. Lin Jinbei, you were handling tonight's affairs rather well until your son ruined my plans. Let me be clear, if you do not bring Jiang Hao before me, I guarantee you will meet a most unpleasant demise. Lin Jinbei was left dumbfounded by these words. How could such a situation arise? He simply could not fathom how Jiang Hao had achieved this. Even if a significant portion of the Sun family's bodyguards were asleep, as long as someone of Zhang Feng's caliber was present, Jiang Hao should not have been able to succeed. After a brief silence, Lin Jinbei hastily replied, Young master son, although I am unsure how Jiang Hao accomplished this, since it was indeed his doing, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. However, Jiang Hao is currently at the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base. If he does not come out, it will be impossible to capture him. I implore you to grant me a few more days. Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Sun Mingyu interrupted him. You dare attempt to stall for time? Do you have any idea that Jiang Hao is about to join the Battle God training camp? I am giving you just one day, tomorrow. If you manage to capture Jiang Hao, or if you deliberately let him go, I will ensure that the Lin family vanishes from this world. With that, Sun Mingyu promptly departed, accompanied by numerous bodyguards from the Sun family. His visit tonight was not only to reprimand Lin Jinbei, but also to inform him of Jiang Hao's situation. Regardless of whether Lin Jinbei took action, Sun Mingyu was indifferent. He had already prepared Zhang Yin for what was to come. He had received news that in 2 days, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, Duan Hong, would bring Jiang Hao to the Battle God training camp. Thus, the time left for him was merely one final day. Should Lin Jinbei choose to act against Jiang Hao, coupled with Zhao Changming, they would form a triad of forces against him. Sun Mingyu was confident that under such circumstances, Jiang Hao would be doomed. At that moment, Lin Junbei stood frozen in place. The news of Jiang Hao's solitary intrusion into the Sun family and subsequent safe departure had already left him in disbelief. Now, he learned that Jiang Hao was also joining the Battle God training camp. How could this be? Hadn't he just graduated from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, no matter how exceptional his talent? He could not possibly meet the qualifications for entering the Battle God training camp. Moreover, the slots for the Battle God training camp had already been determined this year. How could it suddenly change to include Jiang Hao? The events of tonight were overwhelming, and Lin Junbei found it difficult to process. Just then, Lin Zilong and Wang Ruoyao slowly returned. They had not left but had instead hidden nearby to eavesdrop. Both wore expressions of incredulity. "Father, why is it that Jiang Hao can join the Battle God training camp? What gives him the right? He merely participated in the graduation assessment early and achieved first place. That hardly warrants entry into the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy's Battle God training camp." Lin Zilong's heart brimmed with jealousy upon learning this news. Although the Fenlei Martial Arts Academy's circumstances differed from those of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, he understood what the Battle God training camp represented. Successfully entering the Battle God training camp meant that Jiang Hao would inevitably become a Battle God-level martial artist in the future. Furthermore, he would not be just an ordinary Battle God. His strength would likely exceed the 5th tier. He could not comprehend why Jiang Hao was granted entry into such a prestigious training camp. Husband, could it be that Hao has concealed his true strength? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to infiltrate the Sun family and leave unscathed, Wang Ruoyao pondered, considering that the most plausible explanation was that Jiang Hao had hidden his abilities, perhaps far surpassing their expectations. Impossible. Lin Junbei shook his head resolutely at her words. "I am quite certain that when Jiang Hao left Tianhe Base City, I carefully sensed his aura. I even dispatched people to investigate him discreetly at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. When he graduated, he was merely an ordinary 10th-tier martial artist. Even if he encountered some fortuitous event in the past few days, he would at most be at the first level of Battle General. The prerequisites for entering the Battle God training camp, based on previous years, require one to be close to the Battle God level. No matter how much Jiang Hao might have concealed his strength, he could not approach that level. At this point, Lin Junbei clenched his fists, asserting, "In my view, this lad's entry into the Battle God training camp may well be due to some backdoor dealings. It is highly likely that the Luo family assisted him. It is precisely for this reason that tonight, Jiang Hao would go to great lengths to rescue Luo Qinghan. Damn it. How could this brat be so fortunate?" Lin Junbei, completely unaware of Jiang Hao's status as a mentalist, could only suspect that the Luo family was extending their assistance. After all, the Luo family shares an exceptionally close relationship with Mo Wanshan, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, considering the Luo family's standing in Yin Nation, facilitating Jiang Hao's entry into the War God training camp would be a trivial matter. "I refuse to accept this. I refuse." Lin Zilong roared in frustration, lamenting why all these fortunate events seemed to fall upon Jiang Hao while he was left with nothing. If he truly entered the War God training camp, there would be no chance for me to catch up to his strength in this lifetime. "Father, am I destined to be trampled under Jiang Hao's feet for all eternity? If that is the case, I would rather perish in a cell." As soon as Lin Zilong finished speaking, Lin Junbei, filled with fury, slapped him across the face, the sharp sound echoing throughout the hall. The force of the slap was so strong that it sent Lin Zilong sprawling to the ground. "Lin Zilong, should you dare to wallow in despair again, I will be the first to render you incapacitated. I sacrificed everything to rescue you, and this is how you repay me. Let me tell you. There is no way Jiang Hao will make it to the War God training camp. He has offended far too many people, and even if I wish to protect him, there would be no opportunity left. On one side is the Sun family, and on the other is Zhao Changming. Jiang Hao's doomed this time. To avoid offending these two influential figures and to safeguard the future of the Lin family, I must take action against Jiang Hao myself." Chapter 69. Repairing the Battle Armor. The eccentric old man. The next day, Jiang Hao received news from Duan Hong early in the morning, confirming that he would head to the War God training camp the following morning. This meant that today was Jiang Hao's last day in the main city of South Huana. Since he had no pressing matters today, Jiang Hao decided to seek out a reliable martial artist shop to attempt to repair a set of battle armor he had previously acquired. However, as Jiang Hao was not familiar with the main city of South Huana, he sought out Lu Gaozhua for guidance. "Captain, are you aware of which martial artist shop in South Huana is the best? I wish to browse today." Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lu Gaozhua quickly responded, "You have come to the right person. The best martial artist shop in South Huana is located at number 36 Qingyuan Street." Although the shop is not large and appears quite old-fashioned, lacking even a sign, the owner is quite enigmatic. Not only does the shop offer a variety of powerful weapons and armor, but the owner himself is also a seasoned blacksmith. It is said that he is a rare high-tier blacksmith. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes instantly lit up. Although the battle armor he possessed was a replica of the dark gold magic armor, it was by no means something just anyone could repair, and the high-tier blacksmith mentioned by Lu Gaozhua is a unique profession that arises alongside martial artists. Currently, all weapons, armor, and even high-tech weaponry are manufactured by blacksmiths, ranging from entry-level to low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, and the strongest, super-tier. A high-tier blacksmith signifies the ability to craft and repair S-grade equipment. Thank you for the information, Captain. I will head to number 36 Qingyuan Street right away. Just as Jiang Hao was about to depart, Lu Gaozhua suddenly called out to him. Wait, Jiang Hao, your current status is special. It is too dangerous for you to go out alone. If you are heading to no. 36 Qingyuan Street, I will have Gao Feng accompany you. Tomorrow, Jiang Hao will be heading to the War God training camp, and Lu Gaozhua does not want anything untoward to happen to him on this final day. However, Jiang Hao immediately shook his head. Captain, if I recall correctly, you all have a mission today as well. Brother Gao is similarly occupied with tasks. I am merely going to a martial artist shop, and there will be no danger involved. As for the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, there is no need for concern. The Luo family swept through the main city of South Huana yesterday. Those from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps have likely fled long ago. Jiang Hao did not want anyone following him wherever he went. He could not bear such a life of surveillance. Lu Gaozhua fell into a brief silence before sighing. Very well, just be cautious. Additionally, the owner of the shop at number 36 Qingyuan Street has a peculiar temper, so do not provoke him. Lu Gaozhua was also aware that the Luo family had suddenly swept through South Huana, capturing members of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. Although he was unclear as to why the Luo family acted in such a manner, it was evident that the members of the Black Wolf squad had fled the main city of South Huana. After all, the main city of South Huana was heavily guarded, with law enforcement and martial artist troops visible everywhere. As long as Jiang Hao did not leave the main city during the day, he would not face significant danger. With Lu Gaozhua's approval, Jiang Hao hastily departed from the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base. Soon, he arrived at the shop located at number 36 Qingyuan Street. As described by Lu Gaozhua, the shop lacked a sign, the lighting was dim, and the interior was exceedingly worn down. Various foul-smelling garbage was even piled up at the entrance point. One could easily mistake it for a return to the Grey Plains district. In stark contrast to the bustling South Huana, this place felt completely out of place. After observing for a moment, Jiang Hao strode into the shop. Before him lay an array of weapons and armor, all exquisitely crafted and of remarkably high quality, generally around A grade, truly deserving of its reputation as a high-tier blacksmith. Jiang Hao marveled, and suddenly, an unkempt old man with graying hair emerged from a small room. He scrutinized Jiang Hao from head to toe and coldly inquired, "Here to buy weapons or armor? I have no time to attend to you. Take what you want. Each piece of equipment has a clearly marked price, and bargaining is not accepted. Take it or leave it." After uttering this, the old man picked up a hammer and retreated into the small room. Jiang Hao, seeing this, quickly called out to him, "Sir, I would like to request your assistance in repairing a piece of battle armor." Repair battle armor. The old man furrowed his brow slightly at Jiang Hao's words, turning to face him. "What battle armor do you wish to repair? If it is some worthless armor, I suggest you dispose of it directly. Repairing it is hardly worthwhile. Rest assured, it is not worthless armor." Jiang Hao smiled faintly, retrieving the battle armor he had obtained from Zhao Wei from his storage ring. "What, this? This is actually a replica of the dark gold magic armor. If I remember correctly, it should be called the black gold armor." The old man's excitement was palpable as he put on a pair of glasses to examine it closely. "Not bad. Not bad. The craftsmanship of the person who made this black gold armor is commendable. Currently, the damage to the armor is not severe, so it can indeed be repaired." Seeing the old man's interest, Jiang Hao inquired, "Sir, how long will the repair take? Price is not an issue. If special materials are required, I can go purchase them immediately." For Jiang Hao at this stage, the black gold armor is of utmost importance, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. However, at this moment, the old man unexpectedly shook his head. "I'm afraid I did not say I would help you repair it. Repairing such replica armor is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. I am currently occupied with other matters and have no time to assist you. You should seek someone else." With that, the old man decisively turned and re-entered the small room. Jiang Hao fell silent. realizing that he had finally encountered a high-tier blacksmith. Yet the old man had no intention of repairing the armor. He hurriedly approached the small room, but the old man emerged wielding a hammer. "You little brat, did you not hear me say to find someone else? This room is my workshop. Who allowed you to enter so casually? Step any closer, and I will shatter your skull." The old man bellowed in irritation. "Sir, please calm down. While I am uncertain of what you are busy with, I still wish to request your help for the repair. You may set any conditions, and I will comply." Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, the old man scoffed derisively. "Very well. If you want me to repair your armor, then you must bring me a mentalist. Otherwise, get lost." Chapter 70. Six-blade arc knife disc, a new type of psychic weapon. A mentalist? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. "Sir, why do you need a mentalist?" The old man, already in a foul mood, grew increasingly impatient with Jiang Hao's persistent questioning. In a fit of anger, he shouted, "Get lost. Do you know how precious my time is?" Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly gleamed with a brilliant blue light. Several throwing knives on the nearby table seemed to respond to an invisible force, instantly levitating into the air and dancing according to Jiang Hao's will. The old man was left dumbfounded at the sight. "What the hell? You are actually a mentalist." Upon learning of Jiang Hao's identity, the elderly man with white hair immediately altered his demeanor. With a warm smile, he grasped Jiang Hao's hand and said, "My young brother, why didn't you mention this sooner? Repairing a mere black gold battle armor is a simple task that I can resolve today. However, you must assist me with a small favor first." Without waiting for Jiang Hao's response, he eagerly led him into the workshop. In stark contrast to the chaotic exterior, the workshop was immaculate and organized. As Jiang Hao surveyed the surroundings, his gaze was drawn to a peculiar weapon displayed on the workbench. It resembled a disc, approximately 1 meter in diameter, constructed from 6 curved blades that formed a circular structure. The blades could extend and rotate, resembling a colossal dart. Noticing Jiang Hao's expression, the old man beamed with pride and remarked, "Young lad, I assume you have never encountered such a unique weapon. To be candid, this is my latest invention, which I have dubbed the six-blade arc disc. This is no ordinary weapon. It is a telekinetic weapon. If successfully crafted, its strength will reach at least S grade." "What? A telekinetic weapon?" Jiang Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was the first time he had seen such a semi-finished telekinetic weapon, and one of S-grade strength at that. Although he already possessed an S-grade telekinetic weapon, Bloodthorn, he felt an inexplicable aura emanating from the six-blade arc disc before him. Its potential might even surpass that of Bloodthorn. "Old sir, what exactly do you wish for my assistance with? Is it related to this six-blade arc disc?" The white-haired elder nodded eagerly. "Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that this six-blade arc disc is the most satisfying creation of my life. Alas, to fully manufacture a telekinetic weapon, one crucial step is indispensable. It requires a mentalist to infuse it with telekinetic energy in advance. Only then can the weapon's various data be accurately tested." At this point, the elder sighed helplessly. Mentalists are exceedingly rare. In over a decade, not a single mentalist has emerged in the main city of South China. Moreover, those renowned mentalists would never come to assist me. Out of desperation, I have tried various other means to test the six-blade arc disc, but the results have been unsatisfactory, leading us to this moment. At last, I have found a mentalist, young brother. As long as you help me test the six-blade arc disc, I can promise you anything. The elderly man held Jiang Hao's hand tightly, and in that moment, he seemed rejuvenated, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Certainly, I have no issue helping you test the six-blade arc disc. However, I must depart from the main city of South China tomorrow, and today is my only available time." Before Jiang Hao could finish, the elder interjected, "That will suffice. To be precise, I will only need about 3 hours of your time." "And what of my black gold battle armor?" Jiang Hao inquired. "Rest assured, I am no ordinary blacksmith. You assist me with the six-blade arc disc, and I will repair your armor the moment you complete the test. I will have your armor ready." The elder spoke with utmost confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao replied, "Very well, it's a deal." The white-haired man quickly compiled a list based on the damage to Jiang Hao's black gold battle armor. "You are quite fortunate. I happen to have all the materials required for repairing the black gold battle armor in my shop. Including my labor costs for the repair, you will only need to provide me with 2 million for the materials." Upon hearing this price, Jiang Hao was genuinely astonished. It was not due to the exorbitance of the cost. Rather, he found it surprisingly affordable. After all, the black gold battle armor was an S-grade armor, inherently valuable, with a market price of at least 20 million. He had anticipated that repairing the armor would cost several million. This was precisely why he had accepted the money from Luo Qinxing without hesitation the previous night. Now, the elder was quoting him only 2 million, which left Jiang Hao in disbelief. You need not be overly astonished. I earn my living solely through my craftsmanship and am not a charlatan. You assist me with testing the 6-blade arc disc, and I will help you repair your armor. There is no reason for me to charge extra. Once the payment was settled, you can take the 6-blade arc disc to the adjacent room for testing. I will provide you with a form, and you can conduct the test as outlined. Jiang Hao nodded eagerly. No problem. By the way, may I know your name? Old Sir, Feng Qingyu. The elder replied nonchalantly, handing Jiang Hao a form to take with him as he departed for the adjacent room. While he remained in the workshop, focused on repairing the black gold battle armor, Jiang Hao silently committed the name to memory, transferred 2 million to Feng Qingyu, and hurried into the next room. This was a dedicated combat chamber for testing the strength of weapons and armor. Scattered throughout were signs of battle, including numerous damaged weapons and armor. After a brief inspection, Jiang Hao gently placed the 6-blade arc disc before him. The moment Jiang Hao infused his telekinetic energy into the 6-blade arc disc, it erupted with a brilliant golden light, as if activated. The 6 curved blades danced around him in an exhilarating display. With a mere thought, the blades swiftly converged, reforming into a disc-shaped. In this state, the 6-blade arc disc exhibited its utmost attacking power. When dispersed, it resembled Jiang Hao's bloodthorn, capable of executing rapid, successive strikes, each possessing formidable strength. Furthermore, while manipulating the 6-blade arc disc, Jiang Hao discovered that these 6 unique curved blades could not only form a circular shape but could also adapt to his will, taking on various other special forms, showcasing remarkable functionality. They could even instantaneously transform into a shield, providing substantial defensive capabilities. Impressive, Jiang Hao exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Just as he was engrossed in testing the 6-blade arc disc, Zhang Yin, hiding within the Xingyuan mountain range, received a message from his subordinates. A sinister smile crept across his face as he thought, at last, Jiang Hao has left the mercenary base. Listen up, all of you. Immediately infiltrate the main city of South China. I don't care what methods you use, but you must lure Jiang Hao to the black market. I intend to eliminate him with my own hands there. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hao meticulously tested the various parameters of the 6-blade arc disc according to the form. To his astonishment, he discovered that this was far from a semi-finished product. It was, in fact, a fully completed weapon. All data met the standards, and its power was astonishing. After using it for just a brief period, Jiang Hao found himself enamored with the 6-blade arc disc. Even though Bloodthorn possessed a unique effect of exacerbating wounds, it paled in comparison to the 6-blade arc disc. In Jiang Hao's eyes, this weapon was nearing SS grade in both form and power. Such an exceptional telekinetic weapon delighted him immensely. He resolved to inquire about its price. If it was reasonable, he would acquire it without hesitation. Just as he finished his thought, the door to the combat chamber swung open abruptly. Feng Qingyu entered with a rather grim expression. Jiang Hao, noticing his demeanor, quickly asked, Old Sir, you appear troubled. Did something go wrong with the armor repair? Not precisely, Feng Qingyu replied, somewhat embarrassed. I was so focused on the 6-blade arc disc that I made an error while assessing the damage to your armor. To repair your black gold battle armor, I require a crucial material known as secret steel. Unfortunately, this material is exceedingly scarce, and I do not have any in my shop. As far as I know, several weapon shops in the main city of South China are also out of stock. To procure secret steel, you may have to venture to the black market. At this revelation, Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. The black market. There is such a place in the main city of South China. He was well aware of the significance of secret steel. Armor crafted from secret steel could automatically adjust its shape and size according to the wearer's physique and movements, ensuring a perfect fit that provided optimal protection. Even a mediocre piece of secret steel could fetch over $1 million, and it was often in short supply. This was why Jiang Hao had been so taken aback by Feng Qingyu's quote of 2 million. Indeed, within the main city of South China, there existed a chaotic area, a lawless zone where various factions mingled. Originally, this territory did not belong to the main city, but was part of a nearby small village. Eventually, a remarkably powerful warrior arrived and established dominance over the region through sheer strength. In this place, as long as one had money, they could acquire anything they desired, including contraband. Although this area has since been incorporated into the main city of South China, the warrior ruling this unique territory remained overwhelmingly powerful. Even the government of the Yan Kingdom dares not provoke lightly. Thus, as long as the region does not witness overly severe incidents, the government will refrain from intervening. Consequently, a black market has emerged. After a brief introduction, Feng Qingyu spoke solemnly. Jiang Hao, I must advise against your solitary venture into the black market. It is fraught with peril. As a mental practitioner, should misfortune befall you, it would constitute a tremendous loss for the Yen Kingdom. How about this? You can store your black gold battle armor with me for the time being. I will keep an eye on the merchants in the vicinity, and should any secret steel become available, I shall procure it at the earliest opportunity. Then, I will restore the black gold battle armor to its entirety and personally deliver it to you. Without requiring any further payment, what do you think? Feng Qingyu was already aware that Jiang Hao had completed the testing of the six-blade arc knife disc, yet he had failed to fulfill his promise to repair the black gold battle armor. Leaving him with an overwhelming sense of guilt, Feng Qingyu has always valued his commitments. When he promises something to another, he feels compelled to see it through, even if secret steel is exceedingly rare. He must find a way to acquire it, lest he lose his peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately shook his head. Mr. Feng, I appreciate your kindness, but the black gold battle armor is of utmost importance to me at this juncture. I simply cannot afford to wait any longer. Thus I have resolved to venture into the black market. At these words, Feng Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. This is highly inappropriate if you were to encounter danger. Without allowing Feng Qingyu to finish, Jiang Hao interjected, Mr. Feng, rest assured, if I have the audacity to enter the black market, I possess ample confidence. However, as a precaution, I would like to borrow the six-blade arc knife disc. Jiang Hao was not brimming with overconfidence. He currently wielded the secret technique of the Luo clan, the flowing light and shadow, which would enable him to evade capture. In this scenario, coupled with the six-blade arc knife disc, he believed he could contend with even a god of war-level warrior. Very well, take it. Feng Qingyu replied after a moment's hesitation, nodding slightly. The black market is located to the southwest of the South China main city. Simply follow this direction, and you shall naturally come upon the entrance to the black market. Although the black market is within the jurisdiction of the South China main city, it essentially exists as an independent enclave. Remember, if you encounter any danger, you must immediately withdraw from the black market. I will find another way to procure the secret steel. After offering a few final words of caution, Jiang Hao departed the shop with the six-blade arc knife disc in hand, striding swiftly in the direction indicated by Feng Qingyu. Shortly thereafter, a black stone tablet loomed before him, boldly inscribed with the words Black Market, though separated by merely a street. The environmental disparity between the two sides was stark. The path ahead was dim, and scarcely a soul could be seen on the streets. The members of the law enforcement team, who had previously patrolled the area, dared not tread into the black market lightly, as if it were a place of great trepidation, dissuading all from entering. This was largely due to the fact that the ruler of the black market harbored a strong aversion to the law enforcement personnel. Should they enter the black market without his permission, the consequences would be dire. However, despite the absence of law enforcement, the black market operated with its own distinct system. It had established clear rules. No harm was to befall the elderly. Women, children, or ordinary citizens, violators would face lethal retribution. Jiang Hao found it hard to fathom that such a place could exist within the South China main city. After observing the entrance to the black market for a moment, he boldly stepped inside. Passers-by regarded him with distinctly curious gazes, as though he were a rare curiosity. After all, it was exceedingly uncommon for a young man like Jiang Hao to dare to enter the black market alone. Just as Jiang Hao was wandering through the black market, several shadows emerged behind him. All were members of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. Without exerting any effort, they were astonished that he had ventured into the black market alone. Shall we strike and eliminate him? One suggested. No, the boss has made it clear that Jiang Hao must be dealt with personally. You two hurry and inform the boss that Jiang Hao has entered the black market. I will continue to shadow him. This time, we must ensure his demise. Chapter 72. Encountering a black shop in the black market, strong-armed extortion. From the moment Jiang Hao stepped into the black market, he felt the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes upon him. He was aware of the shadows that silently followed him, yet he paid them no mind. Just then, a stooped old woman hobbled around the corner ahead, forcing a grim smile upon her face as her gaze locked onto Jiang Hao. Young man, judging by your appearance, do you perhaps seek something within this black market, longing to uncover treasures? Her voice carried a hint of confidence, as she claimed to be intimately familiar with every inch of the black market. Whatever you desire, I can guide you. Of course, this service is not without its fee. I require 3,000 yuan as a guide's fee. Is that too much to ask? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao replied coolly, I need secret steel. If you can lead me to it, I'll pay you 3,000 immediately. Although this place was termed a black market, It was essentially an unusual village. The paths were convoluted and dimly lit, and Jiang Hao did not wish to squander too much time in such a locale. A mere 3,000 was not a significant sum for him at this point. Secret steel. The old woman mused for a moment before slowly responding, that is an extremely rare material. However, you have indeed asked the right person, for I know precisely where secret steel is sold. Come, follow me. Since Jiang Hao had entered the black market, the old woman had been discreetly observing him. His audacity to enter alone and his desire to purchase such a rare material indicated that he was no ordinary individual. With this thought, a subtle, wicked smile crept upon her lips. Under the old woman's guidance, Jiang Hao navigated through several narrow streets until they arrived at a dimly lit alleyway. There stood a martial artist shop with a weathered sign. At its entrance lounged a wolf dog, its eyes of fierce crimson, fixated on Jiang Hao with an insatiable hunger, as if he were prey, drooling with greed. Young man, you needn't fear. That toothy beast won't attack unless provoked. This shop may appear decrepit, but it has everything you need, including secret steel. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire inside. The old woman, noticing Jiang Hao's momentary pause, hastened to reassure him. Fear. Since I dared to enter the black market alone. Do you truly believe I would be afraid? Jiang Hao nonchalantly produced 3,000 yuan and handed it to the old woman before striding into the shop. The wolf dog, just as the old woman had claimed, merely watched him without any intent to attack. Upon entering the shop, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement, rose slowly from his reclined seat. You look rather unfamiliar. Young man, did I assume this is your first visit to the black market? As a new customer, I can offer you a 10% discount on any purchase. Jiang Hao said nothing more, simply stating, I would like a piece of secret steel. If you have it, please name your price. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Secret steel is indeed rare and seldom seen, but you've come to the right place. We do have a piece in stock. However, a sly smile crept across his face. Secret steel is far too precious for me to part with lightly. If you wish to acquire it, you must offer something of equal rarity in exchange. Of course, you may refuse, but I believe in this vast black market. I alone possess secret steel. This. Jiang Hao merely smiled, casually extracting a complete dream scale from his storage ring and tossing it onto the table. Initially, the middle-aged man paid it no mind, assuming it to be mere scales from a peculiar beast. Yet when he examined the scales closely, his eyes widened in disbelief. To ensure he was not mistaken, he gingerly picked up the dream scale for a meticulous inspection. It was indeed a genuine dream scale. The middle-aged man gasped, his expression one of utter astonishment. Simultaneously, his interest in Jiang Hao's identity deepened. In this world, a complete dream scale was exceedingly rare, and the fact that Jiang Hao could so readily produce one piqued his greed. In his mind, the middle-aged man speculated that if Jiang Hao could so easily present a dream scale, he likely possessed other valuable treasures as well. After all, Jiang Hao had entered the black market unaccompanied. What harm could come from eliminating him? With this thought, the middle-aged man smiled slightly, turning to open a safe. He retrieved a block of dark golden material resembling a brick, which was none other than the secret steel Jiang Hao had long sought. However, just as Jiang Hao reached for the secret steel, the shop's doors suddenly slammed shut. The wolf dog that had previously lounged at the entrance now stood behind him, poised for battle. This is no ordinary wolf dog, but rather a sinister beast raised by the boss, the steel-toothed hound. Its prowess has ascended to the 3rd tier of beast general. Young man, if you desire the secret steel, it is within your reach. The middle-aged man sneered coldly, yet you must barter all your possessions in exchange. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly be torn to shreds by this steel-toothed hound today. His words dripped with a blend of menace and confidence, clearly indicating his readiness to seize all of Jiang Hao's treasures. What luck to encounter a black shop upon entering the black market. A sardonic smile curled at the corner of Jiang Hao's lips. But do you truly believe you can intimidate me like this? Before his words could fully dissipate, Jiang Hao's figure vanished in an instant from the presence of the middle-aged man. Before the latter could comprehend the situation, a flash of steel glimmered past. The steel-toothed hound, which had been glaring at Jiang Hao from behind, collapsed into a pool of blood, dismembered. What? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in horror. That was a beast general he had nurtured for many years. And it was dispatched in the blink of an eye. Just as he was reeling from shock, Jiang Nian silently appeared behind him. A razor-sharp wind-cleaving blade pressed against his neck, should Jiang Hao desire. This man's head would roll at once. I have no time to waste on trifles with a person like you. Jiang Hao's voice was as cold as steel. Hand over the secret steel, or your fate shall mirror that of that beast. The middle-aged man was a battle general himself, yet he had never anticipated that such a young lad could possess such terrifying strength. Trembling in fear, Cold sweat streamed down his brow. In the grips of overwhelming dread, he unhesitatingly handed the secret steel to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao took the secret steel. He simultaneously seized the dream scales. Following that, he delivered a forceful kick to the middle-aged man. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, the middle-aged man was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Hao cast a cold glance at him before pushing open the shop door and stepping out slowly. At that moment, he noticed the elderly woman from before still waiting at the entrance. "You wretched old crone, did you deliberately lead me to this den of thieves, thinking I was unaware?" With a casual wave of his hand. The elderly woman had no chance to react before her head fell to the ground. Chapter 73. The Black Wolf Squad's Ambush. Jiang Hao in peril in the black market. Although there are no law enforcement officers, there are overseers. This place, seemingly a chaotic mix of fish and dragons, is actually bound by the rules of the black market. Should an outsider recklessly kill those living within, the consequences upon being captured by these overseers would be dire. Jiang Hao had no intention of lingering here. After eliminating the elderly woman, he hurriedly made his way toward the exit of the black market. Meanwhile, in the Sun family estate in Huanan's main city, Zhang Feng entered with a solemn expression. "Young master, I have received intel that Jiang Hao has ventured into the black market alone." Upon hearing this, Sun Mingyu clenched his fists tightly. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. "Excellent. I have finally awaited this opportunity. Zhang Feng, I don't care what methods you employ. Ensure that Jiang Hao is captured alive. I want him to suffer 1,000 cuts." Recalling that fateful night when Jiang Hao had humiliated him in front of Luo Qinghan, Sun Mingyu gritted his teeth in hatred. What infuriated him further was that immediately after Luo Qinghan's departure, he had been severely reprimanded by his father. This only intensified Sun Mingyu's loathing for Jiang Hao. Initially, upon learning that Duan Hong would personally escort Jiang Hao to the God of War training camp, Sun Mingyu had been quite troubled. After all, Duan Hong was extraordinarily powerful, making it difficult for him to find an opportunity to strike Jiang Hao. However, he never expected Jiang Hao would dare to enter the black market alone. This undoubtedly provided him with an excellent opportunity. "Has there been any movement from Lin Jinbei? Has he made a move against Jiang Hao?" Sun Mingyu asked in a low voice. Zhang Feng shook his head. "Not yet, but he has arrived in Huanan's main city. He is likely still unaware of Jiang Hao's presence in the black market." Upon hearing this, Sun Mingyu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then you should send word to Lin Jinbei about Jiang Hao's presence in the black market. I'm curious to see if he will take action. If he chooses to stand idly by, then he will hold no further value in Sun Mingyu's eyes. If Lin Jinbei acted decisively upon learning of Jiang Hao's presence in the black market, it would signify his obedience. Thus, he would still arrange for Lin Jinbei to enter the Thunder and Wind Martial Arts headquarters. However, should Lin Jinbei refrain from acting or secretly assist Jiang Hao, Sun Mingyu would not hesitate to order the eradication of the Lin family. After receiving Sun Mingyu's directive, Zhang Feng hurriedly departed the Sun family estate to initiate action. He promptly instructed his subordinates to inform Lin Jinbei of Jiang Hao's arrival in the black market. Upon learning this, Lin Jinbei wasted no time in heading to the black market. Zhang Yin of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, Sun Mingyu's personal bodyguard Zhang Feng, and Lin Jinbei, the branch leader of the Thunder and Wind Martial Arts Academy. 3 God of War level warriors nearly simultaneously entered the black market. This unusual occurrence was swiftly noticed by the rulers of the black market. "Sister, 3 God of War level warriors entering our black market simultaneously is a rare sight. Should I send someone to chase them away?" A scarred-faced, robust man looked respectfully at a woman with long purple hair seated by the window. The woman he referred to as sister was the ruler of the black market. Her strength was unfathomable. Not even the government of Yin Nation dared to act against her lightly. Even the leaders of the Thunder and Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academies held her in great apprehension. After a moment of contemplation, the purple-haired woman spoke solemnly. "The black market has never had a rule against others entering. Since they have come to the black market, we naturally welcome them. However, we must send someone to keep an eye on the 3 of them. If they dare to commit mass slaughter within the black market, they shall not be spared." The scarred-faced man nodded slightly, as if recalling something, and whispered, "Sister, there is another particularly notable individual who has also entered the black market today. It is the recently infamous Jiang Hao. I suspect these 3 are actually here for Jiang Hao." The purple-haired woman's brows furrowed at this revelation. This young man actually dares to venture into the black market alone. I must say, his audacity is commendable. Send someone to keep a close watch on him. There might be a captivating spectacle to witness. Understood. The scarred-faced man respectfully replied before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, who had intended to leave the black market, was suddenly surrounded by several shadowy figures as he passed through a dimly lit alley. All of them wore masks from the Black Wolf squad. Leading the pack, Zhang Yin sneered. At last, I have caught a break. Jiang Hao, today I shall see how you can escape from my grasp. As he spoke, he casually removed his Black Wolf mask. He was utterly unconcerned about revealing his identity. For this was the black market. To ensure your demise is clear, allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Zhang Yin, one of the captains of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. In Zhang Yin's eyes, even though Jiang Hao was exceptionally gifted, he had merely just stepped into the battle general tier. He, on the other hand, was a fifth-tier god of war warrior, and the disparity in their strengths was immense. He had ample confidence that he could eliminate Jiang Hao to ensure that the overseers of the black market would not interfere. Zhang Yin immediately unleashed a terrifying aura of a god of war. The black market rules forbade the killing of its inhabitants, but there was no prohibition against acting against an outsider like Jiang Hao. Thus, Zhang Yin resolved to eliminate Jiang Hao here, the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. Observing the multitude of Black Wolf squad members before him, Jiang Hao would be lying if he said he was not anxious. After all, Zhang Yin, standing before him, was a god of war level warrior. However, even so, Jiang Hao did not betray a hint of fear. He coldly declared, Zhang Yin, if I am not mistaken, it was Zhao Changming who sent you to kill me. Correct. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yin laughed twice, congratulating him on his correct guess. Jiang Hao, to be honest, we had no enmity at the outset. I had no need to take such drastic measures against you. However, you have offended Zhao Changming and even killed 2 of my subordinates. Today, I shall not let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, a black steel blade materialized in Zhang Yin's hand, and with a thunderous momentum, he charged toward Jiang Hao. Yet just when he believed that this strike would effortlessly slay Jiang Hao, the latter suddenly vanished before him. What Zhang Yin struck was merely a shadow left by Jiang Hao. The real Jiang Hao appeared to flicker, moving in an instant. How is this possible? Your speed is astonishingly swift. Zhang Yin's martial skill was of the lightning type, known for its incredible explosive power, allowing for lightning-fast speed in a short burst. Yet he could not fathom how a battle general-level warrior, at best at the first tier, could possibly outrun him. Is this conceivable? Chapter 74, Pursuit and Blockade. Jiang Hao encounters Lin Zhenbei. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhang Yin, you are lacking. How is it that a distinguished god of war-level warrior cannot match my speed? You are quite weak. Jiang Hao mocked Zhang Yin while tauntingly gesturing at him, with the pinnacle mastery of the flowing light shadow technique. While Jiang Hao may not be entirely confident in defeating Zhang Yin, escaping safely was well within the realm of possibility. The impudent brat, do you truly believe I cannot deal with you? Zhang Yin was utterly incensed by Jiang Hao's words, enveloped instantly by a tempest of golden lightning. His speed and strength surging to astonishing heights in that very moment, he nearly teleported before Jiang Hao, swinging his blade with ferocious intent. Yet, despite this, his speed fell slightly short, and he struck only the afterimage left by Jiang Hao. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yin unleashed a frenzied assault, showing no hesitation even when he accidentally harmed his own subordinates. Astonishingly, no matter how aggressively he attacked, Jiang Hao always managed to evade him by a hair's breadth. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. What are you all standing there for? Attack him. We cannot allow this brat to escape today. At this moment, Zhang Yin disregarded the dignity befitting a god of war. His sole focus being to eliminate Jiang Hao. As his command echoed, every member of the Black Wolf squad charged towards Jiang Hao, faced with such circumstances. Although Jiang Hao could rely on the speed of his flowing light and shadow technique to evade their strikes, prolonged exertion would severely deplete his stamina, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Thus, he chose not to engage Zhang Yin and the others in prolonged combat, instead darting swiftly out of the black market. Once he left the black market and entered the main city of South China, Zhang Yin and his crew would dare not act recklessly. However, just as Jiang Hao turned to flee, a familiar figure appeared. Zhang Feng, the personal bodyguard of Sun Mingyu, emerged from the side, blocking Jiang Hao's path. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and struck. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's reflexes were sharp enough. He evaded Zhang Feng's attack just in time using the flowing light and shadow technique. Another one. This fellow is even more difficult to deal with than Zhang Yin. A fifth-tier god of war like Zhang Yin was already a headache for Jiang Hao, and now, with the emergence of Zhang Feng, a seventh-tier god of war, his expression grew exceedingly grave. He had anticipated the dangers of entering the black market but had not expected both Zhang Yin and Zhang Feng to appear almost simultaneously. as if they had conspired in advance. Although Zhang Feng felt a twinge of surprise upon seeing Jiang Hao dodge his attack, he masked it well. After all, Jiang Hao had already displayed remarkable speed when he infiltrated the Sun family estate that fateful night. With a cold smirk, he gazed at Zhang Yin, saying, "You're the leader of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps and a first-rate powerhouse, yet you cannot handle a mere brat. How did you come to be here?" Zhang Yin, equally astonished by Zhang Feng's appearance, replied coldly, "Zhang Feng, I care not what your motives are for being here, but you shall not hinder my hunt for Jiang Hao. He is my prey. If you dare obstruct me, the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps will not let this slide." Zhang Yin was completely oblivious to the events that transpired that night at the Sun family estate. He could not fathom why Zhang Feng had suddenly appeared here, showing interest in Jiang Hao. However, one thing was clear to Zhang Yin. Zhang Feng seemed unwilling to kill Jiang Hao outright. Otherwise, had he wished to strike silently, Jiang Hao would not have had a chance to react. Zhang Yan's mission was to present Jiang Hao's head to Zhao Changming. If Zhang Feng were to snatch Jiang Hao away, how could he possibly explain himself to Zhao Changming? Regrettably, Jiang Hao is the target of the second young master Sunday. I cannot allow you to kill Jiang Hao. He must be brought back alive. Before departing, Sun Mingyu explicitly instructed Zhang Feng to capture Jiang Hao alive. Only in this way could Sun Mingyu revel in torturing Jiang Hao. How could he permit Zhang Yin to kill him here? Damn it. Zhang Yin clenched his fists, his gaze filled with fury as he glared at Zhang Feng. No matter how displeased he felt, he was powerless in this situation. The Sun family is one of the 4 premier clans in Yin country. Compared to them, the Zhao family is nothing. Even as the leader of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, Zhang Yin dared not offend the Sun family. In this predicament, he found himself utterly helpless. Everyone, retreat from the black market immediately. With Zhang Yan's command, all members of the Black Wolf squad turned away in indignation, leaving only Jiang Hao and Zhang Feng behind. Zhang Feng had witnessed Jiang Hao's evasive maneuvers against Zhang Yan's attacks, and he knew that the martial technique Jiang Hao employed was certainly not the thunder step from the Wind and Thunder martial arts school, but rather a more profound and potent martial technique. Coupled with the events that transpired at the Sun family estate that night, Zhang Feng was now nearly certain that Jiang Hao had indeed mastered the flowing light and shadow technique of the Luo family. Although he did not understand how this outsider had managed to learn the Luo family's secret arts, now was not the time to dwell on that question. He needed to apprehend Jiang Hao swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, after Zhang Yin turned to leave, Zhang Feng charged at Jiang Hao. "You can't escape, kid." Zhang Feng believed that as a 7th-tier god of war, even if Jiang Hao had mastered the flowing light and shadow technique, he was still certain he could capture him. Moreover, Jiang Hao had already expended a considerable amount of energy during his scuffle with Zhang Yin. Escape? Jiang Hao scoffed. I think not. Had Zhang Yin and Zhang Feng teamed up earlier, the consequences would have been dire. But now, with Zhang Feng having driven away Zhang Yin and the other members of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, this presented him with a golden opportunity. In that moment, an overwhelming aura, far beyond his current realm, erupted from Jiang Hao. The surrounding space seemed to warp at that instant. Just as Zhang Feng was about to seize Jiang Hao, the latter vanished before his eyes in the blink of an eye. There was not a trace of Jiang Hao to be found. How is this possible? Zhang Feng stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. As a 7th-tier god of war, he was well acquainted with the flowing light and shadow technique of the Luo family. He understood that when mastered to perfection, its speed could indeed distort the surrounding space. Yet, the current head of the Luo family, Luo Beifeng, had yet to achieve such mastery. How could Jiang Hao possibly do so? While he was still in shock, Jiang Hao had already distanced himself from the street. He had initially thought that evading Zhang Feng meant he was safe, but he had not anticipated the appearance of Lin Jinbei. Damn, is this never-ending? Chapter 75. Ruler of the Black Market, Limitless God of War, Lin Jinbei's cold gaze fixated on Jiang Hao. He was unaware of how Jiang Hao had escaped Zhang Feng's clutches. But for the sake of the Lin family and his own future, he was determined to stop Jiang Hao today. Unworthy son, kneel before me. As soon as Lin Jinbei's words fell, an aura of God of War erupted. You have slain Zhao Wei, which has incited Zhao Changming's wrath to the extreme. Now you have also provoked the second young master's son. How can I possibly protect you? Absurdly laughable, Jiang Hao retorted with derision. Lin Jinbei, do you feel any shame when you speak such words? Have you ever protected me even once in your life? The sight of your face now disgusts me. Insolence. Lin Jinbei bellowed in fury. Jiang Hao, do not force my hand against you. After all, I am still your father. If you kneel and plead for mercy today, I might consider pleading with the second young master's son on your behalf. At the very least, I could spare your life. Lin Jinbei suppressed the rage bubbling within him. fearing that in a fit of anger, he might truly strike Jiang Hao dead with a single blow. Cast aside your hypocritical facade. If you truly cared for me, you would not be here obstructing my path. Lin Jinbei, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You plan to hand me over to Sun Mingyu to secure your own future, do you not? Is this what it means to be a father? Jiang Hao's words pierced Lin Jinbei's heart like a sharp dagger. How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? Lin Jinbei roared in exasperation. How I conduct myself is none of your business. Those filthy rats from the Gray Plain District have corrupted you over the years. I bear some responsibility for the way you have turned out. Today, after handing you over to the Sun family, I will go to the Lin family ancestral hall to atone. If you intend to act, then do so. Jiang Hao raised his hand towards Lin Jinbei. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. You are forcing my hand. Lin Jinbei, like a frenzied beast, glared at Jiang Hao with unbridled rage. Just as he prepared to strike, Zhang Feng stepped forward. Lin Jinbei, I am pleased to see you here. This indicates that young Master Sun did not misjudge you. However, this brat seems to have mastered the Luo family's secret technique. Flowing light and shadow, to an unfathomable degree. You alone cannot capture him. We must join forces to subdue him. Initially, Zhang Feng had been unaware of Jiang Hao's whereabouts. The speed of the flowing light and shadow technique was too great for him to comprehend. He had only arrived here because he sensed Lin Jinbei's aura. He had not expected Lin Jinbei to not only arrive but also to block Jiang Hao, with two God of War level fighters attacking simultaneously. He was confident they would capture Jiang Hao. Even if Jiang Hao had mastered the flowing light and shadow technique, he would eventually exhaust his stamina. What did you say? He has mastered the flowing light and shadow technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei's eyes widened in disbelief. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with Jiang Hao, he realized that the latter had indeed appeared in an instant, as if he had teleported. Moreover, Zhang Feng had been in relentless pursuit of Jiang Hao. With his godlike speed, how could he possibly fail to catch him? Everything confirmed that Jiang Hao had mastered the elusive technique of Liuguang Dunin. Lin Jinbei was acutely aware of the formidable power of this secret technique, which the Luo family kept hidden. He could hardly fathom how Jiang Yin could have grasped it. But now is not the time for such musings. Since Jiang Hao had acquired Liuguang Dunin, it implied that his speed would be extraordinarily swift if he were not careful. Jiang Hao could slip away right under his nose to ensure he could capture Jiang Hao. Lin Jinbei did not reject Zhang Feng's request. He prepared to join forces with him to apprehend Jiang Hao. Damn it. Even if they were both God-level warriors, how could they act so shamelessly? Two God-level fighters against me alone. Bah. As Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng advanced towards him, Jiang Hao clenched his fists, cursing while scanning his surroundings. He needed to find a suitable escape route. Otherwise, once his stamina was depleted, everything would be over. However, just as Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng were about to strike, a massive python adorned with purple and gold patterns suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. In the next moment, a mesmerizing woman with violet hair, accompanied by a throng of black market enforcers, approached from the front. Impressive, truly impressive. I never anticipated that two distinguished God-level warriors would conspire to bully a young lad. Don't you have any shame? The instant the violet-haired woman appeared, both Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng's eyes widened in shock. It was evident that a flicker of fear flashed in their gazes. This violet-haired woman was none other than Duan Yuming, the ruler of the black market. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of God level 10. Even if Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng joined forces, they would stand no chance against her. Even the purple gold poison python she kept had formidable lord-level strength. In the black market, Duan Yunming was the undisputed sovereign. Miss Duan, this brat is my unfilial son. He is not one of the black market's people. Although it is a bit excessive for us to team up against him, it is truly out of necessity. This ungrateful child is quite cunning. Rest assured, we will take him away immediately and will not harm anyone from the black market. Lin Jinbei spoke with great caution, well aware of Duan Yuming's strength. Thus, he promptly clarified Jiang Hao's identity to prevent any misunderstanding. Zhang Feng quickly nodded in agreement. Miss Duan, this is merely Lin Jinbei disciplining his disobedient son. That I am merely a bystander though. Is that so? Duan Yunming sneered coldly. Then there is no need for you to intervene. As soon as she finished speaking, her pupils transformed, resembling those of a venomous snake. Zhang Feng didn't even have a moment to react before he was ensnared by a purple chain. This chain was imbued with a terrifying toxin. In the instant it bound Zhang Feng, it felt as if countless sharp poison needles were piercing into his body. Accompanied by Zhang Feng's anguished cries, he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The reason they feared Duan Yiming was not solely due to her pinnacle god-level 10 strength. The primary reason was that she had awakened the power of transcendence. Every god-level warrior, upon reaching a rank of 5 or higher, had a chance to awaken such a power. In simple terms, it meant gaining a super ability. For instance, Duan Yiming had acquired the ability to manipulate venom, allowing her to afflict enemies with various toxins at will. God-level warriors possessing transcendence power were also known as extreme warriors. Duan Yiming, I am from the Sun family. If you dare to kill me, the Sun family will not let you go. Zhang Feng never expected Duan Yiming to suddenly attack him, although he had reached God level 7. He had not awakened transcendence power. A god-level warrior unable to awaken such power would never step into planetary level. He understood he could not defeat Duan Yiming and could only invoke the Sun family in hopes of intimidating her. Kill you. Duan Yiming scoffed. Killing someone is shameless, as you would only dirty my hands. Rest assured, I will not kill you. I will merely render you incapable of fighting for the time being. With that, Lin Jinbei and Jiang Hao's battle would remain unimpeded. At this juncture, Duan Yiming turned her gaze to Jiang Hao. Kid, the next moments are yours. Let me witness your limits. From the very moment Zhang Yin appeared until now, Duan Yiming had been observing Jiang Hao from the shadows. She initially intended to be a mere spectator, watching how this farce would unfold. However, she never imagined that Jiang Hao, an outsider, could master the Luo family's secret technique, Liuguang Danin, and reach an unimaginable level of proficiency. This revelation left her utterly astonished. She now wished to see just how far Jiang Hao could push his limits. To avoid interference, she had decided to temporarily disable Zhang Feng's combat abilities. After all, the black market was her domain. She could do as she pleased. Even the Sun family, as mentioned by Zhang Feng, would not dare to act against her lightly. Thank you, Miss Duan, for your assistance. Since you wish to see my limits, I shall oblige. Jiang Hao's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Lin Jinbei. This was the perfect opportunity for him to test the capabilities of the six-blade arc disc in real combat. At that moment, a fierce killing intent gleamed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Unfilial child, who permitted you to look at me in such a manner? Do you think that just because Zhang Feng has fallen, I cannot deal with you? Lin Jinbei was utterly astonished by Duan Yiming's sudden appearance and her unexpected intervention, but she had not come to rescue Jiang Hao. Rather, she afforded him the chance to face Lin Jinbei alone. To Lin Jinbei, this was nothing short of a grand joke. After all, he was a god-level warrior. How could he possibly struggle against someone who had just stepped into the realm of war general? At this moment, a dazzling blue-gold longsword manifested in Lin Jinbei's hand. The sword was engraved with lightning patterns, and an immensely powerful energy surge erupted. This sword was identical to the one Lin Zilong possessed. Both were S-class thunder equalization swords, a formidable existence among lightning weapons. Although it was undeniably an overreach for a god-level warrior to confront Jiang Hao, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He had long since lost faith in Jiang Hao and no longer cared for this son. Only by capturing Jiang Hao could he ensure the safety of the Lin family and propel them to greatness. Without any hesitation, Lin Jinbei unleashed a lightning-fast charge, wielding the thunder equalization sword as he lunged toward Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, utilizing the speed of Liuguang Danin, effortlessly evaded Lin Jinbei's attack, and in that moment, he drew forth the six-blade arc disc. Under the influence of the Psychic Master S abilities, the six-blade arc disc spun and danced in Jiang Hao's hands, gleaming with a chilling light, resembling a wheel of death, generating a fierce gust of wind. This spectacle not only astonished Lin Jinbei, but also left Duan Yiming and the others watching in shock. What? This kid is actually a psychic master. Duan Yiming had initially planned to merely observe Jiang Hao's use of Liuguang Danin and how he toyed with Lin Jinbei. But she had never anticipated that Jiang Hao would directly showcase his psychic master abilities. How could this be? Lin Jinbei was utterly flabbergasted as he beheld Jiang Hao manipulating the six-blade arc disc, nearly fumbling his thunder equalization sword. As a god-level warrior, he understood all too well how potent a psychic master could be. Some ordinary families had even ascended to prominence due to the emergence of a single psychic master. His own son was now a psychic master, yet he had failed to recognize it before. Reflecting back on Jiang Hao's previous state of extreme weakness, unable to train like other warriors, it had clearly been a sign of the psychic master mutation. Yet he had foolishly deemed Jiang Hao a worthless failure, even believing he was merely pretending to be incompetent. Damn it, why didn't I notice this sooner? The thought filled Lin Jinbei with regret. Instead of seeking refuge with the Sun family, had he invested in nurturing Jiang Hao properly, the Lin family would have soared to greatness without needing to rely on anyone else. Lin Jinbei. So now you regret it? Jiang Hao's voice was cold. I'm sorry. But it's too late as of now. I have no connection with your Lin family. Let me show you the power of my psychic mastery. As Jiang Hao's words fell, 6 razor-sharp arcs of blades simultaneously emanated a brilliant blue light. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing Jiang Hao's current realm, erupted in an instant. Unfilial child, are you truly intending to use such power to fight me? Do you plan to commit patricide? You wretched beast! Though Lin Jinbei was filled with regret, he had no choice but to proceed. Having reached this point with Jiang Hao, how could he possibly retreat? After all, psychic masters were exceedingly rare and powerful. The Sun family would never allow Sun Mingyu to kill Jiang Hao. Even the possibility of courting Jiang Hao exists, and as his father, he naturally stands to gain from it. What he must do now is to defeat Jiang Hao. With that, Lin Jinbei suddenly swung the Lei Jun's sword in his hand. The blade crackled with lightning, as if it could tear the very heavens apart. Descending upon Jiang Hao with a force capable of annihilating the world, Jiang Hao remained undaunted, controlling the 6-blade arc disc to meet Lin Jinbei's Lei Jun's sword. The 6-blade arc disc traced splendid arcs in the air, intertwining with the lightning of the Lei Jun's sword, erupting in a series of deafening roars. The battle was fiercely intense. Although Jiang Hao's cultivation was inferior, he managed to engage Lin Jinbei in a stalemate. Relying on the formidable power of the 6-blade arc disc, each clash sent a shiver through Lin Jinbei, who could scarcely believe that Jiang Hao's strength had reached such an extraordinary level. How could a warrior of the God of War rank find himself unable to defeat Jiang Hao, even though he knew that Jiang Hao's current stamina could not last much longer? It was enough to cause Lin Jinbei to lose face. A God of War ranked warrior, bested so terribly by a mere first-order general warrior. This would surely become a monumental joke if it were to spread. It was precisely because Lin Jinbei felt so humiliated that he made a misstep in his attack, which Jiang Hao seized as an opportunity. He commanded the 6-blade arc disc and struck fiercely at Lin Jinbei's shoulder. Lin Jinbei was taken aback, hastily swinging the Lei Jun's sword to block. However, the power of the 6-blade arc disc was overwhelming, and with his delayed reaction, the Lei Jun's sword was forcefully knocked away. While his shoulder was cleaved open, blood gushing forth. What is this? What a farce of a God of War! You are nothing but trash. As Jiang Hao beheld Lin Jinbei's injury, he felt a surge of elation. Yet, that last strike had nearly drained him of all his strength, and continuing to fight Lin Jinbei held no promise of victory. Thus, seizing the moment while Lin Jinbei questioned his own capabilities, Jiang Hao concentrated all his power and executed his final technique, the flowing light escape, fleeing from the black market. Chapter 77. Such talent, astonishing and extraordinary. I was actually injured by him. Lin Jinbei stared at the wound on his left shoulder, questioning his own existence. Despite his reservations about Jiang Hao's identity as a psychic warrior, he had not exerted his full strength during their earlier clash. Yet, he was still a 5th-tier God of War. How could he possibly be injured by a mere general warrior? Even if the opponent possessed psychic abilities, this was simply too absurd. The blow to his pride was something Lin Jinbei found utterly unacceptable. Meanwhile, Duan Yuming, who had witnessed the entire battle, was profoundly shaken by the power Jiang Hao had displayed. She had initially thought that, even with his psychic abilities, Jiang Hao would struggle against Lin Jinbei. However, the reality far exceeded her expectations. Not only had Jiang Hao managed to injure Lin Jinbei, but he had also escaped from the black market in an instant. She was certain she had not misjudged. Jiang Hao had indeed utilized the flowing light escape, and he had at least mastered it to the pinnacle level. Otherwise, he could not have distorted the surrounding space. It was hard for her to fathom that such a young warrior could have cultivated the flowing light escape to such a degree. This level of talent was simply unbelievable. If only Jiang Hao had not fled so swiftly. Otherwise, she would have surely kept him behind for a thorough discussion. Sister, how should we deal with Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng? At that moment, a burly man approached her, inquiring in a low voice. Leave them be. Duan Yunming replied nonchalantly, turning to walk ahead. The farce had concluded, and it was time for everyone to disperse shortly thereafter. Duan Yunming vanished around the corner. At that moment, Zhang Feng, who had been gravely poisoned and on the brink of death, had returned to normal. He had witnessed everything that transpired. To him, it was not that Lin Jinbei had underestimated the situation, but rather that Jiang Hao's strength was truly extraordinary. Even he had not anticipated that a God of War would be injured. Given the current circumstances, he needed to report Jiang Hao's status as a psychic warrior to Sun Mingyu immediately. If Jiang Hao were merely an ordinary warrior, his life or death might not hold much significance. However, as a psychic warrior, he absolutely could not be easily killed. After Lin Jinbei regained his composure, He followed Zhang Feng's lead and departed the black market. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, having escaped at the speed of the flowing light escape, had already distanced himself from the black market and entered the territory of South China's main city. Though exhausted, Jiang Hao felt a sense of safety. Within the confines of the main city, even Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng would find it impossible to seize him. After replenishing his strength with some food from a roadside stall, he returned to number 36 Qingyuan Street. How did it go? Did you manage to buy it? Feng Qingyu eagerly asked upon Jiang Hao's return. Of course, Jiang Hao replied confidently, nodding as he retrieved a piece of secret steel from his storage ring. The quality of this secret steel was quite impressive. According to market value, it was worth at least $3 million. Jiang Hao had initially intended to trade it with Dreamscale, but the shopkeeper's greed had forced him to resort to a zero-cost purchase. That's great, Feng Qingyu exclaimed, excitedly lifting the secret steel. Just give me a little time, and I promise to return you a complete set of black gold battle armor. With that, he dashed into the workshop. In less than an hour, Feng Qingyu presented the repaired black gold battle armor to Jiang Hao. After a brief inspection, Jiang Hao donned the armored AT. That moment, the black gold battle armor activated, automatically absorbing some of Jiang Hao's blood. It then conformed perfectly to his body, resembling a second skin. Although it lacked the ability to change form according to the wearer's will, as true dark gold magic armor would, it was entirely sufficient for Jiang Hao at this stage. Jiang Hao, while I have repaired the black gold battle armor for you, I still owe you a favor. Speak. What do you wish me to do? I shall comply with anything within my capabilities. Feng Qingyu had initially promised that repairing the black gold battle armor would only cost $2 million. However, due to his mistake, which led Jiang Hao to the black market to purchase secret steel, he felt guilty for not keeping his word. Old master, your ability to restore the black gold battle armor is already something for which I am deeply grateful. How could I impose further on you? All I hope is, Jiang Hao paused, retrieving the six-blade arc disc he had previously used, that you could sell me this psychic weapon. What? You wish to acquire the six-blade arc disc? Feng Qingyu's brows furrowed. It's not that I am unwilling. It's just that the six-blade arc disc is still in its initial stage. Initial stage? Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. Old master, what do you mean by that? Could it be that the six-blade arc disc can be upgraded? Feng Qingyu explained. Actually, my original design was not for the six-blade arc disc, but for a far superior psychic weapon that I call it the Star-Cutting Blade. It is a psychic weapon with a strength rating of SS. Alas, my abilities are insufficient to directly forge an SS-level weapon. Thus, I had to weaken it, resulting in the creation of the six-blade arc disc. Now that the six-blade arc disc has essentially been completed, and after your testing, there have been no issues. This indicates that my forging skills have significantly improved. I am now fully capable of crafting the Star-Cutting Blade. However, to create the Star-Cutting Blade, I must upgrade the six-blade arc disc. Hence, I cannot allow you to take it, especially since the materials required for the six-blade arc disc are exceedingly difficult to gather. After hearing Feng Qingyu's explanation, Jiang Hao suddenly understood. During his testing of the six-blade arc disc, he had already sensed that the strength of this psychic weapon far surpassed that of ordinary S-level psychic weapons, almost reaching SS-level. It turned out that the six-blade arc disc was indeed based on the SS-level Star-Cutting Blade. However, even though Jiang Hao now understood Feng Qingyu's reasons for not wanting to sell, he found the six-blade arc disc incredibly convenient to use and was reluctant to part with it easily. After a brief moment of silence, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. He quickly placed a storage ring on the table in front of Feng Qingyu. Old master, with your skills, you could easily create another identical six-blade arc disc. Your reluctance to sell it to me is simply due to a lack of materials. I can fulfill that need. Jiang Hao pointed to the storage ring on the table. Inside, there are numerous precious rare metals, as well as other materials required for forging weapons. Feng Qingyu, upon hearing this, hurriedly picked up the storage ring. As he probed the contents with his consciousness, his eyes widened in astonishment. There really are. And so many too. Among them, there are even key materials needed for the Star-Cutting Blade. Chapter 78. You are his father, and you did not know he was a psychic warrior? Observing Feng Qingyu's excitement, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. In truth, the items within the storage ring had been seized from Zhao Wei. Jiang Hao had originally planned to sell them at an opportune moment. At present, it is precisely the opportune moment to entrust the six-bladed arc knife disc to Feng Qingyu. Esteemed elder, so you, before Jiang Hao could utter a word, Feng Qingyu swiftly interrupted him, exclaiming with excitement, Absolutely. Of course, you may take the six-bladed arc knife disc with you. Originally, The intention was to retain the six-bladed arc knife disc for the purpose of upgrading it to the star-slaying knife. During this process, it was inevitable that the six-bladed arc knife disc would need to be dismantled. However, with the acquisition of such a plethora of rare metals and weapon materials, he is more than capable of recreating the six-bladed arc knife disc from scratch, while simultaneously reacquainting himself with the original crafting process. Moreover, it contains materials of utmost significance for the star-slaying knife, thus he had no reason to decline Jiang Hao's request. Very well. I shall take the six-bladed arc knife disc, Jiang Hao declared, turning to leave at that moment. Feng Qingyu hurriedly pursued him. Jiang Hao, I actually have one more humble request that I hope that upon the completion of my star-slaying knife, you could return to assist me in testing it. If everything proves satisfactory, I will graciously present the star-slaying knife to you. Is that true? Excitement flickered in Jiang Hao's eyes. Once a promise is made, it is binding. Feng Qingyu nodded resolutely. Fine, no problem. You have my contact information. Feel free to reach out at any time. With that, Jiang Hao clasped his fists in salute to Feng Qingyu and departed from Qingyuan Street, making his way back to the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base. Meanwhile, within the Sun family manor, Sun Mingyu reclined on the sofa, reveling in the massages from numerous beautiful women, utterly entranced. At that moment, Zhang Feng entered with a grave expression, accompanied by Lin Jinbei. Sun Mingyu opened his eyes and glanced at the two. Speaking coolly, what news? Jiang Hao must have been captured, right? Bring him before me. I wish to personally torment him. Young master, we have encountered a significant issue. Zhang Feng, unable to meet Sun Mingyu's gaze, spoke nervously. We were unable to capture Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Sun Mingyu, who had been in a state of bliss, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? You failed to capture Jiang Hao. Damn it. Sun Mingyu kicked one of the kneeling beauties aside. Storming toward Zhang Feng and Lin Jinbei, you two, one at the 7th stage of warrior and the other at the 5th stage, cannot deal with a mere Jiang Hao. Enraged, Sun Mingyu slapped both Zhang Feng and Lin Jinbei. Trembling with fury, he simply could not fathom how two warriors of such caliber could fail against a single opponent. Young master, the situation is not as you imagined. We were on the verge of capturing Jiang Hao. But then the black market ruler, Duan Yuming, intervened. It was her interference that prevented me from dealing with Jiang Hao, forcing me to rely on Lin Jinbei to seize him. At this juncture, Zhang Feng pointed to the wound on Lin Jinbei's left shoulder. Young master, you are well aware of Lin Jinbei's strength. With his abilities, he could easily contend with Jiang Hao. Yet, he was injured by Jiang Hao. Everything stemmed from Jiang Hao mastering the Liu family's glimmering shadow technique. Moreover, Jiang Hao himself is a mentalist. Sun Mingyu stood frozen in place, utterly incredulous. An outsider like Jiang Hao mastering the Liu family's glimmering shadow technique was already unfathomable, but to discover he was a mentalist as well was beyond his wildest expectations. For a moment, he felt utterly lost, collapsing onto the sofa. Had Jiang Hao been an ordinary warrior, Sun Mingyu would not have hesitated to kill him in public without consequence. After all, with the Sun family's stature, they could easily manage the repercussions. However, Jiang Hao is now a mentalist. In the entire Flame Nation, the number of mentalists scarcely exceeded 2,000, and the South China main city had not seen a mentalist emerge in nearly a decade. Jiang Hao's emergence would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Should Sun Mingyu kill him, the consequences would be dire. Damn it. How could this brat be a mentalist? Sun Mingyu roared, shattering the table before him with a single strike. He then glared at Lin Jinbei. You are supposed to be Jiang Hao's father, yet you failed to recognize it? I can somewhat understand why Jiang Hao no longer acknowledges you as his father. You have utterly failed in your duty. Damn it. Sun Mingyu's fury stemmed not only from his inability to exact revenge on Jiang Hao but also from the loss of a mentalist from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Having already been chastised by his father over the incident with Luo Qinghan, if he were to learn about Jiang Hao's mentalist abilities, Sun Mingyu would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Sun Mingyu's prolonged stay in South China was not merely for leisure, but rather a self-imposed duty as an inspector at the South China Wind and Thunder Hall, aiming to prove his capability to his father. Yet, the outcome was a senseless loss of a mentalist for the Martial Arts Hall. The thought of his father's stern reprimands filled Sun Mingyu with dread. He attributed all of this to Lin Jinbei's negligence, and in a fit of rage, he lifted a chair and struck Lin Jinbei fiercely. Damn it, this is all your fault. Sun Mingyu shouted angrily at Lin Jinbei. Young master, I acknowledge my significant responsibility in this matter. However, I never anticipated that Jiang Hao, who was frail and sickly as a child, would awaken to become a mentalist. Even though there are typically some signs before a warrior awakens as a mentalist. Jiang Hao's case is simply too bizarre. Lin Jinbei briefly explained, then urgently added, young master, at this point, it is futile to remain here in a state of anxiety. We must attempt to win Jiang Hao back. Lin Jinbei had come to a clear realization of Jiang Hao's formidable strength. With proper cultivation, not only could he reach the level of a warrior, but he might even surpass it to attain planetary status. Jiang Hao's potential far exceeded Lin Jinbei's imagination that he believed that if they could win Jiang Hao back, as his father, he would undoubtedly share in the glory, and the entire Lin family would rise to prominence. He had to persuade Sun Mingyu to abandon his desire for revenge and instead work to cultivate a relationship with Jiang Hao. Chapter 79. The whole family mobilizes to win over Jiang Hao. What did you say? You want me to win Jiang Hao over? Sun Mingyu was instantly engulfed in rage. He believed Jiang Hao had deprived him of Luo Qinghan, and he longed to kill him. How could he possibly seek to win him over? Young master, I fully understand your feelings. However, Jiang Hao is a mentalist, and his entry into the Extreme Path Warrior training camp is undoubtedly due to this fact. It won't be long before everyone knows about Jiang Hao's status as a mentalist. If we do not attempt to win him back, the losses to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall will be insurmountable. As soon as Lin Jinbei finished speaking, Zhang Feng, who had been listening, nodded in agreement. Young master, Lin Jinbei is right. We must indeed remain calm. Tomorrow, Duan Hong will take Jiang Hao to the warrior training camp, which represents our last opportunity. Moreover, if this matter reaches the ears of the master, the consequences will be unimaginable. Listening to their words, Sun Mingyu still felt a surge of anger within him. Yet, he had no choice but to accept their counsel. There was no alternative. The significance of a mentalist compelled him to set aside his animosity towards Jiang Hao and attempt to win him over. Damn it, it has come to this, Sun Mingyu cursed. Glaring at Lin Jinbei, you will accompany me tomorrow to intercept Jiang Hao at the city gate. I must ensure that this brat returns to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Lin Jinbei nodded eagerly. Young master, rest assured, I will cooperate with you tomorrow. As for the matter of being transferred to the headquarters, before Lin Jinbei could finish, Sun Mingyu interrupted him. If you perform well enough tomorrow, I will indeed consider promoting you. After all, Jiang Hao is your son. It would be best if you could find a way to win him back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. With that, Sun Mingyu turned and ascended the stairs. Lin Jinbei hurriedly departed the Sun family manor, returning to the Lin family in Tianhe Bay City. That he immediately informed Lin Zilong and Wang Ruiyao of Jiang Hao's awakening as a mentalist. What? Upon learning this news, Lin Zilong was unable to accept it, collapsing into a chair. This is so unfair. Why is it that Jiang Hao can awaken as a mentalist? I am not inferior to him in any way. Why is it not me who becomes a mentalist? Lin Zilong shouted in despair. He had always believed that his talent far surpassed Jiang Hao's, attributing his previous defeat at the martial arts competition to a lack of practical experience. For this reason, he had been relentlessly battling ferocious beasts, even elevating his level to the 9th stage of warrior. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could seek revenge on Jiang Hao. Yet, he never anticipated that Jiang Hao would become a mentalist. This profound blow rendered Lin Zilong utterly inconsolable. Beside him, Wang Ruiyao was equally incredulous about the situation. Vivid memories cascaded before her eyes. It was then that she realized that Jiang Hao's prior frailty and weakness were not a mere fade. All of this was a manifestation of his impending awakening as a mental practitioner. As his parents, they not only failed to recognize it in time, but inadvertently forced Jiang Hao to sever their ties. The thought brought forth a deluge of tears from Wang Ruiyao. Why were you unable to notice? Wang Ruiyao glared at Lin Jinbei, who, as a 5th-tier warrior of divine combat, was also Jiang Hao's father. How could he have failed to see it? Lin Jinbei, you repeatedly claimed that Jiang Hao is unworthy of being your son. It seems it is you who are unworthy of being his father. In the face of Wang Ruiyao's accusations, Lin Jinbei fell into a heavy silence. He bore a significant share of the blame for this matter. His prejudices against Jiang Hao had been overwhelming, viewing him merely as an uneducated street thug. He believed that Jiang Hao's frail condition stemmed from a childhood of malnutrition in the Huiyuan district, compounded by a lack of diligent training. Had he only taken the time to seriously examine Jiang Hao's health back then, he might have discovered the signs of his imminent awakening as a mental practitioner. Madam, please calm down. What we must focus on now is to salvage our son Hao. Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Wang Ruiyao interrupted. How can we salvage it? You, as his father, wanted to kill him. Is there any possibility of redemption? Lin Jinbei, all the blame lies with you. Lin Jinbei, already troubled, found Wang Ruiyao's accusations unbearable. Enough. Wang Ruiyao, you say all of this is my fault. Do you not bear any responsibility? Do not shift the blame for everything onto me. Lin Jinbei exclaimed angrily. If you truly cared for Hao, how could you have failed to notice such matters? How dare you say that to me? Lin Jinbei, I want a divorce. Wang Ruoyao screamed in exasperation. Lin Jinbei retorted coldly, I have no time to argue with you right now. The most important thing is to ensure Jiang Hao returns to the Lin family. Tomorrow, Jiang Hao will leave Huannan's main city for the Extreme Path Divine Combat Training Camp. I must convince him to abandon it and return to the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. Although Wang Ruoyao's heart still simmered with anger, she recognized the truth in Lin Jinbei's words. At this moment, the priority was indeed to bring Jiang Hao home. It was then that Lin Jinbei noticed Lin Zilong, slumped in despair in a chair, his brow furrowed. Was he about to give up on himself again? Dad, it is not that I am giving up, but rather that I find myself utterly ridiculous. From the very beginning, Jiang Hao has been the true genius. I am merely a joke. Be quiet, Lin Jinbei exclaimed, yanking Lin Zilong by the collar and pulling him upright. Zilong, even if you have not awakened as a mental practitioner, it does not mean you are weaker than Jiang Hao. This is merely temporary. Trust me. One day, you will step into the realm of divine combat and surely awaken your transcendent power. Lin Jinbei spoke with conviction. He believed that Jiang Hao, as his son, carried his bloodline. This meant that all of Jiang Hao's talents were inherited from him. If Jiang Hao could awaken as a mental practitioner, it would indicate that such potential existed within the Lin family bloodline. In Lin Jinbei's eyes, as a fifth-tier divine combat powerhouse, there was no reason Jiang Hao could awaken as a mental practitioner while he could not awaken transcendent power. Similarly, Lin Zilong, as his other son, should also inherit such talent, transcendent power. Upon hearing those words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Zilong's previously despondent gaze. Before one acquires transcendent power, an ordinary warrior cannot possibly rival a mental practitioner. Yet, once one steps into the realm of divine combat and awakens transcendent power, the advantages of a mental practitioner would diminish significantly. If Jiang Hao could become a mental practitioner, there was no reason Lin Zilong could not awaken transcendent power too. In that moment, Lin Zilong regained his confidence. Dad, I understand now. Excellent, that is my son. Lin Jinbei nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, the three of us will go to bring Jiang Hao home. Chapter 80 Jiang Hao, come back with me to the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy. Not long after, within the Fenglai Association in Huannan's main city, Lu Jinshan hurriedly entered Zhao Changming's office. Lord Zhao, a special situation has arisen. Jiang Hao. Before Lu Jinshan could finish, Zhao Changming interrupted. What has happened to Jiang Hao? Is he dead? At this point, a smug smile crept onto Zhao Changming's lips. I knew that as long as Zhang Yan took matters into his own hands, success was assured. No, Lord Zhao, it is not like that. Jiang Hao is not dead, and moreover, Jiang Hao has actually become a mental practitioner. As soon as the words left Lu Jinshan's mouth, Zhao Changming's smile froze. What? What did you say? Jiang Hao is a mental practitioner. This is impossible. It cannot be true. Zhao Changming's face was filled with shock. Lord Zhao, this was personally communicated to me by young Master Sun Air. He instructed you not to take action against Jiang Hao. Lu Jinshan quickly added, furthermore, I have just confirmed it with Lin Jinbei. Jiang Hao has indeed awakened as a mental practitioner. He has been deliberately concealing it from the start. Had it not been for the corroboration from Sun Mingyu and Lin Jinbei, Lu Jinshan himself would have found it hard to believe. Now that Jiang Hao had been confirmed as a mental practitioner, it meant they could no longer act against him. No. After a brief silence, Zhao Changming erupted in fury. Why is heaven so unjust to me? Why has that little bastard Jiang Hao become a mental practitioner? Zhao Changming's eyes turned crimson as he clenched his fist in rage. Even his nails digging into his flesh, blood dripping onto the ground. He had initially believed that the Black Wolf squad would be sufficient to eliminate Jiang Hao and avenge his deceased son. Yet, who could have anticipated such a significant turn of events? It had been many years since a mental practitioner had emerged from Huannan's main city, and Jiang Hao was bound to become the center of attention. In this situation, if Zhao Changming were to kill Jiang Hao, the consequences would be unimaginable. The thought of this only intensified Zhao Changming's fury. The overwhelming aura of a divine combat powerhouse shattered the furniture in the room. Despite his formidable strength at the 10th tier of divine combat, Zhao Changming had yet to awaken transcendent power. This indicated that he would never be able to ascend to the planetary level. His son, Zhao Wei, was exceptionally gifted. Being the heir to the Zhao family whom he had painstakingly nurtured. In the future, he was likely to awaken transcendent power, leading the Zhao family to greater heights. Yet now, Zhao Wei had tragically perished, and Zhao Changming, as his father, found himself powerless to exact revenge. In that moment, Zhao Changming felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Lord Zhao, given the circumstances, We can only temporarily abandon our plans against Jiang Hao. At least for now, we must not take any action. Lu Jinshan understood Zhao Changming's feelings but knew he must prevent him from doing anything rash. After all, they were both in the same boat. If Zhao Changming were to get into trouble, Lu Jinshan would follow suit. Damn it. Damn it all. Zhao Changming slammed his fist into the ground, causing the entire Fenglai Association to tremble. He then suppressed his anger and calmed his emotions. Turning to Lu Jinshan, he said, "Rest assured, I am not so foolish as to act against Jiang Hao at this critical juncture. As long as this brat returns to the Fenglai Martial Arts Academy, I will still find a way to eliminate him." Zhao Changming had not abandoned his quest for vengeance against Jiang Hao simply because he had become a mental practitioner. On the contrary, his hatred for Jiang Hao only intensified. Lu Jinshan said nothing more, merely nodding slightly. By the way, where are Zhang Yin and the others? Zhao Changming inquired. They must have retreated from Huannan's main city. Fearing your wrath, Lu Jinshan replied. Currently, I have no news from Zhang Yin and the others. Sigh, forget it. Zhao Changming sighed deeply before turning to leave the Fenglai Association. The next day, early in the morning, Duan Hong personally arrived at the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base. Under the watchful eyes of numerous mercenary members, Jiang Hao followed Duan Hong as they departed. The Divine Combat Training Camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy was located in an exceptionally unique place, a site known as Wanshan Bay City. Situated in the northwest region, many years ago, Wanshan Bay City did not exist. It was once a forest teeming with ferocious beasts, even home to 3 terrifying king-level beasts. Later, the founder of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, Mo Wanshan, ventured in alone, not only slaying the 3 king-level beasts, but also exterminating all the beasts within the forest. The Wanshan Bay City is established in this once formidable forest that is markedly distinct from an ordinary base city, where the common folk lack the privilege to reside. Only those affiliated with the Jidao Martial Arts School or their relatives are permitted to stay within its confines. To put it succinctly, Wanshan Bay City serves as the headquarters for the Jidao Martial Arts School. Although it lies in the northwest region, it stands independent. Jiang Hao embarks from our South China main city towards Wanshan Bay City in the northwest, a journey that is quite extensive. Along the way, he must traverse various forests teeming with ferocious beasts and formidable mountains. To ensure your absolute safety, I shall personally escort you on this journey. With the speed of my aircraft, we shall arrive at Wanshan Bay City by tomorrow evening at the latest. Duan Hong leads Jiang Hao towards the city gates, where he will summon the aircraft to fly directly to Wanshan Bay City. Thank you, Lord Duan. Jiang Hao responded, clasping his fists, closely following Duan Hong's side. However, as they reached the city gates of South China, they were confronted by Sun Mingyu, Lin Zhenbei, Wang Ruoyao, and even Zhao Changming, along with others from the Fenglai Martial Arts School. Damn it, why are all these people here? Duan Hong suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. He quickly shielded Jiang Hao, instructing him, if any danger arises, you must retreat at once. Lord Duan, I believe they have come today with the intention of winning me over, Jiang Hao replied. They are already aware of my identity as a mentalist. Upon hearing this, Duan Hong's eyes widened in shock. What? It's been exposed. Before he could finish his thought, Sun Mingyu swaggered up to Jiang Hao, saying, Brother Jiang, I previously misunderstood you, which led me to send someone to trouble you. That if there was any wrongdoing on my part, I sincerely apologize. However, the Jidao Martial Arts School is merely a gathering place for trash. If you aspire to be a top-tier powerhouse, you must join the Fenglai Martial Arts School. Come, Fenglai Martial Arts School welcomes you back. Chapter 81. A tragic performance to win Jiang Hao back. Sun Mingyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Duan Hong could hardly bear Sun Mingyu's disparaging remarks about the Jidao Martial Arts School. The terrifying aura emanating from his 10th tier war god level suddenly erupted. Although both Duan Hong and Zhao Changming were unable to awaken transcendent powers, they remained formidable warriors of the 10th tier. Their strength undeniably impressive. Only Zhao Changming could rival him among those present. Impudent. Duan Hong, what makes you think you can speak to young Master Sun in such a manner? Zhao Changming stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Duan Hong. If you wish to strike today, I shall be your opponent. As he spoke, Zhao Changming cast a significant glance at Jiang Hao, though he did not utter a word. Jiang Hao sensed a hint of murderous intent in his gaze. It was evident that Zhao Changming had been compelled to come here. Jiang Hao, who already harbored a deep-seated aversion towards the Fenglai Martial Arts School, would not be swayed by Sun Mingyu's empty words. Coldly, he retorted, Sun Mingyu, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. That it was you who sent Zhang Feng to kill me in the black market yesterday. wasn't it? And you, Zhao Changming? Jiang Hao glared at him. Do not think I do not know that Zhang Yin of the Black Wolf Squad was dispatched by you. You sent 10th tier war god level warriors to kill me. And now you dare to approach me with offers. Duan Hong was left utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that Sun Mingyu and Zhao Changming would stoop so LOW.it dawned on him why Jiang Hao's identity as a mentalist had been exposed. He had been forced to reveal this trump card. Bastards! Duan Hong roared. Jiang Hao is now a disciple of the Jido martial arts school. How dare you treat him this way? Just wait. I will report this matter, and then you shall not escape the wrath of the esteemed Master Mo. At the mention of Master Mo, the expressions of both Sun Mingyu and the others turned grim. Mo Wanshan, the head of the Jidao martial arts school, was the foremost powerhouse in the Yin nation. Even the top-tier family, the Sun family, was wary of provoking him. Furthermore, Mo Wanshan was renowned for his protective nature. If this matter reached his ears, the consequences would be dire. The only solution lay in Jiang Hao renouncing his identity as a disciple of the Jido martial arts school and returning to the Fenglai martial arts school. Realizing this, Sun Mingyu hastily shot a glance at Lin Jinbei, signaling him. Lin Jinbei immediately understood, leading Wang Ruoyao and Lin Zilong to stride towards Jiang Hao. Damn it, these scoundrels are back. Jiang Hao felt a wave of nausea as he beheld Lin Jinbei and his family approaching. Without needing to think, he understood their intentions. Just then, Wang Ruoyao, standing beside Lin Jinbei, suddenly broke down in tears, sobbing, Hauer, it is all Mother's fault. It was Mother who neglected you since childhood. If you must harbor resentment, let it be against me alone. If it means you will return, I would even sacrifice my life. As Wang Ruoyao spoke, she reached out to grasp Jiang Hao's hand. Simultaneously, a throng of media reporters suddenly gathered around them. As if they had been waiting for this moment, they broadcasted Wang Ruoyao's desperate plea to Jiang Hao live. This was all part of Sun Mingyu's scheme to leverage public opinion to force Jiang Hao to agree to return to the Fenglai martial arts school. Even if Jiang Hao refused, he would be publicly shamed today. Duan Hong was clearly taken aback by this turn of events. He had intended to use force to drive these people away. But Jiang Hao halted him, saying, "Do not worry. I will find a way to handle this." He then unceremoniously shook off Wang Ruoyao's hand, his gaze icy as he said, "Spare me your hypocritical facade. Do you truly believe that this display of theatrics, coupled with the presence of so many reporters, will instill fear in me? Do you think I will succumb to your coercion under the weight of public opinion?" I am afraid that is impossible. Hauer, Lin Jinbei interrupted. I know you have suffered greatly over the years. We have indeed failed in our duties as parents. For that, I, Lin Jinbei, publicly apologize to you. While I understand if you are not ready to accept our apology, at the very least, grant us an opportunity for recompense. Your mother and I wish to make amends for the years of neglect. As Lin Jinbei spoke, tears brimmed in his eyes, an unprecedented display of vulnerability from a war god-level warrior. Begging for his son's return home, this spectacle stunned everyone present. Sun Mingyu, standing aside, could not suppress a sneer, thinking to himself, what a fine performance. However, just as he anticipated, Jiang Hao would be flustered. Jiang Hao suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Lin Jinbei, I truly did not expect your acting skills to be so remarkable. Perhaps you should consider abandoning your path as a warrior and pursue a career in acting. I believe you could easily win an Oscar." At this juncture, Jiang Hao turned to address the gathered media and reporters. I suppose in your eyes, Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoyao are exemplary parents, while I, Jiang Hao, am the epitome of an ungrateful son. But is that truly the case? Pointing at Lin Jinbei, he continued, yesterday, during my escape from the Black Wolf Squad, I had already eluded Zhang Feng's pursuit, yet you chose to obstruct me at the most critical moment. Even attempting to kill me yourself, had I not exposed my identity as a mentalist, would you have ever wavered? Now you come here, feigning sorrow, seeking my return, merely because you covet my status as a mentalist. If I were still the useless child I once was, would you treat me this way? Lin Jinbei, I, Jiang Hao, have always been of the Jiang lineage. I share no kinship with your Lin family. I have long severed ties with the Fenglai martial arts school, and now I am a disciple of the Jido martial arts school, soon to embark on my journey to the war god training camp. With that, Jiang Hao turned to Duan Hong, declaring, Lord Duan, we may depart now. Ha! Excellent. With Duan Hong's jubilant laughter, a sleek black and gold aircraft materialized in the air, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Duan Hong and Jiang Hao boarded the aircraft, soaring away from the South China main city. Meanwhile, Sun Mingyu and the others stood frozen in place. Jiang Hao's words, though casually spoken, unequivocally signified his imminent entry into the war god training camp. This transition would mark him as more than just an ordinary disciple of the Jido martial arts school. He was destined to become a future war god, coupled with his identity as a mentalist. Should they attempt to forcibly detain Jiang Hao at this moment, the repercussions would be unfathomable. I fear that Mo Wanshan will soon make his appearance here. Chapter 82. He is my son. Everything is inherited from me. Why? Why has this happened? The furious roar of Sun Mingyu reverberated. He never anticipated that by summoning media reporters for a live broadcast, he would inadvertently shoot himself in the foot. The events unfolding here today have been broadcasted clearly for all to witness. This signifies that his father will soon learn of this matter. Contemplating this, an expression of sheer panic spread across Sun Mingyu's face. It's over. It's truly over. Throughout his life, Sun Mingyu had never received his father's approval. He had even faced his father's severe reprimands multiple times due to matters concerning women. This time, upon arriving in the South China main city, he had intended to make a good impression, yet he never expected such a calamity to occur. If the loss had only involved a couple of inconsequential women, Sun Mingyu might not have cared. However, this time, he had lost a mental energy master. In a fit of rage, Sun Mingyu bellowed at the surrounding media, "Get lost. All of you, get out of my sight. Whoever dares to take pictures will face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, the multitude of reporters present scattered in fear. Immediately afterward, Sun Mingyu stormed up to Lin Jinbei, demanding, "Is this what you call a solution? Just yesterday, you confidently proclaimed that you would convince Jiang Hao to change his mind, and now look at the situation." Sun Mingyu slapped Lin Jinbei's face, stating, "You have become nothing but a rat in the street. A devil so cruel that you would personally kill your own son. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. You, Lin Jinbei, are utterly disgraceful." At this point, Sun Mingyu's expression turned cold as he declared, "From now on, you are no longer the branch master of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe Bay City. Get out at once." In the South China region, appointments and dismissals within the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall were typically determined by Zhao Changming. However, due to Sun Mingyu's special status as a supervisor of the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall in South China, his commands also held weight, even if not as much as Zhao Changming's, given that Zhao Changming harbored a deep hatred for the Lin family. Especially after his son perished at Jiang Hao's hands, he would seize this opportunity to rid himself of Lin Jinbei. Since he had no means to avenge his son, targeting Lin Jinbei for vengeance would suffice. Sun Mingyu, Lin Jinbei, already furious from Jiang Hao's earlier remarks, could no longer endure Sun Mingyu's attempt to strip him of his position. Ignoring Wang Ruoyao's attempts to restrain him, he approached Sun Mingyu directly and asked, "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" "Absolutely." Sun Mingyu thundered in response. "Which of the tasks I assigned you have you actually accomplished? My merely removing your position is already showing you considerable leniency." Zhang Feng stepped forward to protect Sun Mingyu, unleashing the formidable aura of a 7th-tier warrior. He had expected Lin Jinbei to cower in fear, yet Lin Jinbei merely smiled disdainfully. "Sun Mingyu, although you could not win Jiang Hao back, do not forget that he is still my son, that he bears the blood of Lin Jinbei. If Jiang Hao can awaken as a mental energy master, why should I, Lin Jinbei, be unable to awaken transcendent power in the future? My younger son, Lin Zilong, possesses exceptional talent. Even if he is not a mental energy master, he will surely awaken transcendent power in due course. Do you truly intend to treat us this way?" Initially harboring immense disdain for Lin Jinbei, Sun Mingyu was momentarily taken aback by his words. Jiang Hao was indeed Lin Jinbei's son, and he had the potential to become a mental energy master. Thus, it was inconceivable that Lin Jinbei would be incapable of awakening transcendent power himself. Realizing this, Sun Mingyu's expression transformed dramatically, his prior fury evaporating in an instant, replaced by a sycophantic smile. That was all a misunderstanding. Come, Master Lin, let us return and have a proper discussion regarding our trip to headquarters. In Sun Mingyu's view, since Jiang Hao is now lost, he must firmly secure Lin Jinbei and Lin Zilong. Should both awaken transcendent power in the future, it would mean that the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall could potentially produce 2 planetary-level warriors. As for avenging Jiang Hao, Sun Mingyu had already devised a superior plan, utilizing the Luo family. A mere outsider like Jiang Hao could not possibly master the Luo family's secret technique, the flowing light shadow. Clearly, he had stolen it. The Luo family placed immense value on this technique and would never tolerate an outsider pilfering their family's secrets. Lin Jinbei had already anticipated Sun Mingyu's change in attitude. Thus, he, along with Wang Ruoyao and Lin Zilong, followed Sun Mingyu as they departed. At that moment, Zhao Changming bellowed, "Young master's son, is my son's death to go unavenged? Is there truly no way for me to seek retribution?" Initially contemplating directing his vengeance against Jiang Hao, he now found himself thwarted by Sun Mingyu's protection of Lin Jinbei. In response, Sun Mingyu coldly retorted, "Do you have any evidence proving that Jiang Hao truly killed your son? If you lack evidence, then refrain from making baseless accusations. Zhao Changming, I advise you to comply. Otherwise, you know the consequences." With that, Sun Mingyu departed with Lin Jinbei and the others, leaving Zhao Changming standing alone in stunned silence. Jiang Hao had already been taken away by Duan Hong to the war god training camp, leaving him with virtually no opportunity for revenge. Overwhelmed by despair, Zhao Changming collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Hao being a mental energy master spread swiftly across the entire South China region following the earlier live broadcast. Within half a day, the vast Yin nation had become aware of this moment. In the Wanshan-based city of the northwest region, a robust man with red hair erupted into hearty laughter. Jiang Hao is truly crafty. He managed to devise such a scheme. Although his identity as a mental energy master had become common knowledge, this also provided an opportunity for Jiang Hao to thoroughly integrate himself into the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. The red-haired man speaking was none other than Mo Wanshan, the headmaster of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. He was already privy to the events that transpired outside the South China main city. In fact, just a few days prior, he had learned about Jiang Hao from the branch master of the South China main city. Duan Hong. It was precisely because of Jiang Hao's status as a mental energy master that he had been allowed to enter the war god training camp. Now, Jiang Hao's actions had earned Mo Wanshan's admiration. Just then, a resolute-looking man with a buzz cut hurriedly entered. "Headmaster, Duan Hong will arrive at the war god training camp tomorrow at this time. Should I prepare in advance? After all, Jiang Hao's identity is special." Before the buzz-cut man could finish, Mo Wanshan interrupted, "No need for preparations. There is no need to extend any special treatment to Jiang Hao. Our Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall has always respected strength. If he wishes to establish a foothold in the war god training camp, he must prove his prowess." Chapter 83. War God Training Camp. Trial Tower Test. The following day, at dusk, a black warplane quietly flew into Wanshan Bay City, eventually landing gently on the expansive helipad of the war god training camp. Duan Hong led Jiang Hao out of the aircraft, revealing before them a series of magnificent structures. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao's gaze fixated on a dilapidated black tower not far ahead. Despite its worn exterior, he sensed an indescribable aura of danger emanating from it. Noticing Jiang Hao's attention on the black tower, Duan Hong quickly explained, "Jiang Hao, this tower is known as the Trial Tower, comprising 7 levels. It is said to have existed even before the construction of Wanshan Bay City. It is a genuine relic of ancient civilization. Anyone who enters the Trial Tower will be transported to a virtual training ground to face exceedingly rigorous challenges. If you genuinely wish to join the War God training camp, you must pass the first level of the Trial Tower, which serves as your entrance examination." Jiang Hao furrowed his brows upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, he slowly inquired, "If I fail to pass, does that mean I cannot enter the War God training camp and must return?" "Not necessarily," Duan Hong responded earnestly. "If you cannot pass, you will be temporarily assigned to the headquarters martial arts hall for training. You may challenge the Trial Tower again at any time, but if you fail consecutively 3 times, then you will truly lose your qualification. The Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall respects strength, even though, as a mental energy master, you may have certain privileges. The fundamental principle cannot be altered." As they continued on, they encountered a resolute-looking man with a buzz cut, accompanied by a group of formidable warriors. Advancing towards Jiang Hao, the buzz-cut man was none other than Lu Tingwei, the head of the War God training camp. His strength is second only to that of the headmaster, Mo Wanshan, within the entire Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Although he, like Duan Hong, was only at the 10th tier of the War God realm, he had already awakened transcendent power. This indicated that he possessed the potential to ascend to planetary level status. Following him were all powerful warriors from the War God training camp. Upon laying eyes on Jiang Hao, the trainees scrutinized him repeatedly. Could it be? When did the threshold of our War God training camp become so low? A mere first-tier warrior of the Battle General rank managed to gain entry into the War God training camp, while it is inconceivable for an ordinary Battle General to do so. Let us not forget that this individual is a mentalist. He possesses privileges, but what does it matter that he is a mentalist, regardless of his abilities? Being a first-tier warrior of the Battle General rank makes it exceedingly difficult to pass the trials of the testing tower. I cannot fathom where this young man derives his audacity. If I were in his position, I would surely devote a few years to diligent training before making an attempt. Each year, Only one individual from various regions of Yin Nation is granted entry into the War God training camp. This signifies that those who do manage to enter are undoubtedly the prodigies from their respective regions. Currently, those accompanying Lu Tingwei are nearly all warriors of the War God rank, even if Jiang Hao is a mentalist. They do not believe he possesses any likelihood of passing the trials of the testing tower. At this moment, Lu Tingwei slowly approached Jiang Hao and introduced himself. I am Lu Tingwei, the head of the War God training camp, as well as the deputy master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. You are presumably aware of the matters concerning the War God training camp and the testing tower, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. If you wish to enter the War God training camp, you must first pass the first level of the testing tower. Under normal circumstances, students recommended from various regions typically manage to succeed. However, you are different. At this juncture, Lu Tingwei's countenance shifted to one of grave seriousness. He cautioned Jiang Hao, you are currently merely a first-tier battle general. Your power is still too feeble. The enemies encountered within the testing tower, while illusory, bear the consequence of true death if you perish in the virtual realm. Therefore, I advise you to contemplate this carefully. Should you choose to withdraw now, I will arrange for you to train at the headquarters Martial Hall. Once you have garnered sufficient strength, you may return to face the trials. During this period, the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall will cater to all your training needs. However, as soon as Lu Tingwei concluded his statement, Jiang Hao decisively interjected, there is no need for consideration. I shall accept the trials of the testing tower. My purpose for being here is to enter the War God training camp. Only in such an environment can I expedite my growth. Upon hearing this declaration, the astonishment among all present was palpable. Even Duan Hong was caught off guard. He had informed Jiang Hao about the testing tower in hopes of persuading him to remain at the headquarters Martial Hall for a while. Yet, he never anticipated that Jiang Hao would so readily embrace the challenge of the testing tower. Many trainees of the War God training camp were equally perplexed by Jiang Hao's actions. Has he lost his senses? I do not believe he has lost his mind. Rather, he possesses an inexplicable confidence in himself. I have heard that mentalists tend to regard themselves as invincible, which is truly laughable. A mentalist merely enjoys significant advantages prior to reaching the War God rank. Once one awakens to transcendent power, the advantages of a mentalist diminish considerably. In my view, this Jiang Hao will undoubtedly fail to pass the first level. In the past, there were others similarly oblivious to the dangers, and they ultimately perished within the testing tower. I fear that Jiang Hao's fate may mirror that of those unfortunate souls. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Hao took heed of their words but remained unfazed. He then turned to Lu Tingwei and inquired, so, may I now enter the testing tower? Although he was uncertain about the specifics of what lay within the testing tower, he was brimming with self-assurance regarding his abilities. Presently, he could even injure warriors of Lin Jinbei's caliber. Why would he fear the trials of the testing tower? Lu Tingwei was evidently taken aback by Jiang Hao's prompt agreement. Regaining his composure, he spoke gravely. Since you are determined to accept the trials, then let us commence. Remember, you may exit the testing tower after passing the first level. The dangers from the second level onward far exceed your imagination. And with your current strength, it is utterly impossible for you to succeed. Once the trials commence, there is no retreat. If you are prepared, you may enter now. Very well, I understand. Jiang Hao nodded slightly and casually advanced toward the testing tower. The moment he stepped inside, the door behind him shut with a resounding thud. The previously dark surroundings instantly transformed into a radiant environment. The interior of the testing tower bore no resemblance to Jiang Hao's expectations. It resembled an abandoned research facility. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated around him. Detecting warrior entry, shall we begin the trial assessment? What? To kill 30 shadow blood-eyed wolves, upon learning of the trial task. Jiang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. The shadow blood-eyed wolves surrounding him were all of the beast general rank, at least 7th tier, equivalent to a human warrior of the 7th tier battle general rank. Not only were they powerful, but they were also numerous. Jiang Hao quickly realized the perilous nature of the first level of the testing tower. Typically, those granted the privilege of entering the War God training camp are warriors of the caliber of Zhang Sun. Yet, even the mightiest among them do not surpass the War God rank. Generally, they are around the 8th or 9th tier of the battle general rank. Such warriors would have no trouble dealing with 1 or 2 shadow blood-eyed wolves, perhaps even finding it a trivial endeavor. However, facing such a large number of them, one misstep could lead to being torn to shreds. It is no wonder that those earlier did not believe I could pass the assessment. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao smiled slightly, finding the difficulty of this trial task rather unremarkable. Killing 30 shadow blood-eyed wolves, a mere trifle. With that, he promptly retrieved his 6-blade arc knife disc. The 6 razor-sharp blades floated around him, emanating a brilliant golden light. Without a hint of trepidation, Jiang Hao declared, "Let the assessment begin." As his voice echoed, the shadow blood-eyed wolves seemed to receive a simultaneous order to attack, lunging fiercely toward Jiang Hao. Utilizing his flowing light shadow and mentalist abilities, Jiang Hao navigated effortlessly even when surrounded by the multitude of shadow blood-eyed wolves, coupled with the formidable offensive power of the 6-blade arc knife disc. These shadow blood-eyed wolves appeared utterly weak in his eyes. As time ticked by, the onlookers waiting outside the testing tower were unable to witness the specifics of Jiang Hao's battle. However, the moment a warrior entered the testing tower and commenced the assessment, a red light would illuminate outside. Should the red light shift to black, it would signify the warrior's demise. If the red light flickered briefly before turning orange, it would indicate that the warrior had challenged the next level. Each layer is assigned a different color, ranging from red to violet. At present, the warning light outside the testing tower remained red, indicating that Jiang Hao is still undergoing the assessment. I initially thought Jiang Hao would be intimidated and forfeit the challenge. Yet he surprisingly began the trial's 30 shadow blood-eyed wolves. I find it hard to believe that a mere battle general warrior could succeed, but we must not speak too soon. After all, he is a mentalist, and his combat prowess cannot be compared to that of ordinary warriors. Yet, what of it? The strength of a mentalist must also correspond with their own capabilities. With so many shadow blood-eyed wolves, I doubt Jiang Hao will manage to react in time. Alas, what a promising mentalist, destined to be extinguished prematurely. The murmurs of the crowd were clearly heard by Lu Tingwei and Duan Hong. At this moment, both of them wore expressions of intense anxiety, fearing that Jiang Hao might encounter an unforeseen mishap. "Lord Lu, Jiang Hao is a rare mentalist. Why do you not offer him some guidance?" Duan Hong furrowed his brows, genuinely worried that Jiang Hao might perish in the trial tower. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingwei gravely responded, "Do you think I do not wish to assist him? In fact, I intended to directly enroll Jiang Hao into the War God training camp. However, this is the command of the Grand Pavilion Master. He forbids any special privileges for Jiang Hao." What? Upon learning this, Duan Hong's face registered profound shock. The Grand Pavilion Master's orders were not to be defied. He could only silently pray that Jiang Hao would successfully pass the first level. Suddenly, the once calm red light began to flicker incessantly. Duan Hong was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in exhilaration, "He passed! Jiang Hao has cleared the first level." At this time, Lu Tingwei and the other members of the War God training camp also noticed the flashing red light. From the moment Jiang Hao entered the trial tower until now, less than 10 minutes had elapsed. Such astonishing speed in clearing the level undoubtedly astonished everyone present. In a way, this could really cleared it. Goodness, to do so in just over 9 minutes. His strength is simply outrageous. A first-tier warrior of the battle general rank defeating so many shadow blood-eyed wolves, even with the assistance of a mentalist. It should not be possible to be this formidable. Could it be that this boy cheated? How could he cheat? This is the trial tower, the crowd wondered. This kid's strength likely far exceeds our imagination. As the onlookers gazed at the flashing red light, they voiced their astonishment. Lu Tingyue's anxious heart finally eased. As long as Jiang Hao cleared the first level of the trial tower, he would officially become a member of the War God training camp. Jiang Hao's rapid success in the first level was enough to prove his capabilities to everyone. However, just as they thought Jiang Hao would exit the trial tower, they were astonished to see the red warning light transform into orange. This indicated that Jiang Hao, after passing the first level, had not chosen to leave but had directly commenced the second level's challenge. Chapter 85. How could there be such a reckless individual? Is this kid insane? How could he directly challenge the second level? Duan Hong had been on edge about Jiang Hao participating in the trial tower assessment, fearing for his safety. After Jiang Hao had finally passed the first level, he immediately turned to face the second level's challenge, which left Duan Hong utterly speechless. If Jiang Hao were merely an ordinary warrior, it would be one thing. But the problem was, Jiang Hao was a mentalist. If he were to carelessly perish within the trial tower, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and the entire Yin Nation. Brother Duan, what on earth is wrong with Jiang Hao? Has he always been this reckless? Lu Tingwei looked at Duan Hong in disbelief. Brother Lu, I too am at a loss as to what this kid is thinking. But one thing is certain, he would never engage in suicidal behavior. Perhaps he truly has the confidence to pass the second level. Just as Duan Hong finished speaking, a student from the War God training camp standing nearby couldn't help but interject. Lord Duan, as one of the leaders of our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, how could you not be aware of the dangers of the trial tower? From the second level onward, unless one is a war god-level warrior. It is impossible to pass. Does this kid really think he is impressive just because he cleared the first level to so easily begin the second level's challenge? In my view, Jiang Hao is undoubtedly doomed. Indeed, this fellow will surely pay the price for his arrogance. The discussions among the crowd made the expressions of Duan Hong and Lu Tingwei grow increasingly grim once the trial tower was activated. Unless Jiang Hao voluntarily retreated or perished, the doors of the trial tower could not be opened. They could not even rush in to stop Jiang Hao. All they could do was pray for his safety. Meanwhile, within the second level of the trial tower, Jiang Hao stood before a giant ape with 4 arms and a body covered in crimson fur. This creature, known as the 4-armed mad ape, was a genuine first-tier lord-level beast. Its strength was equivalent to that of a human war god-level warrior. To clear the second level's challenge, one must defeat this beast. Jiang Hao was certainly not the type to seek death recklessly. The reason he dared to initiate the challenge was that he had complete confidence in his abilities. With a roar, the 4-armed mad ape released a deafening bellow, its massive form ignited with flames. And its fists, as large as small mountains, ruthlessly charged toward Jiang Hao. Too slow. Jiang Hao was keenly aware of the strength possessed by the 4-armed mad ape. If he were struck by one of its blows, the consequences would be dire. Yet for Jiang Hao, who had mastered the flowing light shadow technique, the speed of the 4-armed mad ape was akin to that of a tortoise. As the ape's fist came crashing down, Jiang Hao deftly evaded the attack with his own speed and, in that instant, swung his windbreaker blade, leaping into the air to strike at the creature's neck. However, as a lord-level beast, the 4-armed mad ape possessed an incredibly robust physique and outstanding defense. Jiang Hao's strike did not sever its neck but merely left a shallow wound, causing a trickle of blood to flow. This was not due to the lack of power in Jiang Hao's technique. Rather, his current strength was still insufficient. After all, he was merely at the first tier of the battle general rank. The pain from the wound ignited the 4-armed mad ape's fury. It let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful wave of fire attribute energy. The explosion resembled a missile detonation, forming a mushroom cloud that sent Jiang Hao flying. In that critical moment, Jiang Hao quickly controlled the 6-blade arc knife array to form a shield in front of him. Coupled with the protective black-gold battle armor, he sustained minimal damage. Otherwise, the previous attack from the 4-armed mad ape would have undoubtedly inflicted grievous harm upon him. Damn, truly worthy of a lord-level beast. Jiang Hao cursed internally, then swiftly swung his blade toward the 4-armed mad ape. He could see that after the ape executed its previous attack, it had clearly expended a significant amount of energy. This was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Hao to strike. With the speed of lightning, Jiang Hao moved as the 6-blade arc knife array transformed into a wheel of death in his hands. It sliced through the air with a howling sound, accurately landing on the 4-armed mad ape's tough body. Although the ape had 4 arms and immense strength, it gradually appeared clumsy under Jiang Hao's unyielding assault. Unable to effectively defend itself, it could only endure the sharp blades carving deep wounds into its flesh. Moreover, while controlling the 6-blade arc knife array to attack, Jiang Hao repeatedly unleashed the powerful gale-severing blade. Even though the beast's hide was thick and its defense formidable, it could not withstand the relentless barrage of the windbreaker blade and the 6-blade arc knife array. In less than a moment, the 4-armed mad ape was left battered and bruised, with one of its arms severed. Though Jiang Hao had also sustained injuries, in comparison to the 4-armed mad ape, his wounds were trivial. That moment, the enraged 4-armed mad ape, its body ablaze, charged at Jiang Hao like a tank. Jiang Hao swiftly dodged the attack and, with a thought, sent the 6-blade arc knife array tracing a brilliant arc toward the beast's vital heart. Beast, it's time to send you on your way. Seizing the chance, Jiang Hao drew the windbreaker blade from his back. The blade glimmered like a dragon, accompanied by a ripping sound as it struck fiercely at the wounded neck of the 4-armed mad ape. The combined assault of the 6-blade arc knife array and the windbreaker blade left the 4-armed mad ape with no chance to evade. With a mournful cry, the head of the 4-armed mad ape was severed by Jiang Hao's strike. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, its eyes dimmed, extinguished of all life. Congratulations, warrior, for passing the second level of the trial tower. As the system's voice echoed, the corpse of the 4-armed mad ape transformed into specks of light and vanished. In an instant, Jiang Hao was transported to the third level of the trial tower, where a gigantic serpent covered in black scales and possessing 2 heads appeared before him. This creature was the black-scaled, 2-headed python. Not only was it enormous, but its aura also far surpassed that of the previous 4-armed mad ape. It had already reached Lord Level 5. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Jiang Hao found himself momentarily lost in thought. Due to their lesser intelligence compared to humans, Lord level 5 beasts generally possessed combat prowess inferior to that of 5-tier war god warriors. Nevertheless, this creature's strength exceeded Jiang Hao's expectations. He had to carefully consider whether to continue the fight or retreat now.